A familiar setting, the whole world into a zombie pandemic, while everything descends into chaos. The young man only needs a shovel to wipe out all these living, and to build a safe haven. The government has blockaded the area around. Border is the police's first line of defense. A safe haven has been established, so what's the real problem? 30 million zombies are rampaging out. Humanity has become cold-blooded and ruthless, trampling and harming one another just to survive. A helpless state that sees its people as nothing more than a... None of these are... The real problem that has plunged this society into depravity is 9 parts zombies, but 10 parts housing. A wave of refugees flocking to the city has literally made housing prices 100 times what they used. A mid-range house in the city center costing over 100 billion won is... Even renting a house has become expensive because the single payment could be tens of billions of won, or tens of millions of won if paid. Outside the blockade, zombies have taken... Inside the blockade, people suffer from hunger and cold. Every place here is as harsh, and our protagonist today is a homeless man named Kim Chun, 23 years old, working as a laborer with a yearning for a house worth nearly 40 billion. And to achieve that aspiration, every day he works diligently from early dawn until late afternoon and deep into resting only 2.5 hours each day. By now, Kim Chun-soo has saved 4.5 million and to continue saving to buy a 39.5 billion won house without spending a single. Kim Chun-soo would only need about 731 more years, which all in all isn't that long, about 7 centuries ought to. But just earning and saving money like this forever isn't. If he wants to buy a house quickly, he only has one option. Kim Chun-soo looked. The billboard on the building was information about the 17th Territory Reclamation. It was advertised as being for those who lacked food and housing and hated zombies. Anyone participating in the movement would have to go outside the blockade and kill zombies. Each head would earn 5 million. Kim Chun-soo decided to join this movement. He went to the train station and spent about 1.2 million won to buy a ticket to Pohang, the campaign. Kim Chun-soo's luggage was also very simple. Himself, his ticket, and a few shovels stolen from his work. He was determined to go big this time. After all, he had nothing left to lose. It was all or nothing. Become a zombie or live. While walking, Kim Chun-soo accidentally bumped a girl, causing her to fall to the ground. Belongings and weapons spilled out of her back. She was muttering a few complaints and hadn't had time to gather her things. Street thug came by and snatched them away. The girl tried her best to retrieve them but failed. Even a quick glance showed the immense physical Thug grabbed the girl's hair, threatening her, then extorted her. Seeing her defiant look, he decided to drag her along and make... Just as he was about to leave, a hand firmly grasped him. Stop. It was none other than Kim Chun-soo. Seeing the injustice, he stepped in to help. Before slaying monsters, one must first be a hero saving. The thug looked extremely displeased at being annoyed. He had barely started provoking Kim Chun-soo when the latter delivered a blow that disfigured his face beyond recognition. Then he lay pitifully flat on the ground. I can't focus on killing zombies, Kim Chun-soo said. If guys like you prey on your own kind, you're not human, truly worthy of being the protagonist. Every word he uttered was. After dealing with the scoundrel, Kim Chun-soo reminded the girl to quickly pick up the scattered items. As for himself, he just confiscated the thug's long-range weapon as a reward for helping. Above, a patrolling soldier complained about the noise. The other one comforted him, saying to just ignore them. Right now, they are the poorest people in Busan and are just trying to survive. Anyway, after today, we won't hear those noises anymore, because the real purpose of this movement is population reduction. The train began to by evening, they had arrived at their destination, the 17th Territory Reclamation Campaign Zone, Pohang. The train stopped. The doors opened. The people on board disembarked with bewildered expressions. The place was completely deserted. No zombies or white-clad soldiers were in. Just as everyone was wondering what to do, a loud announcement blared from the loudspeaker. Participants of the 17th Territory Reclamation Movement, thank you for coming all the... Everyone around felt confused and troubled. Zombies were sensitive to sound, but for some reason, the loudspeaker was broadcasting so loud. Kim Chun-soo remained silent, feeling that something was wrong. Something wasn't. From the loudspeakers, they no longer hid the truth, admitting that this movement was a cruel population reduction. The deliberate use of loudspeakers with such loud volume was also intended to attract zombies here to carry out their wicked campaign. Very soon after, a horde of zombies arrived. Disorder and chaos began to. One could say this was hell on earth, nowhere. Seeing all this, Kim Chun-soo said. He handed the long-range crossbow to the girl and told her he would lend it to her with the rent being 10 zombies. The girl hadn't even had time to understand what was happening when Kim Chun-soo pulled out a shovel from his backpack. Then, full of fervor, resolutely stepped out and swiftly dealt with one. The zombies were drawn by the noise. Kim Chun-soo didn't flinch. He stood proudly on the corpse of a zombie with a confident expression and bright, resolute eye. 7,900 is the number of zombies I have to catch, and so, Kim Chun-soo entered alone with one hand and furiously cleared out every single zombie. He looked even more terrifying and monstrous than the horde itself. Not a single one could escape his shovel. The girl, hiding in a corner, watched this scene and felt terrified, unable to believe her. Zombie slaughter continued for hours until morning, when dawn, all the dead zombies piled up into a mound almost like a Kim Chun-soo had, by all accounts, completed his KPI for the girl couldn't understand why Kim Chun-soo had to go to such lengths just for money. Wasn't he afraid of Kim Chun-soo simply replied to buy a yard if possible. This moment from the monitoring room of Team 3 of the land, infrastructure and the observers there were still amazed by Kim Chun-soo's overwhelming power. The number of zombies he had killed, according to the data counted here, amounted to about 8,000. 4th District on the Busan in the Ijeong District blockade zone, 2 soldiers were on. One of them used binoculars and saw zombies moving at 12 o'clock. But he was just seeing. He looked closely again. He clearly saw it was Kim Chun-soo and the girl he had just. On his shoulder he carried a backpack full of zombie corpses. A moment later, Kim Chun-soo went to the government headquarters to sell this pile of zombies. In total, there were 890,541 zombies. Each was worth 5,000 won. So the amount of money he received was 44 billion. But before the money was exchanged, the manager wanted Kim Chun-soo to keep the territory reclamation campaign a secret. Didn't forget to ask him to fingerprint the commitment form for confirmation. Seeing this, the assistant whispered to the manager, "Is it really necessary to give Kim Chun-soo so much money? After all, 44 billion won is no small." The manager said, "Kim Chun-soo alone dealt with hundreds of thousands of zombies, so he's definitely no ordinary. If we don't pay him, what if all of us sitting here suffer the same fate as those living? Now, just give him the money, and then we'll find a way to get it all, because it is the duty of civil servants like us not to waste state tax." After completing the procedures, Kim Chun-soo, carrying 3 or 4 suitcases of money, walked out of the. He also didn't forget to give the girl 30 million won for the crossbow rental head promised her. "Now that we're even," he said, "I hope you don't follow me." And watching Kim Chun-soo's cold silhouette, the girl felt a slight pang of regret. She tried to hold him back, telling Kim Chun-soo that once he bought he should invite her over. She would buy a very generous housewarming gift. Kim Chun-soo was basically not very interested in her. Very soon after, he found a house he liked and spent 39.5 billion won to a house with a small yard near Seosan, Busan. From now on, this would be his. Kim Chun-soo slowly approached and opened the door, stepping in. He told himself that he would try to live a truly happy life. However, everything ending too easy made him feel a little. Kim Chun-soo thought as he stepped into the. Not noticing a suspicious sharp needle on the. He accidentally stepped on it, causing his foot to bleed immediately. Kim Chun-soo looked closely at the needle. It was coated with a rather strange black. Remembered that earlier at the office the manager had him to leave behind the bag and shovel he had. He said that items stained with zombie blood could be a security risk and needed to be kept. At the time, Kim Chun-soo didn't suspect anything and followed his. Now realizing their true plot, it was too. Kim Chun-soo's body now began to. Beads of sweat poured out, and blue veins. His body protruded, making Kim Chun-soo scream in. What was on that needle was indeed zombie, because Kim Chun-soo had stepped on it, was perhaps about to stop being. At this moment, Kim Chun-soo's childhood memories flashed in his mind. From a young age, Kim Chun-soo and his younger brother had lost their parents and lived very miserably. But in his heart, he always believed that his parents were still alive. Therefore, he told his younger brother that he decided to buy a house, a small yard, and put up a sign with their family name so their parents could find the two. Returning to reality, the state official manager and the zombie hunting team had arrived. He took the loudspeaker, pointed it directly at Kim Chun-soo's house, and announced that Kim Chun-soo was now infected. The assistant next to him feared that doing so would infuriate Kim Chun-soo, and if he ran out, they wouldn't know. But this manager didn't care. What he was concerned about was that if there were rumors of a survivor from the territory reclamation campaign, another underground force might try to recruit him. Therefore, he devised these tricks to eliminate the threat and at the same time legally reclaim the money he had given him. Kim Chun-soo now pushed the door open and stepped out. Looking at his current physical state, its virus had spread throughout his. No one knew that deep down he was utterly collapsed. The zombie pandemic, then poverty, and even the government had become corrupt. Never before had Kim Chun-soo felt so desperate and helpless. He cried out, tears streaming down, that all he wanted was simply a house for his family to move. Is this dream too big for this wretched world to allow? Kim Chun-soo asked, heartbroken and helpless, as he frantically ran forward. Why are you all so cruel? Meanwhile, at a massive apartment complex, inside a luxurious and opulent apartment was the residence of Choi A. She was also the CEO of the Choi Jong Hunter Corporation. Today, she had an in-home appointment at 5:30. Choi A-jong had just finished bathing and draped herself in a thin outfit before head. The client had, coincidentally, already arrived and was waiting. This was Myongo. He was here because he wanted help retrieving an item from a zombie-infested area. Choi Jong is a company specializing in zombie extermination, with high expertise in various tasks such as clearing zombie-infested areas and retrieving items or people from zombies. Choi A-jong herself managed many skilled zombie hunters, and her secretary, Park Hang-soo, was however, the price for this service was a bit. The bare minimum, the cheapest, was 5.12 billion, the average was 16.2 billion, and the most premium casually cost 78.2 billion. The fixed amount could vary depending on the size or location of the item the client was searching. Myongo, upon reading the price list, felt like slitting his own. Currently, he only had about 1 billion won in. He had barely opened his mouth to negotiate when Choi A-jong immediately showed her disappointment. Secretary Park, are you going to waste more of my time by letting this beggar quickly send him away? Myongo, seeing he was about to be evicted, frantically explained. The item he wants to retrieve is worth more than 50 billion. Before the zombie outbreak, he had bought a few coins for fun. He never expected that in just a few years, with the collapse of the dollar and won, the value of those coins would increase 1,000. Myongo would pay a deposit from a portion of the profits from selling them. He only hoped the company would agree to help him with. Upon hearing this, Choi A-jong's face immediately brightened and became. But Myongo still wanted to find a slightly cheaper hunter for his convenience. Choi A-jong didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. After all, a new recruit she liked had just. I asked him, maybe help. This business transaction was considered successfully closed. After Myongo left, Secretary Park curiously asked Choi A-jong who the new person she mentioned earlier was. Is he one of those recruited for the reclamation camp? Choi A-jong didn't specify, only replying that it wasn't exactly recruit. She asked her secretary to prepare her belongings, as she had to go out. While you're at it, also prepare tissues for the housewarming. Kim Chun-soo stared intently forward and shouted, I want to own a house. Is this dream too big for this world to? The police officers, seeing him screaming, were extremely frightened. They just stood there, staring, doing nothing. The scream was so loud that it echoed throughout the entire space. A house for my family to move in. At this sentence, his eyes suddenly welled up. Why are you so cruel to? And he continued, according to unofficial information, don't push others to the brink. There's a single rule circulating among military personnel and politicians after the blockade was formed. Even a mouse, when cornered, will turn around, because you never know what might happen. With that, Kim Chun-soo suddenly charged madly. He leaped and pinned a police officer down right in the middle of the street. To everyone's astonishment, Sik stood tensely, looking at the situation before. The police officer pinned down by Kim Chun-soo suddenly stared, then raised his baton, intending to strike Kim Chun-soo. You damn. Without hesitation, the police officer swung his baton, hitting Kim Chun-soo's arm hard. Kim Chun-soo's inner thoughts echoed, and they crossed that line a long time. Seeing the police officer's fierce resistance, he suddenly realized. That's right. Kim Chun-soo suddenly widened his. He pressed the police officer down onto the ground even more. He used his sharp teeth to bite into the officer's neck, causing blood to spray. The officer screamed incessantly in agonizing. Other police officers were paralyzed with fear at the sight. They stood frozen, watching helplessly as no one stepped in to. After a moment of shock, they finally reacted and rushed in. Get him off. Pull this guy away. Kick him. He grabbed Cheon-su's clothes while cursing at him. Let go. Let go, you bat. Several men pinned him down and pulled him up, as a large amount of blood poured from his. The bitten officer let out a low. Several other officers quickly threw Cheon-su aside. You crazy bat. The officer writhed in pain on the road, trying to use his hands to cover the. After a brief struggle, the infection caused the officer to transform. Both of his eyes had now turned completely. A man standing next to Moon-sik panicked. He's biting. That guy is intentionally infecting others. Just as I thought, Moon-sik said, using a megaphone to issue orders. If that bastard tries to bite again, shoot him in the head. That damn zombie is hard to deal with because he still has his reason. Cheon-su now lay motionless. Moon-sik's announcement continued to ring out. 3 minutes. He will be fully infected within 3 minutes. Corner him until he completely loses his. The other officers waited tensely, everyone taking a defensive stance in case things took a turn for the worse at any. Moon-sik cursed, you cat. Seeing the police hesitant and afraid, Moon-sik grew angrier and shouted louder. There are dozens of you. Stop being afraid and move. Don't you want to make. The other officers remained silent, convincing themselves. Cheon-su stood up, his whole body contorting. The other officers watched tensely. No one dared to. He slowly stood upright. No one can take it. No one can make me leave this. Moon-sik watched silently to see what Cheon-su would do. Cheon-su leaned forward and spoke. Because this. Then Cheon-su looked up, his eyes flashing and his face covered in blood. Is my home. Internally, he thought about the man about to turn into a. Seeing this, the police didn't wait any longer and charged. They all suddenly rushed toward. Cheon-su opened his mouth, roaring with blood as he stepped forward to but the problem was that this man was the very monster who had wiped out 8,000 zombies. After a while, the corpses of the police officers lay scattered across the yard, and blood drenched the entire. Moonsick rushed in a panic to the body of an officer, frantically searching and checked. Very quickly, all of them had been infected by the zombie virus. The dead officers stood up one by one, their bodies twisted and contorted in an extremely eerie. Moonsick was terrified by the sight and huddled deep into a corner of the man with Moonsick was now pinned to the road by a zombie officer. With teary eyes, he looked toward Moonsick. "Captain, please, save me." Before he could finish his sentence, the man was bitten into silence, his body jerking. Soon, his entire body was covered in. Moonsick was too terrified to go. Moonsick sat leaning in a corner, panting heavily. He tried to regain his composure. It's just him. There's only one of him. So why did it turn out like Sang-soo suddenly appeared out of nowhere? Quite a scene. Quite a lively. Moonsick was extremely surprised by his appearance and looked. Moonsick asked tremblingly, "Who?" Hearing the question, the man didn't answer but simply unlocked a suit, quickly took something out from inside. Sang-soo stood majestically holding a lawn mower, looking straight ahead. Specialist in slaughter.
Berrank Hunter. A Sang-soo.
Weapon, lawn mower. Kills. 77,800. Seeing the weapon, Moonsick immediately recognized the man's identity. The lawn mower. It's the hunter Ha Sang-soo. Was he hired by the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport? After a moment of silent thought, Moonsick quickly called for help. "Regardless, I'm Kim Moonsick, commander of Team 3 under the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport. Please." Sang-soo ignored the plea and glanced behind him. "What should I do with this one?" Woman replied. "Isn't it?" She stepped forward, standing right next to him and looking. Moonsick was surprised once. Jong complained, "Zombies know how to talk these." Moonsick turned in a panic and asked, "What are you?" Hearing Ah-jong's words, Sang-soo suddenly he started the machine and raised it high. Moonsick was terrified and trembling when he saw the machine pointed at him. You know who?" Without letting the man say anything else, Sang-soo swung the blade in. Moonsick's head flew off into the distance. The stench of blood alerted the zombie officers, and they turned their. They growled and rushed forward. Sang-soo stood calmly, waiting for them to arrive before using his mower to cut them all. The zombie officers were instantly sliced into multiple pieces. Some were sliced right through the. Others were cut across the torso, severed into 3 or 4 pieces. After a while, only Cheon-soo remained unsliced. The sky was clear blue, but the stench of blood was. The blade of the lawnmower was now soaked in. Sang-soo casually rested the machine on his shoulder. Done cleaning, he approached and placed the blade near Cheon-su's neck as a precaution. "What about the homeowner? His eyes are so clouded. I think you're about to become a zombie. Should I just consider this a failure and slit his?" Ah-jong quickly stopped him. "Wait a." She watched silently without looking away. "I put the zombie transformation aside earlier because I wanted to deal with that crowd first. His will is truly." Seeing Cheon-su's state, Ah-jong saw a great opportunity to make money. "If he becomes a hunter, I can sell him for a high." She then turned and pointed at Sang-soo.
"Hes mine.
"If you touch him, your pay will be." Sang-soo retracted the machine. Getting a pay cut is a. Cheon-soo hadn't completely lost consciousness. He could still hear their conversation but kept his head down inside. Ah-jong reached toward him. Can you? Cheon-soo sluggishly lifted his. He slowly opened his eyes to look at Ah-jong. "Hey, do you want to?" Cheon-soo suddenly spat out a large amount of blood onto the. Ah-jong asked again sternly. "If you want to live, you must answer." Cheon-soo struggled to reply. "What do you mean? I'm turning into a zombie. Can't you see?" She explained. "A specialized zombie handling service. We call them slack." Ah-jong knelt down near Cheon-soo and spoke in detail. "Just like you, someone who went through so much hardship to get here. And like me, a survivor of the first campaign. This is a job only for the chosen ones, exceptional individuals at catching zombies among the survivors of the territorial reclamation campaign." He described the rewards. "It's a high-paying job if you get commissioned by a corporation, a lord, or a politician to reclaim territory outside the blockade. You'll receive bonus." Cheon-soo ignored her words and protested. Don't you hear me? I'm about to become a zombie." Ah-jong reached into her pocket for. She pulled out a syringe. "If you say you want to live, I'll give you the antidote. In exchange, you have to pay for the medicine by becoming a slack." Ah-jong's voice deepened. "I'm asking you one more." His eyes were clouded, yet his pupils remained. He listened to every word Ah-jong said. "Even if this world is horrific, even if you have to become someone else's loyal." She watched him silently. She asked again, "Do you want to?" Seeing the two of them stalling, Sang-soo stepped forward irritably and snatched the syringe. "This is annoying. Is there anyone in this world who actually wants to? Without hesitating, he plunged the syringe into Chionsu's neck. Just stick the damn thing. As soon as the medicine was injected, Chionsu's eyes rolled. He collapsed onto the ground. Ajong turned to Sang-soo. I guess I owe you.
Sang-soo Said.
How heartless. Asking for a thumbprint in a situation like. Ajong looked at him, slightly annoyed. The antidote you just used costs 500 billion won a dose. It's true that life is more important than money, but no matter how many people are involved, a deal is a deal. 500 billion is a.
Sang-soo switched to a whining tone.
Everyone's crazy for. He looked at Cheon-soo on the ground.
Cheon-soo lai motionless.
Sang-soo felt a bit of pity. He really is a pathetic bastard. Well, it's better than. Cheon-soo sluggishly opened his eyes and woke out of habit. Thinking he was still a zombie, he let out a loud. The driver in the front asked. Cheon-soo held his head. Who are you? Where is this? The driver replied casually. What do you mean? It's a taxi. Where? He glanced back. Anyway, what do you remember?
Cheon-soo suddenly felt confused.
What? Cheon-soo tried to recall everything. I went to scenes of him fighting zombies played in his head. Catching zombies. Then he went to buy a house. His eyes turned bright red. Veins. Cheon-su's eyes widened as he realized something. Didn't I get infected? He immediately felt around his body to. Cheon-soo even looked at himself in the. Seeing his face was completely normal with no veins showing, he was shocked. Nothing happened. The driver asked again, your memories are still there. Do you remember the silver-haired? Ajong's image appeared in his mind. Do you want to? Cheon-soo clutched his hair, trying to remember that day. The person wearing the gas mask. I knew it when I was infected. I was definitely at. The driver suggested, well, try tapping the tablet. There's a video. Your other questions will be roughly answered. On the road ahead, zombies stood in crowds, blocking the. Zombie roared right in front of the. The driver quickly turned the steering. He maneuvered skillfully, driving the car through a forest of corpses. He said, I can't explain in detail because I have to focus on. Sharp turns caused Cheon-soo to bump his cheek against the. After a while, they finally arrived. The driver said, well, we're stopping here. Look out the. Cheon-soo looked out. A few cars were overturned, and many zombies were heading toward. The driver threw him some equipment and briefed him on the mission. Your mission is to follow that road down to downtown Jifangju and retrieve a heart. He continued, even I won't go with you. They'll wait. Call me when you're. Turned back with a smile. Don't think about anything else. Just find a house with a yard full of zombies. If you want to return to Busan, just do what you're best. Cheon-soo quickly put on his gear and got out of the car. The driver summarized, killing zombies. As soon as they saw him, the corpses rushed forward frantically. The sight, Cheon-soo couldn't help but swear. A scene of people with backpacks running away appeared. The protagonist, Kim Cheon-soo. He crawled into the blockade because he hated zombies. But he hated poverty more, so he left the block. A check for an enormous amount appeared on the table. And now, he was brought out of the blockade to make money to pay off his. The woman with the sinister smile signed the check. Well then, get to work, my. Cheon-soo stood stunned, holding his gear. This is ridiculous. In another room, Ajong sat comfortably in a chair. But what can he do? The world always forces the weak to. Ajong painted her nails and said casually, go ahead. The driver on the other end reported the situation. Delivery is complete. He looks angry, but he quickly assessed the situation. He'll handle the. Ajong was pleased. Thanks. He'll pay the travel expenses in cash. Don't forget to take drone footage. The driver agreed. Secretary nearby overheard and asked, that rookie. Is he acting as we expected? He hasn't been trained yet, but you assigned him a. Ajong was fully confident in Cheon-soo. He'll do fine. He has the scent of a real. Cheon-soo was facing a horde of corpses. Moreover, he had no. He reached into his pocket for. Cheon-soo shouted angrily. Damn. This is insane. Ajong laughed with Secretary Park. This isn't an amount he could pay off by just pushing a drink cart in Houndy. This is 500 billion. Cheon-su's eyes suddenly lit up. He gripped his weapon and he took a leap and jumped high toward the corpse. Cheon-soo stepped on the shoulders of one corpse after another to push deeper in. Suddenly, one grabbed his. Cheon-soo turned his. With quick reflexes, he raised his other leg to gain momentum. Then he stomped a precise blow onto its. Cheon-soo used that momentum to jump over other corpse. Corpse lunged forward. Cheon-soo quickly kicked it. The corpse flew back, knocking over others as it rolled on the ground. They growled and scrambled back. Cheon-soo used his shovel to strike right in the middle of its face. While he wasn't looking, a corpse sneaked up from behind to ambush. Cheon-soo turned and glared. With a strike from his shovel, he easily crushed it. The corpse collapsed to the ground. In just a moment, Cheon-soo had cleared the entire. One was still twitching. He stomped hard on its back, finishing them all. Cheon-soo leaned on the ground and sighed with exhaustion. The drone had successfully recorded the entire scene of him wiping out the zombies was being broadcast live on the Ajong held a wine glass with a proud smile. What a performance. I thought he'd tremble as a rookie. But look at him handle those zombies. Driver smiled over the phone and asked, "Is this angle okay?" Ajong was extremely satisfied. "Not bad. We need to make a promotional video, so don't forget to keep recording." She tapped her glass against the screen. Cheers to the successful debut of the hunter nicknamed Flash Shovel. Bottom. After clearing the zombies, Cheonsu cursed again. That crazy bitch. That crazy bitch. How could she make an unconscious person owe her 500 billion? At first glance, it seemed Cheonsu had accepted reality and started paying his debt. But he angrily slammed his shovel into the back of a dying zombie on the ground. In his rage, he kept stabbing the shovel into the zombie's body until it split in half. Zombies. Poverty. The government. Now Cheonsu gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his. He used the shovel to vent his anger. I'm the weakest, so I'll be the first to die. Seriously, why do they treat me so poorly? He was furious, but all he could do was take it out on the zombie. He gritted his teeth, his face dripping with sweat. There's no way I can pay back 500 billion. In his mind, Cheonsu saw a vision of Ajong chaining him up. I'll have to live as a slave for the rest of my life to pay off all this. Then he imagined pinning Ajong to the floor and holding a shovel to her neck. I'll find that lunatic and threaten to slit her throat with a shovel if she doesn't drop the. Then he realized the problem. But where do I find her? How do I get back to Quickly, Cheonsu thought of a plan. Maybe by pretending to be obedient, I can see her again in Busan after completing the mission. 11th floor, Gyeongbukdo, Gyeongju Si, Gyeongju 1 Ri, 400. Without hesitation, Cheonsu walked past the piles of corpses deeper inside. I hate taking orders, but it's best to finish this mission. Ahead were old high-rise buildings full of. A zombie was kicked. Cheonsu held a device and muttered, Gyeongju 1 Ri 406, Gyeongju 1 Ri 406, Gyeongju Si, Gyeongbukdo. 11th, he stopped in front of a tall building and took a moment to observe. The driver was still operating the drone to track his every move. He's entered the building now. Should we stop? Suddenly, the driver leaned his seat back and thought, there are types of people who have it all. He briefly thought about others. Intelligence, instinct, endurance, and strength are everything people crave. To be a talented zombie, the boss has a sharp eye for this. The people she picks are all monsters. He took out his phone to look at a photo of his daughter and smiled. I hope I can earn a lot of money like that so my daughter can enjoy it. Right, Daddy's stone suddenly flew from somewhere and hit the car. The driver quickly sensed. He immediately drew his. The driver looked ahead warily, holding his weapon, ready to fight at any. Looking closely, the thing that hit the glass wasn't a stone but a piece of meat. What's this? A piece of. He got out of the car to check. Clean cut. Looks like it was done with an. After a moment, the driver became suspicious. No way a zombie did this. They only. Finally, he concluded a person did this and his face tensed with. He turned his head to look at the rooftop. There was a sound coming from. The driver was suddenly startled. Who is that crazy? Phone in his pocket also suddenly lit up and the driver quickly noticed. His eyes were tense, filled with. Hearing the sound, the zombies quickly rushed towards where he cursed. Meanwhile, Cheonsu had also gotten inside, but the contents were proving difficult for him. With all these computer parts, how was he supposed to know which one was the hard?
Cheonsu complained loudly.
The zombie outbreak happened before I could even learn computer science. I dropped out of elementary school. How am I supposed to know what a hard drive? Not knowing what he needed to take, he gathered everything he saw and took it outside. 30 minutes later, a gas mask. No, that debt collector. I won't let you escape. In his hands was everything he could grab. How dare she make me suffer like this? They'll really kill. He took out the walkie-talkie to call. Item? Or what the hell is it? I took everything because they all look the same. Come pick me up. They'll kill you if you tell me to go to the front of the. Cheonsu's curses echoed through the walkie-talkie. But he didn't know that the driver had already been killed by zombies. Aren't you going to answer? Hey, the man in black quickly appeared near the car. Having detected the walkie, he leaned into the window to listen. I told you I got the stuff, so hurry up. And after hearing the call from the walkie-talkie, this man realized that he wouldn't just come to Gyeongju for sightseeing. Just as I thought. He came for the. Saying that, he pulled out another piece of fresh meat from his person. Well then, let's go get the items. This person's name was Park Sang. Sang-chun took out his phone and set a count. He inserted the phone with the notification sound into the piece of meat. This person's background. A former slasher of Choi Eun-gang. A former C-rank slasher. Park Sang-chun. The Phantom. Eliminated 2030. He used to be a slasher. Now he hunts people as if they were zombies. C-rank slasher. Park Sang-chun the Phantom. Specializing in area containment. Events. Commission. 2 billion won. cheap, and that's why he's now known as a former slave. Sang Chun held the prepared piece of meat in his hand and quickly left. It was all for you used to work for Ajong. Thank you for your hard work this month. Sang Chun held a wad of large denomination bills in his hand, utterly surprised. Ajong held a stack of money and explained, you didn't do much this month. Even if you did, that's the joint committee which includes other slashers. You know the joint committee gives discounts to clients, right? On top of that, the company's commission is 30% plus tax, and so on. So the final amount is 5 billion. After hearing that, Sang Chun clenched the bill he was. Ajong slammed the stack of money onto the table and called out, Mr. She looked at him with a serious expression. Get promoted if you're having trouble earning money. Earning this much is enough for a C-rank. Hearing these words, Sang Chun began to ponder. Go do some dangerous work. Saying this, Ajong smiled and winked as if nothing was amiss. He'll look forward to next. Despite his immense anger, Sang Chun could do nothing. And that was the result of being unable to rise above sea. Back in reality, he used binoculars to observe the situation. He silently observed Cheon-su's every move from behind. All of it is the stuff I was ordered to get from that woman. Unaware, Cheon-su continued diligently carrying the bags of items. You're dead for sure. I'm going to kill. Without hesitation, Sang Chun took out the piece of meat. He'll take down that crazy bitch and earn money by selling this pile of ordered items. 2 birds with one. Saying that, he wound up to throw it forward. That's why I can't stop doing. The piece of meat flew and hit Cheon-su directly in the piece of meat slowly fell to the ground. He looked surprised to see it. The phone, tucked into the meat, also started ringing loudly at that exact. Hearing the sound, the zombies quickly rushed toward
Cheon-su, furious, yelled.
What the hell is this? This is truly Sang Chun had once gone to a phone store to collect many devices. He simply took them and stuffed them full into his. Sang Chun took them because he knew zombies were very sensitive to sounds. He also chopped the meat into small pieces. After that, he took a deodorizing shower and put on protective. Being more careful, Sang Chun used bleach to erase his. Thanks to this, he confidently walked in front of the zombies. In other words, if he hid his body odor and lured zombies to his. On this side, zombies continuously rushed towards where Cheon-su. He held the piece of meat in his hand, shaking it and cursing. This damn piece of meat again. Why is meat making sounds? Is this some cheap knockoff? If I do this, I can just stand here and kill zombies. Zombies relentlessly rushed at him from the front and even attacked from behind, leaving him no time to Sang Chun squinted, looking ahead. That's how he. Seeing the horde of zombies swarming to attack him, he boldly guessed he's probably done. Sang Chun observed the situation through the scope. Even an A-rank slasher capable of overcoming a siege by thousands of zombies would have to survive. While waiting for the right moment, Sang Chun hid behind a car. Now he'll use that scent to eliminate the zombies. If that rookie has what he's looking. Suddenly, something flew past, startling Sang. He quickly turned around, vigilant, to look behind. Cheon-su had successfully broken through. He sent all the zombies flying into the sky. Park Sang-chun realized too late what kind of awakening spell that third-rate scoundrel had just.
Cheon-su's eyes glowed.
He tensed his body and gritted his teeth in anger. But Cheon-su was not a third-rate slasher like. Sang-chun couldn't believe his eyes. That crazy bastard. Cheon-su complained. Damn it. If this keeps up, blood will splatter all over the stuff. He's a monster who can rise to the. In a fit of rage, Cheon-su rushed forward, slicing one zombie after another into small pieces. Sang-chun, witnessing the scene from the side, felt a little afraid. Damn it. Damn it. What the hell is that monster? He's completely different from that taxi driver earlier. Is he a blender or something? If there are so many zombies, he should be. He calmed himself down. He sat down and hid behind the car, then took out another piece of meat and another phone, preparing them. It's fine. It's fine. Park Sang-chun. He'll exhaust himself if he keeps attracting the zombies' attention. Gyeongju is a big city, and there are a lot of zombies. Sang-chun stood up and prepared to throw another piece of meat towards Cheon. Suddenly, Cheon-su noticed something unusual. Sang-chun was momentarily frozen. The two of them, staring at each other, suddenly froze like two statues. Cheon-su spoke up, asking that damn piece of meat was caught red-handed. Sang-chun trembled, but then, without hesitation, he still threw it straight forward. Whatever. The piece of meat hit Cheon-su directly in the face once. The zombies surrounded
Cheon-su, furious, yelled.
I'm going to kill you. Just you. Sang-chun threw another piece. The meat fell from the sky, hit Cheon-su, driven mad, charged in with a shovel. After that, he hacked the zombies to pieces. Sang-chun took another piece of meat in his hand, waiting for an opportunity and then threw. This process repeated many times, he ran out of bait. But Cheon-su still had the strength to fight those zombies. He even became more enraged. After throwing for a while, Sang-chun finally realized he had no more meat or phones left. Oh shit, I'm out of phones and meat. All that's left is a single large, disposable. Frightened, he intended to turn and flee. Just run away. That's not a zombie head was thrown, blocking the path he intended to escape. The zombie head could even still move. It snarled a few times. Frightened, he turned his head to look behind. He yelled loudly, charging towards Sang-chun. Where do you think you're going? You bat. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the zombie towards where Sang-chun stood. We still have unfinished business. Sang-chun quickly ran away in fear. Zombies stand above humans in the food chain, and slashers stand above zombies. I am the one who killed those slashers. He jumped over a fence and landed successfully. The scene outside was pitch. Along the way, a few scattered zombies were slowly. Another zombie was thrown to block the path. The selfish ecosystem has been complete. Turning back, he saw him fiercely chasing with a
Momentarily enraged, son chien cursed.
Why did someone like you appear? Cheon-su cursed back. You madman. You were the one who provoked first. Did you kill the taxi driver? During this question, he remained silent, not answering. Cheon-su gritted his teeth, his face filled with indignation. So, not only did you provoke me, but you also killed my driver. You'll pay for this with your... Sang-chun hesitated to reply. His hand reached into his pocket for something. You insult... Cheon-su immediately grew wary. As a precaution, he threw the shovel in his hand towards Sang-chun. With an accurate throw, the shovel quickly pierced his He fell backward, a large wound on his shoulder. Yet he still wore a sinister... Sang-chun slowly pushed himself up to a sitting position. Instead of watching you walk all over, he took out a control switch from his pocket and pressed the open button. Well, just die together. The announcement speakers at the amusement park were now activated. Today, too. To those who have come to Gyeongju, the Ferris will also begin to glow and the carousel was active. The announcement speakers sounded again. Welcome, everyone. Make many beautiful memories. The main speakers continuously blared. Today, too. To those who have come to Gyeongju Park. Welcome, everyone. Make many beautiful memories. Seeing Cheon-su in front of him, already exhausted, he smiled. Just think. A mobile phone can attract dozens or hundreds of zombies. His eyes then narrowed, looking at him. What will happen if an entire amusement park is destroyed? Hearing that, Cheon-su angrily yelled. Hey, you bastard. Even until the very... Sang-chun's eyes, when cornered, suddenly became maniacal. Gyeongju has a population of 260,000. Abandon all thoughts of... The zombies followed the sound from the speakers. They rushed towards where the two men... Suddenly, another stranger arrived in this area. He asked, who is the gravedigger song? Cheon-su turned his head in surprise. No one replied. The man became hot-tempered. Are you... Middle-aged man carried a large bag on his back. He pointed his finger at the two men and asked again, who is the gravedigger song? Seeing the man enter, Cheon-su was utterly surprised. What is this old man doing? How did he get in? No. More importantly, why is he... The man asked again, who is the gravedigger Semyon? The speaker announced again today too. To those who have come to Gyeongju Park. Welcome, everyone. The man asked again, gravedigger Semyon? The speaker cut in again. Make many beautiful memories. His eyes glowed, and he reached behind him for something, his face flaring with anger. How dare you interrupt an elder when he's... A sword was quickly... The sword strokes quickly lashed out, shattering all the broadcasting speakers. Make many memories. Both Cheon-su, Sang-chun, seeing this scene, became wary and this time he was utterly enraged. He yelled, pointing the tip of his sword directly at the two men. Which madman owes Choi Ajong? Aren't you going to answer me? From Choi Eun-gang, a rank slasher.
Kim Chil-sam.
Old man Kong Taegong. Eliminated 112,007. Cheon-su, frightened, quickly raised his hand in confession. I think it's... A steaming cup of tea was placed on the table. A negotiation was underway. Kim Chil-sam held the cup of water in his hand, looking at the person sitting opposite him. You want me to rescue the... Ajong nodded in confirmation and explained. Yes. I lost contact with the slasher who went... Did he encounter a... Kim Chil-sam brought the teacup to his lips, took a sip, then pondered and spoke his speculation. He probably ran into a slasher. Hearing that, Ajong became very... The secretary placed a large box on the table in front of Kim Chil-sam. Ajong gave orders. I've sent a helicopter to the airport. It will arrive in half an hour. The mission is to rescue the new slasher with the nickname Gravedigger Semi. Briefcase was opened, revealing it was full of money. If you take this job, you'll earn 50 billion. Kim Chil-sam immediately slammed the briefcase shut with his hand. No, this isn't. spoke to Ajong with a serious expression. Boss, have I ever taken a mission for... Saying that, he swatted the briefcase away with his hand. After hearing Kim Chilsam's demand, Ajong was furious. Wait a minute, no matter how urgent the situation is, this request is utterly unreasonable. She stood up abruptly, slamming her hand hard on the table. An item like the antidote, even with the discount, is still worth 300 billion. Kim Chilsam, however, remained calm, picking up his cup of water and taking a sip. Boss, am I the one outside the quarantine? He clearly knew what she cared about, so he used it to threaten her. Isn't your new toy the one outside the quarantine? Kim Chilsam threw something towards Ajong. The person in an urgent situation doesn't set the terms of a deal. It's decided by the one in the less urgent situation. Unexpectedly, he now dared to set conditions. If you give me the antidote, it'll save him and at the same time teach him a... Ajong held the check in her hand with a surprised expression. They'll pay you 200 billion won in... Having the upper hand in the negotiation, Kim Chilsam spoke with complete confidence. I'm busy. Boss, are you gonna do it? At this moment, outside the quarantine zone, he held his weapon, pointing it straight at the two men, and yelled loudly. Who is the madman who owes Ajong? Aren't you going to answer? Yeon-su stammered, raising his hand to admit it. I think it's... Seeing him, he smiled. So, I've come to the right... Kim Chilsam silently observed him from head to toe. His physique is quite good for someone doing odd jobs. Was he born like... Cheon-su also silently observed him back. A moderate malice in his... Kim Chilsam then noticed Cheon-su's hands, full of scars. Rough hands that show all the hardships he's been... Suddenly, he spoke again. Just an ordinary toy, but possessing all the right qualities. At this moment, many doubts arose in Cheon-su's mind. This old man is staring at me like that. I know the debt collector sent him, but... He pursed his lips, looking at Kim Chilsam. Who are you, old... Kim Chilsam suddenly raised his voice. Consider me your master, kid. Hearing this, Cheon-su's face clearly showed panic. What? Aren't you here to take me to Busan? Just like that, you want to be my man? The zombies outside continued to snarl. They tried to find a way to get over the number of approaching zombies grew larger and fiercely screamed and ran. Seeing the zombies chasing him from behind, Cheon-su could only turn and run away for a moment. Damn it, old man. Let's talk later. Deal with those guys. Kim Chilsam suddenly stopped and hit him hard on the head with his fishing. He complained and cursed. Your master hasn't finished speaking, and you've already run off, you brat. And speak politely, you shameless. You're one back down. He argued back, so, who gave you permission to be my master? And how do we get out of here? Kim Chilsam quickly replied, not forgetting his sarcastic remarks. Your boss hired me to teach you. And why do you want to leave when the lesson isn't even over? Don't you go to... Cheon-su sighed, looking at the man in front of him. This old man is cut from the same cloth as that gas mask debt collector. Kim Chilsam, for his part, looked at him and assessed. Young people these days don't listen to a word anyone... After a moment, he held his fishing rod and stood directly in front of him, facing the horde of zombies, and spoke. Kid, this is your first lesson. So let's start simple. Catching zombies and catching fish. What do you think is the common point between the two? Hearing the question, Cheon-su began to ponder blankly. Rocks, what's the connection? Kim Chilsam quickly took out a fish and hooked it onto the fishing. Immediately after, he swung the rod and cast it far, and with one hand he gently reeled the rod back. That means you're having fun. Once again he forcefully swung the fishing rod. The fishing line weaved its way through the zombies. Looking at the zombies relentlessly rushing forward, he, however, looked comfortable. What should I do to feel comfortable? Kim Chilsam's eyes glowed at this moment. He forcefully pulled the fishing rod down.
Cheon-su frantically warned.
It doesn't matter, old man. There are zombies behind. By now, Kim Chilsam was surrounded by zombies with no... He still calmly held the fishing rod tightly in his hand. Patience is key. One rule you should know, only pull the line when necessary. He immediately ordered, duck. Receiving the warning, he froze, unable to react, and the fish from Kim Chilsam's fishing rod was immediately reeled. Cheon-su quickly dropped to the ground as he was... Kim Chilsam continuously spun around, swinging his fishing. The fishing line had already wrapped around the necks of those zombies. Only then did Cheon-su understand the actions Kim Chilsam had been performing all this time. His eyes widened in surprise. The zombie's neck was severed by the fishing. Just like that, hundreds of others also lost their... Sitting silently, watching the fishing line whip past his head, he was utterly terrified. An entire horde of zombies was thus effortlessly dealt with by Kim Chil. They all fell crashing to the ground. Cheon-su was still in shock. How many did he take out in one? Kim Chilsam slung the fishing rod over his shoulder and replied. It flew 30 meters. So probably thousands. Hearing this, Cheon-su couldn't believe his ears. Thousands. One cast takes out dozens. No, tens of billions. Looking at Kim Chil-sam in front of him, he realized he had met a true master. This old man. He speaks casually, but he's someone who can rake in. Cheon-su stammered, asking again, what do you mean, used in one? He didn't notice that behind him, a giant zombie was still alive. It slowly got from the rubble. The zombie called out. This zombie was Sang-chun, who had mutated. He yelled, "Hey, I'm still standing." Cheon-su saw Sang-chun's condition and was surprised once more. What is this? A zombie? I thought he turned into a zombie because he got hit by that shovel covered in zombie blood. His eyes widened. What's wrong with his form?
Kim Chil-sam explained. Ah, that's a mutant.
It happens with a certain probability among zombies. He continued, from the looks of it, it's only a partial mutation. Is that guy a C rank? Hearing these words, Sang-chun was furious. He gritted his teeth. In that instant, Sang-chun remembered what Ajong had once told him. Get promoted if you're having trouble earning money. Earning that much is enough for a C rank. Charged forward in anger. That damn C. Kim Chil-sam's face remained as cold as ice. Without a hint of, Sang-chun aimed straight and charged forward. As he charged, Kim Chil-sam received his attack. I hate rookies like Kim Chil-sam was buried under the hard concrete. Sang-chun roared again. I also hate a top slasher like Kong. As he spoke, he cried incessantly, tears streaming down his face. So, before I lose consciousness, voice rang out. What are you talking? Cheon-su held his weapon, looking coldly at Sang-chun became enraged. He raised his hand high, intending to attack Cheon-su. You bet. Faced with Sang-chun's powerful attack, Cheon-su frowned. He's bigger and faster than other zombies. Can I handle? Sang-chun roared and slammed forward. Suddenly, his arm was blocked and severed. Kim Chil-sam was still alive. He even countered. This surprised Sang-chun. I just remembered because I got hit. Didn't we meet when I was still a slap? He peered out, looking directly into Sang-chun's eyes and speaking in an extremely sarcastic tone. Aren't you called the Phantom? A cowardly brat who used to wear protective. Oh, he had met Sang-chun before. You didn't want to face zombies. He had also seen him stealing treasures while other slashers were working.
You're a spoiled brat.
Stealing things while other slashers waste their. He even knew about his plot to kill other slashers. That's still not enough if you go around hunting slashers. Saying that, Kim Chil-sam stared again. And now you've become a mutant? You ungrateful. Sang-chun gritted his teeth, staring. In an instant he went mad, yelling loudly and swinging his arm. Kim Chil-sam gently used his fishing line to slice Sang-chun's body and gently turned around and called, "Hey!" Kim Chil-sam quickly put his fishing rod back into his backpack and slung it over his shoulder. What did you say earlier? Something about zombies and fishing. And feeling instructed, remember one more. By this point, Sang-chun had collapsed to the ground. With a calm expression, he continued, even if others accuse you of being a butcher who kills zombies who were once human just for money, you don't have to be a real monster. While Cheon-su was still frozen stiff by his words, Kim Chil-sam gently turned his head and called, "Let's go." Choi Ajong is. Kim Chil-sam happily sat by the fishing pond with his fishing. He held a large fish he had just caught in his hand, looking utterly delighted. You truly are a big. Suddenly, his phone rang from his pocket. I will be the true man, with my wife and children in my arms. No one can stop. Kim Chil-sam showed an annoyed expression. He picked up the phone. Who? The caller ID on the phone displayed. Little Prince. Receiving a call from his own daughter, he was overjoyed. Isn't this Daddy's little darling? It's been a long time since you called me. Is something wrong? Did you fight with your husband again? Or are you calling to tell this old man that you won't make it home to visit us this? On the other end, urgent calls and many strange sounds quickly rang out, making him wary. Kim Chil-sam frantically held out his phone, staring at the screen. What is it? What's happened? His daughter's voice came through frantically. My husband. He was bitten by Ji-sung. He's bleeding a lot, and foaming at the. Kim Chil-sam couldn't help but worry upon hearing his daughter's words. What are you talking about? Speak clearly. Calm down and speak slowly. On the other end, his daughter cried and asked, what should I do? The emergency line isn't picking up. I'm hiding in the bedroom. But Ji-sung keeps trying to break. The bedroom door showed signs of being forced. Kim Chil-sam heard his daughter was in danger. He quickly left his seat and ran toward. He tried to reassure his daughter. I'm coming right away. Just stay. His daughter's trembling voice still wouldn't stop calling out. Daddy, I'm scared. At this moment, a news notification appeared on Kim Chil-sam's. Kim Chil-sam frantically asked again. Re-rang. Can you? His phone screen displayed a zombie pandemic notification. Emergency alert. Department of Disaster Prevention and Response. A new zombie pandemic is rapidly spreading around the capital region. Stay indoors and avoid contact with others. Back in reality, Kim Chil-sam was on a helicopter. The helicopter landed on top of a building. To all slashers, we have arrived at the top of Aqua City, the pilot announced from the helicopter. It's an honor to transport you on this helicopter. Kim Chil-sam took off his headphones, turning his face away with a disgusted look. An honor? How ridiculous. On the top of the building, a person was already standing there, waiting. Greetings, sir. Are you heading to Ms. Choi's office? He quickly nodded in confirmation. That's Kim Chil-sam and Cheon-soo entered the elevator. The atmosphere was eerily suddenly. Cheon-soo turned to ask, "Hey, old man, who exactly?" Kim Chil-sam calmly replied, "I'm just a slasher like you. I earn money by killing zombies." Cheon-soo curiously asked further, "But how can an old man like you be so strong? Why do people seem to respect you so?" He suddenly hesitated. "And what do I have to do to be like you?" After seeing Kim Chil-sam's performance, Cheon-soo knew he was not to be trifled. Hearing this question, Kim Chil-sam tilted his head back and laughed heartily. "You certainly have a lot of really stupid questions, kid. But there's only one answer to all those questions. Isn't?" He then spoke of the zombie pandemic. After the zombie pandemic spread, regardless of whether they were rich or homeless, people had to live in cardboard boxes. Everyone has lost. At this point, he suddenly turned towards Cheon-soo. Those who dared to fight to reclaim it became stronger and earned everyone's respect. Saying that, Kim Chil-sam cupped his hand and tapped him on the chest. "Now let me ask you a question, kid. What have you learned?" During this question, Cheon-soo couldn't answer, pausing for a beat. "What I've learned." Suddenly, he recalled images of his relatives, his pets. He remembered the moment they were swept away by the crowd, unable to catch. Then he remembered himself as a child, his difficult childhood where he had to work. He remembered his comrades, his people who used to be his friends and now had turned into zombies. And he also remembered his closest relative, his older. He could never forget the image of his brother dying, pierced through by a. Kim Chil-sam looked at Cheon-soo. "You must have lost a lot of things to have to think for so." Seeing him silently pondering, he spoke again. "Try thinking this way, kid. What's the common thread among all the things you've lost? What's the first thing you want to This moment, Cheon-soo finally opened his mouth to reply, "It's a scene of a warm family," for people instantly. From a stunned, absent-minded expression, it now became melancholy and gloomy. "Back then, when I felt happy, it was when I still had a." Jong held up the key, smiling. "About that house, I'll take it as collateral, alright? It's no longer you." Cheon-soo asked again. Indignant, he angrily yelled and cursed at Ajong. "You wretched hag. Who gave you the right to do that? Don't just arbitrarily take my house like." Hearing herself called a hag, Ajong was furious. "Excuse me, what did you call me?" In a fit of anger, Ajong took out a calculator and punched in all the expenses Cheon-soo owed. Just the antidote alone cost 500 billion. On top of that, there's the additional fee to send an A-rank slasher to rescue you, the insurance fees for the killed taxi driver, and the supplementary fee for mobilizing a helicopter. Saying that, she held up the calculator for Cheon-soo to see. The total cost amounts to over 800 billion won, nearly 143,000 billion Vietnamese dong. Then she questioned, "And after all that, you dare to come back empty-handed? After losing the client's cold wallet in At this, Ajong angrily slammed her hand down on the. She relentlessly asked with a fierce attitude, "And you think you can talk to me like that? Who do you think you are? A brainless zombie or an apex?" Cheon-soo was no less, and he retorted, "I never asked for that antidote, and I never chose to go to Gyeongju alone, you crazy." He also slammed his fist down hard to show his. He leaned his face close to Ajong's. "I am politely asking you to return my key." She retorted, "Oh really? And what if I don't? Are you going to hit?" Jong flashed a sinister smile. "You think you can fight again?" Cheon-soo angrily moved to attack her. Suddenly, a voice rang out, stopping him.
Don acte.
Kim Chil-sam reached into his pocket, pulled out his fishing rod, and warned, "Careful, you might lose that." He spoke in a threatening tone. "The boss calculations are correct. What are you complaining?" Cheon-soo angrily turned and yelled straight into Kim Chil-sam's face. "Where is that reasonable? Old man, that's my house, and whether I turn into a zombie or not is my Indignant, he expressed his resentment again. "But that bitch is taking everything from me," Kim Chil-sam calmly replied. "Then give her the money. As I said earlier, the simple problem is to reclaim what you've lost. What you need to do is eliminate a lot of zombies." Kim Chil-sam instructed him on how to earn money. Do some jobs for her, find some lost items, reclaim some territories, and flatter the government. There are many ways to pay back that. Saying that, Kim Chil-sam promised, "I'll help you. I said I'd become your master." Hearing Kim Chil-sam say that, Cheon-soo finally relaxed his. Kim Chil-sam also sighed in relief, putting his fishing rod back into his. Cheon-soo turned his head away. He stared at Ajong. The The day I pay off all my debts and get my house back, I'm going to beat you senseless. With no strings, she stuck out her tongue in challenge. I'm really looking forward to the day you pay me back. Having said that, Ajong immediately took out a dose of medicine and handed it to Kim Chil. She looked at Kim Chil-sam and spoke. A promise is a promise. I'm giving you this only because that idiot with the shovel will compensate me for all my loss. She then threw it towards Kim Chil-sam. Next time, I won't accept a loss-making deal like this. Take it. Thank you. Ajong turned and asked Kim Chil-sam with a worried expression. But are you sure you can? He continued. He knows nothing about how this world works, and he can't even control his temper. Aside from all that, Kim Chil-sam affirmed. He'll be as good as Sang Soo-ha in no time. Having said that, he turned his back to leave. Alright, I'm done here. I'm leaving. Ajong stopped him. One more thing, Ajong pointed at Cheon-soo and requested. Can you bring that brat to the slasher event tomorrow? She explained, he'll need to meet more people to understand his standing, as you Kim Chil-sam quickly agreed. As they left, Kim Chil-sam tried to reassure Cheon-soo about losing his home. You can stay with me while she keeps your house. It's still better than sleeping on the streets. Cheon-soo had no other choice. If you're okay with that, I'll get my house back soon, so this will do. He then turned to ask. But what's this event? Kim Chil-sam explained with a serious expression. The slashers in Busan all make a living by killing zombies. But some who excel beyond the rest are classified as B rank, and he explained the slasher ranking system to him. A rank, eliminate 100,000 targets or more. B rank, eliminate 30,000 targets or more. C rank, eliminate 5,000 targets or more. D rank, eliminate 100 targets or. Finally, Kim Chil-sam concluded about the event. That gathering is an event where those bastards will all be assembled in one. Cheon-soo fiercely followed Kim Chil-sam out. Climbing a long flight of stairs annoyed him. Cheon-soo was soaked in sweat. He pointed forward. Is that your? A small old house nestled on a high slope appeared right before their. Kim Chil-sam nodded in confirmation. Yes. Hurry up, it'll be dark soon, and you won't be able to see the old house had no hint of luxury. Even the door was broken if opened completely. No one would have guessed this was the home of a man who could earn money with a mere wave of his. As soon as they entered the house, Kim Chil-sam tossed his backpack containing the fishing rod aside. First, we need to shower. We reek of. The two of them took off their shoes and showered right in the yard. Very different from what Cheon-soo had. Cheon-soo put on a white shirt and shook out his. In the evening, the two of them ate dinner under the. Didn't even have separate rooms. The two of them had to sleep together in one. After a while, he asked, "Hey, old man. Can I ask you one more?" He paused, then asked, "You've killed a lot of zombies, right?" Kim Chil-sam replied with his eyes closed. Turned his head to look at him. "So where did you spend all that?" Voiced his thoughts. "I don't think you spent all that money on this dilapidated house. I mean, even the bathroom and faucet are out in the open. Nor do you splurge on expensive delicacies." Continued, "You don't seem like the type to spend that money on women or debauchery." Kim Chil-sam heard and understood Cheon-soo's full meaning. He calmly replied, "Do you remember I once said that all slashers are insanely ambitious for something? Just like how you went outside the wall just to buy yourself a." Cheon-soo was curious. "So you're also insanely ambitious for something? Did you pour all your money into?" This moment he suddenly opened his eyes. He sat up abruptly. "Let me show you, that'll be fast." Kim Chil-sam went to a tall wooden cabinet, on which an iron padlock was used to tightly lock. Kim Chil-sam took out the key he always carried. Saying that, he inserted it into the pad. Cheon-soo quickly sat up to see what he wanted to show. Inside the wooden cabinet were pictures of his family members. "This is what I'm ambitious for. My daughter. My son." Kim Chil-sam explained what he always fought for. "The thing she gave me, that medicine that costs 500 billion won per." Bowed his head in thought. "Yes, it's the ant." Cheon-soo quickly noticed the photos next to the doses of medicine. "So what about the pictures next to them?" Kim Chil-sam reached out and touched the photo of his daughter. "They are my Without hesitation, Chil-sam looked at the photos and shared his plans. "I intend to go to Seoul because I want to cure my family back to being." Cheon-soo heard that and flinched, wanting to ask a question. In his mind, he quickly imagined the chaotic zombie apocalypse outside. How did Chil-sam plan to get past nearly 10 million zombies? The zombies outside were so numerous they choked every pathway, not to mention countless others blocking the way to. Cheon-soo considered the worst-case scenario. Even with an antidote, Chil-sam might not be able to save his family. Even if he reached Seoul, could the antidote bring his family back? But there was no reason for Cheon-soo to ask that. Cheon-soo's eyes suddenly became distant as he thought about. For a moment, the image of his older brother resurfaced in Cheon-soo's mind. Cheon-soo's brother had once wanted to buy a house to await their parents, who were unlikely to ever. Cheon-soo had tried to fulfill his brother's dying wish, and Cheon-soo himself had gone beyond the wall to fulfill that wish to buy the. Neither side's goal was realistic. After a moment of hesitation, Cheon-soo finally decided to ask, so this is what you meant when you said everyone is madly ambitious for— Killer Sam slammed the cupboard shut and turned to look at him. Men, speak up if you have something. Cheon-soo didn't have the courage to ask again. He slumped onto the mattress, avoiding eye contact. It's nothing. Thanks for the lecture, I'm going to sleep. Killer Sam didn't pursue it. I thought you wanted to say— Early that morning, they were already preparing to go somewhere. Just come and see, then you'll understand. A luxurious black car pulled up and parked right in front. From the car, a neatly dressed man wearing shoes stepped. Then he turned and opened the back. Chanji stood with the door open and politely greeted. Good morning, Mr. Kim Jo. Killer Sam quickly got in, thank you.
Chenny cheerfully replied, You're welcome.
Just as Cheon-soo was about to get in, Chanji put out his hand to— He then slammed the car door shut, looking cold. I'm only here to pick up Mr. Kim Jo. Hearing that, Cheon-soo repeatedly pounded on the car window and yelled, Come on. One more person in the car won't waste your gas. Hey old— Chanji immediately grabbed his— Chanji was extremely annoyed with Cheon-soo. Stop it. Your manager will be here to pick you up soon, so just wait. In this world, there's something called a hire. Cheon-soo angrily pulled his hand. Chanji angrily turned around and snapped. So don't act so chummy with me just because Mr. Kim treats you well. You punk. A rank manager for Killer Sam. The car quickly drove away, leaving Cheon-soo looking surprised and dumb. Cheon-soo looked after the car with an annoyed expression, still not understanding what was happening. What's wrong with that bastard? What does he mean by man? Suddenly, a girl on a motorcycle pulled up. The girl spoke up. Are you Ghost Hall Cheon-soo from Sem? Cheon-soo sighed. Can't everyone stop mentioning that? The girl got off her bike and respectfully handed him a business card. It's a pleasure to meet you, Ghost Hall. I am your personal manager, and starting today we will be working together. I am Min. And she explained, so what is a manager? Slasher man. Ari tried to explain to Cheon-soo that killing zombies would earn money. Slashers are valuable resources for the company as long as they can dedicate all their strength to eliminating zombies. As for assistance, they support slashers with other tasks. That's why they need someone to help them handle all the miscellaneous. Immediately after, she listed a series of tasks that assistants do for Cheon-soo's understanding, such as battle planning, weapon reinforcement, arranging transportation, financial management, accounting, and hearing this, Cheon-soo finally reached out for the business card. That's what a manager— After explaining, Ari took off her— She stood upright in front of him and smiled. I am your new manager, responsible for you, Cheon-soo. Manager for Killer Sam. Min. In a luxuriously furnished room, Park was helping Ayoung zip up her— Suddenly, Secretary Park spoke up. Madam, I have a question. Young looked surprised. What? Secretary Park was genuinely curious that young Cheon-soo— Weren't you planning to manage him personally? Why did you assign another manager? Young heard the question and replied, I once ventured into this path as a manager, but now I am the— Then she turned to look at her secretary. My responsibility now is not just to protect that one C-rank slasher, but also the other 44 slashers in the company. Former A-rank manager, Choi Young reassured, you can rely on Miss Min. She has a very good nose, just like me. Secretary Park asked in surprise. A good— Young turned to look at her and smiled, yes. Meanwhile, Young was riding a motorcycle with Cheon-soo. She can sniff out the scent of success. After a while, they finally arrived at their destination. The largest 5-star hotel in Haeon. Inside, staff were busily rolling out a red carpet, while others carried many security guards also stood by to ensure. Outside, 3 cars approached the gate one after another. Killer Sam's black truck and a white staff stood in 2 solemn lines along the red carpet. A-rank slashers. Attention. A-rank slashers stepped out of their cars one by. As soon as Gang Dukchun got out of the car, he grumbled annoyedly. Damn it, mingling my ass. It's more like a place where you have to meet people you don't want to see. GDC Group A-rank slasher, boss Gang Dukchun, 10,059. Park Chun-sik spoke up from the side. If you dislike this party so much, then go home. My dog will eat your share, you fool. A-rank freelance slasher, dog trainer, Park Chun-sik, 108,027. Kyun smirked. Oh dear. Why is everyone so hot-headed? We should behave like colleagues, not rivals, my brothers. We should hate zombies, not fellow humans. Holy Knight of God, A-rank slasher Pope Baek Yuen 0. Lee Cho-rong, from the side, spoke quietly and coldly. Your mouths all reek like zombies, so please shut up. Choi and Gang Company A-rank slasher, young talent Lee Cho-rong, 110,119. Lim Hwang-taek turned and glared at the 3. The kid's right, you should shut your trap, you religious fanatic. If not for the zombie outbreak, you would have rotted away in prison for fraud already. Department of Defense Special Forces A-rank slasher, Lieutenant Lim Hwang-taek, 110,119. From the Jigalki Market Small Business Alliance A-Rank Slasher. Old Fishmonger Woman. Grandma Han Zhonghua 100,163. Chiller Sam also joined the conversation. The noisiest ones are all here. The party is about to begin. Choi and Gang Company, A-Rank Slasher, The Pipe Master, Chiller Sam 112,700. Front gate was solemnly opened by two standing. Inside, a voice echoed. The Slasher at Haeon's largest five-star hotel, Hotel Becky. Prepare for the gathering. The staff meticulously checked files before. Suddenly, something appeared that caught the staff members. It turned out to be Min Ari on her motorcycle, carrying Cheon. The staff member ran over and asked, "Excuse me, do you need anything? Are you a slasher or a VIP guest?" Min Ari smiled and introduced, "This is Ghost Hall Cheon Soo from Semayong." Then she got off the bike and introduced herself, "And I am Min Ari, his man." The hotel staff checked the name on the list. "Your name is not on the guest." He then asked again, "Can you tell me your rank?" Cheon Soo seemed very annoyed by this question. He snapped, "Rank? Do I look like a piece of meat at the market?" Min Ari quickly stepped in to answer for him. "He's C rank, but director." The staff member, hearing his C rank, immediately changed his expression to disdain. Unbelievable that C ranks are still wandering around. He sighed and waved his hand dismissively. "Only B rank slashers and above are allowed. And you need an invitation from a VIP guest. This is a fancy place, so stop humiliating yourself and get." Suddenly, a voice rang out, interrupting the conversation. A woman appeared. "VIP guest? Are you referring?" A young appeared and spoke up. "Let them in. I invited them myself." The staff member was startled. Director Cheon Soo glanced at her with a hateful gaze. Staff member frowned while smiling. "But he's just a C-rank slasher. We should try to save." Aeong calmly walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder. "That super rookie is a survivor of the 17th Territory Reclamation Camp." Cheon Soo clicked his tongue with disgust. Aeong continued, "The one who leaped from D-rank to C-rank overnight, and he's also a toy." The staff member's face became serious and he started sweating upon hearing her words. "I bet the slashers and esteemed guests inside have heard of him and are eager to meet him. I told you I'd bring him." At this, Aeong lowered her voice threateningly. "Those guests inside. Do you want to spoil my mood?" And stepping into the hall, she turned back and instructed Cheon Soo. "Next time, if anyone gives you trouble, just say you're with me. I give you permission." Cheon Soo clicked his tongue indifferently. "I actually hope I get kicked out so I can go home." Aeong smirked in reply. "Our little puppy still doesn't understand his master's words. She took out some money to threaten him. You must obey me until you've paid me back 800 billion. Cheon Soo couldn't avoid it and could only sigh. The banquet table was laden with all sorts of delicacies. From land and even the elegantly dressed waitstaff catered exclusively to the high-class. Slashers at the party gathered around, chatting and getting to know each other. Cheon Soo glanced around, exclaiming, "This party is truly extravagant, just as expected from the wealthy." Min Ari smiled. "To call it just a party isn't quite." She explained, "All the slashers here are at least B-rank, having killed at least 30,000. Min Ari continued, "And B-rank managers or higher come here to try and recruit those slashers." She also didn't forget to mention the third group, the VIP guests. "And finally, there are the VIP guests with enough money to recruit." Min Ari explained to Cheon Soo the reason why the slashers were gathered here. "They're all here for business. These deals are no small matter. One deal here could be worth billions, or even tens of billions." At this, Min Ari looked seriously at Cheon Soo. Unlike other industries that have weakened and collapsed after the zombie pandemic, this is the only sector still thriving in South. Cheon Soo scratched his head in confusion. "Why are you telling me that?" Min Ari suddenly lowered her voice. "I'm telling you this so you can adapt to it. You should feel proud to be an expert in this industry, Mr. Ghost." She leaned closer, her eyes full of expectation. "And I want you to be professional enough to ignore the evil and dirty things you're about to." Cheon Soo casually picked up a glass of wine. "Why be so serious?" He brought the glass to his lips and took a sip. "I grew up in the Haeon refugee camp, so trivial things won't bother me. You don't have to." His past could be described as harsh. Indeed, Cheon Soo was once a refugee from the lowest class in the post-apocalyptic world. He believed he had good endurance and had seen all the evil in the world, had witnessed people trampling over each other just to grab some. He had also seen how the rich lived in the apocalyptic world, as wasteful individuals while the world outside starved, involved in evil and unjust commitments. Suddenly, a man at the party approached to strike up a conversation. "I've heard about your recent feat. You killed 8,000 zombies by yourself, didn't you? I want to hire you to help me retrieve some." Min Ari whispered into his ear. "This is the chairman of VF Group. He has placed a total of 24 commissions to date. He's a VIP among VIP." He quickly smiled. "I hope we can take this mission." "So, what do you need to retrieve?" Explained his situation. "My wife was bitten while taking shelter in a bomb shelter in Taegu. I'm organizing the share distribution, but they say I need her fingerprints for some paper. Hearing the chairman's every word, both Cheon-soo and Min-ari were dumbfounded. They couldn't understand how he could speak about his wife like that. I think she's still in the shelter, so you just need to go there and bring back her. Cheon-soo didn't say a word. He immediately turned his back and walked away, to Min-ari's astonishment. Cheon-soo disdained the coldness in his eyes and the deceitful flattery. As he walked away, he bumped into someone. The man angrily cursed. "You're the new guy everyone's talking." Directly grabbed Cheon-soo by the collar. "Aren't you watching where you're going? Suddenly, a hand appeared and rested on the man's. A young man appeared to intervene. "Hey, calm down. No one wants to see an old man bickering with a kid." GDC Group B-Rank Slasher, Green Serpent, Jang Hui, 31,207. The man then left. "Those GDC dogs." Jang Hui walked over and put his arm around Cheon-soo's neck. "Long-haired buddy. Everyone always treats newcomers like." He walked and talked. "They're all interested in you. But don't worry too much. The upcoming event will draw all their attention away." The stage lights were now switched. MC appeared, standing under the lights in the center of the stage. He smiled, picking up the mic. "Esteemed guests, are you enjoying this party? It's a bit boring." A young below looked clearly annoyed. "These arrogant hooligans. We're not here to party. We're here to..." The MC on stage continued to enthusiastically host the show. "But don't worry, because GDC Group has prepared a small auction for everyone." Cheon-soo turned to Jang Hui in confusion. "An auction? Do you sell weapons to slashers?" Jang Hui quickly denied. "No. GDC Group will be selling something much more Suddenly, something appeared on stage that made Cheon-soo watch in. One by one, 3 female zombies appeared on stage. The MC spoke up to introduce them. From left to right, the famous actress. The zombie who was once the famous actress, Miss Jean Hyunji. Beside her is the female idol, and finally, Miss So. And he announced the starting price. "It was extremely difficult for us to bring them here, so the starting price will be 5 billion won. Approximately 87.95 billion Vietnamese." Jang Hui, seeing these 3 female zombies, openly showed his excitement. "This merchandise is so good this time. I'm going to make a fortune." Cheon-soo, however, had no interest and turned to walk. Jang Hui yelled out mockingly, "Is this to your taste now, kid? Do you even have the money to buy?" Cheon-soo continued walking without a word. He couldn't hold back anymore. Indeed, everyone has the right to spend their money on what they... He casually pulled out a knife from the table. But this has gone too... Cheon-soo, holding the knife in his hand, walked straight toward the... Min-ari, from the side, anxiously called out, "Cheon..." The MC panicked and said, "Please bid from below the stage." Min-ari pushed through the crowd. Cheon-soo's eyes were now wide and bloodshot. His face expressed an indescribably terrifying. Without hesitation, he used the knife to chop off the heads of the females. Below the stage, Ayoung spat out her. Jang-soo, seeing this scene, Chiller Sam silently watched. The MC stumbled backward. He was so panicked that he dropped the microphone to the ground. The entire hall suddenly fell silent without a sound. All eyes were fixed on the... Cheon-soo bent down and picked up the mic, yelled loudly into the mic. "You guys are truly He continued to scold. "You flatter VIPs and praise them to the skies. Fine. You ignore me, because you say he's a newcomer. He's just C-rank. That's fine." Cheon-soo held the knife in his hand and pointed it at the female zombie's head. He yelled again, "I think you bastards should be hunting zombies. Isn't that your job as expert?" At this point, his eyes held a hint of contempt for those below. "Do you really have to lower yourselves this much for..." Cheon-soo briefly remembered his brother. While people like his brother endured a lifetime of hunger and suffering only to slowly pass, Cheon-soo gazed at the people below the stage. The lives of the wealthy made him feel even more disgusted than the lives of common. Min-ari, standing in the crowd, tried to speak up. "Get down quickly. Hurry." Before they notice what just happened, Slasher in the crowd, who had been listening to his scolding, finally couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. "That's right. We lower ourselves for money. What are you going to do about it, you arrogant..." The other slashers looked sternly at Cheon.
Gong Deukshun Frau Ned.
"What are you going to do, you dog?" GDC Group A-Rank Slasher, Boss Gang had defeated many zombies.
Gong Deukshun.
He was the chairman of GDC Group and one of the A-Rank Slashers. At a large corporation, he had once been the main figure at an inauguration ceremony. But a title alone wasn't enough to describe the man he was. Newspapers widely reported about him. GDC Skyscraper Inauguration Ceremony. A ceremony of lavish decadence. Ill-mannered hooligan trying to be a celebrity. A staff member opened the office door and walked in while Gang Duk-chun was engrossed in reading documents. The staff member announced, "It's..." Gang Duk-chun asked again, "What's the situation with our stock prices after that article?" The staff member quickly reported, "We've lost 1.2 trillion." Hearing this news, an angry expression immediately appeared on his face. He crumpled the newspaper in his hand. Damn it. Night fell at the warehouse. A series of supercars were parked in front of the container. Gang Dukchun stepped out of one of those cars. Staff members opened the door of a container. Inside the container was a cat. The man was covered in blood. He was tied to a chair with ordinary rope. He was captured because he was a reporter. Gang Dukchun ordered, "Let him speak." His subordinates then peeled off the tape from the man's mouth. Sangdu cursed, "You goddamn thug. Do you think you can get away with killing a reporter like?" Gang Dukchun turned and pulled a chair close. He nonchalantly placed the chair directly in front of Sangdu. "Listen carefully. I want." Then he pulled out a syringe. "They'll just let you live on in a different." Sangdu, seeing what was before him, wasn't scared at all. Instead, he smiled. "Black blood. Is that zombie blood? See, Dukchun, this is why you'll always just be a thug. I knew this would happen the moment I started writing that art." Gang Dukchun immediately injected zombie blood into Sangdu. "It'll definitely bite you first as soon as I turn into a zombie. Consider it my contribution to the country." Sangdu smiled mockingly. "This might help you vent your anger, but it still doesn't change the fact that you're just a gangster." Gang Dukchun immediately retorted, "It seems our reporter here is misunderstanding. I'm not angry about being called a gang." The virus from the zombie blood was gradually spreading on Sangdos. He continued, "I'm furious because your rubbish article made my company lose 1.2 trillion won in stock." Sangdos' whole body began to tremble. "What?" Gang Dukchun continued, "And don't think my revenge will stop just at turning you into a..." Gang Dukchun turned to look at his subordinates and ordered, "Bring them out." He held Sangdos' family captive to threat. Sangdos' eyes widened in horror when he saw his family before him. Gang Dukchun walked over to the trembling Sangdu. "Enjoy a pleasant dinner with your family. Or rather, enjoy dinner using your family, wouldn't you?" The venom was gradually taking effect. Sangdu screamed, "Kill me. Kill me before I turn into a zombie." Gang Dukchun didn't care at all. He coldly walked away and pushed Sangdo's family in. Sangdu screamed, partly from the pain of the spreading venom, and partly from heartbreak at not wanting to harm his. Gang Dukchun nonchalantly stood outside the container, lighting a cigarette. "I spared your life. What are you complaining about, you ungrateful bat?" He then ordered the person next to him, "Tomorrow morning, check the container and take some pictures to send to the press. Show them what will happen if they don't write some articles soon to restore our stock prices." Gang Dukchun was very good at calculations. Or rather, he forced calculations to go his. On the stage, Cheon-soo stood alone, facing off against Gang Dukchun. Min-ari ran closer and pleaded, "Mr. Gang, please calm." Suddenly, before she could finish her sentence, she was slapped across the. Min-ari fell to the floor and was flung far. Her head hit the wall, leaving a large.
Cheon-soo angrily yelled.
Gang Dukchun glared at him. "Damn it, I'm asking you again. Do you have a problem with how I make?" Cheon-soo angrily gritted his. He replied, "If this is the only way you can think of to do business, then you're no better than those rotten zombies. I have to shatter that way of." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his knife, intending to attack Gang
Dukchun quickly died, surprising Cheon-soo.
Moreover, he easily caught the knife's trajectory and snapped just 2 fingers. Gang Dukchun lightly crushed the blade. "You bark loudly. Perhaps I should make you shut up like a dog too." Gang Dukchun then swung a fist toward Cheon-soo held out both hands in front of him to block the attack. But then Gang Dukchun slammed his fist straight down on Cheon-soo's head from his eyes glowed with. Cheon-soo braced himself to resist. Gang Dukchun used even more force and pressed. Cheon-soo's arm bones suddenly fractured from the impact. Cheon-soo was instantly covered in. He frowned, trying to endure the. His hands could no longer hold on and had to let. Cheon-soo gritted his teeth, his face full of. Gang Dukchun showed no mercy, delivered a kick straight to Cheon-soo. Cheon-soo was flung far away, spitting. Cheon-soo couldn't block a single attack. Gang Dukchun rested his hands on his hips, watching Cheon-soo lie unconscious on. He turned to the staff member. "Calculate the total damage. The total value of those 3 auctioned items is at least 12 billion won, approximately 212 billion Vietnamese." The staff member quickly took out a calculator and typed, plus compensation costs for damaging the event's promotional image, about 50 billion won. That's 884 billion Vietnamese dong. And we'll need another 50 million won for psychological counseling fees and alcohol for the MC's emotional distress compensation. He showed the final price list to Gang Dukchun. "The total cost will amount to 62.05 billion won, sir. Approximately 110 trillion Vietnamese dong." Gang Dukchun ordered, "And add that to the." He showed his bloody foot to the staff member to calculate, inversing. "Is that bastard a zombie or something? Why is his biting strength so?" The staff member quickly finalized the last number. "The total bill will increase by 1.2 million won, approximately 21 billion Vietnamese dong." Gang Dukchun sat down next to Cheon-soo. He'll demand that this guy's sponsor compensate for the damaged goods, psychological counseling fees, and hospital. Then he used both hands to tear open Cheon-soo's throat. As for the 50 billion won compensation for the commotion this guy caused, I can recover it all if I kill him to make an Suddenly, a white cord appeared and wrapped around his. Chiller Sam finally. Gang Dukchun looked annoyed. What are you doing, old man? Can't you see I'm recovering my law? Chiller Sam smiled. Both you and that rude behavior, I'm just following. Yang also stepped out at this. He smiled and spoke up. Dukchun, do you have 800 billion won to spare? Approximately 14 trillion Vietnamese dong. Choi Ae-yong knew very well that Gang Dukchun was someone who would stick to his calculations no matter. Gang Dukchun heard that, turned, and glared at her. 800 billion? What the hell are you talking? Yang explained it means the only way to stop him, the one you're about to tear. She continued, owes me 800. The man slowly walked over, his voice angrily cursing. Damn it. 800 billion? Are you The large Gang Dukchun glared at Ae-yong. You're lying because he works for you? Standing before this terrifying man, she still tried to remain calm. No, I'm telling the truth. I can show you his promissory note if you don't believe. Girl standing behind her handed Ae-yong a piece of. After receiving the paper, she presented it. Here. Gang Dukchun quickly snapped. He silently read the words on the debt note without saying a. Ae-yong's expression darkened as she spoke. If the debtor is killed, he'll have to demand the debt from the killer. So, will GDC Group write me a check for 812 billion? Her tone grew sharper. Go ahead and kill him if you can pay. It'd even be more convenient for me. You'd save me decades of waiting for him to repay. Gang Dukchun, hearing Ae-yong's challenging words, growled angrily. You think I wouldn't? He furiously flung the debt note away, his large body stepping forward.
Gang Dukchun.
What's a few pennies worth? Damn it. I'm rich, what do I have to worry about this? Gang Dukchun directly dug into Cheon-soo's. Secretary Park flinched when she saw that. Wait. Ae-yong watched the spectacle without batting an eye. He won't do anything. No matter how hot-headed he is, he still has a brain to calculate. Gang Dukchun suddenly stopped his. He turned his head and looked behind him. If I don't do it now, my company and I will lose credit. A large crowd was gathered around to watch, because he hadn't kept his word. But, of the huge sum, he became furious again and gritted his teeth. 800 billion won is 800 billion. Gang Dukchun forcefully pushed Cheon-soo's body and growled. Damn it. This is exactly why I didn't want to come to this. Yang seemed a little scared, but she still saw that and ran over, grabbing her head tightly. You were laughing at me. Another person suddenly appeared. The situation had officially changed as Gang Dukchun was now surrounded by elite force. Rong, radiating a surging, threatening aura, warned, if you dare lay a finger. Sang-soo also interjected, no matter who. And finally, Chiller Sam, you will also. Faced with the weapons of the three, Gang Dukchun could do nothing but grit his teeth in frustration. Grabbed Ae-yong's head. Someday, when my company is big enough, it'll kill you and your subordinates. Immediately after, Gang Dukchun turned and left the. Ae-yong ordered her subordinates. Take Min-ari and Cheon-soo to the nearest hospital. She added, tell the organizers that we will compensate them for the incident and the damage. Secretary Park asked, shall we continue the event? Madam, you still have a meeting with VIP guests and slasher recruitment on your. Yang was silent for a moment later. She spoke up and turned to leave. No, I've lost interest. There's no point in staying at a ruin. She angrily thought to herself. How an. Cheon-soo's voice echoed among the hooligans. I think you bastards should be hunting zombies. Isn't that your job as expert? Veins began to bulge on his face. Do you really have to lower yourselves this much? In another setting, amidst the ruins and devastation in the voice spoke up, Ae-yong, why don't we create a new Young Soo-ho, covered in fresh blood, continued to speak. We will create a specialized profession for those who earn an honest living by eliminating zombies. Choi and gang founder S-rank slasher, Omni/Master, Kang Soo-ho. Thinking back to that image and Kang Soo-ho's words, Ae-yong unconsciously stopped walking. He would definitely say things like, Cheon-soo was at the hospital. He subtly glanced to the. Seeing Min-ari, despite her injuries, still peeling an apple for him. Cheon-soo remained. A moment later, he put his hand to his head. I'm sorry I dragged you in. Min-ari, without taking her eyes off the apple, replied, part of it is my fault too. I should have watched over you. I'm not the one you need to apologize. He felt utterly helpless after this incident. I can't stand it, witnessing people like that who have higher status. The image of the tied-up VIPs flashed in Cheon-soo's mind again. From left to right, the famous actress. Wait, I mean the zombie who was once the famous actress, Miss Jean Hyunji. Beside her is the female idol, Myo Misohui. Only that, thinking about how many people lived in misery without knowing how the rich lived made his blood boil. Finally, he said, so I need to ask this. Cheon-soo slowly opened his eyes. Is this company just like those rotten bastards, or are they simply enduring? Min-Ari held up a finger in front of him. There are two things that determine a slasher's. An image of Gang Dukchun appeared. First is the ability to kill zombies, in other words, Min-Ari continued, second is the wealth they gain from that. Referring to the incident, she concluded, you lost to Gang Dukchun because he surpassed you in. That's also why we can't do anything to him. Our power or financial means aren't strong enough to defeat. She added in a low voice, until that day comes, we can only watch help. Hearing those words, Cheon-soo let out a scoff. Just watch? You make it sound easy. You're just an outsider. Then she suddenly remembered something. Cheon-soo, you're not the only one who thinks this society is. An old memory surfaced in Min-Ari's mind. The people tied up on the Then, Min-Ari was very young. She painfully looked up at someone on that. She hugged herself tightly and reassured herself. That's my older. Back in reality, Min-Ari's heart still ached. You grew up in the Haeon slums, and as your manager, I feel the same. She stood up and walked to Cheon-soo's bedside. Hone your skills and become wealthy so you can impose the justice you mentioned at the event on them, or fix this distorted world back to how it slowly propped himself up to. Cheon-soo removed the bandages from his arm, revealing a clearly defined vein. I want to start killing zombies right now. Sign me a. Min-Ari smiled. I'll indulge you. That's what a manager does. After her eyes suddenly noticed the. Min-Ari tossed it into his hand. Oh, I just remembered. I heard the peel contains a lot of vitamin C. And your arm reflexes look. She was about to open the door to leave. They'll find you some work next. Cheon-soo bit the apple happily, mumbling to himself. She didn't need to say it like. Young angrily yelled directly at her face. There's no. Min-Ari asked in confusion. What? But that's not right. I just gave a very cool speech and promised to find him. Ayoung presented an order statistics chart. Dukchun must have threatened the VIPs and potential clients so they wouldn't hire Ghost Hall. Choi and Gang order chart, not. She deliberately emphasized the main reason the company had no work. They're taking orders at lower prices to snatch all the market orders, about 10% to 30% lower than our. Young put her hand to her forehead. A headache starting. Seems I've provoked the wrong person. Miss Min-Ari tried her best to find work for Cheon-soo, but madam, we have to build a brand for Ghost Hall, so he can repay his debt to the company and stop Dukchun from harassing us. To do that, he needs to. Finally, she bowed her head to the ground, accepting any price for the work. No matter how low the commission, we will still accept the commissions. Please assign us work. Young fell into deep thought after hearing that. She's right. Ghost Hall needs achievements and client trust so Dukchun doesn't bother. After a while, she spoke up. Are you sure both of you will do anything? Even if it's arduous work that only pays a few. Young heard that and nodded knowingly. Yes, I will persuade Ghost Hall. Young bent down under the table and rummaged for him. She produced a very old and worn file. Erase the job. Go to Genie right. At Genie, image of Genie appeared sparkling. At sea, the 12th and 13th territory reclamation campaigns took place in Genie with the goal of helping neighboring cities of Busan expand their territory. Ayong territory reclamation, images of gunfire and destruction were also very dilapidated. This should have been a simple mission because the nearby cities would make importing goods from Busan. Manjong was spitting fire everywhere. Jigalki Market Small Business Alliance B-rank slasher Old Manjong, also known as the Flame Spitter, 36,111. A few people approached from a distance, constantly asking, hey Old Manjong, have you cleared this area yet? How many have you killed? Have you killed enough to pay for the train? Old Manjong retracted his flames and turned to answer. There are no mutants around here, so it's easy to earn money from these. Suddenly, Old Manjong's eyes noticed. A giant, long pillar rose from beneath his. The people looked up in astonishment, only to see the mutant speaking. Earth Spire looked at the people with its red, glaring eyes. More. Mutant type BZ-177 Earth. Everyone was terrified by this sudden appearance. The arrival of mutant type B-21780 Earth Spire changed everything. Two people quickly scampered away. A mutant ran. A total of 31 slashers and 3,700 civilians were wiped out. The mutant continued to scan its surroundings. Give me. Sudden appearance of a mutant turned Jingha into hell. Dukchun came here with his comrades. Why does it look like that? Is it an insectoid or? Until Dukchun, a super rookie at the time, brought down the mutant along with 50 GDC Corporation per. Everyone stood in 2 rows for a photo of the glorious victory. Everyone smile. 1, 2. Man ended his story. And that is the history of the Jingha defensive wall construction. Cheon-soo impatiently spread his hands. All right, I get it. Please put away that bothersome board and picture. Get straight to the point. What am I doing? He smiled and opened the door. They'll tell you. Shall we go out? Behind the door, many workers diligently working. This is the Jingha Wall construction site. We are building a defensive wall around the city. Like the one in the man pointed into the distance. We only need to build the west wall to complete the project. Once the construction is finished, the land shortage issue in Busan will be partially resolved. He continued, meaning we can have more homes for the homeless. Meanwhile, Cheon-soo was bored and didn't want to listen. Homes, right? Having a home is important. The man's expression suddenly changed. But Cheon-soo listened in surprise. There's a problem, he said. The construction site noise has attracted zombies to this. Images of zombies were spreading everywhere. We are also operating the construction site continuously day and night to build the wall faster. But sometimes zombies also attack in the middle of the man sighed wearily. Our guards and some workers are trying their best to stop the zombies. If they keep coming, it won't be. Finally, he concluded. That's why we need you to handle this. Sir Slasher, Min-Ari suddenly spoke up. Wait. She started to picture it in her mind and asked. If only the west wall remains. That means the north and east walls are already completed. How did you defend those before? While building, the construction foreman answered Eris' question. The Nac-dong River flows through the north and east of Jingha. The Nac-dong River, the Busan Wall, and Jingha is connected to the southeast of Busan. So there weren't many difficulties building the walls on those two. After speaking, he dejectedly looked down at the ground. At that time, we still had plenty of funds. So we could hire many professional slashers. Not like hearing this, Cheon-soo fumed and clenched his teeth. Professional slashers. Not like now. Ari tried to ease the tension. Or, in other words, you no longer have. The man nodded. Yes, that's right. So Choi and Jiang Company proposed. Taking land in Jingha instead of money when the wall is complete. She felt a bit troubled and began to think. So that's why Ms. Choi reluctantly accepted this commission. A slasher has to single-handedly protect such a large Ari also thought. Furthermore, if the project is delayed or cancelled due to zombies, they will place full responsibility on the slasher in charge. Seeing her silent for a long time, Choi On-soo called out. He asked, what are you hesitating about? You told me I need to be in a position where I can change everything, right? Remember? So, can this commission help me reach that position? Ari affirmed resolutely. Yes, you must accept this commission. During that, Choi On-soo gripped his weapon. Then he bravely walked straight forward with a confident smile. Let's fight then. The content of this mission is a fairly simple commission. The slasher will defend the front of the construction site day and night and eliminate any zombies that threaten the workers. In return, 6.48 hectares of prime land in the center of Jingha City. Slasher Service Provider Class C for Soo Kim. Managed by Min. Both of them were in disbelief at. Man led the two of them to a small room. This is where you two will stay for the next 2 months. Ari was surprised. Only one room?
I'm sorry.
He gave a wry smile. But we don't even have housing for our work. The two entered to observe the interior. Neither of them said a word. The man said goodbye and closed the door. Good night. They'll contact you via radio as soon as we spot some. Cheon-soo and Ari hesitated there for a long. She gently turned and asked. I'll be fine, right? If you don't like this, I'm ready to. Cheon-soo quickly found his sleeping spot. They'll lie here. The rest of the room is yours. Added. You're fighting because of me. I can't let you suffer any disadvantage. After hearing that, Ari smiled soft. Her soft voice rose in the room. So, if you don't mind a quiet and peaceful is when disaster often strikes. Cheon-soo suddenly opened his eyes. He hastily said. Ari was also woken by Cheon-soo's actions. Sledgehammer demon. He quickly replied. Zombies are. From the room door, a knock suddenly stood up and looked around. It seems we're surrounded. Min-Ari was truly surprised by this situation too. You mean they've breached? But they haven't even contacted us. Cheon-soo slowly walked towards the door. We'll fight our way out as soon as I open the door. Remember to stay close to me so I can protect you. Min-Ari was also ready. He slowly counted down. Ari gritted her teeth. Cheon-soo's eyes held a look of. As soon as one was uttered, he flung open the door and rushed out. Cheon-soo fought with all his might, gripping his crowd of shadowy figures in front of him were all swept. Cheon-soo's eyes suddenly. His weapon stopped at someone's. Cream cake had all fallen to the. The worker lay on the ground, pinned by it. Another person had their hands up before Cheon-soo's. Both of them were stunned by this unexpected situation. The other man seemed to have been frightened by him. With tears and snot, he said, a welcome. Ari and Cheon-soo felt as if struck by lightning upon hearing that. Or rather, the narrator just narrates forever. The question was posed. Please describe your work environment. This young man held a beer mug in his hand, thought for a moment, then spoke. What's that word young people use these days? That's right. It's like living. In his mind, he pictured the poor people constantly struggling to make ends meet. Having to labor for 2001 a day like that is truly He even witnessed workers welding at night to guard against monsters. But that wasn't the only problem. Constantly guarding against zombies while working made us even more stressed. As these workers focused on their tasks, one of them suddenly realized something was. Distant sounds appeared, making two people a bit bewildered as they slowly. At this point, the young man sighed, picked up a beer can, and complained. That's why we always have muscle aches the next day. The work is tough. But that constant tension is what really wears me out. The next question was posed. Is the pay adequate? The young man burst out laughing in surprise. Pay? What pay? We don't get paid. This made the questioner extremely puzzled. But they said they pay you. The poor people could only shake their heads, describing a slum-like living situation with mountains of trash bags. No, not at all. We're provided with housing and food for work. But that, at this, he could only pick up his beer can and hang his head in helplessness. If only they paid us something, that would be great. Even just a little. I heard they said there would be another power cut in our hometown this month. This made the questioner even more curious. So, why are you still working here? The young man awkwardly looked away and explained. Well, I brought it upon myself. You see. A proud smile spread across his lips as he held out an ultrasound result. I'm going to be The questioner could only respond. Congratulations. He quickly looked outside and voiced his thoughts. Well, I'm not sure if this is something to celebrate anymore. After all, they said construction workers would be the first to receive homes after the wall is. It seemed he harbored a dream of a bright future with his family. Nobody here gets paid. We're all working for a future with not just him, but everyone working here was cheerfully optimistic as if nothing had happened. The people here, if not for their families, are tired of that homeless life. That's why we're all. After speaking, the worker picked up his beer mug and laughed as he chatted. So, please protect us, AVNs. After hearing that, Cheon-soo remained silent, speechless. Ari, right beside him, glanced his. After stepping outside, both remained silent in contemplation for a long. This time he slowly spoke, sighing. Why did you ask them those silly questions? It's depressing to. Contrary to his thoughts, she calmly recounted the scene. The managers have emotions must not interfere when a slasher has to kill zombies to reclaim lost territory. There are even those who always risk their lives to protect small children from the undead. Ari sighed. But, when it's necessary to rescue or protect others, you must appeal to a slasher's emotions and stir their compassion. She walked forward. A hopeful smile played on her lips. I think when they realize what they need to protect, they'll become stronger. Something like that. Cheon-soo walked and then glanced at her, complimenting her. Well said. But it sounds more like you want me to work myself to doing this. She even took it as a joke and laughed. That's right, you caused a commotion at the get-together, so it's best to atone for it with your. After a long period of thought, Cheon-soo instructed, don't let them drink for too long. I need to rest to have the strength when the zombies. Walked back to his room. Behind him, Ari nodded in agreement. Understood. Reaching a deserted area, he sat leaning against a container, silently lost in. The faint streetlights continued to shine. Much like the lives of the worker. Immersed in nature, he felt everything happening around. Recalling the workers' words earlier, he thought, a home? If that's all they want, then I must protect. The scene shifted to the next morning. Inside the room, Cheon-soo was diligently practicing non-stop with push. Outside, giant undead creatures charged forward, intending to attack the. Seeing these undead creatures appear startled the worker, making him jump in. Before everyone could escape, Cheon-soo bravely grabbed a shovel and rushed out. He powerfully stomped his foot directly onto the head of an undead creature, killing it instantly. Feeling it wasn't enough, he continued to spin and charge towards other undead creatures, attacking relentlessly. Cheon-soo's attacks were decisive, striking from one undead creature to another, regardless of. Even with just one basic powerful strike, he finished off all. In less than 5 minutes, Cheon-soo completely defeated these troublesome undead creatures. He then sighed and walked, but he didn't notice that behind him, another new undead creature was waiting for an opportunity to. Seeing the opportune moment arrive, it quickly lunged towards him. Only blood was seen splattering in the air. It turned out this undead creature had been pierced through the body by Cheon-soo's. Blood splattered all over him. Fighting continuously for a long time also made him feel a bit. Just as he was about to go inside to rest, he immediately noticed everyone's scared. The workers there cheered enthusiastically. Great fighting, Mr. Slasher. Thank you. Come have a drink with us. Seeing their overwhelming reaction, he could only respond. No need to thank me. I'm just doing my job. Just get me the ladder. I forgot to bring it down. And the story continued. He then went back to rest until he was called again. Ari, while doing paperwork, reported, today you killed 8 zombies, earning an additional 40 million won. For easier understanding, That's about 743 million Vietnamese dong. Meanwhile, Chiller Sam also appeared, and Cheon Su practiced with the angler master whenever he just a few basic moves. Chiller Sam tightly bound Cheon Su with ropes. He sat there criticizing, "You're still too slow, my boy, and you should learn how to use long-range." Perhaps he disdained all of Cheon Su's attacks. "Your attacks are too predictable because all you know how to do is flail that sledge." Just sighed and turned to look at the old man. "Can't you complain less? Release me." Hearing that, the old man didn't know how to explain. "How's work going?" Cheon Su slowly sat up and explained. "Not bad." Cheon Su shared his experience. "I never thought I'd be satisfied with this slasher or slayer job." In the distance, workers were still instructing each other. "Over there, no, not." He chuckled, saying obscurely, "Having something to protect isn't so bad." This surprised Chiller. Suddenly, an unfortunate past resurfaced, making him a bit sad. "I don't want them to go through what I..." Hearing that, the old man remained silent. Taking a deep breath, he used his large hands to clap firmly on Cheon Su's. Then he dominantly slowly turned and left. "Well, you should work harder then." He painfully clutched his back with a puzzled expression. Shortly after returning, he threw Cheon Su a strange piece of rope. "It'll help you with..." Looking at the rope made him somewhat bewildered. He chuckled, preparing to execute his next plan. "Didn't I tell you to learn how to use long-range weapons? It's still too early for you to wield a fishing rod, so use this." Sometime later, as Chiller Sam drove, the driver, Chan-ji, nervously spoke up. "Sir, I know I have no right to say this, but why do you care so much about him? You don't need to spend so much time on that." The old man chuckled at that. "You'll see, Chan-ji." These words made Chan-ji a bit puzzled. He continued to explain, "The day I go to Seoul, he will take my place as the pillar of..." Team Chiller Sam was very satisfied with Cheon Su's training progress. "He's improving very quickly." Time gradually passed. The scene was now the GDC Corporation headquarters. Inside the spacious training room, a man was concentrating on practicing. At the same time, the secretary entered to report, "Mr. Chairman, Mr. Na Sang-de-ok, chairman of the Busan Real Estate Association, has arrived." After the secretary finished speaking, Sang-de-ok slowly walked in. The scene shifted to the spacious chairman's office. Duk Chun sat still, discussing important matters with Sang-de. After listening to all the information, his face showed a mixture of surprise and confusion as he questioned again. "The Busan Real Estate Association. You own constructions, land, apartments in Busan. What do rich guys like you need from our zombie hunting?" Though a little scared, he gritted his teeth and explained everything. "Chairman Jiang, please keep what I'm about to say." He remained arrogant, sitting there and criticizing. "Of course, I don't want others hearing about my money-making opportunities." Suddenly, Sang-de-ok asked again. "You know there's a wall being built in Jingha, right?" His voice held a hint of joy. "It's almost finished, and they only need to build a small part." The image that appeared was a construction site with workers diligently concentrating on their task. Hearing this information made Duk Chun sigh with relief. "Indeed, they've been building it for the past 2 or 3 years. But what about..." Sang-de-ok hesitated, unsure what to do. "I'm not sure if I should say this. Will you truly keep it a secret?" Seeing his evasiveness made him even angrier, swearing. "Do you have trust issues? Damn old man. Just spit it out. Once the wall in Jingha is..." Sang-de-ok's face became serious as he revealed everything he had carefully calculated. "Housing prices in Busan will drop by about 20% to 35%. That's just the rule. If supply isn't greater than demand, prices will..." He proposed his idea. "Therefore, our association members want to intervene." This also made Duk Chun extremely puzzled. Intervene in... Although a little scared, he gritted his teeth and stated his intention. "I mean, we have to force the construction to stop. Think about..." His voice echoed. "If zombies appear and turn the construction site into a chaotic place." This also startled Duk Chun, making him... He burst out laughing, approaching and criticizing incessantly. "You want me to release zombies to cause destruction? Are you crazy? Do you know what will happen if you get caught? You'll be executed for..." The more he spoke, the more surprised he was by the old man's level of insanity. "This is even worse than those other criminal offenses. Damn it. You're insane, old..." Before Duk Chun could finish scolding, this time Sang-de-ok gritted his teeth and announced, 10%. He also pulled out a prepared contract. "I will share 10% of the assets owned by the members with you. You must have a way, right? The workers have hired a slasher, so we'll need a lot of zombies." After seeing this contract, Duk Chun hesitated, unsure what to do. Thoughts raced through his mind. The value of the assets owned by the association and its members is about 200 trillion won. 10% would be 20 trillion. If this goes smoothly, I can demand more from them. Just hearing these numbers made him tired. Approximately 3,715,708,124,000,000 Vietnamese dong. Approximately 371,578,124,000 Vietnamese dong. Though a hefty man, Duc Chun was very good at calculating. After a long period of hesitation and deliberation, Duc Chun looked up and smiled, announcing, "Forget what I just said, I'll do it. But if anything goes wrong, the association will bear all responsibility." Seeing that he had finally agreed, Sang De breathed a sigh of relief. "Of course, but I want you to find enough zombies to ensure the plan succeeds. As I said, they've hired a slack." An image of Cheon Su appeared before him. They also said he single-handedly eliminated 8,000 zombies in just one. He heard that and hesitated, pondering. 8,000 zombies? It must be that. Duc Chun's eyes turned sinister with his own plan. Even better. He'll release something to ensure this goes smooth. The scene shifted to the basement where the laboratories were focused on research. So Doke was curious. "How do you plan to?" Chun calmly announced. "You've probably heard of Zomwex, right? Both of them had a zombie antidote in. Things weren't easy as rumors began to spread. But there were also rumors that it was formulated from mutant zombies. And because of that, zombie hunters always caught mutant zombies to sell to laboratories. That's why slashers sold the mutant zombies they caught to pharmaceutical companies. What they got in return was a lot of money when they brought these zombies into the medical personnel and researchers focused on bringing these zombies to their private labs for suppression. Pharmaceutical companies made a fortune from the cure. So they conducted illegal transactions at their own facility. At this point, a plan formed in Duc Chun's mind. He seemed very pleased with this plan. "We just need to mix one up and release it into Jinghe, and the problem will be quickly resolved." Before leaving, Sang De nervously pleaded. "I'm counting on you." Duc Chun nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll take care." Remembering something important, he immediately called out, "One more thing." Sang De looked a bit off. His face turned menacing as he gestured for silence. "Even if this gets exposed, keep your mouth shut. With that, he turned and left, leaving him alone in. Duc Chun instructed his subordinate.
Gong Chang Hui.
"The groundworm we caught in Jinghe is carrying an infant larva in." At the same time, an image of a regenerating mutant zombie. He coldly turned his head and ordered, "Tell him to bring it out, and kill all witnesses." Hearing him say that, the subordinate could only nod in agreement. "Yes, sir." He didn't forget to instruct further. "And find 10 homeless people from the slums, the kind nobody would care about if they." Seemed everything had been meticulously calculated by him. The government would be suspicious if mutated creatures suddenly appeared. "A good plan, sir. He'll go find." The scene shifted to the pitch-black basement. Looking at the sight before him, a person was so frightened they dropped the flashlight in there. Before him was a mutant zombie with a terrifying. Seeing this zombie was enough to make the bodyguard. The sight before him was of a strange man, weapon in hand, continuously taking down researchers in the facility. Trang Hui looked up and complained. "Damn it. Why are you guys so good at your jobs? Can't you just go hang out somewhere or sleep in the main?" After complaining for a long time, he directly questioned. "I don't want to be a bad guy. I just want to take this and leave. Why do you guys keep making me the—" Hearing him say that terrified the security guard. "I don't see anything, sir. He'll go upstairs and sleep right away, sir. If you can—" Before he could finish speaking, Trang Hui instructed.
"I am sorry."
"Say I'm sorry for working too hard." These words made him falter.
I'm sorry.
"I'm sorry for working." Trang Hui's mood had lightened somewhat. "I feel less guilty." Glanced at the guard and slowly approached. "Come here. It'll make it quick and painless." Just looking at his terrifying face made the guard kneel and beg. "Please." But unfortunately, he failed to appeal to this malicious individual. After dealing with all the troublesome people, Trang Hui picked up his phone and announced, "I got it." At the same time, the homeless people had all been gathered in an open space. Their faces showed surprise as they looked up at the luxurious soup. Duc Chun's secretary approached with 2 bodyguards, uncomfortably pinching his nose. "Damn it." He threw a contract in front of the group. "This is the contract, detailing the work and." He also didn't forget to announce that money will be sent to your families as soon as you sign. Having said that, the secretary threw the pen onto the ground with disdain. The homeless people scrambled to sign their names. At the same time, the story unfolded. The stage with mutant zombie was successfully retrieved. The unfortunate people had become Duc Chun's lips curved in satisfaction at the plan he had devised. However, things weren't as perfect as that. But there was a tiny problem. Cheon Su was fast asleep, completely unaware of what was happening. The person on the stage still hadn't realized the play had begun. A hand hastily woke. Seeing this, he sat up, removed his eye mask, and asked, "What? More zombies?" He turned his head. The workers in the workshop were smiling. Cheon Su asked the group, puzzled, "Are you guys planning to drink?" The worker chuckled and voiced his thoughts. "It's been a month since you arrived here. We thought we should have a celebratory party. Come outside. We've cooked and so the party began. A delicious roast pig was turning in the Ari happily served delicious dishes to everyone in the while Cheon-su was still pondering. A worker approached and put a hand on his shoulder. At least we should fatten you up, right? You're always being called to work. I wish zombies could choose which day to show up. But you know that's not how it works. They immediately urged him to sit down at the delicious dining table. Cheon-su's face showed a hint of awkwardness. He looked up and gazed. Before him were honest, simple people who seemed unconcerned by the hardships they had to bear. He asked himself, when was the last time I had dinner at a table with so many people? In his mind, he remembered the happy days of that year. It must have been my birthday. Seeing Cheon-su still pondering, the man next to him handed him a large leg of something, instructing, why aren't you eating? Are you thinking about all sorts of things, Mr. The man warmly recounted his experiences. We caught this pig in the forest. And the rest of the ingredients are things we saved up earlier.
Don't worry.
We don't mix in anything weird or do things like. After hearing that, Cheon-su glanced at the delicious slices of meat on the surrounding workers looked on with expectant eyes, hoping he would enjoy. Unable to keep everyone waiting, he took a large bite of Ari, beside him, smiled. Tears welled up in Cheon-su's eyes. He emotionally told everyone, it's so delicious. I might just. The person next to him chuckled, picked up a beer mug, and teased. You didn't even take a proper bite before saying that. See? You're pretending to be strong again. But this also makes you marvel. Although you really are. Everyone ate, drank, and chatted enthusiastically, having a wonderful time. They always treated everyone here as their friends and chatted freely. This also left Cheon-su with a slight regret. I wish we had more. He noticed Ari was still happily here, enjoying this small. Everyone at the construction site laughed and joked with each other as if nothing had happened. Perhaps this will help me. Cheon-su looked up at the entire sky above them. Thoughts continuously flooded his mind. His lost brother, his parents who never returned, and this cruel reality. While lost in thought, music suddenly played. Music too? Are you sure the contractor won't scold us for this? It's not necessary. This also surprised the commanding man. What music? We always try to keep quiet on the construction. Immediately, everyone fell into speechless silence. One man, already drunk, tried to speak up. The sound isn't coming from the construction. Outside, strange sounds were emanating from speakers. It's coming from out. Following the sounds of the approaching vehicle, zombies were relentlessly giving. Zombie charged forward with extreme. At the same time, these vehicles were also speeding very fast. Defensive wall against the undead was gradually nearing completion, but it was rammed down by these sturdy vehicles. The scene was now chaotic as the unfortunate homeless people rushed out of the vehicle. They didn't know that they themselves were pawns. Zombies seized the opportunity to bite these unfortunate. The scene had now become utterly chaotic as the dead grew in number by. One of the zombies noticed a strange light emanating from the construction site in the distance. Like a wave of zombies, all of them rushed forward furious. From above, Trang Hui observed all these. He looked around and made a decision. The alarm bell has rung. It's time to release the. Immediately after he spoke, the container holding the experimental zombie specimen quickly fell to the. Just a second later, the mutant zombie was finally released. This giant, slimy zombie appeared on the ground. Its eyes opened and it let out a. Inside the room, workers were sleeping, exhausted after a long day of work. During a quiet and peaceful. Feeling something was wrong, a worker woke up in confusion. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? Story continued, as tragedies often do. The room underwent a massive transformation, sending everyone flying into the. It turned out that the mutant zombie had wide its mouth and swallowed the entire container into its. Its sharp teeth continuously tore into the container like it was ravenously devouring it. This time, the narrator isn't a. Mutant zombie's face calmly let out a cry, as if signaling the start of a new. The scene here had become chaotic, it always was. While everyone was still at the party, zombies had rushed in from nowhere. Whenever I found something mean. Cheon-su looked at the scene before him in confusion. What's happening? Did the music attract them? Seeing his strange expression, Ari immediately reassured him. Calm down, sledgehammer demon. Civilians will die if a slasher panics in front of a horde of zombies. She looked at the room in the distance and immediately decided, "You'll go get your sledgehammer. We need to evacuate everyone first." Meanwhile, he was still despairing, unsure what to do. It always gets trampled to pieces just like last. Images of the past flashed back. The ground was covered in slimy blood, and zombies relentlessly chased the unfortunate civilian. Cheon-su's father turned his head, saw the grim situation, and became extremely. He gritted his teeth, preparing to make a decision. With no other choice, he could only push his son forcefully in. Everyone was still fearfully gasping. He decided to protect with his children, Jeonmin, Cheon-su. "I'll meet you both in until Cheon-su saw his father again, And again, his father had turned into a cold. The scene was utterly bleak as, once the work was done, the army slowly advanced and then again. Cheon-soo also realized something important, and the only thing he glanced at Ari, who nodded understanding. I need my sledgehammer and rope. Ari ran into the storage room. He also didn't forget to instruct her carefully. Once you've got my weapon, run straight to the office, order all workers to evacuate. And he had already made a plan to confront. There was no time to delay. Cheon-soo yelled, signaling to everyone. Everyone, get out of here now. They'll stop. Conveniently, he picked up the bone on the same time the fierce 8-pack zombie charged to it. Cheon-soo, not to be outdone, picked up a weapon to confront. Speed was agile, continuously striking the head of this giant. Just like that, it fell to the ground, and other zombies rushed. The more he thought, the angrier Cheon-soo became. He loudly declared, "You ruined my party. Prepare to lose your head." Thinking about what they did fueled his rage even. He held the bone in his hand, continuously striking at various zombies from multiple directions. Still fighting enthusiastically, the bone in his hand suddenly couldn't bear it anymore and shattered. Very quickly, Cheon-soo regained his composure. He glanced in another direction. If this bone could no longer be used for striking, he would use it to stab the surrounding zombies. His hand let go of the last remaining. This time he had nothing left to fend off the zombies with bare. While he was still hesitating, his sledgehammer was suddenly planted right beside Ari, riding a motorcycle behind him, instructed, "Hold them off there." Sledgehammer calmly explained, mixed with a hint of concern. "They'll go to the office to issue the evacuation notice and contact headquarters." Just like that, Ari drove away, leaving Cheon-soo in the middle of the fierce battle. After she left, he took a deep breath, preparing to make a decision. Gripping the weapon in his hand, he loudly declared to the frenzied zombies, "Prepare for round 2. You uninvited guests." On this side, the workers were running for their lives. They worriedly told each other, "I don't see any zombies chasing." Hearing the worker say that, the others immediately rested and gasped for breath. "You're right, Mr. Slasher must be holding them." Realizing something was wrong, one person nervously asked everyone else, "But guys, if the wall collapses or the construction is delayed, what will happen to our..." This also made the others cry out in fear. "Well, I guess ITLL be cancelled then, because the agreement only takes effect after we finish building them." This time, everyone became silent. Suddenly, one of them left, causing the others to become confused. "What are you going to do? Where are you?" The man hastily put his hand on his shoulder and scolded, "Don't you see the zombies over there? You'll get..." When he turned his head, helpless tears streamed down. "Whether I die here or manage to get back inside the wall, it doesn't matter. I'm going to die." The more he spoke, the more desperate he became, recalling the situation from that day. "This is our last chance to have a decent life. If we give up, we'll die soon anyway if we have to go back to that inhuman existence." After speaking, he tried to calm himself down and wiped away the tears from his face. "I'll go back and help Mr. Slasher and protect the wall. I know how to use tools. I'll use them to..." To surprise of everyone, he seemed determined by his decision. "I'm not forcing you to join, but I choose to go back there. I will fight for my..." When he finished speaking, everyone in the place became silently speechless. One of them pondered, preparing to make his next decision. This man's eyes were incredibly resolute. He walked alongside the person from before, saying, "You're right. We deserve a better life. If we have to die, at least let's die glorious." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone else seemed to regain their will, and they followed. On the side, things were happening fiercely. Cheon-soo was still trying to eliminate the surrounding zombies. "The enemy is pouring in from all sides," he told himself, "but I have to protect everyone." He was still focused on fighting when he suddenly noticed a worker appearing, fleeing from the horde of zombies. Without further delay, Cheon-soo tied a rope to his... He threw it straight towards those being attacked by zombies. This moved the worker. "Thank you." Cheon-soo quickly urged him, "Don't waste time thanking me. Get out of here quickly." He had his own thoughts. More importantly, "I must protect the offices and communal rest areas within the wall, which could become new zombies." More and more zombies appeared, leaving Cheon-soo helpless in this situation. Seeing the workers gradually transforming more and more made him even more distressed. Workers are starting to get infected. In other words, the number of new zombies might increase faster than I can. He turned his head, searching for Era's figure, but couldn't find her. He grew more confused. Where did that manager go? I didn't hear any evacuation announcement. He noticed that as the walls were created, different worker zombies appeared simultaneously. The scene here was utterly chaotic as the walls collapsed down. This left Cheon-soo standing dumbfounded. Behind him, large trucks had the people in the vehicles drove skillfully. They used their container trucks to block the attacking zombies. Seeing the increasingly strange situation startled Cheon. Workers quickly got out of the trucks, holding weapons and advanced. The zombies, noticing more people appearing, became even more agitated. It was a pity for them, as they were met with fire from these workers. burning them to ash. All of them approached, smiling, and announced, "We've come to help you, Mr. Left Cheon-su bewildered. Everyone but one of them quickly grabbed a weapon. This is where we'll live. So we'll help you protect." This time, they all held different weapons and discussed. "The hole in the wall is getting bigger. We think you need help, Mr. Slasher. Damn it. Everyone wants to fight. So I can't leave them behind. Stop complaining. You killed a whole bunch of zombies before Mr. Slasher even got here." Cheon-su looked on, flustered, unable to say anything more, only sighing. "Seriously, listen. I won't go easy on you if you turn into zombies, alright? They'll really kill you." The others, hearing him say this, smiled as if they understood each other. Cheon-su seemed to regain his resolve. He ran quickly towards the zombies, shouting, "Cover that hole and stop them. They'll kill every zombie that gets near the..." And he also realized something. They were no longer fighting for themselves. All of them focused on following his instructions. The workers had built this wall for their... The workers were trying to block the zombies. They tried to remind each other, "Keep resisting. We have to stop them." Cheon-su was also grateful for this. They had chosen to take up arms and fight instead of... The scene here became increasingly chaotic as everything began to fall into disarray. But the battle was far from... On this side, Ari was panting, exhausted. As she looked at the scene before, she was helpless, not knowing what to do when she saw that the reporting container had been completely destroyed. All communication equipment was in the office container, but it was overturned. There's no way ordinary zombies could do. She felt even more strongly that something was wrong. It must be something non-human, a high-level mutant. For now, she needed to worry about Cheon-su more. Ari immediately turned her vehicle in another direction. "Shovel Devil can't handle this alone. He's only a C-rank slasher. We need reinforcements from Boost." Her face became serious. When she turned her head to look behind, she saw a sight she never wanted to see in her. A mutated zombie, mouth wide open and covered in blood, glared menacingly. The scene shifted to a high-rise building at the Provisional Government of the Republic of Korea's Ministry of National Defense Special. A hand knocked on the door of this cold-faced woman with short hair was the A-rank manager of the Ministry of National Defense Special Forces, Captain Eun Jae-young. Seeing her step inside, the commander-in-chief asked in surprise, "Here to report?" She nodded in confirmation. "Yes, sir. There's nothing special to report. But there is something you might want." Wang Taek quickly ordered, "Don't wait for me to ask you. Report everything from A to Z." He was an A-rank slasher of the Ministry of National Defense Special Forces, Major Lim Wang. Eun Jae-young nodded in confirmation and reported, "We haven't received any afternoon reports from the construction site in Genie, sir. And the eastern wall facing Genie has reported seeing." Hearing this, Major Lim easily loaded bullets into it. This time, Major Lim pointed the gun straight at her and declared, "The Genie Wall is a crucial project for the provisional government. We cannot afford any mistakes." After speaking, Wang Taek, followed by his smoking troops, walked forward. "I will handle this myself." Meanwhile, the fierce battle between the zombies and Cheon-su fighting continuously for a long time had exhausted Cheon-su. But there was no choice but to endure. Their numbers had significantly decreased. The fierce battles between the two sides never ceased. Thanks to the workers who cornered the zombies, and the reports of zombie appearances had also been Cheon-su focused on the sight of the workers trying their best to prevent a tragedy. "It seems we're controlling the situation. I don't see anyone else getting infected." Realizing something was wrong, Cheon-su turned his head to look behind. He saw the barrier walls collapsing downwards, successfully blocking the zombie. The new worker breathed a sigh of relief. Things were gradually getting better, which somewhat reassured Cheon-su. "There will be damage, yes. But at least we can minimize and prevent it. Both the wall and everyone." Cheon-su quickly looked in another direction, clenching his fist with determination. "I can protect everyone." Realizing something was wrong, Cheon-su turned his head to look in another direction. What met Cheon-su's eyes was the giant mutated zombie chasing. Seeing the giant monster devastating everything here made Cheon-su even more frightened. "Gosh, what is that?" Ari stopped the vehicle and announced, "It's a mutant. Shovel Devil, there's a..." Ari explained everything again. That monster destroyed the communication equipment. But the workers who escaped towards the Busan Wall will soon report this to the Slash. As she spoke, Ari continued to pant. "So we'll have reinforcements in about an hour. The only problem..." Seeing Ari talking more than usual, Cheon-su urged, "Don't beat around the bush. Just..." Ari asked helplessly, "This monster has fully mutated. It must be at least a B-rank mutant. Can you hand..." The image of the gigantic zombie monster quickly appeared. "That thing is called a mutant." Cheon-su even remembered what Chiller Sam had once said. Only signs of partial mutation could be a serious situation. Left Cheon-su in a dilemma, not knowing what to do. "Damn it. If I don't do it, everyone here will die. I have no choice. Cheon-soo was bewildered, lost in his own thoughts. The one from last time was only serious. Knowing that the situation had become dangerous, Cheon-soo warned everyone. You and the workers, get out of here quickly. I don't know how to defeat it, nor how much damage will be in. Ari nodded in understanding, not forgetting to add, good luck. I'll do my best. The monster before them was a gigantic mutant. It seemed a fierce battle was about to unfold. Cheon-soo quickly observed all the details of this monster. Earthworm mutants usually condense their bodies to the maximum to achieve the fastest speed. However, its true size can be up. Cheon-soo took a breath, searching for more details on its body. About 35 meters. His body was many times taller than Cheon-soo. It was as tall as a 10-story. The monster was still uttering an incomprehensible mama. Cheon-soo heard this call and laughed. Mom? What the hell is it calling for? How big is this thing? It slowly opened its wide eyes, calling incessantly. Next second, it opened its mouth wide and attacked straight towards Cheon. Cheon-soo couldn't think about what was happening anymore. My mind is blank. I don't know what to do to deal. Then Cheon-soo tried to calm himself. That's a normal person's thought when facing mutated worms. At the same time, Cheon-soo's eyes became much more detached. Cheon-soo couldn't think of anything else. However, Cheon-soo didn't need to think much. Cheon-soo held his weapon firmly in his. When Earthworm Mutant attacked Cheon-soo, everything here seemed to excel. It opened its mouth wide and stopped. Cheon-soo had vanished from its sight at some. Cheon-soo also had his own plan. Cheon-soo let instinct and body reflexes guide him. Cheon-soo held the rope, spun around, preparing for a determined counter. A historical event was being replayed. Just like the day Cheon-soo went berserk and massacred 8,000 zombies. Even the Earthworm Mutant itself didn't expect this to happen. Standing on its head, Cheon-soo raised his weapon high and shouted mockingly. Too predictable. Big things are usually very. Cheon-soo used all his might, continuously striking the head of this gigantic. Feeling the pain spread throughout its body, it sustained a long wound slashed through it. The Earthworm Mutant was still. Cheon-soo's eyes were full of hope as he looked at the recent attack. The method is very simple. When its speed slows down, I have to take advantage and attack as much as possible. But unfortunately, this Earthworm Mutant was incredibly resilient. It thrashed and flailed as if to send Cheon-soo flying. Cheon-soo's hands were covered in splashed red blood. But Cheon-soo did not give up and held the rope firmly. And when it struggles, it'll hold onto the rope and dodge it without letting it run too. Cheon-soo's body was suspended in midair by just a tiny, sturdy. The monster still didn't understand what was happening. It didn't know that it had encountered an extremely dangerous. Its eyes twitched in alarm, realizing something was. Cheon-soo stood before it, laughing as he quickly decided, "Are you done? It's my turn to slice you."
Mama?
As soon as he finished speaking, Cheon-soo quickly opened his mouth wide and raised his shovel. Cheon-soo used all his strength to attack this massive monster. All of this was meticulously observed by a mysterious figure standing in the distance. Chang-yui put on his glasses and remarked, "Look at him enjoying it. What an idiot. He doesn't even realize that stage 2 has just begun." Even the boss had a hard time. Suddenly, the Earthworm Mutant gradually grew fatter. Its face was hidden behind thick muscle. Its face was concealed beneath layers of fat, leaving Cheon-soo helpless. Cheon-soo was surprised, as it was the first time he had witnessed such a. Cheon-soo was wondering how to deal with this monster when, from behind, it slowly emerged. Cheon-soo was truly panicked. What before he could finish his sentence, a punch landed directly on his. And so, Cheon-soo took the punch and was sent flying backward and tumbling several times in the air. The Earthworm Mutant's body changed. It seemed like a pair of hands gripping Cheon-soo tightly, preventing him from. After successfully catching him, it continued to push Cheon-soo down to the ground, leaving him unable to. Feeling the pain spread throughout his body, only one thought flashed through Cheon-soo's mind. What the hell is going on? Cheon-soo suppressed the pain and calmly said. Cheon-soo turned his head to look behind, intending to fight. When Cheon-soo retaliated, the monster seemed to have completely vanished. Now Cheon-soo was bewildered. Where did it go? Cheon-soo didn't notice that the monster had slowly appeared behind. The Earthworm Mutant appeared directly behind Cheon-soo, which Cheon-soo couldn't have. Its speed was too fast compared to normal, leaving Cheon-soo frozen for a moment, unsure what. Seeing the battle growing fiercer excited Chang-yui even more. Here it is, it's the phase. Rain of punches from the monster continuously struck Cheon-soo. Cheon-soo no longer knew what was happening. Although Cheon-soo tried to resist, it all seemed futile against the monster's immense. It used overwhelming force, leaving Cheon-soo unable to fight. Thus, Cheon-soo was like a punching bag at the monster's. Cheon-soo couldn't fight back despite trying many different ways. I've completely lost the initiative. I need something to distract it, even for a. Suddenly, a crane appeared right before Cheon-soo's. The crane struck directly at the attacking earthworm. The crane operator yelled, "Climb up." The monster also seemed to sense that something was not just one earthworm mutant appeared. Many different earthworm mutants also appeared. In this critical moment, Cheon-su could only release his ropes. Cheon-su seized the opportunity to grasp the earthworm mutant tightly, as if wanting to crush it immediately. Cheon-su also didn't forget to swing a fierce punch forward. The more he fought, the more Cheon-su became enraged, wanting to retaliate for everything it had done earlier.
You bastard.
Cheon-su gritted his teeth, determinedly landing continuous. Its blood horribly splattered into. Cheon-su also didn't forget to deliver a fatal punch directly to the face of this earthworm. Realizing that fighting with bare hands was not enough, Cheon-su continued to hold his weapon. Raising his weapon high, Cheon-su's face became enraged. As Cheon-su was preparing to deliver the decisive blow, he realized someone was behind him. When Cheon-su turned his head, what met his eyes was the figure of Chang Yui standing there. "Is that Chang Yui nodded in confirmation and decided, "That's right, but not today. Today I'm just a gangster, my." After a long, exhausting battle, Cheon-su was worn out. "Damn it, can't you guys appear at the same?" Cheon-su's eyes intensely gazed. The earthworm mutant, with many wounds from his attacks, now lay motionless on the ground. To create more space, Cheon-su dropped down to the. Seeing this, Chang Yui sighed in resignation. "Oh man, I climbed all the way up here, and now I have to go down." Chang Yui quickly jumped down to the ground. Terrifying footsteps moved. The blade dragged across the ground, creating gruesome sounds. Standing in front of Chang Yui held a knife to his neck and smiled, announcing, "Since you accidentally killed that mutant, would you mind destroying this wall for me?" As he was about to act, Chang Yui's eyes twitched, realizing something was. An attack from outside appeared, causing Chang Yui to react. When Chang Yui looked again, a sword was stuck in the. Looking at the fierce scene before his eyes, Wang Take asked in bewilderment, "What the hell is going on?" The scene here had become chaotic with zombie corpses and dead bodies strewn everywhere. Even the mutated earthworm mutant lay motionless. Workers, terrified, fled from the completely transformed zombie. Chang Yui calmly stood, watching his. Wang Take was furious to see everything destroyed and turned into a battlefield. "Did you cause all this? You bat." Information about Wang Take was also displayed. The Ministry of National Defense Special Forces A-rank slasher, Major Lim Wang Take, on the battlefield. He is an incredibly powerful person who can kill hundreds of thousands of different zombies. Information about Major Lim also appeared, also known as Major Lim. Birth name Im Soryong. Major Lim has been awarded many different medals, and Major Lim is also an incredibly powerful person. He was a captain of the Special Forces unit before the zombie apocalypse broke. At that time, Major Lim had a very happy company, with a photo titled 2020 Desert Operation Deployed. Wang Take was always a perfect person in everyone's eyes, performing best and achieving excellent results. Even news about Wang Take was published on social media. Special operation completed. Armed forces successfully rescued group of missionaries held hostage. Wang Take was indeed a very principled person. That was his motto and belief. When he was young, Major Lim had received many. The scene shifted to a desert in a foreign country, Strategic Deployment Unit, Camp Davidson. The place was vast and devoid of green. Opening the door and stepping inside the room. Now, after his campaigns, Wang Take had only one. Seeing Major Lim appear, the commander stammered an explanation. "Captain Lim, I am truly sorry about your platoon. I truly didn't." Before he could finish speaking, Wang Take's hateful eyes pointed his gun. A bullet was fired straight into the commander's forehead, completely ending his. And so, Wang Take committed a very serious mistake by personally killing his commander. However, he killed his superior during an overseas operation. After stepping outside, he was surrounded by the state military and sentenced to 12 years in a military correctional facility. Inside the dark prison cell, Wang Take sat in silent contemplation. But what helped Major Lim not waste his time behind those cold iron bars? Major Lim continuously used his free time to intensify his training, making himself strong. Major Lim's eyes showed determination as he trained relentlessly. While Major Lim was still focused on training, a strange man appeared outside. "Captain." So, everything about Major Lim began with his skills. This large man asked again in a clear voice, "Are you willing to fight for the motherland one more time?" And Major Lim was frozen in place at the sight. That's right, just with. After a short time out, Wang Take and his comrades continuously eliminated the deep-seated living dead for him. Major Lim's eyes had now changed due to the country's noble idea. Remembering all the information about Wang Take, Chang Yui's face showed some awkwardness, unsure what to do. "Major Lim, he is an A-rank slasher. I just wanted to confirm that mutant had done its job and leave as soon as possible." Chang Yui glanced at Cheon-su, who was still slumped on the ground. "But that damn rookie kept me here for 2. Seeing Chang Yui not respond, Wang Take furiously bit his cigarette and questioned. I'm asking if you caused this? You bastard. Don't think you can trick me. Answer me now. Feeling unable to confront Wang Take, Chang Yui quickly raised his hand and explained. What are you talking about? I rushed here because I heard reports of zombies. But Wang Take had witnessed all of this. Wang Take looked directly at Chang Yui and questioned. You were about to stab that guy with a sword covered in zombie blood. How do you plan to explain? Although a little scared, Chang Yui calmed himself. I need to stay calm. I can't let him get the upper hand. Chang Yui quickly laughed and came up with an excuse. That's just blood from killing zombies. And I was just going to teach this guy a lesson for getting ahead of him. Wanting to change the subject, Chang Yui looked at Wang Take's clothes and said, It's just a little dispute between slashers. Military man? You understand. Not bothering to answer Chang Yui, Cheon-su suddenly yelled in extreme discomfort, startling Chang. Cheon-su trembled, pointing at Chang Yui and reporting everything. This bastard and his gang intentionally released the zombie. Cheon-su's voice was weak as he pointed forward. After I killed that mutant, he stabbed me. That son of a... Hearing Cheon-su say that made Chang Yui even angrier, and he kicked out. Why are you blaming me, you damn dog? That's not manly. Looking at Cheon-su, who was still enduring the pain, Wang Take's lips curved into a satisfied smile. What an interesting kid. He was like this at the social gathering too. Wang Take inadvertently recalled the scene when Cheon-su first appeared before this made Wang Take and his comrades back to reality. Wang Take laughed, making his decision. Your true colors are showing, you bastard. So what are you going to do now? Seeing that everything had been exposed, Chang Yui had no other choice. Chang Yui just raised his sword. What else is there to do? A few sword dances for Wang Take started with the small knife in his hand. According to Article 2, Clause 13 of the anti-zombie law, those who intentionally spread the zombie virus. Wang Take's eyes were filled with anger at this inhuman person. Will be sentenced to death on the... Chang Yui was not afraid at all. Chang Yui nodded at what he had done. All right, thanks for the warning, military man. But if you can't kill me, then I'll take your... Both sides rushed into a fierce battle. It seemed a brutal fight was about to... It began with an attack from Chang Yui's long... It was a good thing Wang Take managed to dodge and... Seeing things getting more intense, Chang Yui also felt something was... Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Below held their breath as they watched this incredibly fierce... Perhaps the story had come to an end, but Chang Yui's confidence had vanished. Wang Take still held the cigarette in his mouth as if nothing had... Even though Chang Yui tried very hard, it all seemed futile as Wang Take completely evaded him. Chang Yui could not land a single blow on Major Lim, even after countless swords. Wang Take had his own plan, continuously delivering different slashes towards Chang Yui, and the enemy's knife constantly cut into Chang Yui's body whenever Chang Yui exposed an... After a long period of continuous fighting, Chang Yui was utterly exhausted and panting. Is he toying? Chang Yui helplessly watched Wang Take smugly spin the knife in his hand. Shouldn't he quickly resolve this and focus on the zombies around the wall? Why isn't he worried at all? Isn't he afraid everything will be destroyed? This made Chang Yui even more furious, screaming in anger. Wang Take heard this and chuckled as if nothing had happened. Why am I toying with you? Wang Take continued to announce, the order from above is to conserve ammunition when killing zombies. This time Wang Take used his bloodstained knife and declared, so I need to practice using a knife a bit. Fighting with you is really entertaining. Wang Take's eyes became incredibly frightening with everything he was about to do next. You don't have to worry about the zombies. The members of my team are primarily selected based on their... On this side, Chong Gun turned to look at the citizens and praised them. Comrades, your spirit is truly Chong Gun chuckled and, with a determined look, announced to everyone, I'm here now. Don't worry anymore and put down your weapon. As soon as he finished speaking, Chong Gun used his gun to shoot directly at the zombie. Just one shot from Chong Gun was enough to completely take down this troublesome. This time, it was Sori's turn to use her marksmanship skills to shoot straight at the monsters causing chaos. On another side, Chogon stood high above, observing everything more closely. Chogon used the weapon he had carefully prepared. After taking a long breath, Chogon quickly grabbed his weapon and leaped down from above towards these powerful attacks landed directly on the zombies on the ground. The battle between Wang Take and Chang Yui was still ongoing. Wang Take chuckled and announced, I'm sure they've got the area under control by now. This made Chang Yui even angrier. Thinking that everything would be in vain, Chang Yui frantically rushed forward. You damn... Seizing Chang Yui's opportunity, Wang Take's lips curved into a smug smile. Here it is, the biggest opening that will cost him his... Wang Take knew that Chang Yui's only weakness was agitation and... Wang Take calmly took a long, smoky... As Chang Yui rushed forward, Wang Take gently blew the smoke from his... At the same time, the cigarette butt was pressed directly onto Chang Yui's forehead, making him feel agonizing pain and scream instead. Disoriented, Chang Yui wildly slashed his weapon in the Wang Take seized the opportunity, holding the knife in his hand, preparing to deliver the decisive. The attack struck Chang Yui, who was still wildly attacking. Wang Take's knife-wielding hand moved gently, stroke by stroke. Wang Take finished by plunging his small knife straight into Chang Yui. After pulling out the small knife, Wang Take bid farewell to Chang Yui. You're seeing a series of actions with rare and unbelievable power. Cheon-su was stunned with surprise. From above, Wang Take easily defeated Chang. Seeing Chang Yui's corpse fall before, Cheon-su became extremely bewildered. After defeating Chang Yui, Wang Take calmly lit a cigarette as if nothing had happened. And Cheon-su also understood an important thing: the difference between ranks. Seeing Cheon-su's gaze, Wang Take laughed in surprise. Why are you staring so hard? Are you admiring me or? The scene shifted to another location at the Genie Wall construction site. Everything here was engulfed in dense smoke and the corpse of the earthworm mutant lay motionless on the ground. Everything was gradually coming to an end. Thanks to the C-rank slasher, Shovel Devil of Samijing, Cheon-su lay there with a trembling. Cheon-su's efforts alone could not be credited. The other workers also grew tired that night, along with the workers' timely response. At the same time, Wang Take also awaited what would happen next and the timely arrival of an A-rank slasher. Everything was gradually getting much better. The Genie Wall had been successfully protected. Wang Take saw Cheon-su still lying there. He looks tough, but he's already down after just that, Wang Take remarked, then bandaged Cheon-su's head. He has skill, but he needs a lot more. Suddenly, a report sounded. Commander. Wang Take turned his head to look in another direction. Chong-gun approached, smiling, and reported, the wall is cleared, mission accomplished. They were the Ministry of National Defense Special Forces B-rank slasher, Elite Marine Men Chong-gun. He has killed 45,370. Hearing this, Wang Take calmly reprimanded, what do you want me to do? Pat your head and praise you? Doing your job is only now. Wang Take glanced at Cheon-su, who was still lying motionless on the ground. We need to bandage him up first. Prepare to take him. Just then, Sori realized something was. Sori looked at the situation of the earthworm mutant directly in front of her and praised. Was this killed by the rookie? Judging by its mutated form, it must be at least a B-rank. This power made Sori find Cheon-su interesting this time. C-rank slashers are pretty good too. She is a Ministry of National Defense Special Forces B-rank slasher, Elite Marksman Sori. She has killed 30,120. After speaking, Sori turned to Wang Take and questioned, if he can kill a B-rank mutant, isn't he qualified to be promoted to B-rank? Wang Take angrily ordered in a loud voice, if he wants to, he can nominate himself for promotion. But did you hear me? Call the helicopter to take him back. And go quick. And so, these people carried Cheon-su preparing to leave. The taciturn man wearing camouflage equipment for concealment was Cho-gon. Cho-gon carried Cheon-su forward. The Ministry of National Defense Special Forces B-rank slasher, covert operative Song Cho-gon. He has killed 521 plus 1. Wang Take sighed, criticizing his comrade. Only this new guy talks little and listens much. I need to discipline these. So Wang Take and his group left, leaving behind a fierce battle. It was the next morning at the Republic of Korea Armed Forces Central Hospital. Outside the room, it read, VIP inpatient room Kim Cheon. Cheon-su slowly opened his eyes after a long sleep. Cheon-su realized he was wearing patient clothes, lying in an unfamiliar place. Looking at the strange ceiling here, Cheon-su wondered and thought, another unfamiliar ceiling. How many times has this happened? Inadvertently, Cheon-su recalled the first time he fought to near death. The second time when Cheon-su had to face the strong, large man. The second. Thinking about this, Cheon-su sighed in frustration. This is the third time. I've never needed a hospital before. Why do I keep ending up like? Cheon-su looked in another direction. And who are those? Chong-gun sat there, continuously counting as Wang Take did push-ups. 147 left. 146 left. Sori calmly peeled an apple while Cho-gon trimmed his camo. Seeing their actions, Cheon-su sighed, unsure how to handle it. I think I'm going crazy. What are they? Wang Take was training when he suddenly realized Cheon-su had woke. Wang Take immediately walked towards Cheon-su. This surprised Chong-gun nearby. Commander, why did you stop? You haven't finished a set yet. Wang Take quickly signaled, quiet. The rookies. As soon as he approached, Wang Take pointed at Cheon-su's forehead and reprimanded. My friend, I saw you open your eyes. The more he thought about it, the more helpless Cheon-su felt, sighing. I really don't want to get involved with them. Being indebted to that crazy woman is tiring. But clearly Wang Take didn't want to let it go. Wang Take was a little the room became strangely silent. Cheon-su was so angry he couldn't stand it and Cheon-su sat up abruptly and yelled, Damn it. Leave me. Wang Take seemed surprised. Why are you so upset? I just saved you, you know. Cheon-su angrily retorted. Everyone who helps me just wants money. Don't you want something from me too? Seeing this, Wang Take calmly replied, do I look like a greedy? This also stunned Chogon on one side. How did you know? Can you read my? These words made everyone in the room fall silent in contemplation. Realizing their intentions, Cheon-su immediately jumped out and yelled, I knew it. These bastards are just debt collectors too. Wang Take quickly hugged Cheon-su and explained, it's not about money. Do you know what floor we're? After calmly sitting for a long while, everyone in the room immediately fell silent, no one uttering a word. To break this silence, Cheon-su worriedly spoke up. Wang Take confirmed again, I told you no. Don't you trust? Seeing Cheon-su's suspicions still on his face, Wang Take patiently explained. The Genie Barrier Wall project is a state-funded project, although mostly privately financed. At the same time, Wang Take also instructed the financial structure Wang Take had calculated. The national budget of the Provisional Government of South Korea is 30%. Private enterprises are 70%. At this point, Wang Take's face became very serious. That's why we gathered. And the result is that we successfully protected the project. After speaking for a long time, Wang Take quickly made a decision. Therefore, I am not some thug. And I have no intention of extorting money from you. Hearing this, Cheon-su finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Take extended his hand forward, proposing an idea. That's just between you and me. The relationship between private enterprises and the government is different. The government grants a lot of its shares to private enterprises on the condition that the wall must be completed without any delay. The scene from yesterday was still fresh in both their memories. But look at the consequences. Rebuilding immediately is impossible. And there are many holes that need to be filled. Clearly, these words didn't make Cheon-su fully understand. Why are you talking so complicatedly? Get straight to the point. Cheon-su is someone who dropped out of elementary. Even though Cheon-su still didn't understand, Wang Take continued to explain, the moment I report this, the provisional government will use this as an excuse to take over control of the construction. Wang Take's face became serious. In other words, the person who hired you will go bankrupt. And you won't get a single penny. These words also left Cheon-su. After a moment of thought, Cheon-su asked, so, what will happen to the workers who used to work? Cheon-su remembered the poor workers who risked their lives at the construction site just to have a stable home. Those who worked without any salary, just for the promise of. These thoughts also surprised Wang. Wang Take asked again in bewilderment, you don't care what happens to you? Is those people not getting a home more important than the reputation of a slasher like you? Hearing this, Cheon-su clenched his fist and questioned, does reputation give me a place to return to? Does reputation help me find my... Cheon-su's eyes were determined as he clearly stated his original purpose. I don't care about my reputation, so please don't let them lose their homes. Just tell your superiors that I overslept and didn't know the zombies. His words also made Wang Take chuckle with amusement. Inside, Wang Take had different thoughts. I wonder if I should call this stupid? Are there still people like him in this world? Inadvertently, Wang Take recalled the photo taken with his comrades that year. I thought people like that died out after the world became corrupted? The photo clearly showed the title, 2020 Operation Deployment in the day. After a short period of thought, Wang Take turned to Sori and signaled, tell Captain Song to hold off on submitting the report. Sori immediately stood up to carry out the task. Wang Take continued to turn back to Cheon-su and proposed, and you, Shovel Devil, what do you think if you come and work? He turned back toward Cheon-su and suggested, what about you, Shovel Demon? What do you think about coming to work? As soon as he finished speaking, the room door burst. This time, Jhi Ong Song entered. She was furious. There's no way. So Cheon-su immediately backed away. Harry also ran inside, checking around him.
I'm sorry.
When I arrived, I heard you had already been taken to the hospital. Are you hurt anywhere? I didn't know where they took you, so Jhi Ong Song stepped forward, pointing at Wang Take and scolding him angrily. 800 billion. Until the 800 billion is repaid, no one is allowed to take him. No. Even if you pay it all, you still can't take him. I found him first. Whether I keep him or stomp on him, that's my business. You damn. After hearing these words, Wang Take chuckled. You still like to lecture your slasher? Huh? You money addict. Or is it after the Jong Suho incident? These words clearly infuriated her even as the two were about to get into a fierce argument. Sang Ho-ho spoke up this time. Is my boss' fault for still acting a bit shy? With an extremely angry face, Sang Ho-ho stared at Wang Take, blaming him. But why did you bring up something she doesn't want to talk about? Older. Seeing things gradually getting more complicated, Wang Take felt. He raised his head, his voice full of annoyance. These arrogant kids are making my blood. While they were still arguing fiercely, Chogun also arrived, surprising everyone. quickly provided information right there. I don't think anything good will come from arguing with a client, if that person is who the major. He continued to provide information to Sang Ho Ho and Jhi Ong Song, surprising both of them. The information was clearly written on a piece of paper. So why don't you let us lease the slasher? Don't you think both sides would benefit? This time, let's briefly explain slasher leasing. It's a contract between two companies to lease a slasher with specific characteristics and skills. Information about Cheon-soo was also clearly displayed. Demon Hall Semi, real name Kim Cheon-soo, not very smart, doesn't respect superiors, indebted up to his ears, 4-star attack, 2-star D. Of course, things weren't that easy for a specific period for special. Everyone understood these rules. A simple business contract. Wong Tek pointed at Cheon-soo, then made his decision. He'll estimate his rental fee and send it via company fax. It seems talking to you for a long time doesn't go well. It's like teaching. It's also angered Cheon-soo, who sat up abruptly and complained. Rent what? I haven't agreed. I'm not a. As soon as he finished speaking, Jhi Ong Song angrily turned her head and scolded. Can you pay 800 billion immediately? Even Wong Tek didn't stop scolding. Do you want me to send a? These two continuously criticized him, leaving him helpless and unsure unable to endure his unfair life any longer. Wong Tek screamed in the hospital. What? The hallway outside, Wong Tek walked. Behind him were John Gunn and Realizing something was wrong, John Gunn anxiously asked, Major, are you done here already? Are you leaving now? He nodded in confirmation. Yes, because he woke up and we've recruited him. Our work here is. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he announced to the team. Now I'm going to find that bastard Jong Do. This time, the scene shifted to the GDC Corporation headquarters, a high-rise building with full amenities. Inside the luxurious room, Duk Chun's hands were wrapped around beautiful girls as he, realizing something was off, he looked at the watch on his wrist. He should have called me by now. Suddenly, the chairman's office door burst. His subordinate, Den, rushed in to report, Mr. Chairman, it's about Chan. On hearing this news, Duk Chun froze. Changui disappeared. Secretary Den hastily reported everything he had heard. Not only that, but most of the zombies on the wall have been wiped out, including the mutant strain. Duk Chun sank into his own thoughts. The plan must have failed. There's no way Changui would mess everything up and then disappear like that. We're in trouble. Seeing him still silent, the secretary pleaded, Sir, please give further instructions. Suddenly, the phone rang. Duk Chun calmly looked at a small notebook with information. He quickly spoke up. I need to make a few calls. The notebook contained essential phone numbers for him. General Kim, realizing something bad was about to happen, Duk Chun immediately ordered, Everyone, gather at the main gate of the building. As for the drunkards, just leave them. The army could sweep this place at any moment. His subordinate nodded in agreement. Yet, the more he thought, the more anxious he became, unsure what to do next. Damn it. It's been a long time since I felt this. The luxurious supercar stopped in front of the Grand Wong Tek, full of imposing aura, stepped out of the. In front of them was an enormous high-rise building, making him exclaim, Look at that skyscraper. It seems his dirty work is quite profitable. Huh? Or should we also wash our hands of this business and start our own like this bastard? Aren't you dissatisfied with the government salaries we receive? Sorry got out of the car and voiced his thoughts. We know you don't mean that, sir. John Gunn also nodded and added, Soldier salaries are low, but it's honest pay. I appreciate that. As usual, Wong Tek held a cigarette in his hand and chatted, but I do have a bit of a problem with our low salaries. So I feel satisfied when I put an end to the businesses of these rich bastards. The squad prepared for action. Immediately after entering, all four encountered muscular, 8-pack bodyguards waiting. This made Wong Tek chuckle. Hey, are you guys planning to open a new gym on the ground floor? Nice muscles. He also didn't forget to warn these people, we're here to execute a warrant. So let's not make things difficult for each other. Okay? Don't get yourselves killed for unnecessary loyalty. Clearly, the bodyguards didn't care about his words. They just looked at him with extremely menacing eyes. All four were surrounded by armed bodyguards. Perceiving a strange smell, Chogun complained. You guys stink. Sorry quickly reported the situation. It seems they don't intend to let us in. This time, Duk Chun's secretary stepped out, raising his middle finger and announcing, The chairman is currently busy and cannot see you. And what do you think you're doing at a private facility in the middle of the night like this? This only angered Wong Tek more. What nonsense are you talking about? He loudly questioned, what about you guys releasing zombies into the construction site in the middle of the night? He still tried to play dumb about what Wong Tek was accusing him of. I don't know what you're talking about. Zombies? What are you? Understanding their attitude, he was a bit angry but had a plan. They still intend to feign ignorance in front of me. Huh? Then he'll have to use strong Wang Tek pulled out the anti-zombie law book and read out various articles. According to Article 10, Clause 1 of the anti-zombie law, any individual who intentionally spreads the zombie virus, and individuals who directly or indirectly conspire. He had only read this far, and the bodyguards turned pale, wondering whose side to take. Shall be sentenced for After speaking, Wang Tek closed the book in his hand and questioned, "Do you want to rot in jail for the rest of your lives as His words made the bodyguards hesitate. Seeing the situation become unstable, Secretary Den reiterated, "I repeat, we know." Words echoed, "We have the right to protect private property and facilities, so we cannot let you go upstairs. Please understand." This only infuriated Wang Tek, making him want to act immediately. Sorry next to him teased, "You've been rejected, sir. No anger suppressant can stop this kind of provocation." He tried to calm himself in front of these strange people. "Hey, you're pushing me. I tried to show respect for the dead. I didn't intend to open this bag in the main lobby. But you're not giving me any other choice." As soon as he finished speaking, John Gunn sat down, preparing to open. The bag was opened. Shangwi's body appeared before everyone. "Still want to deny it? Isn't he a member of your..." Seeing Shangwi's cold body, the bodyguards became flustered. "That's Boss Chan." The secretary angrily turned around and cursed. Seeing his strange attitude, Sari became even more interested in these events. "He also has anger management issues, huh? This is getting interesting." After a brief thought, he continued to fabricate a reason, constantly explaining, "I don't know what's happening. But it won't be a problem if he's involved. Eviane must have acted on his own without orders from his superior." Shangwi's blood-soaked body still lay cold. The secretary gritted his teeth and angrily declared, "If you can't provide concrete evidence and don't have a search warrant, this doesn't concern." Clearly, these words provoked Wang Tek even. He couldn't stand arguing here. He directly declared to the people there, "Whole team, right here. I'm going." This time he ordered, "Subdue those traitors and clear the way." Chogun excitedly clenched his fists, waiting. "Are we allowed to finish them off?" Sari had already prepared weapons and aimed them at. Chogun had also taken his stance, ready to. Wang Tek held a cigarette in his hand and announced to all his teammates, "No." As he said, "This is just suspicion. Don't kill anyone until I find evidence from the upper floors. However, they are guilty of resistance and disrespecting an officer." His eyes were terrifying as he flicked his lighter and declared, "Beat them until they wish they were." Hearing him say that, his teammates nodded in agreement. "That's hard, but he'll try, sir." These words also greatly angered the secretary behind. Having no other choice, he angrily yelled, "Stop them at all costs. Don't let them set foot in the chairman's office." As soon as he gave the order, the bodyguards immediately grabbed their weapons and charged at the. Clearly, their strength was nothing compared to John Gunn's. He could easily take down. His large hands easily grabbed each one by the. And he used these men as shields for himself. Chogun continuously took down the small fry bodyguards around him with his. Sari, despite using a long-range gun, still easily knocked down each bodyguard. Duk Chun's subordinates gradually fell to the ground one by. In a short time, all four easily eliminated these. Large footsteps appeared here, as if preparing to join the. Dongbai blocked Wang Tek's path and questioned, "Where do you think you're going?" He was a slasher Class C North American grizzly bear from GDC Corporation. "Yo," he angrily cursed. "Answer me, you dog." Before he could finish speaking, continuous attacks struck. In just a few basic moves, he fell to the ground. The situation was becoming unstable. The secretary quickly turned and fled, ordering his subordinates, Stop them. I'll report to the chairman." Just so he ran into the elevator, fearfully thinking, "I thought I could stop them. If only the Class B slashers hadn't gone out on mission." His hands quickly pressed the elevator door. As the elevator was about to close, Wang Tek's hand quickly appeared. "Stop." Only then did the secretary realize his life was about to end and screamed in. Wang Tek looked at him coldly, with eyes that wanted to devour him. "Tell me," he frantically asked again, as if deliberately not understanding what was happening. The elevator door gradually opened. Wang Tek angrily stepped inside and yelled, "Go ahead and say this has nothing to do with you anymore. If you..." At the same time, the elevator had moved up to the 36th. As soon as they reached the 36th floor, the elevator door opened. The secretary's body lay still. This large room was the chairman's office. Wang Tek walked to opened the door and stepped inside, then sighed. "Honestly, to think I had to go to such lengths just to meet these hooligans." After walking towards Duk Chun, he sighed wearily and said, "I know you've always caused trouble everywhere, but this time the trouble is too big. You'll have to come with me to the Ministry of National Defense for..." He seemed unconcerned about what was about to happen to him. He even chuckled and quickly spoke. "Okay, of course. Thank you, sir. I'll repay you later." "Yes, sir. Have a good..." Seeing that he still didn't pay attention to his words, Wang Tek angrily threw a cigarette at him and yelled, "Hey, you thug!" And when he turned his head, Duk-chun's face became extremely angry and he yelled, "Weren't you taught to stay silent when an elder is—" Seeing that he was angry, Wang Tek chuckled with interest and pulled out a pair of handcuffs. "Aren't you aware of the seriousness of this situation? I'm arresting you for treason, you damned gang—" Seemed largely unconcerned and chuckled. There was even a hint of disdain. "Treason, what the hell is that? What a bad joke." Seeing his strange reaction, Wang Tek was surprised. "You find this," he continued to announce, "contact your superiors. Ask them how they've decided to handle this case." These words made Wang Tek realize something was feeling a bit flustered. Wang Tek confusedly asked, Who were you just talking to?" Duk-chun explained as if nothing had happened. "Just a high-ranking of—" He even raised his hand, constantly mocking, "Someone, a government employee like you would never—" The image showed a construction site filled with thick smoke and fire. The incident at the Jingyi Wall and the story began there. It was determined to be caused by Shanggui's individual unauthorized act. Duk-chun's group blamed everything on Cheonsu's actions, and under the direction of the Busan Real Estate Association. At the same time, Sangdiok was also arrested after this incident. Only one person was arrested after that incident. Duk-chun's secretary, his subordinate, was very pleased with all. So, Sangdiok had no choice but to hang himself. But he was forced to commit suicide before having to stand. Time gradually shifted to evening. The scene was now the provisional government of the South Korean Ministry of National Defense. Ghi Ong-song stepped forward in a panic, bowing her head to report. The chairman of the Busan Real Estate Association was found dead this morning by hanging himself. These words made 50.055 act as if nothing had happened. "Isn't that quite interesting?" He sighed and quickly explained to her, "Those who are too rich to learn how to tie a proper knot somehow manage to hang themselves when caught in such Her eyes became utterly helpless as she reported, "I apologize, sir. I understand you wanted to question him yourself." The more he thought about all he had to endure, the more furious he became, pressing his cigarette onto the table. Government officials can only remain silent and follow orders from superiors. What a dog's... Time flashed forward to the next morning at the Republic of Korea Central Hospital Armed Forces. A luxurious supercar quickly pulled up. Bodyguards immediately opened the door, respectfully welcoming an important person stepping out of the... Baekhyun slowly descended and exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the..." He chuckled, looking around disdainfully. "The place where the new savior is, huh?" Information about him also appeared. Holy Knight of God, Slasher Class A Pope Baekhyun and a group of bodyguards followed him, proudly entering the hospital's main. As soon as he entered, he removed his transparent face. The patients, who were gathered in the main lobby, suddenly startled, recognizing the newcomer. They stared at him in amazement. "The Pope! It's Pope Baekhyun. Is it really?" A patient suddenly rushed forward, earnestly shouting, "Holy Father, just once, please let me hold your..." Another person opposite also knelt down, tears welling in their eyes. "Holy Father, I have a terminal illness. Please..." A bodyguard accompanying him unexpectedly stepped forward, blocking Beck. The bodyguards formed a circle around him, preventing the uncontrolled patients from rushing. He raised his hand, pondering. Then he smiled, his eyes sweeping around. His face showed generosity. Miracles, salvation, eternal life, and prosperity are all within each person. The patients listened intently to every word. "Don't just expect miracles from me, but live with steadfast faith within your..." The patient who had knelt earlier suddenly had tears in their eyes as he continued, "I will always pray for all." Then they all shouted in agreement and admiration, as if they had just heard a profound... Baekhyun smirked, satisfied with this. What people fear most are things they don't understand. The reason why ghosts are scarier than traffic accidents. The image of a car with its front crumpled, a person half in and half out, splayed on the ground, was compared to not being as terrifying as a... Why are madmen scarier than organized criminals? The next image showed a masked criminal pointing a gun straight ahead, compared to not being as terrifying as a person who has lost awareness of their actions, wielding a knife and scurrying. The reason why people fear the zombie apocalypse. Finally, the image of a desperate woman tightly covering her mouth to avoid making noise, trembling in fear, tears welling up, hiding behind a very shallow wall. Right behind the woman was a gruesome... Before the zombie apocalypse occurred, at a meticulously constructed musical theater stage. Every detail, from the buildings, neighborhoods, brick pavements, and plants, was incredibly realistic. Actors were performing their show. Baekhyun was just an ordinary musical actor. At that time, Baekhyun still had short black hair. He wore the play's costume, performing passionately to the rhythm of the... Another female actress suddenly startled, moving to a different corner of the stage, as if she had noticed something unusual. On the stairway leading directly to the stage, a person limped up. This person was covered in terrifying red liquid. At this moment, everyone on stage noticed the presence of this strange person. They paused for a moment. The person covered in blood lowered their head, their teeth clenching. It was a zombie. Its eyes were blood red, and it growled, rushing towards the female actress at extremes. Baekhyun stood bewildered in front of the wardrobe. His stage costume was also stained with no small amount of. He breathed heavily, his eyes cautiously looking around. He picked up a tag attached to a costume in the wall. On the tag was written, "Invincible Nun Play Male Priest." But when the zombie epidemic broke out, he decided to give the frightened populace the answers they needed. Baekhyun put on the priest's outfit, his face darkening, helping them understand what they didn't. Baekhyun walked through bustling streets. He stood in the center, loudly preaching. He taught them that zombies were not to be feared, but to be destroyed. Not stopping at the street level, he had an entire forum to impart knowledge. Now his hair was a bit longer. With just his teachings, he led 10,000 volunteers to join the. Baekhyun sat on a white horse, majestically leading a vanguard army, initiating an armed conflict. And so, 10,000 zombies were. Zombie corpses lay strewn and piled up on the road. Blood mixed with the bodies, making it impossible to tell what the pile. Zombie was decisively stabbed through the mouth with a sword. Red liquid splattered, and the zombie's eyes rolled. Baekhyun, with an appearance completely different from his acting days. His hair now reached halfway down his neck. His jet black hair was replaced by a golden hue. His eyes looked straight ahead, without a hint of fear, powerfully waving a symbolic flag with a yellow emblem in the center. He waved the flag over the pile of zombies. Soon, his formidable image was splashed across newspaper headlines. Holy Knight of God successfully retakes part of Yusen. A sacred battle to reclaim Yusen under the command of Pope Baekhyun. He is merely a messenger for. A group of men in neat black suits sat in. In front of them was Baekhyun. He spoke, "Cast off everything you know about zombies. Whether they are zombies, demons, or humans, it doesn't." He waved his hand. "What matters is that we must be subdued and destroyed." Symbol on the flag appeared. He continued, "God, in his mercy, has given us this final trial, for he pities humanity, who are divided into factions." He concluded the world will now only have two sides, the living and the. As soon as he finished, the entire room erupted in applause. They all smiled. He smiled, satisfied, a dangerous grin on his face. Returning to the present, that face was exactly the same as his face when he stood before the polite bodyguard stood by the open elevator door, gesturing the way, while he himself stepped aside to make way for Baekhyun. "Holy Father, this way, please." A team of bodyguards was positioned around him in front of the elevator. Even when entering the elevator, the bodyguards did not leave his. A long line of patients rushed towards the elevator door, only a few seconds before it would slam shut, but they seemed reluctant to let him go. Despite knowing it was impossible, they still reached out to the extremely narrow gap in the elevator. Through that gap, Baekhyun quickly gave a friendly smile, waving good. Finally, the elevator door. Inside, a polite bodyguard spoke. "Holy Father, may I ask a question?" Baekhyun didn't hesitate long. He replied, "Of course. Ask as many as you want. Isn't my role to answer your question?" The bodyguard wondered, "Why are you here to meet a Class C slasher, sir? He is not a disciple or anyone important, and he is only a Class C slasher." Baekhyun raised his hand to his chin, thinking, "You have a point. He doesn't look very exceptional in terms of normal strength, like our Class B slashers." Then he began to list them. Lord Lion King, named Hwanjong. His face is not clearly visible due to the metal mask. Beneath it is a layer of white cloth covering his entire head and neck. In the center of the Lion King's armor is the sex symbol. In his hand he holds a sharp. He continued, Lord Inquisitor Heresy, Pyongjong, a man with a terrifying hooked nose. His entire face is a deep purple. Even his eyes emit a purple light. He covers his head with an oversized robe. Behind him also has the sex symbol. He holds a three-branched candlestick. The straight candles are still slowly burning. His other hand leans on a sharp, hooked. Next mentioned was Preacher Kim, a man wearing glasses, his face also not clearly visible. Finally, or even the Mother Superior, who is even more extraordinary and impressive. He thought of three people: Wang Tek, Duk Chun, and A. Recently, the balance among slasher organizations has become almost perfect. Because slasher management companies have nearly equal numbers of professional slashers. Suddenly, his hand clenched into a fist. The bodyguard glanced at the gesture. He said resolutely, "But I think that balance will be broken by the young man we're here to meet." In his mind, he pictured Cheon-Soo, sitting triumphantly on a mountain of zombie corpses, his eyes fixed forward, yet able to strike precisely to finish off a zombie approaching from behind. He added, he wiped out 8,000 zombies on his debut. He continued, then, he survived the melee with the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport. although he later incurred the government's wrath for killing one of their leading officials. He recalled a chaotic scene. Cheon-soo was surrounded by a group of people in protective gear, seemingly a riot squad. He was tightly gripping another person from that squad. Despite being repeatedly stabbed and kicked by the person he attacked rolled their eyes, screaming, and Baekhyun hadn't finished. He is now also a member of Choi Gang, but he has animosity with GDC Corporation. He recalled, through the genie incident, he also formed a connection with the Ministry of National Defense. He turned to the bodyguard and asked, "Have you ever seen anyone like that?" Just a few months after entering the industry, he already has so many connections with major powers. His eyes became serious as he glanced at the bodyguard. Aside from Jang Suho, I've never seen anyone stir up the game like. Kyun slowly stepped out of the elevator first, his hands in his pockets, his demeanor still relaxed. That's why I'm trying to build a good relationship with him. If he really is the next Jang Suho, incurring his wrath will only harm the religious. In front of the hospital room door, the bodyguard quickly stepped forward, opening the door opened. Baekhyun excitedly greeted, "Hey, buddy, you've had a tough time." Cheon-soo in the room was startled by the sudden appearance. Ari, who was sitting next to the bed cutting an apple for Cheon-soo, awkwardly asked, "Who is that?" He was in the middle of eating an apple, his face full of questions. Suddenly lunged straight at him, so fast that he knocked Ari aside, grabbing his hand and making the apple fall. "You've achieved a revolutionary feat, defending the barrier wall at Jingyi and eliminating a Class B mutant strain. You deserve to be called a saint." He endlessly flattered him, as a human ally and enemy of zombies, as a servant of God. "I want to express my gratitude and admiration for your contribution to humanity." Cheon-soo frowned, looking at him awkwardly. He was still babbling, "All the suffering and lonely battles you've had to endure for that mediocre company will end today." Mary suddenly realized something. Her face tensed. "Mediocre company? Lonely? Are they trying to steal our slave?" She shouted, "Wait!" But at that moment, a hand gently rested on her shoulder, making her instinctively turn around. The bodyguard's face darkened, and he sternly reminded her, "Please remain silent until the Holy Father has finished." He smiled, extending his hand forward as if inviting. "Slasher Demon Hall, my friend. Our Jehovah Church wants to welcome you to the executive board and fight." His hand still tightly held Cheon-soo's, not letting go. Ari stood behind him, while the other bodyguards stood around the room, clapping in accompaniment. Cheon-soo stammered. He squinted and smiled. "That's right. You'll find it hard to believe, but I, the Pope of the Jehovah Church, am also the only Class A slasher who has never killed." Beck. His face hardened. He uncomfortably pulled his hand away. "No, I don't know who you are. Are you inviting me to a..." He turned his face away, avoiding Baekhyun's gaze, muttering, "It's truly the apocalypse. Even madmen can roam freely in a hospital." He awkwardly waved his hand. "No, my friend. You misunderstood." He quickly cut him off.
I don't care.
"I'm not interested in religion. Please." Everyone in the room was so shocked they... Bodyguard interjected, trying to explain, "This is the Holy Father of Jehovah." He immediately waved his hand, his face annoyed. "Not interested in religion. Get out." The room once again fell silent. Everyone seemed rooted to the... Baekhyun, bewildered, raised his hand to his chin, pondering for... He snapped his fingers, gesturing to the bodyguard behind him, and added, "It's okay if you don't know who I am. Anyway, I came here today to thank you for your contributions and to offer you a proposition." Cheon-soo had now lost all patience. He turned to Baekhyun. "Open it. No one listens to me. You people keep trying to force your schemes on me. I already told..." He suddenly paused, his eyes widening in surprise as if he had just seen something. Bodyguard took out a black briefcase, filled with sparkling cash like... Baekhyun said smugly, "We heard you owe 800 billion. We will pay off your..." Ari was stunned. Her eyebrows furrowed tightly, her face tense. He spoke, inviting, no longer a slave to Choi Gang Company, but a leader and a pastor of the Jehovah Church. He spread his hands again. "The offer. Will you join?"
Cheon-soo froze.
He raised an eyebrow, incredulous. Baekhyun maintained a smug smile, his eyes fixed. He thought of Cheol-sam, Duk-chun, and A. She exclaimed, "That's quite an attractive offer. They could easily hire a Class A slasher for that amount." Her eyes shifted to the sparkling money briefcase. He even brought cash, which shows he has no intention of negotiating or She was so tense she broke into a cold sweat. She sighed softly. What is he planning? Why is he spending so much on a Demon Hall slasher, currently only Class B at best? That doesn't matter. I'm the manager of Choi Gang Company. Stealing another company's slasher like this is unacceptable. She hesitated for a moment, then shouted, interrupting them, her hands clenched in anger. "Listen, even if you are the leader of one of the largest slasher corporations in the country, this is not allowed. Business must have principles. And a slasher must have a formal
Cheon sus face darkened.
He raised his hand in front of her, signaling her to. She looked down at him in surprise. Demon Hall Slasher. Baekhyun smiled a fake smile. He might not know much about his own sex, but he can't be so foolish as not to calculate. He pulled out a contract. The prominent words on it: Slasher Class C Demon Hall from Semi-Ion exclusive contract. He added, right. Now we. Cheon-soo calmly replied. I stopped her because she doesn't need to say it. He flatly refused. I have no intention of working with you. Baekhyun frowned in surprise at his answer, clearly displeased. Ari rejoiced, a relieved smile on her, pointed at Baekhyun, his honest eyes looking straight ahead. You can call yourself a savior or a priest or whatever, but what you want is no different from that debt collector. I know you're not free enough to give me 800 billion. You'll also work me to exhaustion to make more profit than. The proud expression that had briefly flickered across Baekhyun's face completely vanished. It was replaced by obvious embarrassment. He spoke bluntly, it's just different wording. No matter how uneducated and stupid I am, I've seen too many situations like slaves become workers. The image showed children, some perhaps not even teenagers, who should have been protected by their families, forced to do manual labor, heavily carrying loads, their clothes and faces covered in dirt. Some even fell to the ground under the heavy bricks on their backs. Mercilessly, homeless become refugees. A gaunt woman and a little girl curled up in her arms, both wrapped in thick blankets. In the bitter cold of winter, with falling snow, they sat huddled against a wall on the street, warmed only by a small fire beside them. They had no spirit. Mistresses become supplies. A line of people in dirty clothes successively approached a table. A man in a neat suit sat there, creating two contrasting images. A ragged person pointed a thumb at a piece of paper. Next to it was a stamp. It seemed they were signing some kind of contract. Suicide becomes sacrifice. A man stood on a stage, surrounded by bodyguards. He was preaching, holding a paper in his hand, continuously shouting into a megaphone in his other hand. Below, a huge crowd of spectators. On the stage was a banner, 6th Territory Reclamation Campaign. Everything was rephrased to serve personal. His eyes looked at Baekhyun without a ripple. That's the world I grew up in. But you wouldn't understand. Just by looking at you, I know you've never had to bend your back working in the bodyguard standing behind Baekhyun, who had been losing his composure, suddenly shouted, How dare you blaspheme? He was immediately stopped by Baekhyun. The bodyguard leaned in and whispered to Baekhyun. But, Holy Father. Baekhyun waved his hand dismissively, indicating surrender. I guess I expected too much when he still doesn't trust us. Let's stop here. With that, he walked straight out through the door, which had been opened by his accompanying bodyguards. Without looking back, he added, Today's offer is still valid. If one day you realize how terrible your company. At this moment, he suddenly turned back to look at Cheon-soo, his usual proud expression returning. Then contact me. Sound of the door closing echoed for a while, but both Cheon-soo and Ari still didn't take their eyes off where they had left. Their faces remained. Ari suddenly smiled softly. She turned and hugged him tightly, excitedly. I knew you were loyal, Demon Hall Slasher. Cheon-soo was flustered, his cheeks slightly flushed, his eyes wide in surprise. What are you talking? He raised his hand between them, wanting to stop the embrace. He awkwardly said, Both him and your boss are creditors. They're all the same. I just choose the side that isn't a cult. You startled me. Anyway, didn't you say you had work for me? She seemed to have just remembered something, her face delighted. The slasher leasing deal. Actually, I was going to tell you that it's just been approved. The Ministry of National Defense said they want to lease you for a payment of 20. She recalled a memory. Azong sat with her hands clasped thoughtfully on the desk, while Secretary Park paced in front of her. She pointed to a paper on the desk, softly announcing, We just received payment from the Ministry of National Defense. Madam Azong placed a pen to her lips, her mind confused, seemingly racking her brain. I don't want to lease him to them because they're probably plotting. She raised her hand to take the pen away, her eyes not leaving the paper on the desk. But he can't be indebted for. He placed the pen on the contract. All right, let's close it. At the bottom of the paper were just 2 lines. The first line, Ministry of National Defense of the Republic of Korea, Major Lim Kwang-tich, was neatly signed. She decisively signed her name next to the line. CEO of Choi Gang Company, Choi A. Returning to the present, Ari pulled out a carefully bound stack of papers. The president also approved it. Cheon-soo was slightly surprised. That's good. I thought she'd change her mind and postpone. Cheon-soo began to ask, So what exactly is my mission? Ari didn't hesitate, quickly pulling a stack of papers from the envelope. Let's see. The scene shifted to a conference room where Song Jae-yeon stood before a projector screen. A group of stern-faced individuals sat around the conference table. She spoke, Operation Salamander. Above the screen, a bold black text on a white background read, Top Secret Mission. Codename Operation Sal. She began her presentation. As the commissioners here know, the top priority of the provisional government and the Ministry of Defense is to maintain the current status quo. Our mission is to act quickly and eliminate any unexpected mutations that may. She added, this operation is just like our previous missions. The person sitting next to Wang Take interjected, I understand you said to eliminate a mutation, but please, quickly tell us what you're talking. She switched to the next slide showing a power plant with 2 massive chimneys. The Unjin nuclear power plant complex. She continued, we implemented preliminary measures when the zombie outbreak began to keep the plants running stably. Images of rusted metal components inside the plant. She recalled an image of a reconnaissance team member aiming long-range binoculars, observing the plant. Reports from the reconnaissance team indicate that signs of degradation have begun to. 2 chimneys emitted toxic black plumes directly into the. Inside the plant, the cooling system weakly struggled to lower the temperature. She added, the most dangerous thing we're facing is the cooling system of the plant degrading, leading to a rise in core temperature. Operation Salamander is an operation aimed at stabilizing the Unjin nuclear power. Wang Take then spoke, how much equipment and manpower do we? Projected an estimated chart. 20 experienced nuclear engineers, 100 workers for maintenance, and a significant amount of heavy-duty and high-tech equipment, including. Wang Take muttered his opinion, in this situation air transport is the way to go. Song Jae-yeon refuted. No, sir. The purpose of this plan. She envisioned 2 imposing convoys trailing one another on a dilapidated road. Overgrown grass sprouted on the cracked concrete. Along the roadside, at the bottom of a small slope separating the road from a patch of land, countless unfortunate vehicles were haphazardly tossed aside. Some were so mangled they were unrecognized. Approaching Unjin with an escort. 2 other people in the meeting room briefly tensed. They whispered to each other. One suggested it will create a lot of noise on the road, and it will take a lot of time to approach. The other held the plan in hand. That's why we need Major Lim and the slashers from the military. Behind Wang Take, a furry, unknown blob appeared. It held a stack of blue papers, preparing to place them on the table. He suddenly spoke, if we approach with the escort convoy, I don't think it will be. The bushy green creatures appeared behind everyone in the conference room, all performing the single task of placing stacks of blue papers on the table. He announced, from now on the slashers on the list concluded, I want all of them to participate in the operation. On one of the papers in the handed-out stack, lines of text clearly appeared. Proposed personnel list, internal circulation Chojong Company, rank C-slasher, Kim Cho-soo, Ghost Hall, 23 years old. Next to it was an ID photo of Cheon-soo, wearing a high-collared jacket, gaped in surprise. Cold sweat ran down his. Before him was a somewhat chaotic scene, yet it appeared majestic in vast courtyard. Groups of soldiers marched in separate formations. Around them were dozens of trucks and heavy-duty excavators. In the distance, a massive wall built from shipping containers stretched. In front of the excavators, a group of soldiers wore helmets that almost covered half their faces. They carried backpacks with very long rods like antennas and even a shaggy green. Elsewhere, a group of soldiers wore black boonie hats and carried rifles on their shoulders. The one in the middle was completely covered, standing opposite a man with slicked-back red hair, wearing a long white. On another side was a group of soldiers in blue camouflage. Their expressions seemed less stern and cold than the previous 2. Leading them was John Gun, completely clad in blue camo. Wang Take, with a cigarette in his mouth, smiled broadly. Cheon-soo was still bewildered. Have you ever seen an operation of this? He exclaimed, his eyes still fixed on the happenings in the courtyard. It's not that I haven't seen one before. The territory recapture operation, the Genie barricade incident. The territory recapture operation was a counterattack, and the Genie incident was more of a defensive. Wang suddenly clenched his hand into a fist, shouting excitedly, but this is a breakthrough. Kid, not just stopping the zombies but pushing through. Then the smile on his face vanished, and his tone slowed. And perhaps this is this country's last. Cheon-soo questioned. Last. Wang Take offered no explanation. He suddenly turned and left. They'll see you later. Good luck with the operation. Cheon-soo's gaze was distant, his hair fluttering in the strong mission codename, Operation Sal. Vehicles began to move in a group. Inside the trucks, groups of soldiers sat with knees bent, facing each other. Dust filled the air. Proceed. On a truck much larger than the troop carrier, there was also a group of people dressed casually to their liking. Their vehicle even had seats so they didn't have to sit cramped with bent. Cheon-soo glanced at each person. His shovel rested on his... He thought to himself, his eyes still fixed on everyone in the vehicle. No one is wearing a uniform. Then he looked at the group beside him. They are all privately hired slashers. Remained lost in his thoughts. Actually, I recognized some of the people on the list Minari gave me to... Recalling his time at the hospital, he frowned at the haphazardly dropped pile of books on... He suspiciously flipped through each page, checking. What are these books? Ari, after vigorously dumping the towering stack of books, wearily took out a handkerchief to dab her sweat. These are catalogs containing information about slash. She added, it's mainly for clients who want to hire slashers. He turned to a page. Above it was an image of a bald slasher. A bulging weapon bag was slung at his hip. He fleetingly recognized him. I know this name.
Ghost Slasher Bok Song-shun, specializing in zombie elimination.
Commission fees from 2 billion won or more. Special rates apply. She explained why she gave him the stack of books, but I thought you might need... She envisioned a good team, each member skilled in a different type of weapon and tech. Then she spoke, after reading it, you'll know what each slasher can do before you join the escort operation. Or rather, you can figure out which associates or teammates suit your ability. Continued to stare at the book. Not only that, if a slasher suddenly attacks me like last time, you'll know exactly what their ability... Ari clapped in agreement. Exactly. You're starting to think like a true slasher. He was briefly startled by her sudden... He awkwardly raised a hand to scratch his cheek, his eyes darting away. It's not that profound, is it? Or is it? Back in the present, thoughts still consumed. He looked at a middle-aged man holding a gun, his gaze fixed on the distance.
Date du Munan, à ranx et slaché.
His main weapon is a modified air gun that fires compressed bolts, and next was a young man with dark blonde hair. An X-shaped scar marked his jawline. He clutched a backpack the same color as his hair. His outfit and weapon also shared similar colors. And that's Jin Huche, a rank C slasher. His main weapon is a specially crafted bludgeon, and a backpack that can transform into a... Then he looked to the opposite side. In the center, a person was completely covered by a helmet, holding a red hammer. That's Go Duhui, Kim Gapsu, and 7 up. He subtly tilted his head back, glancing sideways again. Everyone in the vehicle is rank C except for me, who is temporarily rated rank B, and that young girl over. A girl with short, shoulder-length pink hair and bangs. Her expression was completely opposite to everyone else in the vehicle. She happily hummed something. 2 weapons were clamped between her thighs. Zaguchi Small Business Association, rank B slasher, guillotine and sarung. She has killed 12,041 zombies plus 2 rank B mutated variants. He frowned tensely. I read about her very Sarung still looked into the distance eagerly. Because she stands out so much among them. She's the youngest slasher, and the youngest rank B slasher. Suddenly, she subtly turned her head towards him. Her smile, realizing her gaze, he immediately turned his head to avoid eye contact. She said mockingly, hey, buddy, you've been staring at the slashers this whole time. Trying to make friends here? He was awkward, his gaze still firmly fixed. Her expression abruptly turned grim and sharp. There's no need to do something so pointless. At least half of them will die within 3 hours of leaving boot. She added, and only a quarter might survive until the end of the day. He started to get annoyed. What? Why do you always say such unlucky? She gave a faint smile, looking at him with half-closed eyes. Didn't you notice the escort convoy's formation? I guess a newbie like you wouldn't pay attention to such things. He immediately interrupted, confused, the formation of the vehicle. A simulated image of the convoy's position appeared. Bulldozers, highlighted in pink, led the convoy, followed by modified large trucks to push vehicle wrecks off the bulldozing trucks, ruthlessly tossing aside the already mangled, unrecognizable vehicle components down the short. Simulated vehicle formation image appeared again. The 2 main cargo trucks in the center were highlighted in pink. Meanwhile, vehicles carrying heavy equipment and engineers will be at the center of the formation. That cargo truck was being escorted, surrounded by other vehicles. Along the roadside, car wrecks were piled. The simulated formation image was brought up once more, but this time, different types of vehicles, forming a circle directly around the 2 main cargo trucks, were highlighted in pink. Those vehicles will be protected by slashers and soldiers from the Ministry of Defense driving those. One of those Humvees were Guangtaik and John. The outermost circle on the simulated image was highlighted. And finally, there's us. The trucks with hired slashers will form the rear guard for those. Sarung playfully wiggled her index finger. Do you understand? She closed her eyes, showing no fear. We are the meat shields.
Cheon sufronet taitli, slaitli.
Suddenly asked, so what? Which startled her, as if she hadn't anticipated. He demanded, what if you're wrong, and more than half of us survive after 3 hours? She frowned, her voice slightly strained. You're getting off topic. What nonsense are you talking? He was still angry, Repeating each word, I said, what if more than half of the people here She closed her eyes tightly, helplessly adding, no, I mean this operation is His voice suddenly rose unusually loud. You're discouraging everyone here while we're just trying to survive. This seemed to catch the attention of everyone. He laughed loudly in mockery. Or are you too scared to make a bet? Chicken? Her expression darkened. Now it was her turn to get corners of her lips twitched with rage. She challenged, pointing her weapon directly at him. The winner gets to punch the loser straight in the face. How about? He grabbed his shovel as well, replying without hesitation. You're on. The two glared at each other, eyes sparking with electricity. Their teeth ground together in the sudden screech of brakes. A frantic soldier ran towards Cheon-soo's vehicle, his face distraught as he reported, zombies on the left flank. Cheon-soo looked at the soldier in surprise. The other shouted, they'll be on our right flank soon. Right flank. Current position. Left flank. The other person's eyes widened in fear. Everyone prepare. Before he could finish, a zombie lunged from nowhere, attacking the soldier. He died instantly. Everyone in the vehicle looked towards it, their faces stunned. No one speaking as if they hadn't yet Sarung muttered, already lost one. The slashers all picked up their weapons and stood. Sarung had already darted forward, getting into position, while he looked down at her, annoyed. I can't believe you're counting casualties when someone just... The bulldozing trucks still diligently performed their sole task. The old vehicles were tossed aside onto the shoulder to clear a path. The road-clearing vehicles created many ear-splitting sounds. Gwangtaek observed through binoculars, his other hand holding a walkie-talkie. He gave an order, move slowly. Let the slashers engage. The survivors keep moving forward and protect the entire convoy. Every mile gained must be paid with the convoys. He suddenly saw something through the binoculars, causing him a fleeting moment of surprise. Without hesitation, she struck them with many blows. Her angular slashes danced through On another side, Cheon-soo was also continuously striking. Unlike Sarung, his attacks were circular, cutting the zombies in half along a circumference. Gwangtaek chuckled with satisfaction. Not bad. I knew the guillotine would be worth her price. But Ghost Hall has also exceeded my expectations. He envisioned the Unjin power plant. There will be casualties, but we will surely reach Unjin. And that will be where we restore this. Manhan stood amidst piles of zombie corpses. His hand still gripped his gun. He removed the cap of his gun. A pile of nails and screws scattered everywhere. Suddenly, from a distance, a zombie charged at him. He was startled, aimed his gun at it. That's the last. He pulled but nothing came out of the barrel. He exclaimed, "What? The gas is leaking," as he saw a puff of gas instead of a projectile. That zombie quickly charged forward, only a very short distance from him. He was so terrified his eyes bulged, unable to utter a single scream. He could only close his eyes and instinctively raised his gun to futilely defend himself. Just then, a dark weapon decisively cut into the gap between the zombie and delivering a painful blow to the. After a while of closing his eyes and leaving himself to fate, he felt no movement. He opened his eyes in surprise, looking forward, and subtly. Cheon-soo gasped, breathing heavily in broken intervals. Don't die without my permission, because I still have to set that kid's. Han was silent, then suddenly offered him a genuine. He handed the shovel to Cheon-soo. Thanks. I owe you. He pondered, calculating. Looks like that was the last one. Manhan chuckled, pointing towards the vehicle. All right, let's get back to the vehicle. He followed Manhan towards the vehicle, then sighed and asked, what time is it? How long have we been out of Busan? Manhan looked at his wristwatch. 3 hours and 25 minutes. Almost 3.5 hours. Manhan grabbed Cheon-soo's hand, pulling with all his. He stretched himself as much as possible for more strength. Cheon-soo used the pull to climb onto the truck. He was still tired. Each breath swept his eyes across the entire truck bed. Most people were doing the same thing as him, continuously breathing heavily to regain strength. Manhan, after pulling him up, was so tired he had to lean on his thighs to catch his. Jin Huche was also slowly sitting down on a seat. He also seemed very exhausted. Only Sarung remained unfazed, pouting as she looked around the. She suddenly noticed someone looking. She looked up. Before her was a triumphant smile, but it was distorted by heavy breathing. Looking down at her from. He frowned, slightly annoyed. If you hadn't helped, half of them would have. Drops of sweat dotted his face from the intense activity. His face remained unchanged from before. He pretended ignorance. What? I didn't help it. The smile was gone from his lips. He merely asked her, is saving people? She hadn't anticipated him asking that question. She couldn't think of an answer for a moment, her eyes still staring. Manhan had regained his normal expression. He smiled faintly, quietly observing him. She remained silent, as if fighting an intense inner. Then she looked up with a flustered smile. Are you really going to hit a little? He didn't hold back, raising his fist with a sly smile. Just think of it as a love tap. Sit still or your head's gonna... Sarang was now drenched in sweat. A loud thud echoed in the silence. About 4 hours after the campaign began, Sarang had a large bump on her head. She sat with her arms crossed and legs pulled up on the seat, her face scowling as she pouted in frustration. He slumped down beside her, groaning from exhaustion. They were slashers who had never worked. After a while, the slashers in the vehicle fell silent, each appearing to have their own. Manhan reached into his. He took out a thick cigarette and placed it at Chionsu's feet. This was an era of pandemic where human selfishness had reached its. Other people in the vehicle also reached into their lapels and pockets for.
Sarang glanced sa.
And just like that, Kim Chionsu began to receive respect. Before long, he had fallen into a deep sleep, and steady sounds. At his feet were several gifts: snacks, cigarettes, energy drinks, cheese, and some other. The distance from Busan to Eugene. A map appeared. Both the starting point and the destination were coastal areas. The distance was immense. It was about 200 kilometers. The highway hadn't been maintained in a long time, with trees growing thick over the cracked asphalt. The guardrail was stained black. The convoy continued moving tirelessly. A soldier driving announced into the radio, Escort Vehicle 3, secure. Another driver did the same. Escort Vehicle 7, another vehicle, the driver also announced, Escort Vehicle 12, secure and proceeding. He was mid-sentence when his eyes caught something in the rearview. Through the rearview mirror, a horde of zombies could be seen rushing toward them at terrifying. The driver banged hard on the back of the truck to signal. Zombies near Escort Vehicle 12. Prepare for. The slashers on that truck stood up one by one, weapons gripped tight. The driver added, I repeat, zombies near Escort Vehicle. During that journey, battles broke out continuously. Before long, zombies surrounded the truck. The slashers on board suddenly turned to face. One of them moved quickly, stepping onto the edge of the truck, preparing to jump down, and gained momentum with his. He slammed the zombie's head hard against the truck. After a while, zombie corpses lay scattered on the road. None were moving. This is Escort Vehicle 12. No enemies left. We are proceeding. Many slashers died in this camp. Kwang Taek focused on studying the map and touched his eye patch. We lost the slashers at Escort Vehicles 12, 13, 14, and 15, right? That means we've almost lost the left flank. Report the casualties so I can recalculate. Seo Ri, sitting quietly behind him, replied, raising her hand to visualize. An average of 2 people per vehicle died. Total casualties are 9. So she visualized moving some people from the armed forces into the slasher trucks. We will send some of our slashers to fill the missing position. Kwang Taek, his hand still on his eye patch, bit his cigarette. Fine. Not bad. The casualties aren't as many as I expected. His eyes remained fixed on the map, visualizing the convoy's position. According to the original plan, I thought the civilian slashers would have died by now. I even considered removing the slasher truck layer from the outside. That way, I think we could still use the Eugene nuclear power. Seo Ri added, now those slashers understand the campaign better. And the presence of the team captains seems to have significantly increased the survival rate. It's an image of a wolf pack howling up at a majestic alpha wolf standing alone on a high. The wolves below couldn't climb up, right under the moon. He looked out the window and thought, captains. Huh? Yes, that's right. When the slashers feel exhausted, some of them start to stand. Footsteps running as fast as a blade, to the point where only compressed air could be seen as the sauls brushed past, with the legs themselves in. Sarang's face was expressionless, unervingly calm. She leaned her face close to a zombie's terrifying open mouth, her gaze She lunged forward, her weapon tracing perfect curves in the air, killing all the zombies. She continued charging ahead, her weapon moving in a straight line with her run, frantically dismembering the zombie. Her eyes were soulless, her hands attacking like a machine. She knelt down, her face still cold, bringing her axe down in a decisive. She smiled with satisfaction as she finished off row after row of zombies. Thought further, some stand out due to their strength and independent combat skills. From the Zaguchi Small Business Association, B-rank slasher, guillotine and a slasher sat resting by the roadside, panting in exhaustion. Beside him were 2 motionless, blurry zombie corpses. He was so tired his eyes seemed tearful. Suddenly, a voice spoke. Exhausting, isn't it? The man looked up in surprise. Kwang Taek's train of thought continued. Some gain trust from others and use that advantage for themselves. Standing before the slasher was Troy Peter, smiling kindly and reaching out. Follow me. You'll be left behind if you can't keep up with the convoy. From the Jehovah Roadhouse, C-rank slasher, missionary Troy. In some corner, Park Jin-gus voice rose mockingly. Empty plastic bottles were scattered on the floor. Listen up, everyone. Zombies are like wild. He finished a bottle in his hand. They target those separated from the pack. Understand? That's why you have to stay close and support each. The other slashers nearby looked at him in confusion. He met their gaze. Is it that hard to understand? Are you guys? One of the slashers was even more confused. Why are they sitting here listening to a lecture? Who is that old guy? Another person in a gray sweater joined in. I don't know, but they say the slashers who follow his advice all survive. The other man turned with his mouth agape. The young man in the green sweater suddenly cowered, his brow furrowed in fear. And some can see the whole campaign and grasp the entire situation. Park Jin-gu was still drinking water, his eyebrows raised as he pointed forward. His tie was loosened. From the Small Business Association, C-rank slasher, Arbiter Park Jin-taek looked into the distance, and finally toward Cheon-soo, who had finished dealing with the charging zombies, and was leaning on his shovel to catch his breath, and Bakui appeared from nowhere and draped his arm over Cheon-su's neck, while Cheon-soo supported his hip. Don't just stand there acting like you killed all these zombies yourself. Come on, let me get you back to the Cheon-soo asked him. Why are you suddenly so friendly? Even giving me candy?
Bakui grinned innocently.
Do you want? Without listening to Cheon-soo, Bakui tossed him another candy bar. Cheon-soo caught it reflex. Kwang-taek thought to himself, and some possess all these factors, making others follow them automatically. He tore open the candy wrapper and stuffed a bar into his mouth. I told you I was fine. From Cho-young Company, unofficial B-rank slasher, Shovel Demon Kim Cheon. Kwang-taek sat in the car, his eyes fixed on him with a satisfied smile. The strongest among them is obviously the Shovel. Maybe it's luck, but his team has the fewest casualties here. He admired them, and the number of zombies they killed is the highest. A good performance with minimal damage. Fits my criteria perfectly. In the distance, Cheon-soo stood by the truck bed, seemingly talking to someone as someone reached out from the edge. Kwang-taek's face and gaze didn't change. My eye for talent is still Sarang stood at a distance, witnessing Cheon-su's happy interaction with his teammates. Munhan draped an arm around him, whispering, killing zombies together really brings us close. She stood there motionless, just staring. Her cheeks were flushed, her gaze somewhat low. She slightly lowered her, yet she remained rooted to the desolately eerie scene appeared. Whether they were zombies or slashers who had met their end, corpses were scattered densely along the path. Soldiers climbed down from the vehicles. The atmosphere was tense and Kwang-taek looked out and gave careful instructions. All right, give radios to the people I designated. By giving detailed orders, we can increase the number of survivors until we reach Yujin. Major Lim was right. Ordering the captains has made the campaign more effective. The four, Cheon-soo, Sarang, Troy Peter, Park Jin-gu, each held a radio for the mission, their eyes filled with murderous intent. As a result, the number of slashers still alive upon reaching Yujin. A large blue sign stood on the highway. Dusk had fallen. Yujin City, Gyeongbuk Province, Yujin Nuclear Power Plant Complex. A soldier driving opened the door and stepped down. His fists clenched nervously. Other soldiers did the same, looking at something with Before them was a massive plant, most of its components made of metal like iron pipes, and two even more giant chimneys emitting light smoke. Yujin Nuclear Power Plant Complex, Yujin City, Gyeongbuk Province. After hours of driving, Cheon-gun seemed to have aching muscles. He grimaced while stretching, talking to Seori and Kwang-taek. The furry green ball stood with hands on hips, observing. There are more survivors than I thought. What's the status of the slash? Seori replied, over 80% of slashers from the Ministry of Defense and over 40% of civilian slashers survived. It's a relief, more than predicted during preparation. The prediction was that almost all would perish. Kwang-taek put a fresh cigarette in his mouth and flicked his lighter. He thought it's not just about how many are alive. Now he'll watch those slashers and ensure they improve further through this campaign. An announcement echoed. In the plant's courtyard, the convoy was lined up neatly. Attention everyone, we have arrived. Start building the base. We want enter the plant today. Get some rest. People began setting up temporary tents in the empty court. Those who finished setting up tents gathered around campfires, chatting. The tent area was surrounded by several long vehicles in a protective circle. Smaller circles inside were the living areas with 3 fires burning bright. The escort campaign to Yujin was a success. Cheon-soo seemed exhausted after a long day. He stretched and yawned, tears of fatigue forming at the corners of his eyes. While stretching, he suddenly saw Sarang sitting by a fire with her knees hugged to her. Her gaze was distant, her face showing no expression. His expression turned serious as he looked at her with a complex. Suddenly he ran over, and without warning, He pouted and landed a punch directly on the top of her head. She jumped. Another bump formed on Sarung's head. She put her hand up to rub it, looking at him with exasperation. What the hell was that for? He smiled sinisterly, his hand still clenched in a fist. You deserve another punch because most of us are still alive. She exploded. Are you a child? That's ancient. All mocking and contemptuous expressions immediately vanished from his face. He looked at her with that thoughtful gaze. She was in so much pain that her eyes welled up, but she abruptly froze when she saw his expression. He closed his eyes, hands in his pockets, his tone somewhat sympathetic. Listen, I know why you're pessimistic and don't want to talk to others in the operation. When a kid like you is so reserved, it's hard for adults to appreciate. He took a chocolate bar from his pocket, slowly offering it to her. Learn to rely on others a bit and try to fit in. There's nothing wrong with doing. His gaze shifted to the burning fire in front of them. I don't know much about slasher-related things, but I know that everyone lost important things in this zombie apocalypse before they decided to become slash. Then he looked back at her, his expression unchanged. Especially those who chose to step out from the safety of the. He was also drawn into deep thought after hearing those words. She tore open the chocolate bar wrapper. If you're going to advise me, wait until you've survived and She took a bite. Her expression seemed better. I don't listen to advice from those who die sooner. The quiet night sky embraced the power. The sun rose again after a night of rest. Everyone returned looking neat and proper. Their uniforms, protective gear, and weapons were meticulously adjusted. They stood in vertical lines, their faces stern. A stark contrast to the atmosphere of the previous. Gwangtaek pivoted on his. He stood facing everyone, his demeanor authoritative. As everyone rested in, he issued the orders and mission for the day. Now listen up, everyone. Today we will enter the nuclear power plant. Sori, standing below, listened attentively. Sori also listened silently to Gwangtaek. We don't know what kind of monsters will be in. Other slashers also seemed not to want to miss a single word. Or which of you will survive until the very. He spoke loudly, ensuring everyone understood. But this operation will eliminate the potential threat and revive the country's. Cheon-su frowned, looking directly at Gwangtaek who was speaking. In other words, Gwangtaek looked down from above, a cigarette still in his mouth as always. Today, the battle of life and death began. The Unjin nuclear power plant complex. On the map, this complex was marked with a radioactivity. It was one of the largest nuclear power plants before the country's collapse. An image of the plant appeared, seemingly from when it first became operational. The equipment was all new and clean. Workers at the plant observed from above, completely covered from head to toe in black protective suits. On another side of the plant, another group of workers, judging by their attire, might have been performing maintenance or equipment operation. Inside the office, filled with machinery and monitoring screens, some workers in protective gear watched the monitors. The rest wore white lab coats like research scientists. They were discussing. Now it's a ticking time bomb. The current, real image of the plant clearly appeared. A dilapidated, old, and dirty ruin. Dust and electrical sparks flew everywhere. Zombies shambled down the corridors. Those on duty here were torn apart to a tragic demise. The maintenance and equipment operation areas were no different. Zombies twisted and contorted. People lay scattered, and blood splattered everywhere. In the control room, some of those in white lab coats lay motionless. Others staggered as if turning into zombies. The only commonality was the crimson red smeared across the room, across their white lab coats. Back in the present, Gwangtaek stood silently after speaking, his gaze fixed on the two colossal chairs. Then he turned, taking the cigarette from his mouth. Team leaders. No, those who received a walkie-talkie at the same time, and saw Pedro, Jean, and Su all startled and froze. Gwangtaek ordered, gather at the front. This is the final strategy meeting before we enter the slashers holding walkie-talkies gathered on one side, flanked by two other groups of soldiers. In front of them were Gwangtaek, Sori, and John Gun, along with the bushy green creature. Gwangtaek seemed to be giving instructions, and Sarung frowned, annoyed, softly muttering, a strategy meeting? Aren't we just going to sweep through everything anyway? Just then, the furry green creature flipped through its nose, stopped on a page, then held it up in front of her. Then it spoke mechanically, this is a meeting about allocation. She questioned, It explained further. The Unjin nuclear power plant complex comprises multiple nuclear power. An illustrative image was drawn. This is a meeting to decide who will attack which plant, and in what sequence the attack will proceed. As John Gun said, Major Lim has divided the attack. Gwangtaek pointed to the board. He was presenting something. Overview of the Fire Dragon Extermination Camp. The team leaders included 4 civilian slashers. Cheon-su, and Pedro and Jingu, slashers from the Ministry of Defense, including John Gun, Sori, Chogun, and four warriors from the Ministry of Defense, who wore helmets with chin straps and a distinctive symbol. Each of them would command 5 to 6 members, and each team had the mission to eliminate all zombies at the designated nuclear power. Manhwa suddenly called out from behind him, smiled and said, "Aren't you our team leader? It's really hard to get acquainted here." Kim Gapsu chimed in, "But if Kim Chosu is the team leader, then we won't die. I heard our team has the highest survival rate." Go Duhui grabbed Kim Gapsu by the neck. "You shouldn't say that. That's meaningless. You're acting like you did it yourself." Cheonsu spoke up, reminding them, "Please guys, calm down. I don't think they'll feel any tension since they already know each." Standing and watching the men joking around happily in the distance, Sarung's face hardened. "I need to draw less attention to myself because our skills are already very good. We're divided into teams." Man approached from somewhere, grabbing her head and teasing her. "The new rank B rising star. I'm lucky this time. I guess I will." Sarung's face darkened. She bent the man's finger backward. The man let out a pathetic. She snapped, "If you tease me one more time, I guarantee you'll die of natural causes." The man immediately regretted it. "Yes, I understand." At this point, the teams had divided, surrounding each entrance of the power plant. They were all in a ready-to-fight state. The drone buzzed in the sky, capturing the entire landscape. Guard soldiers with guns stood watch beside a seemingly important. Inside were dozens of large screens displaying live images from the. Guangtaik did not part with his cigarette. "The operation is to recapture the Unjin nuclear power plant complex. Fire Dragon Extermination Camp. Begin." Each door burst open. Among the slashers and Sarung charged in. Next, John Gun's side also powerfully surged. Ministry of Defense warriors also ran in, their guns ready to. In contrast, Cheonsu's leading group seemed quieter. They walked slowly and cautiously. Cheonsu's expression was utterly tense, his eyes anxiously darting. A slasher accompanying him spoke up, "Team leader, have you heard anything about how many zombies are in here?" He replied, "A maximum of about 12. I heard that only those who participated in the mission were in." Kim Gapsu also interjected, "A small number is good news, but given the scale of this power plant complex, finding and eliminating each zombie will be a difficult task. Should we split?" He looked at Gapsu in disbelief and asked again, "What did you say?" "This is a campaign we can definitely win unless a mutated variant appears. So why should we take such a risk?" Gapsu was momentarily flustered. He explained, "Because wouldn't those who can attack quickly and leave early have a higher chance of survival?" Manhwa placed a hand on Cheonsu's shoulder, agreeing with Gapsu. "He's not wrong, Captain. We must remember that human stamina is not in." His gaze drifted. "The longer the cleanup process, the more our stamina and concentration will decrease. This increases the likelihood of being ambushed. The most important thing is to complete the mission safely without any casualties." Cheonsu raised a hand to his chin, thinking for a. Then he slipped his hand into his jacket, searching for. He pulled out a carefully folded piece of paper. "The largest room inside the nuclear power plant is an open space and can be accessed from multiple directions. Can you find it?" Manhwa took the paper, puzzled. "An open space? Are you talking about a place like a central hall?"
Cheonsu nodded.
"I don't know how to read." He pointed to a symbol on the map. "According to the map, this is the most open and spacious area. The central hall. From the workstations inside the plant to the management offices and auxiliary facilities outside, all areas are connected to this." A moment later, they were in the central hall. It was a spacious area. Although furniture was shattered, there was no smell of. Cheonsu shone his flashlight, observing his surroundings. He smiled. "This place looks good, doesn't it?" Manhwa didn't understand him. "But why do we have to come?" Cheonsu turned around. "Don't you see? Before the idols transformed due to the zombie virus, I heard they released many songs. Is that right?" Gapsu replied, "Yes, but isn't this an inappropriate topic to ask about in this situation?" He smiled brighter, then suddenly suggested, "Everyone, let's sing according to the rules, loud enough to echo throughout this nuclear power." Zombie in protective workers' clothing walked aimlessly in the spacious. It growled. Its lifeless eyes rolled back, revealing only. Suddenly, the zombie flinched when it heard a resounding song. "I think I've fallen for you. Those eyes are my." From the end of the corridor, beyond a large door, came a voice singing like, "Her eyes are my." The zombies were agitated by the sudden noise. They rushed madly toward. Previously, back when Cheonsu made his strange suggestion, "Everyone, let's sing according to the rules, loud enough to echo throughout this nuclear power." Everyone in the group was startled. He pressed his point. "If we want to clear out the zombies before we run out of stamina and while maintaining our formation, there's no other option but to lure them." Then he recalled the words on the map, "Central Hall. That's why we came to this open." He maintained his smile, unfazed. "So, everyone pick a song. Let's listen to the old songs." Back in the present, The zombie's eyes were bloodshot, its mouth wide open as if ready to devour some unlucky. They were surrounded by a pile of zombies, all rushing from all directions, with no retreat. They stood back to back in a circle, weapons at the ready, with Cheon-soo and shouted, alerting everyone, "Don't blink, don't turn back. Her eyes are my heart. Keep singing. The song sounds great." Bakhui was so scared her mouth hung, maintained his loud tone, ensuring everyone heard. "Don't try to catch all of them. Just take down any that rush into the circle. Trust your teammates and stay in your designated positions." The zombies kept closing the distance. He gripped his weapon firmly and resolutely said, "And I will handle the..." Quickly swung their weapons, attacking the zombie. They took turns defending and attacking. Bakhui gritted her teeth, swinging an iron bar into a zombie. Other, more distant zombies were also hit by bullets. Manhan continuously aimed his gun. He was tense, his face beaded with sweat. No time to... Cheon-soo hadn't moved an inch until now. He spun the axe on its rope in his... Felt like a cowboy, facing dozens of zombies alone. He mused, "What should I do to have good into..." He continued spinning the axe, repeating, "Good into..." Manhan yelled out, "Captain, we're sur..." Someone's hand clenched their weapon so tightly that veins popped. "Patience. A rule I need to know, only draw when I need to..." He slowly spoke. "Right now, get..." He gripped the axe's rope tighter than... Manhan noticed the abnormality and quickly recalled. Cheon-soo's face was terrifyingly stern. His eyes seemed to glow as he shot. Loud sound echoed simultaneously with a clean slash that swept through. Manhan stared in shock at the zombies that had been fiercely rushing them. Their bodies were now even more One had a gash across its neck, another on its nape. They screamed in... A moment later, Cheon-soo's team of slashers was still kneeling on the ground, hands covering their heads, avoiding as he had instructed. He remained unmoving, not even an inch. The only difference was that all the zombies had been eliminated in a single... Manhan stared at him in astonishment. This guy, very strong, he assessed, seeing Cheon-soo, after dealing with all the zombies alone, still showing no particular expression, idly spinning the rope in his... Manhan swallowed hard, his eyes slightly wide. Who could call him a C-rank slasher? Or an unverified B-rank slasher? He's that... Recalled a memory. In that memory he was lying on the... In front of him was Madame Manhwa, holding a sharp object stained with blood. I've seen a strike like that before. The patron of the Small Business Association, Grade A slasher, the old fishmonger Madame. After helping him, she turned to ask, "Are you all right?" She chuckled. "No need to thank me. We merchants should help each." He inwardly compared, his movements are just like hers. Suddenly, Cheon-soo spoke. "Were you bitten? Why are you staring at me like..." He smiled faintly, then swallowed hard again. "When I return, he'll definitely tell the old lady about him. With his skills and personality, we'll surely have an advantage if we recruit this." Manhan no longer showed any signs of panic. He walked over and clapped Cheon-soo on the shoulder. "Why didn't you use that move during the escort mission, huh? Why waste your talent?" Cheon-soo gave an awkward smile. "This is my first time trying it. Besides, this isn't a computer game. I wasn't sure if it would work. And this time I also had to manage the location, position, and my role." Manhan looked around. The calm, most peaceful scene in the midst of death had completely vanished. Zombie corpses were scattered everywhere. Come on, how could simple folk like us understand that? Anyway, it seems we've eliminated all the zombies. Let's take a look around and quickly get out of this creepy... Team A, consisting of civilian slashers led by Kim Cho-soo, had cleared the area. Cheon-soo and the entire team silently walked out of the ruins. The operation to retake the nuclear power plant was not because the truth was top secret. Firstly, this facility was secretly operated by a limited number of personnel. Only a few zombies were infected inside the plant, so they were not a threat to the slasher. And Sarung's side saw her hand still gripped the sharp axe firmly in the zombie's face. She turned to ask, "What? That's it? I was just getting..." She jumped up, glaring at her teammates, making them flinch. They continuously praised and reassured her, their smiles extremely forced and awkward. "Aren't you happy there were only a few? It's good that everything went smoothly, right?" "That's right. Well done. You're very good." One person gave a thumbs up. "Ms. Sarung, now that it's over, why don't you put down your..." Team B, consisting of civilian slashers led by Sarung, had cleared the area. Sarung frowned irritably. The compliments didn't register. Secondly, the captains of each team had a thorough understanding of the plant's architectural blueprint. A map appeared. In the middle, Jin-gu was dazedly drinking a carton of milk. Each captain was given a map of the nuclear plant, so the teams could strategize and move flexibly within the plant without fear of getting... Jin-gu's group walked quietly. He focused on studying the map, holding a milk carton in his other hand. Someone behind him thoughtfully shone a light for him. The others kept their weapons ready for any unexpected. Gurgling sound of an empty milk carton echoed. The carton's waist was dead. He lightly squeezed the milk carton and casually threw it at his. He pointed forward, announcing, the control room ahead is about 30 steps away. Zombies might jump out from there, so be instructed, maintain formation and move slowly. They cautiously nodded. A blond man in the team grumbled. He's truly incompetent, always giving orders from behind. That kind of cat. He suddenly walked faster, leaving the others behind. Why do they even listen to him? Don't they have their own opinion? What a pathetic bunch, the man thought to himself. Jingu yelled. Idiot! Didn't I tell you to maintain formation? The blond man had walked so fast that he was a great distance ahead of the others. He scowled and asked again, what did you? Right behind him, a door opened just enough to reveal bloodshot eyes. The zombies didn't hesitate for a second, rushing straight towards the man. He flinched again, turning his head. Before he could fully recover, he was grabbed by the zombies and slammed to the ground, only managing a fearful.
Jingu réassured, don't panique.
We're far enough away, and we're in a narrow corridor. We'll be fine as long as we maintain this formation. While the atmosphere suddenly fell, some other teammates rushed forward to deal with the zombies, while Jingu stood there, drinking another milk carton. Beside him was the man who had been shining the flashlight earlier. He looked down at the foolish blonde man with a contemptuous. Man had now turned into a zombie as he took out the milk carton, apparently having finished it. I told you to. Place the milk carton in front of the man. My condolences. Then he stepped aside. The flashlight holder approached, holding a sharp weapon. He swung the weapon down at the blonde zombie. A chilling, gruesome sound of bones breaking. MC, consisting of civilian slashers led by Park Jingu, had cleared the area. The slashers had gained more experience since the operation began, and as long as they didn't encounter a mutated variant, they would have no trouble fighting the zombie. As for Pedro, his teammates were also fighting hard. One person, covered in blood, lay on the ground, panting, raising a hand to block a zombie rushing toward. Pedro rushed in from somewhere, grabbed the zombie, and pushed it away from his. He repeatedly punched its face with his bare hands. Its blood smeared all over his veins bulged on Pedro's jaw. He put all his strength into his punch. His fingers were black, interlocking golden rings. Above them was a symbol quite similar to Baekhyun's. He continuously inflicted enormous damage on the as if he had lost all. His eyes rolled back until only the whites showed. His jaw clenched, exposing his gums. Blood continuously spurted from beneath the zombies. The teammate who had been pinned by the zombie earlier struggled up, reaching out his hand as if to intervene. His hand was covered in sticky red fluid, staining the object he was wearing. It seemed to be some kind of. A gentle smile immediately appeared. Hey brother, were you? The other person stammered. No sir, you saved me. Thank you very much. He extended his stained, sticky hand towards the man. I'm glad you're safe. I think that was the last one. We should head. The other person clung to his elbow, limping out with him and the others. He added, and breathed some fresh air. Team D, consisting of civilian slashers led by Pedro Choi, had cleared the. Wong Tek observed the screen, holding a walkie-talkie. He softly said to Sori, it seems the devout team has also completed their mission. How many teams have cleared their air? Sori listed them in order. My team finished first. Then Cheon-soo, Kim Cho-soo, and Sarung, Park Ji, and finally Pedro Choi's team. A total of 6 teams. He raised a hand to scratch his head. It seems everything is going according to plan. Finally, it's time for me to do my part. I asked you to make a list of the henchmen working for the higher-ups. Have you finished? At the same time, Sori pulled out a stack of papers. She replied, yes, sir. I've listed those who graduated from the military academy. They were appointed through connections, and also those whose parents hold power in the provisional government. Sir, the military academy, the nationalists, these are the ones who have committed many crimes and will not submit to us. He took the papers Sori handed him, carefully reading the content. She imagined the Ministry of Defense soldiers looking confused at the map. They were given special maps. I intended for them to get lost. They must be struggling to find their way now. Meanwhile, those soldiers were loudly cursing. That damn Major Lim. What kind of map is this? We've been going in circles because everything on the map is. Despite that, they didn't give up looking at the map. Zombies could jump out at any moment, and we need to get out of here as soon as possible. Suddenly, one person flinched, having heard a strange person shouted, I hear footsteps ahead. They immediately aimed their guns in that direction. But then they suddenly. The person who had just shouted cautiously shone a flashlight. It was Wong Tek with his head bowed holding a gun, standing. They immediately questioned him when they recognized him. Major, you gave us the wrong map. Did you come to find us? He casually replied, yes, I did. And relax, I've killed all the zombies heading there. The person holding the flashlight continued to complain, Do you know how much trouble we've had here? I will report to headquarters about your poor leadership of this operation. Before finishing, the person suddenly Wong Tech's gun was already pointed directly at. The other person clearly looked disbelieving. His eyes widened, looking directly at them without a hint of. Earlier, while in the surveillance room, after reading the documents Sori prepared, Wong Tech patted her shoulder and turned to leave. Thank you for arranging everything. They'll be back soon. Sori also softly called out. Sori said, the muscle-bound guy and I can handle the dirty work. You don't need to get your hands dirty. Wong Tech didn't take long to reach the weapon storage. He reached for a gun and then he walked decisively. No, superiors should do it themselves. That's what a leader. Sori kept her eyes fixed on his retreating. He smiled, turning back to instruct. Hold the line for the slashers when they arrive. They'll be back. He fired his gun repeatedly. Blood gushed out as the bullets pierced their body. Soon, the floor was covered in blood. Their belongings lay scattered on the ground. Wong Tech stood in the darkness. The flame from the lighter he was using to light a cigarette was the only light by which to recognize. Another group of Ministry of Defense soldiers carefully felt their way through the narrow corridor. They walked, professionally aiming their guns. From behind them, an uncapped grenade suddenly. They realized in horror what the object, but it was too late. Smoke and electrical sparks shot out from it.
A shocking explosion échouée.
Another group of soldiers walking by screamed in surprise. What's happening? I heard an explosion. Wong Tech charged from behind, leaping onto their shoulder. The gun barrel tore through one person's shoulder blade and neck area. That person cried out in pain. Those around were terrified. After a struggle, several people lay sprawling on the floor, blood tragically streaked in long trails. In the middle, a line of Wong Tech's bloody footprints walked straight. He growled, all of you are not worthy of being soldiers. Therefore, you don't deserve a military. His entire body, from face to hands and feet, was covered in blood. He ran a hand through his hair, his eyes cold and unwavering, his words utterly malicious. You will disappear, along with this rotten. Meanwhile, another squad was probing in the dark. The leader of the group held a piece of paper in his hand, looking pensive. Something's wrong. The map keeps leading us to the nuclear reactor instead of the emergency. He held the walkie-talkie, gradually becoming confused and anxious. And I'm no longer receiving radio signals from the other civilian slasher teams I contacted. The man suddenly recalled an earlier moment in the high-ranking official's room where an urgent meeting was taking place. Only those henchmen sent by the Ministry of Defense to monitor Major Lim would get. The soldiers all looked very serious. The official explicitly stated, I entrusted you with the task of monitoring and controlling Major Lim. This is not easy, but I still need you there as a precaution. Everyone interpreted his words differently. If anything happens, use decisive, strong measures. What? Act first, then report. The comrade raised his hand to speak. But sir, I thought we were there to eliminate zombies? I don't understand keeping an eye on Major Lim and using strong men. Then, the special agent interjected. And he strongly dislikes injustice. But otherwise, he's a good soldier. The moment he shot down an opponent, he had a criminal record for killing his former commander. The special agent's words sounded very wary. And he's a troublemaker in the Ministry of Defense for creating bold plans and recruiting fierce slashers. There's no telling what he's planning. The other person loudly retorted. I've said everything. Can't you figure it out yourself? We must monitor Major Lim in case he turns traitor if things don't go his. A team member raised a hand, wanting to express. Special agent argued, Sir, I believe Major Lim is not losing. Stunned, the person in the shadows also had to. He calmly stated, we were in the same unit as trainee off, assuming they all had a unique bond. And we were also assigned to the same battalion overseas, a memorable deployment in the desert in 20. Special agent looked down, not making direct eye contact. He might be a bit overly concerned about everyone around him and strongly dislikes injustice. But otherwise, he's a good soldier. Another person denied that. He's just a tool. He's not allowed to wield power like. The superior rejected the special agent's opinion. I don't want to hear anything more. You just need to trust and follow my orders. He even pressed for acceptance. Special agent could only obey his superior. Understood. Back in the present, he held the map in his hand, thinking carefully. This could be a trap that Major Lim set. That's the only explanation for the mess. Special agent looked up at the corner of the wall. But there's no reason to assume he's trying to harm us. He became serious and carefully calculated. I must consider another possibility. That he's just trying to get the Ministry of Defense personnel to stop No matter what, I already have a counter. In John and Sin John twins are former slashers working for the Ministry of Defense as undercover. With new character, former B-rank slasher in John. They are twin brothers. Former B-rank slasher Sin. The special agent understood the strengths of his squad. And my team ranks high among all military special units. He knows one thing. Even in the worst-case scenario, this team can definitely take down Major Lim. The special agent speculated, and perhaps Major Lim must know this. He shone his flashlight into the dark areas and real light illuminated a part of the core. Wong Tek was aiming, ready to shoot. That's why he came back to this team in the special agent was stunned for a moment. Wong Tek smiled smugly. This way he can fight them with full. He continuously fired his gun at the special agent ordered. In John immediately blocked with a bulletproof shield in front. Bullets continuously hit the special agent ordered the others. We have a bulletproof shield. Everyone get into position and open. A gun barrel poked out from behind the shield. Both sides exchanged fire repeatedly. Bullets flew from both directions. Wong Tek quickly dodged to the. He left an automatic gun to fire. Special agent urgently ordered. In John, move forward. While shielding us, slowly approach the. In John fiercely advanced with the shield as Wong Tek lay to one side, holding his breath, listening to the situation. Our commander is quite skilled. He seems to have real combat experience, unlike those desk jobs. Then he smirked, seemingly confident of victory. Good. Fighting them with full force will be fun. He'll show them a power that belongs neither to the Ministry of Defense nor to the Slack. Wong Tek threw several grenades over. They stared blankly as the special agent turned back and ordered. Sin John, quickly cut the fuse. Otherwise, the opportunity had come. He immediately rushed forward with a. Instantly he struck hard, sending the grenades flying back, and they exploded with a boom in the narrow path. The special agent thought Wong Tek was in a bind. He immediately ordered. He's trapped in the explosion. Charge. Take him. The hazy smoke of the explosion. The group searched for traces in the obscure. The special agent covered his nose and thought, was there a smoke grenade in there? I thought the smoke from the explosion would dissipate quickly. But the smoke is getting. Then Wong Tek's voice echoed from behind. You thought with only one target, it wouldn't be hard to take him. Cautiously turned around. Gun. The special agent fired his gun repeatedly. Wong Tek's voice still rang out clearly in the darkness. But are you sure you can face a teammate in the dense fog was dragged. The special agent immediately realized the situation was bad. Quickly regroup and stand back to back. Then fire in all directions. Everyone, gather. They huddled together in a circle on. Gunshots rang out continually. The soldiers faltered. The special agent reassured everyone. He's just human. We can take him out with guns. Then, they dispersed to carry out their mission. It turned out, Wong Tek was hiding among the soldiers, preparing to. Guns began firing back continually. Bullets hit the special. He fell to the ground. Wong Tek slowly approached. This bastard, what are you? Couldn't believe his eyes. This guy is wearing a different uniform. No. Special agent's emotions seemed to. He shouted, it's Lim Wong Tek. Wong Tek admitted, exactly, you're right. Slashers are just human, so I have to use my. While almost everyone in the squad had been knocked down, I know you came to monitor me on orders from the Ministry of Defense. At this moment, the special agent said, Jun, I trusted you. From what I knew, you would never kill anyone without reason. And I told my superiors the same thing. But I was. Wong Tek dropped his gun with a thud. The death of your former commander was a harbinger of what would happen. His heart filled with hatred. He lit his lighter. I thought you were all of the same. Wong Tek uncomfortably recalled, sacrificing the minority for the greater. When he was oppressed and the political machination. Wong Tek held a cigar in his mouth, a knife in his hand, ready to finish them off. But this time you are the minority who chose the wrongs. The other special agent yelled out Sin Chion's. He immediately rushed out from behind, attempting a sneak attack. Wong Tek was faster, finishing him off in an instant. Informed his teammates via walkie-talkie, it's clean. Now I'm leaving. Convey the message. Busan. Sori's voice replied, please tell me exactly what you want. He announced clearly, every word precise. Team, Major Lim has seized control of the Yujin nuclear power plant, which is facing the risk of a nuclear explosion at any. The base Wong Tek was targeting and Yujin were now the site of the world's smallest. Scene changed to another location. Provisional Government of Korea, Ministry of Defense. Soldier flung both doors open, in a hurried state. Urgent matter. He was sweating, quickly announcing, it's Major Lim. He's caused a major disaster. That person's footsteps slowly approached. Someone was slowly emerging from the. Wong Tek, covered in blood, walked out. Everyone performed a salute. They chorused loudly, you've worked hard. Wong Tek sighed. Sori pointed to the chair opposite. Everything is settled. Please sit and rest. He slowly sat down as requested. As was his habit, Wong Tek took out a cigar, preparing to. The camera equipment had been started. Then she gestured, the camera is ready. You can start anytime. Mr. Kyung pointed directly at him. Wong Tek introduced, I am former Major Lim Wong Tek, of the Ministry of Defense of the Provisional Government of. Wong Tek looked directly at Mr. Kyung and slowly said, I am starting a coup because I am tired of seeing this country rot. All of us and the government have the ability to make this country better. The truths are gradually being exposed. We could have rallied forces for a common purpose. At the moment, thousands of soldiers took up arms for aiming directly at targets, firing volleys of shots, and uniting all slashers in different areas. Some screamed while others dared not fit. Some even sat down, covering their heads, unable to, followed by successive waves of combat and attack, or even times of hardship and sacrifice to unite and rebuild the country. We could have distributed limited resources equally to ensure no one's boxes of supplies were distributed very kindly. However, the bitter and infuriating truth is this. Look at the current situation. The armed forces are divided just to protect those in. Soldiers were lazy while on or threatening civilians who needed. Yet, inside, the leaders enjoyed a luxurious life. The harsh reality was that fewer and fewer people received the meager remaining resources. Countless people starved and flies buzzed from place to even in the luxurious places of the political soldiers. How sad and tragic. Wang Tek pondered for a moment. He clenched his fist and spoke. I took up arms because it is a soldier's duty to protect the country and its. Wang Tek was seizing the base. At this very moment, the Yujin nuclear power plant is under my control, and all engineers and technicians are hostile. An engineer spoke up. How long do you intend to keep us here? We need to restart the reactor, or something terrible will. Soldier replied. Be patient and try to follow our instructions. No one wants to blow themselves. Wang Tek's narrative continued. Until my demands are met and this country is stabilized, I will not step out of this. His eyes became increasingly resolute. If you do not meet my demands, I will activate the nuclear reactor and incinerate myself along with this rotten. The camera frame was still focused on close-up shots of his angular. Wang Tek acted for great and noble ideals. For my beloved homeland. For the eternal Republic of Korea. Everyone shouted loudly. For the eternal Republic of Korea. All brought their hands to their heads in a solemn salute. For the eternal Republic of Korea. The shouts echoed throughout the base. For the eternal Republic of Korea. Jeon-su took a gulp of. He turned and curiously asked. Are those soldiers celebrating something? What are they shouting about and wasting energy for? Manhan shared his thought. Shouldn't we also celebrate our victory instead of them? I mean, we're done here, so now we should head back to Busan. Then he smiled happily. We should also celebrate that we survived. Cheon-su teased a little. I helped you guys survive, so you owe me. When you get back, stop by my tent and bring some alcohol if you have. Another side, General Huang clenched the paper. He was furious at having lost to Wang Tek Major Lim. That bastard. So he finally showed his fangs. He's insane. He's always been like. Subordinate softly admitted, I apologize, sir. We sent some troops as a precaution, but before he could finish, General Huang roared, shut your mouth before blaming the fallen soldiers. General, he loudly pointed his finger, criticizing, I ordered you to control that mad dog. After all this is over, you will pay dearly for this negligence. That person could only bow his head, not daring to. General Huang made a note. Can Major Lim be eliminated? Soldier wearing glasses expressed seriously about that, sir. We no longer have any units that can be deployed, as we've dispatched a large force to the Yujin operation. If we only rely on the remaining troops, just maintaining security and order in Busan alone will be difficult. He was slightly hesitant about dealing with Wang Tek's men. And if we don't send a strong enough team, he might overwhelm us and worsen the situation. Moreover, the most worrying thing. Furthermore, the bespectacled man added, we don't know how many soldiers and officers might side with Major Lim. It's a treasonous ideal, but some might find it convincing. General Huang stood up in indignation. He threw the ring directly at the man's. The spectacled man fell to the ground to die. He clenched his fist, determined to eliminate them. Then just clear out the descent. The frightened subordinate accepted the order, shouting, yes. General Huang wanted Wang Tek to disappear from this world. Find a way to eliminate Major Lim at all costs. Who knows, if you put your heads together, you might come up with a good strategy. Another subordinate expressed his opinion. So, well, ignore Major Lim's demands? We don't know who might provide him with information. So please consider accommodating his demands and avoid further provocation. After hearing this, General Huang could only bide his time. Alright, I also intended to temporarily pretend to give in. He couldn't fathom Wang Tek. So what does he? In another area, Duk Chun yelled curses. You small fries. What do you think you're? He was being escorted by two people, but still spoke loudly. I don't know what this behavior is, but I warn you, I know you're superior. Led Duk Chun to the back of a truck. Do you know who's backing me? Are you sure you can handle? The soldier there dropped a pair of handcuffs in front of him and calmly said, we know exactly who's backing you. But now you have to come with. He continued to speak loudly, unafraid, shoving the soldier beside him. How dare you treat me like this? You're so audacious. Then the soldier pressed a gun to his chin to suppress. He sternly stared up. The entire city of Busan is about to be blown up, along with your connections. If it weren't for them, we would have shot you down here and now. So be grateful and finally, Duk-chun complied, putting the handcuff. He stared blankly, thinking Busan will be The truck slowly moved. Sang-do in another vehicle monitored every move. He radioed in the situation. Report to Major Lim that Jiang Duk-chun has been apprehended. Demands are being met one by. Scene change to the Cheon-su's group was gathered in a private. Shogun emerged from the lush greenery.
Mr. Kim Kyo-su. Manhwa unexpectedly glanced over.
A bush came out of a bunch of trees. Cheon-su asked curiously, another captain's meeting? All we need to do is watch until we Then Shogun handed him a notebook with something written on it. We have an important issue to discuss. Please prepare yourself before you. He was half convinced, finding it hard to understand. Discuss? Why are they suddenly making such a big deal? Later, some of them were being monitored. Behind them were soldiers in the. Cheon-su spoke up, what's going on? Pedro couldn't believe his ears. Aku? Did I miss? Wong-taek calmly replied, you didn't mishear. Don't act as if you don't understand what I'm saying. He issued a threat, if you want to live The faces turned serious, and convince your team members. This felt like coercion. Join me and together, let's change this rotting. Suddenly, and Sarung dropped her hand, drawing Cheon-su. He was startled, sweating profusely. Are you crazy? Did you forget they're pointing guns at our heads? And Sarung remained fearless. If they really wanted to kill us, they would have sent us off a long time. She noticed the soldiers pointing guns at their heads. And the guy in the military uniform also said it. He needs us to convince other civilian slashers. They won't shoot even if we put down our guns and start resisting. The soldiers covered their faces, making no. Wong-taek found and Sarung interesting after hearing her. Quite smart. You grasped the situation quickly. But don't charge in on your own. We might not kill you now, but if you don't cooperate, that will change. Two of them, one standing and one sitting, faced each. The two of them, one standing and one sitting, faced each. Sarung swung her hand and slapped him, making his face snap to all the surrounding soldiers. Cheon-su and his group were also the same, sharing that Sarang glared and shouted, so you mean you're going to start a coup and blow up the nuclear power plant if you fail? Have you lost your. Wong-taek rubbed his face. Sarung continued her words, we came here to kill zombies, not to commit suicide with your. A soldier from behind pressed a gun to Sarung's back. You volunteered for a mission where you could die, so it's not much. She admitted but refuted some points. Yes, there's a chance of being killed by zombies. But have we ever complained or said we were? Cheon-su and Pedro silently witnessed everything. Sarung continued, no, why do you think that? Because we are slashers. We have to kill zombies to make a living, and we were hired to do. Sarung exposed Wong-taek word by word. You had the armored vehicles surround the convoy and used us as. She fiercely pointed out every detail. And you pressured us to continue the mission without rest, even though we were exhausted. Sarung felt this was unfair to both her teammates and herself. But we never complained. We followed all your orders if they involved zombies. Sarung moved closer to Wong-taek, bowing her head and pointing. But this is not our job. Definitely. She emphasized something else firmly. Especially if this involves Busan, where my family. She had to say goodbye to her loved ones to leave the. Sarung flatly rejected his terrible idea. And confront the South Korean government that controls this country. I will never join. Wong-taek spoke softly without a word of scolding. Yes, it might be difficult at first. They might arrest the slashers who participate in this coup and threaten your family. He pointed out the disadvantages and drawbacks of this mission. After all, the ultimate goal is for the people. But if you don't participate and this revolution ends in failure, it will destroy the safety and future of all citizens in this. Wong-taek's mouth twisted as he uttered, and the world will sink into hopeless darkness. Only a few rulers and their henchmen will remain, and the slashers, as their tools, will have to struggle to survive. Sarung was still skeptical. How can you be so sure about that? Maybe you're just deluded. Wong-taek raised his hand, gesturing to call. Sari approached, whispering in his ear, I don't think you need to share information with them, sir. I understand we're in a coup, but we can't reveal military secrets to civilians. Wong-taek held the notebook in his hand, thinking for a moment. Silently handed the notebook to Sarung. Her mood dropped. What's this? Is this your. Jingu put on his glasses. He snatched the notebook from Sarung's hand. All right, let me see. For a child to have to speak up for cowardly adults like that, and act so cool? Your role should stop there. He randomly opened a page and read it aloud. Let the adults handle documents like. Pedro also wanted to know the content. Aren't you reading it with us, brother? That's definitely important information. We should read it together. Cheon-su asked back. Confused me? I can't read, so you all go ahead and. The three of them put their heads together over the note. Wong-taek silently held a cigar, waiting. Outside, the sky was clear blue, with clouds drifting aimlessly. Jingu took off his glasses. Everyone's face turned serious. Cheon-su, fidgeting impatiently, asked, what is it? Why does everyone look so tense? If you're done reading, please. He smiled, teasing Sarung. I bet you're just curious. There's no way you went to school. She replied irritably with a challenging look. Yes, I didn't go to school. But that doesn't mean I'm illiterate. She turned her head and said to Pedro, the illiterate guy is right. Don't drag it out, just tell. He frowned. The report says this country is in decline. The only thing keeping it together is the supply of food and goods produced and stored before the apocalypse. Boxes of essential supplies were piled high. But the report also states that we will soon run out of reserves. Cheon-soo casually asked, is that a big deal? It's not much different from before. Sarung also chimed in, exactly. Jin-gu pondered and explained, those who are used to living in poverty might not feel much of a difference. Added, but the core problem is not that resources are completely depleted. It's that the amount of reserves circulating in the market is only enough for people to get by day. The city scene was chaotic. People were out in the streets. So if this flow stops, the risk of riots is inevitable. The poor and vulnerable are also human beings with emotions. Wang Tek sat there and replied, if it were that simple, we soldiers could have endured it. But there are other reasons. Jin-gu immediately added, more seriously, the amount of ammunition is also gradually running out. Statistics show that we are about to reach the minimum threat. Hearing that, Cheon-soo asked in surprise, what's a threshold? Jin-gu turned around and explained, once the data falls below that threshold, restoring the country to its previous state will be impossible. Data analysis chart appeared. This data also represents the minimum supplies needed to open an escape route from Pedro moodily listed, in other words, the chance of South Korea falling is 100% if the data drops below that threshold. According to the report's figures, the time remaining until we reach that threshold. At this, both Cheon-soo and Sarung's expressions became startled and serious. About 1 month. Jin-gu commented, look at those two reacting so Wang Tek asked seriously, to put it simply, I'm not doing this for personal gain or out of a temporary whim. So what do you all? The whole group listened silently and seriously. Now that you know the truth, do you feel more inclined to join? After a while, the four of them went aside to discuss. Jin-gu spoke up, let's join them. If we refuse, we'll all be shot dead. And Major Lim's actions are understandable after reading the report. Sarung immediately retorted, I disagree. I'm never getting involved in this. Pedro glanced over and said, are you saying you'd rather be killed? Jin-gu nodded and decided, I also think we should join them. When I lived within these walls, I didn't realize how chaotic the outside world had been. Sarung irritably turned to Cheon-soo and asked, hey, what? Hearing her question, Cheon-soo stopped scratching his cheek and replied, maybe I don't fully understand this. But we don't necessarily have to join or refuse them. The other three looked at him. Cheon-soo then began to explain, the reason the soldiers are trying to persuade us is to avoid the worst-case scenario of having more enemies here, right? So we can simply negotiate. That way we won't have to rebel or be. Sarung was annoyed. What nonsense are you talking? However, Jin-gu patted his shoulder excitedly. You're a Ministry of Defense secret interrogation. Duk-chun looked. The room door opened immediately. A soldier holding 2 cups. He placed 1 cup on the table near Duk. The soldier lit a cigarette and announced, your superiors want to release. Chun replied happily, so that's why you're being so nice to me? They'll put in a good word for you so they don't kill you. Maybe you'll just be reassigned to some minor. The soldier removed Duk-chun's handcuffs. But there's one condition. Duk-chun asked what condition. Duk-chun's expression darkened when he heard, you'll have to go to the Unjin plant and eliminate Major Lim Wang. Duk-chun asked instinctively, go to Unjin, kill Major Lim? I don't know what's going on with the Ministry of Defense, but I can't do something like that. The soldier immediately replied blankly, then we can't release you. But then Duk-chun raised his hand and said, Duk-chun calmly stated his condition. I only need 1 more person. The soldier asked, puzzled, who are you talking? Duk-chun demanded, I need 1 more A-rank slash. Chun added, I'm sure you also know that Major Lim has combat experience unlike other slashers. He has experience not only as a soldier but also as a slasher. Image of Wang Tek standing amidst scattered dead zombies. Duk-chun raised his finger and pointed to his head. And he's also equipped with modern weapons. So a thug like me can't fight him one-on-one. You understand? The soldier glanced over and asked, so what do you want? Duk-chun casually said aloud, they'll cover half the bill to hire an A-rank slasher. So, can the Ministry of Defense make the slasher hiring request? As Duk-chun spoke, he excitedly raised his hand, gesturing. You see? There's only one thing a thug can use to outdo a soldier. As slasher in the room, Secretary Park spoke, ma'am, we've received a call from the Ministry of Defense's. The woman's voice was surprised. The Ministry of Defense? Aren't they currently involved in the Unjin operation? We already sent the ghost slasher. She replied, yes, that's what I told them. But they requested to hire another slasher without specifying details. The woman's voice frowned, asking seriously, what rank of slasher do they? Secretary Park replied easily, A rank. She referred to the calm man sitting fishing. They want to hire Mr. Kim Chiu, a girl wearing glasses reading in the light. Wong Tek meticulously reviewed the map with each of his outside. A sudden knock on the door made him look out. A little surprised, Cheon-soo opened the door and then looked at everyone in the room. We need to... Flashing back to earlier, Cheon-soo seemed quite flustered, asking again, what? Why do you guys want me to talk to them? I already came up with the idea. You just need to do your part and execute the plan. He pointed at Jin-gu, who was standing still there, a little confused. Uncle is the smart one. Feeling something was off, he continued to turn to Pedro. And that preacher over there is a smooth talker. Pedro, seeing this, complained, please don't call. Contrary to Cheon-soo's attitude, Jin-gu continued to state his thoughts. I can help you come up with the negotiation terms. But you have to talk to them. Cheon-soo was a little confused. Jin-gu's face became very calm as he stared straight ahead. Because Major Lim thinks you're different. For this time, Jin-gu was thinking about the plan for him to cooperate with Wong Tek. Maybe he likes something about you or he knows. Long-term interaction had made Wong Tek completely trust Cheon-soo. And the best among them is definitely the ghost. Then came Jin-gu's concluding words, I think my judgment of people is still very good. Cheon-soo, hearing the plan, still had some doubt in his heart. But contrary to Cheon-soo's attitude, Jin-gu became very certain. And your clear relationship with your team. An image of Cheon-soo and everyone having bonded for a long time also appeared through Jin-gu's narrative. Somehow you make them feel close and trust you when they're around. After listening to this, Sarung also angrily turned her head and loudly lectured. Exactly. Stop whining and act like an adult. You were quite persuasive when you lectured me before. Back to reality, Cheon-soo walked towards Wong Tek, calmly stating his face was very firm as he spoke according to the plan that had been laid out. Kim Cheon-soo's proposal was very simple and utterly foolish. Wong Tek's attitude was very pensive after hearing these things. But he refined the ideas with the help of Park Jin-gu and presented it to Major. First plan, 1. Slashers do not follow Major Lim's orders and are not considered military personnel. Simply put, the military is separate from the slash. Next step, 2. Slashers maintain neutrality in all situations and do not obey either. The two sides implicitly confronted each. Everything was gradually unfolding according to the original plan. 3. Slashers protect military personnel from zombies on the way back to Busan until everything is. After stating his plan, Cheon-soo calmly extended his hand towards Wong Tek, who stood opposite him. We are civilians. We understand you're doing this for a just cause. Therefore, I hope you'll agree with our stance. They told me to say. The corner of Wong Tek's mouth also curved into a slight smile of. The two shook hands, symbolizing their cooperation. Both chatted happily. Wong Tek said, I still want you to fight alongside me against more than just zombies. But I think I'm being too selfish. He'll try to ensure you don't get involved in the Busan conflict. After deciding on the plan, Wong Tek turned to another direction and announced, but the slashers will guard at night. He thought of Sarung's stern face. As that kid said, your job is to fight zombies. Seeing his reaction, Cheon-soo could only sigh after all the exhausting events. What a terrible liar. I bet he just wants a good night's sleep. But I think I've gotten what I need. And the story was slowly recounted. The slashers declared their neutrality, and the military personnel involved in the coup were preparing for a long journey. First, they began repairing their hostage, the Unjin nuclear power plant. Workers collaborating with the military focused on fixing all the deficiencies so it wouldn't be overloaded during. While the workers were concentrating on their tasks, the military personnel behind them continuously made threats. Do less. You just need to fix a little. You don't want to get caught doing unnecessary things. Things weren't that simple. Military personnel entered the reactor with engineers and had also placed explosives in many parts of the plant as a contingency plan. Many had to go inside to activate the pre-planted. Everything was gradually proceeding according to the initial plan. After that, they began building bases around defensive areas to effectively distribute their large number of units. The military also increasingly concentrated on guarding the plant. Instead of conventional invasion or coup forms, South Korea's first defensive coup had taken. After a long period of continuous work, finally evening had arrived at the. Wong Tek focused on the plan in his hand. He didn't forget to note down what I've said and change some things in the plan if you don't want your troops to die in vain. Sari nodded, confirming, yes, sir. I will follow your. He quickly turned and left. Good, do it now and report back. Suddenly Sari spoke up again. But sir, I have a. Her face was very pensive and worried as she expressed her thoughts. Do you think the Busan government will attack? They'll ignore our warning about blowing up the power plant and risk an all-out assault. In response to her worried attitude, Wong Tek became incredibly calm. Are you scared? This also made Sari quite puzzled. Standing amidst the vast expanse of land and sky, his face was strangely calm. You've killed thousands of zombies, yet you're hesitant about killing. After hearing these words, Sari was silent, unable to say anything. She looked at him in confusion. Wang Tek's attitude was incredibly resolute. Perhaps he had bet everything on this battle. Don't be scared. Their brains are already rotten. They're no different from zombies. You asked me if they would attack us, ignoring our warning about blowing up the... When he turned his head, Sari saw the determination on his face. And the answer is yes. As I said, they can't think clearly because their brains are completely... Wang Tek's voice continued to resonate with instructions. So get ready. They are definitely coming. The scene quickly shifted to Busan. The military side was still concentrating on moving, carrying out the initial... In the distance, Duk Chun calmly observed. Looking at the sky, which was raining heavily, made him a little annoyed. What the hell is wrong with the weather? His assistant hastily spoke up to explain. Is this a bad thing? Headquarters said they intentionally carried out the operation on a rain. The assistant also looked at the sky and voiced his thoughts. It will help us surprise the enemy because they don't have radar. Duk Chun, hearing this, seemed quite calm. What about the slasher we met? While the two were still talking, a luxurious car slowly... Another dangerous figure stepped out of the luxurious supercar. Duk Chun sighed, complaining, I have a bad feeling about this, especially since they refused to tell me who those other slashers... While Duk Chun was still complaining, Kim Chiu Sam simultaneously walked over and asked, so it's you get... Duk Chun didn't seem to care. He coldly stepped forward and announced, I don't care what you call me, because I'm happy right now. I know you can easily defeat that damn soldier. Seeing Duk Chun speak so rudely also annoyed Kim Chiu Sam a little. This annoying The two were about to clash when another person appeared behind them, interjecting, hello. The stout man with thick glasses quickly introduced himself. I am Lieutenant Colonel Jang Songjo, the commander of this operation. He belonged to the Ministry of Defense.
Lieutenant-colonel Jang Seong.
Looking at the scene before him, Songjo smiled and continued to survey the large open area. Here, I'm counting on both of you for this operation. We don't have much time, so let me summarize the plan. As you both know, this is a surprise. A plan was already laid out in his mind. After personnel checks, everyone will board the transport plane and fly to Unjin. Both sides boarded the plane from Busan to Unjin, as per Seongjo's instruction. At this, he turned to look at the soldiers lined up there. The Special Forces unit will parachute down when the plane reaches Unjin at 0300 and eliminate any coup participants using... His face had become extremely determined. You two have only one objective in this mission. Major Lim, who is said to be controlling the nuclear power plant. He was already envisioning being able to defeat Wang Tek. Your mission is to defeat... After speaking, Songjo also turned to look at the two. But don't hesitate to kill him, because the coup participants will all face the death penalty anyway. This time, Kim Chiu Sam slowly spoke his thoughts. I've read the documents on the way here and understood the situation. From the coup participants, the plant's layout, to the situation of using the plant as a hostage. Kim Chiu Sam continued to glance at the current situation. He had some doubts. But what about the slashers not working for the Ministry of Defense? Hearing that, Songjo calmly pushed up his glasses and explained, they won't be charged with anything, as long as they cooperate with us. But if they side with Major Lim, they will be charged with subversion against the... However, Seongjo's eyes had become strangely malicious and calculating. I know you're worried about the slashers working for your company and those you know. We won't kill them if they don't follow Major Lim's orders. So I need you to defeat him quickly. I'm counting on... After reconfirming the plan, Songjo quickly urged everyone. It seems everyone is ready. So let's start the operation. Board the... Several hours later, the plane carrying everyone slowly arrived. The announcement on the plane repeatedly echoed to everyone. To the drop zone. To the drop zone. To the drop zone. To the drop zone. Impossible. To not waste time, the soldiers quickly got into position, preparing for... They continuously urged each other. Jump. Jump. Each soldier jumped down without hesitation. Everyone knew the plan this time. The Ministry of Defense's mission was to retake the Unjin plant. Operation initiated. On this side, seeing the battle about to begin, Wang Tek let out a puzzled sigh. Operation initiated. He raised his hand to the sky, announcing loudly, fire the flares were continuously fired high into the... The flares carried everyone's hopes for the next phase of the... Continuous loud explosions also made the paratrooping soldiers feel a bit different. They looked again. Wang Tek's side had already arranged armed men, ready to... Knowing that tonight's battle would be very interesting, Wang Tek gave a satisfied smile. It looks like we're having Swiss cheese. Right after he finished speaking, the soldiers continuously fired at the paratrooping soldiers still descending from the... Flares continuously shot into the sky, reddening the entire surrounding area. Soldiers descending from above were met with countless bullets fired from above even pierced their parachute, causing the soldiers to fall uncontrolled. A paratrooper fearfully clutched his rifle. Even others had difficulty landing. Wong Tek stood still, satisfied. It's funny. How can they hit anyone while parachuting? Do they think they can hit something just by shooting wide? The drizzling rain showed no sign of above. The enemy seemed to be in a panic. We're about to fall to our deaths. How did they know we were? Wong Tek seriously refuted them. That's probably what you're thinking. The Ministry of Defense is clearly a bunch of corrupt individuals. They probably aren't brave enough to. However, there were still outsiders secretly plotting beforehand. But some military personnel were waiting for someone to point a gun at the Ministry of Defense. Military secret, top secret military. The man looked around, stealthily taking a book out of the light. On the broken water bridge, there was no one in. Sang-du took the book, tucking it into his jacket pocket. You're doing a great service to this nation. I don't know how to thank you. And the man also kindly offered a few words. Good luck. I'm not the only one in the ministry who believes this country needs to change. The two shook hands, ending their cooperation. Let me know if you need. The communication device slowly printed. Wong Tek held up the newly received paper and read it. Seeing this, John Gunn curiously peered over to watch. Read it from beginning to. He smoked his cigar, a smile playing on his lips. I am very grateful to our informant. Gather those with shooting experience by my. Returning to the present, the rain had gradually eased somewhat, no longer pouring as before. The task was almost complete. Wong Tek spoke into the radio announcing we've almost eliminated all the paratroopers. From now on, conserve ammunition and hold the enemy at the front line. Logistics are crucial in all military operations. After that, he assigned the remaining cleanup work. One more thing. Count the number of paratroopers killed after they land and report to me. The soldier saluted and loudly said, Understood. In the silent night, there was no. A soldier was hidden in a distant bush, observing another turned to report to his superior. Sir, you were right. They focused their firepower on shooting down the paratroopers. It seems they don't realize they've been surrounded. The lieutenant nodded. Prepare to advance and retaliate. Good. Although we had to pay a heavy price, the plan went smooth. The soldier offered many praises. That's impressive, sir. How did you know that Major Lim would focus on the paratroopers? The lieutenant stated, I just told you we had to pay a heavy. He added, yes, I understand we had to sacrifice our troops as a diversion. But I'm wondering how you knew about the leak. The lieutenant's glasses suddenly glinted brightly. That's exactly what I just said. We sacrificed many soldiers to learn about the. They used the most brutal methods of torture. We gathered all the officers who wanted to express their opinion. A soldier was electrocuted, his entire body trembling in pain. And those who had connections with Major. Chilling and horrifying tactics. We brainwashed them for a great. Suddenly, the lieutenant asked, perplexed, but why are you asking? Do you also work for? The soldier, startled, stammered, what? No, sir. I assure you. The lieutenant smiled. Calm down. I was just joking. Worrying during a mission can lead to mistakes. The soldier was still trembling. You're right, sir. I should go relax. The lieutenant became serious again, revealing a sinister expression. Let's start the operation. Contact our / elsewhere. Parachute in one place, backpack in a. Duk Chun grumbled irritably for a long time. Damn it. That idiot Major Lim dragged me into all this mess. First, getting arrested by the military, and now having to jump out of a plane? Everything's upside down. It's all that bastard Lim's. He turned to Kim Chiu-sam, who was adjusting his hat. Doesn't that make you angry, old? Kim Chiu-sam calmly shook his head. Not at all, thug. I think you're the one who provoked Major Lim. Duk Chun pondered seriously, so he knew about that? But how? He shouldn't have been informed about internal matters. Glanced at Duk Chun. And personally, I don't think you'll contribute anything to improve this country. Honestly, I don't care if Major Lim defeats the government or kills you. A slasher's job is to eliminate zombies. And that is my only. Chun was startled. Kim Chiu-sam's initial intention was completely different. Then why the hell are you here? Damn it. Aren't we all here for? Kim Chiu-sam didn't hide anything. He bluntly said, I'm not here for money. I agreed to join this mission to ensure that the kid I know doesn't get involved. After that, he turned and left, leaving Duk Chun with some food for thought. You might abandon your colleagues, brothers, and parents for money, but I want. I also consider those who are part of my. Duk Chun erupted into an uncontrollable rage, clenching his fists. That rigid soldier and this old man. They're both getting in my way. Should I just kill both? Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Duk Chun finished reading, tucked the phone into his pocket and said, Let's go. They want us to proceed with them elsewhere. Thanks for watching the. Cheon-su suddenly woke up from a deep. He sat up and went out. Cheon-su looked around for him. He found everyone gathered in one place. What's this? What's going on? Sarung gave him a sharp glare. Are you Fires blazed, smoke billowing into the mystical night. The game has begun. It's time to countless bodies of fallen paratroopers lay from outside. The fires were also Jingu revealed. The good news is that Major Lim is defending against their advance. This is advantageous for us, as we are on Major Lim's. Pedro also added, the battle is taking place far from the slashers area, so I think we won't get drawn into their fight. It seems Major Lim has shown goodwill towards us, thanks to our friend Cheon-su's negotiation. Cheon-su stopped, still looking at the fire. So we just need to sit still? Sarung replied, agreeing exactly. Don't get involved. Just like you did with me before. Then she turned to look over there, an indifferent expression on her face. This isn't fighting zombies, so your ghost slasher skills will be useless. This is total war. Civilians can't interfere. Hearing that, Cheon-su immediately retorted. Hey, when have I ever interfered in other people's business? Anyway, I won't interfere in their battle, so you don't need to. Didn't care anymore. He turned back towards his tent. Tell the slashers that as long as they don't get involved in the battle, no one will get shot. I'm going back to. On the other side, they were still observing with high vigilance. A soldier standing behind asked, Sir, I assume you've seen the slashers. Should we consider them on Major Lim's side? We should avoid unnecessary battles, and they are civilians. Man with binoculars nodded in silent agreement. You're right. Those slashers are all civilians. Most of them don't care about Major Lim's plan and are only here to make a. The soldier then offered a suggestion, so should we ignore? The man with binoculars subtly raised a hand to his lips, saying, but what if Major Lim has already convinced them? What if they attack our flank while we're engaging Major Lim's? He explained in detail for his comrades to understand. Then we would be the first unit to be wiped out by civilians. That's what everyone will remember us for. Did we come to Unjin just to disgrace our reputation? Like he flicked a switch. Prepare for a bloody cleansing. Eliminating threats is the prerequisite for every. After that, the man with binoculars aggressively grabbed his gun and stepped forward. I believe our superior will help us if things go. His finger gently squeezed the. A bang echoed through the sky. Sarung sharply guessed that gunshot. She ran to the nearest person and asked, Hey, did you hear that gun?
Sarang touched Cheon-su.
For shock, he had been shot in the stomach. Sarung's face turned pale with blood flowed from Cheon-su's mouth. Damn it. I just told everyone a minute ago that we wouldn't get shot as long as we didn't interfere. His mind suddenly became hazy and chaotic. What terrible. Immediately after, Cheon-su collapsed in an instant. Everyone rushed over in a panic. At this moment, the government troops charged. They continuously fired their weapons. A hail of bullets rained down. The people had no way to retaliate. The severely wounded slashers fell one after. A bullet hit Sarung's. She fell backward onto the ground, crying out in. Sarung clutched her bleeding, injured arm. Why did they suddenly start shooting? If they're shooting us, that he endured the pain and deduced, there from the Ministry of Defense. Hundreds of soldiers charged. This is going to be a long sleepless night. But how? Aren't they busy fighting Major Lim's force? Sarung tightly gripped her shoulder to stop the bleeding. Did they split their forces to kill? Others grabbed weapons and charged. Bastards! What did we ever do to you? I swear I'll kill every single one. Man with binoculars signaled to the soldier. They continuously fired at. After that, they fell in front of Sarung. She watched, gritting her teeth. Tears streamed down the man's cheeks. Captain. Then his eyes became. Sarung's eyes became agitated. Blood. She furiously suppressed the pain and struggled to her feet, placing her hand for leverage, her attitude full of hatred. I'll kill every last one.
Cheon-su grabbed Sarang's hand.
She dragged her body. No, wait. Now's not the. She tried to pull away, her mood flaring. You're telling me to remain neutral after what they've done? Are you stupid? They killed our teammates. We have to do so. He pulled Sarung's hand. She fell backward with the moment. Cheon-su repeated each word. I didn't say we should lie still and wait for them. When at their feet, teammates had. Soldier coldly fired more bullets into the still dying. Cheon-su, sweating, whispered, You're right. We have to fight to survive. We can't save others if we don't fight. And we can't survive if we don't kill the enemy. He gritted his teeth, persuading Sarung, but we have to trust our teammates. We're not the only slasher. Cheon-su recalled fragments of memories. We've been through life and death together many times. They helped each other in every. Pedro reached out to help. They fought bravely to survive just like. Or even Jin-gu determined. Each word from Cheon-su showed clear determination. We will wait for the right moment. And we must rely on our teammates to distract them. Lie low for a bit.
Dondro attend.
Meanwhile, Jin-gu was hiding behind a tent. Along with him were several. Moon-han asked in a low, confused voice, What now? Are we going to hide here and pray they pass by without finding us?
Hin-heu, drinking milk, denied,
squeezed the carton tightly in his hand. We're up against veteran soldiers. They ambushed us with a meticulous plan. They've guarded against us and will never leave until they've searched every nook and cranny. We'll be killed if we keep hiding like. Another team member angrily held a weapon. So what should we do? Fight them? They're soldiers equipped with guns. We can't fight them with weapons like we used to kill zombies. Jin-gu subtly glanced at that. He noticed the weapon in the person's. Jin-gu had come up with a good idea. That's right. Slashers only fight zombies. We can't confront soldiers. While the person was still bewildered, he snatched it. Why would you state something so obvious? Jin-gu raised it in his hand. His face lit with determination. Fight or die. This dried substance. Isn't this zombie? The few of them stood still, astonished. Moonhan boldly voiced his thought. You're planning to use that against the soul. The man in the hat swore aloud. Damn it. I can't believe we're going to do that. They want sit still and wait for us to infect them. It's a good idea. But how are we going to? Jin-gu nodded in agreement. That's right, it won't be easy. The soldiers won't let us get close to them. But some of us don't need to get close. He turned to Moonhan. For example, Zhu Moonhan. You have a gas gun. Jin-gu frowned, giving instructions. Just one person. You just need to shoot one of them and infect him. Once a soldier starts to get infected, then the weak will become strong. Then we'll have a chance. That's when we'll launch an all-out attack and eliminate. Moonhan held the gun firmly in his hand, but he was quite worried. But what if something goes wrong? What if I miss, or the shot doesn't penetrate? If we're discovered, we'll all be killed. Are you sure you want to entrust this? Jin-gu smiled, calmly replying in that dangerous moment. If you miss, then before we die, we'll curse you. But that won't scare you. By now, he had to formally admit that Cheon-su was right. Humanity only thinks for themselves, while slashers think even more for themselves because they've been through all kinds of situations. While Cheon-su and Sarung lay there, their fates unknown, despite having lost 2 captains. The Ministry of Defense Forces are strictly patrolling and facing armed enemies. A hand gently picked up an item from the ground, but they still decided to. The man used a knife to scrape off the blood on it. They weren't foolish enough to throw their lives. Jin-gu slashed his hand with the then dripped blood into the two of them created a mixture. Jin-gu shook and poured it into Moonhan's gun barrel instead of them splitting up. The final step. He reloaded the gun to find one side openly searched for people, while the other hid in the shadows, waiting for the right moment. Jin-gu arranged the sequence of actions for everyone. Don't forget, their uniforms are thicker than you think. Our plan will fail if you hit their helmets or armor. You only have one shot, so you must wait until you can be sure to shoot through their uniform. He looked over and told the people in the tent, when the plan succeeds and the infection begins to spread, the remaining people will attack the confused soldiers. We are not the only survivors. I'm sure there are others still alive. So, give weapons to the slashers who are. Corpses lay strewn. Were also people lying in ambush following. Cheon-su and Sarung also lay still. Jin-gu shouted, "Are you?" Moonhan held his gun, holding his breath with each. The others were ready to. The 2 soldiers cautiously approached. They were also smart, pressing a button on one side. Suddenly, their eyes widened as they realized the state army did this. They also started moving step by step. Blood flowed all over his head, seeping into his teeth, and I saw. He screamed violently. That soldier punched the. This time, Jin-gu rallied everyone. This is it. Our chance. They responded enthusiastically. Charge. Someone came up to Cheon-su and slammed a pole right in front. Vakhui held out the pole to him. I saw you 2 from afar. I'm glad you're both still alive. I brought your weapon. Cheon-su struggled to stand, panting, and told Sarung. See? I told you they would distract the soldiers. Now, she turned to him. Wait, are you okay? You don't look okay at all. You need to rest. Do you want to lie down? Cheon-su scoffed, full of rage. Are you kidding? Before I collapse, I'll kill all these bastards. The one with the binoculars angrily shouted. You damned rat. And something flew out. Cheon-su and Sarung quickly rushed past him. Well, take your head. You'll be charged with. Pedro charged wildly, attacking the soul. One by one, they took down each person, no matter what it. Some even used their own faces to it. Suddenly, something shot out like light. A soldier was impaled through the stomach by a. Cheon-su gasped, witnessing this. One with the binoculars stammered, You'll be charged with. As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed and died before everyone saw. After witnessing it, Cheon-su finally spoke. We wanted to remain neutral, but it's too late for that. He rallied everyone. Let's go to Major Lee quickly. We need to tell him what happened. If possible, support. Not a single person objected. Cheon-su led the group. His goal was, in the end, we only came here to serve. Deep red X marks on the. Guangji meticulously calculated. We achieved good results, like finding the paratrooper's position just in time, thanks to the leaked information. As he read a few things on the. Guangji continued to think, and we defeated all the paratroopers without any casualties. He still had some doubts. But something isn't right. Why don't I feel comfortable at all after? He couldn't relax for a second. It was like going to sleep after swatting a bothersome mosquito, only to hear the buzzing of another one near. Then, a soldier approached to report something. Sir, we have tallied the paratroopers' cash. Person listed yesterday's achievements. We killed 82 individuals. This count does not include the troops on the planes we shot down, nor the missing. Furthermore, Guangji was very confident in his abilities. As for combat, I have as much experience as any of their generals. And I am an A-rank slasher, having killed over 100,000 zombies. He glanced at the soldier. Are you saying they only sent 100 soldiers to take me down? Doesn't that seem absurd? I know the ministry is full of idiots, but they're not that The soldier trembled slightly. Well, their troop count is indeed suspicious, but there are no remaining forces. They had meticulously checked. We identified them, and all of them are from the Special Air Force. They could pose a danger to us if they landed. The enemy side was also facing certain difficulties. Furthermore, the Ministry of Defense is severely lacking in manpower. Perhaps they couldn't mobilize any more. The soldier, holding a stack of documents, continued to analyze. So, the leadership sent an elite team to eliminate the target. This has been confirmed, sir. Therefore, it seems they have another plan or another. Guangji spoke, praising him. You make a good point. My intuition is always right. Your perspective might be correct because it's based on. Yet, he still didn't feel at ease. But why do I feel uncomfortable celebrating this? As the base was engulfed in the dark, a few soldiers were meticulously observing with night vision. Suddenly, something flashed in the middle of the night. And at this very moment, the government and the Ministry of Defense had mobilized 5 times the number of soldiers they could afford to deploy. That soldier was startled. They sent their strongest remaining elite teams for a decisive. The soldiers inside felt confused. Before he could finish, one of the troops was shot. So, the person in front turned around. Hey, what do you? He shouted in shock. Then, that sergeant was also taken down by a single. Everyone ascended to the rooftop to observe. Below, someone was shooting with extreme. Only the Ministry of Defense's Sniper Special Operations Team Eagle I could possess such. Han Myung observed through binoculars and ordered her subordinates. Load. Wait for my command. He watched from a distance, his face extremely serious. With stern determination, they built such a solid base in such a short time. Look at the way the sentries are distributed. Feel like I'm looking at a textbook army. Commander of the Sniper Special Forces, Lieutenant Colonel Yong Han Myung thought confidently, but that's exactly what's putting you at a disadvantage. Based on what I know. After all, we were trained in the same program. I don't even need to look to know which weak points. He looked and gave orders to his subordinates. Heading 32, left side. Heading 17 above, mind the wind force. The soldier shouted. Indeed, each target in the distance was taken down in the blink of. Yong Han Myung announced over the radio copy that. This is Eagle Eye. The enemy sentry has been neutralized. We've broken through their defenses from a distance. It's your.
Sia nodded in satisfaction.
Copy. Good job. Now it's our. His troops prepared for the assault. We still have the element of surprise. Conserve ammunition, maintain silence, and infiltrate. All you. Assault the base. Ministry of Defense Anti-Terrorism Force. His voice deepened. Prepare. Commander of the counterterrorism team, Lieutenant Colonel Jiang Hun. The strong men in the regiment immediately charged. Meanwhile, the snipers swiftly advanced. The terrifyingly powerful anti-terrorism team rushed like air. All attacked towards a single. While the base was clearing away the shot. At this moment, the soldiers curiously turned around. Fierce Ministry of Defense unit. That soldier's face turned pale after seeing it. What? Are they attacking from the flank? People inside the base shouted to each other. All units. Get your weapons. The enemy is attacked. Hun Xian smirked as if victory was. They continuously fired their. A skirmish. The base fired guns wide, taking down Ministry of Defense members one by. The two sides fought hand to hand, with no clear victor. Wounded soldier shouted loudly. This is the North Guard post. The enemy has attacked from the flank and is preparing to assault the base. We don't have enough personnel or firepower. We can't hold out much longer. Requesting reinforcements. A large shadow gradually approached. Hun Xian held a bayonet and spoke grimly. I don't like The soldier could only stammer, no. Bloody scene, and Guangji witnessed everything from inside. The radio blared with various shouts. Southeast guard post has been attacked. The enemy will advance to the base center in 7 minutes. Isn't the central guard post monitoring enemy movements? The west guard post is in danger. This is the northwest defense post. We've detected an infiltration. He clenched his jaw furiously. Those bastards. They sent all their remaining elite teams from Busan. They want to attack me from all sides. Guangji suddenly had an idea. What if the zombies attack Busan while they're all. He worried about the current issues. Then how can they resolve the security problems in Busan? It seemed Guangji had miscalculated. They sent all their forces here, so they no longer need to consider my proposals. I misjudged. He slammed his hand on the table. This country's leaders are more incompetent than I thought. Because they are threatened by people like me, the future of this country is so. Guangji picked up the. He spoke each word clearly. All units, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. The government has sent almost all of its forces. He immediately ordered everyone. I instruct all outer units to retreat while hindering them. And all central base units, prepare for an all-out assault. Guangji sternly stated, we will face the pawns of the corrupt government. Those who are trying to destroy you and your family. The nature of the problem grew more severe. Needless to say, this is the force the government sent to eliminate us. So if we can resist, the victory in our hands could spread to many localities. Then this coup will not just be in Unjin. We will expand the coup to Busan, where your family. Guangji encouraged everyone. This is our chance to change this country. So listen up, my warriors. If you run out of bullets, use knives to slash them. Stab them. If your hands are cut off. Gripped the radio, growling each sentence. Don't let any of them leave here alive. Resist and survives were drawn. I will not hide behind my people like those leaders in boots and pistols. Guangji walked gallantly, determined to fight to the death. Tonight, I will fight alongside you, my brother. He added, if things get out of control, hold out and wait for me. I am a warrior of this era, the only A-rank slasher in the military. Guangji will rescue everyone. I will come to save you. Asked the soldier outside, where is our most vulnerable point? I will go there. The soldier clearly replied, sir, they are attacking fiercely from the. He stomped his foot down. Guangji increased his speed, running like. He dashed through thousands of trees in the forest. His face showed determination. Suddenly a hook flew into his. Guangji was dragged away and he was dragged roughly along the. He stared. Chiller Sam, floating, said, my apologies. Then Dukhan swore, damn it. I'm not apologizing for any. An iron fist landed on his. Powerful, it was like a fireball incinerating everything. Dukhan's eyes flashed with a. Guangji was beaten so badly that he spat out. The Ministry of Defense quickly gained the upper hand. Everything went according to plan. We used the Air Force to distract Major Guangji and his The night battle grew fiercer, focusing attacks on weaker defensive. Guangji leaped and flew towards the deep. A soldier secretly standing by a tree reported, as expected, sir, the target is moving. The other side received the information. Sir, we are awaiting. The lieutenant smirked. They know everything is going according to plan. They've grasped Guangji's weakness. Major Guangji will not abandon his counter. He carefully mocked, what's the use of being smart if you can't even control your emotions? How shameful, Major Guang. And by the time the Ministry of Defense counterattacked, it was time for the slashers to carry out their mission. As a result, Major Guangji made his biggest mistake. Iron fist was. Dukhan kept punching him in the. He lifted Guangji's entire, making his feet barely touch the ground. Dukhan almost completely restrained,
delivering a crippling blow to Guang.
Silently watched Guangji writhe on the. Dukhan gave an ostentatious smile. I bet you didn't see this coming. Did you? Did you think I'd be in prison for? Guangji struggled to stand up. The coup is a chess game, and Major Guangji made a mistake by exposing him. This made him a laughingstock in Dukhan's eyes. Stop crawling and get up. I'm not done yet. Damn it. Is that all you've got? You made a fool of me just because I was a gang. The radios repeatedly broadcast calls for aid. Sir, where are you? The West and East guard posts are both under attack. We need orders, sir. It's an honor to serve you. Please, make this country. Calls full of hope that Guangji would come. We are still holding out at the South guard post. We are still waiting for you. He crawled on the gently holding the pistol in his. Guangji's face was covered in blood. He was rethinking everything from the start. I made a mistake. I should have known this was a coup, and everything would fall if I fell. I should have stayed in the command area instead of joining the. Reassured himself, no, stop thinking. I can't change what has happened. Guangji struggled to his feet as Dukhan and Chiller Sam slowly approached. There's only one way to save everyone. I have to defeat these two and he tried to survive and escape. I must win and overcome all obstacles to save everyone. Guangji raised his gun, ready to. The gun was immediately aimed at him and fired. Dukhan, however, blocked it just by raising his. Cursed in his mind. Damn it. I blocked a bullet. Guangji looked at his opponent with keen. He also looked at Guangji with the same. Another bullet was. This time, Guangji succeeded in shooting. Lost his balance, swaying, and Guangji furiously opened. Fired continuously without stop. Dukhan kept using his old trick of blocking bullets with his. Chiller Sam swung out his fishing rod from behind. It flew towards Guangji, making him carelessly take a hit and fly back several. Dukhan turned to complain. Old man, what took you so long? I was about to get shot dead. Chiller Sam calmly replied, it wasn't that. Chiller Sam's hand moved faster and faster. The Major is a better man than you think, even though he's trying to overthrow the He confidently fought using only his fishing rod. Just shut up and watch. Only a few more hits and hell be Indeed, Guangji had been battered by him this whole Chiller Sam's mind filled with murderous intent. That's right, just lie there. Isn't being captured better than being Guangji spat out blood again. Please, I came here to save the zombies, not to kill. His eyes became unfocused. Guangji's memory suddenly resurfaced, of him giving first aid to a comrade. Breathe. Damn it. Fortunately, that comrade coughed up toxic. Guangji smiled gently, encouraging him. That's right, young. That man whispered each word. Sir, why are you? His eyes also became unfocused like. His eyes held only the image of Guang. Stammered, this time I cannot be late. A sharp knife suddenly flew. Chiller Sam was startled, realizing he had underestimated Guangji. He's a bigger fish than I. Turned out the fishing rod was damaged. The fishing line is cut, so I have to re-rig it. Buy me some time. Dukhun glanced back, complaining, damn it. He was almost dead. Why did this happen suddenly? You threw him so far. If he shows up again, it'll finish him. Chiller Sam was always wary of Guangji. Don't underestimate him, you gangster. Major Guangji, the one we're facing, still has a gun. And he even cut the fishing line, despite being wounded himself. Hell come charging at full but Dukhun remained overconfident. He's probably almost out of bullets. Don't overreact, old. Guangji dragged his broken body and leaned against, then tried to get back. He clenched his. Guangji reloaded his magazine, worried. I don't have much ammo. He had to find a way to survive. But I have to overcome them. From his pants pocket, he pulled out a syringe. The last resort is, they'll have to use this if there's no hope. Guangji hugged his body, struggling to reloaded his gun. Just then, Sarung and Cheonsu appeared.
Don't shoot.
We're allies. What the hell happened? Stared blankly and lowered his.
Guangqi smiled faintly.
Never give. Cheonsu's comrades appeared one by one. Seems you all had to fight too. Jin Gu spoke up. The government forces opened fire without listening to us. Whether we wanted to or not, we had to fight to survive. Guangji confidently told them. See? I told you to side with me. Cheonsu retorted clearly. Come on. Are you gonna lick your wounds and feel sorry for yourself? Or are you gonna tell us how to survive? He mumbled, leaning against the tree. We're about to lose, but it's not too late. They quickly advanced to the center of the base, the command center of Major Guangji's forces at the Unjin nuclear. One person subtly raised a mirror to observe the situation. Those soldiers immediately crouched. The man in the middle raised his hand to signal. Ready. The three of them popped up and fired continually. The opponent was taking heavy. The two of them crouched back down, extremely uneasy. Damn it, we're surrounded. No matter how many we kill, they keep charging. We'll run out of ammo before we can kill them. A soldier asked, Captain, has Major Guangji given the order? The captain replied, not yet. He's probably in a more dangerous place than us. But we need him here more than anywhere else. Everything will end if they break through the central. His expression was extremely serious. Watch your mouth. Our mission is to hold our position and hold on to the belief that Major Guangji will come to save us. Just as he always recalled past missions. At that time, Guangji wiped sweat from his cheek. Did I make it in time? Is anyone? The comrade was too emotional to speak. The captain glanced behind him.
Don't panique.
We still. Changgun appeared at this moment, wearing armor. He powerfully clapped his two hands, making the Ministry of Defense soldiers panic. Bullets repeatedly struck Changgun, but not a single scratch appeared. He grabbed two soldiers' heads and slammed them. When the gun had no more bullets, soldier backed away in fear. Please don't. Changgun roared like a lion. I highly commend your courage. But you broke my shield. So, from now on you will be my On another side, they were aiming at Changgun. That sniper sneered, that guy isn't a slasher, nor is he a soldier. He's just a mon. His hand began to finish off that disgusting mon. A gunshot rang out immediately, and another side was hiding deep in the forest. Sarung had completed her mission excellently, clearing out the Ministry of Defense. All enemy snipers in the central area have been eliminated. You can move around without worrying about being shot. And Changgun was standing amidst Guangji's soldiers, with captured ammunition magazines as he was enthusiastically tapping on the soldier snatched it back, complaining. You can't encrypt radio signals. Don't just stand. He reported over the radio to the other side. We have infiltrated the ammunition supply depot in the central area. In other words, they won't receive any more resupply. The other end of the line was silently listening. We can slowly deplete them, or destroy them with firepower. Either way, we can win this battle. Good luck to you. Soldier smiled. What was I saying? We just needed to hold our position and keep the enemy pinned at the base. But now, there's no need to wait. The slashers are on our side now. It's our turn to eliminate. A Ministry of Defense binoculars was still secretly observed. The four of them waited for orders to. A Ministry of Defense soldier asked again, we've lured Major Guangji, but we still had to expend effort to break through the defenses. Are you sure we won't be in danger? As soon as he finished speaking, his face was squeezed. The lieutenant became fierce, threatening. Watch your mouth. Stop talking about bad. He was fuming. Everything in this operation has been calculated. The performance of each chess piece is very Then he released the soldier's face and continued, but it won't change the outcome. This coup revolves around Major Guang. The one with the binoculars looked at his hand. Their resistance will. And imagined holding Guang Ji's head when they hung. He growled, ordering, contact our slashers. I want to know when they'll get his. Meanwhile, elsewhere, at the location of the major and the civilian slashers. Who were you just? Jingu had always thought, I thought you were one of the strongest A-rank slashers. Who could have done this to you? Guangji didn't hide anything from them. They sent 2 A-rank slashers to confront. Rung was startled to hear that. 2 A-rank slashers. Pedro felt this was increasingly impossible. Are you sure we can help, Major Guangji? Even someone like you is having. He smirked. My sixth sense tells me, yes, most slashers would have died instantly. But I have a feeling we can. Jingu fully agreed with Guangji. Certainly, I trust you. But we have no experience fighting slashers, and even less experience fighting A-rank slashers, because their rank is higher than ours. Are you sure this will be effective? Wang Ji's gaze was firm. Everyone there listened intently to every word. The other slashers, including the team leaders, will follow Park Jin-gus orders. Excellent, Mr. Park. He began to explain his plan. You will go to the central area and help our forces defend. But Jingu saw an illogical point. I know they need help, but we should take down the 2 A-rank slashers first because we outnumber them. Guangji immediately stated, I'm sorry to be blunt, but weaker slashers, no matter how numerous, won't help me take down an A-rank slasher. Guangji told everyone what he knew. Actually, if the forces around me are weakened, the situation will become much worse. That would force me to make a decision. Let me ask you a few things. If they become a burden to you, will you abandon your comrades? See? I knew you couldn't. No one said a word. He even emphasized another point. Furthermore, merely surviving against A-rank slashers isn't enough. We must defeat every unit from the Ministry of Defense to win this battle. I need you to help the other units so we can minimize our own casualties. After a while of explanation, Jingu also nodded in agreement. You're right, but I'm not sure if I can lead that many. He gently patted Jin-gus' shoulder, trusting him completely. I know you can do it. You've matured since you left Busan. Look, you've led the people here to survive. Jingu fell silent for a few minutes. Everyone began to move forward according to They were dividing tasks. We will split into 2 groups to confront each A-rank. Sarung praised, but her face showed discouragement. It's nice to have someone acknowledge my abilities, but I'm not sure if I can survive. Pedro brought up a weakness in this plan. We can't split Major Guangji in half, so one group will have to face an A-rank slasher with. Yeon-su, however, was interested in something else. I've been curious this whole time. Which slashers did they send? That gorilla must have come too. Guangji turned his head and praised him. Your intuition is good. Yes, that gangster is.
Cheon su valentir.
You want to deal with Dukhan? Then let me handle him. I have something to say. Guangji didn't stop him and even agreed to let him do it. All right. The plan is this. You will face difficulties when confronting the other person. Cheon-su didn't quite understand. You mean?
Guangqi nodded.
Yes, that's what. He revealed another person, making Cheon-su's face stiffen. The other one is Mr. Kim Cho. He remembered Chiller Sam's words. I will help you. I said I would be your master, remember? I heard you two are very. Cheon-su's face darkened with awkwardness. So everyone and I will confront Mr. Kim Cho. Guangji smiled, reassuring him.
Don't worry.
We won't kill him. I respect elders, you know that. Moreover, the government must have forced him to do this for something in return. When he's defeated, just help us convince.
Cheon-su's hand suddenly clenched.
He became resolute, unwilling to spare his enemy. I won't spare that gorilla. Are you? Guangji liked Cheon-su's current mood very much. That's exactly what I wanted. Good. The long, drawn-out night would never give way to a new. Arung and Cheon-su carefully looked around. What was meant to happen, happened. The two found exactly who they were looking. Dukhan gave a sarcastic smile, mocking. Are you happy to see me? How have you been? Arung subtly glanced at Cheon-su, guessing his. She suddenly became more aggressive than Cheon-su. Come on. Are you scared? I thought you were going to kill. Cheon-su gave a mocking smile. Ready to fight? Scared? Oh right. Let's. Next. A bloody spectacle was about to unfold. Wang Jis. He and Pedro were facing off together. He ordered. I attacked earlier, but our target wasn't hurt at all. So I need you to be my Pedro, the one in the shadows, whispered. I think you're making a foolish Once again, a fight to the death. Slashers were pointing weapons at each other instead of zombies. Killer Sam glared at Guangji, who was considered an enemy of the Ministry of Defense, and Pedro and he were determined to completely eliminate Chiller's battle with Sir. Cheonsu and Dukhan was also about to ran and talked. Cheonsu spoke first. According to the plan, we can adapt as we go, just like we do with zombies. Sarung snapped at him. Are you kidding me? A plan isn't instant food that can be cooked immediately. Dukhan on his side thought he had victory in his grip. They rushed out like moths to a flame. Alright, it's just fight or die. She thought and calculated for a moment. I'm small but agile, so I'll always aim for the lower body. On the other hand, Sarung's deduction was not wrong. Cheonsu was aiming for him, just as I thought. Hell, aim for the upper part because he has strength and Sarung quickly looked below and launched her move. That way, the attack won't be blocked. This is the best, Dukhan exclaimed, startling the two of them. Is that? To him, the two of them were just wriggling mosquitoes. Dukhan growled. Damn it. Do you bastards think rank slashers are a His voice subtly changed to sarcastic. Seems I beat you half to death, and you still want more. Cheonsu immediately grabbed the staff in front. He confidently asked them again. Have you seen the difference in power? He held the staff, trembling. I'm stronger and tougher than the last time I met him. But why do I still feel so hopeless? Cheonsu remembered the days he was beaten half to death when he was battered, looking like a loser. I won't be as strong as him, no matter how hard I... He angrily clenched his teeth. That's so Sarung, still clear-headed at this moment, reminded him. Hey, a fight isn't decided by strength alone. Is that all you... She emphasized each word. Strength, speed, and combat experience, forcing Cheonsu to remember and apply it. Surely you must have learned... Sarung also reminded him of a few things. Since the last time you met him, from deep within his eyes, Cheonsu felt she was right. Yes, she's right. There are many ways to win. I can't just charge in and exhaust myself like this. I have to approach him differently. He regained his composure, preparing for the next attack. Time for a second try. This time, I won't waste any more energy. Dukhan also vaguely realized something was... Indeed, this Cheonsu flipped over, turning the tape. He speculated, is he trying to break my... His feet firmly held Dukhan. He gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength. It's not as hard as I thought. Huh? I have to get rid of all the anxiety in my head. It helps me recall all the moves I've seen before. Cheonsu shouted, calling for Sarung's help. Come on. Help me. Finish him. At this moment, she was several meters. Upon hearing him, Sarung rushed forward like a... At the same time, Dukhan in front delivered an iron... Sarung quickly dodged to one side and both of them gripped his arm tightly from both sides. Dukhan cursed furiously. You bastard! Cheonsu shouted to Sarung, signaling her. He's holding on with his physical strength, but if he lets go for just 1 second, we'll break his arm. Break it. According to what was said, one thing had been repeatedly mentioned. Zhang Dukhan was very skilled at calculating. Suddenly he gave an enigmatic... The two of them needed to use their strength. They only have one advantage. Currently, Dukhan couldn't escape Sarung and Cheonsu's firm grip. I need to regroup with the old man and kill Guangji as quickly as possible. You two are wasting energy like this instead of bothering me with your... Showed a sinister expression. This isn't so... Cheonsu was struggling to hold onto his... Dukhan deliberately swung his arm into a tree, wanting to injure Cheonsu. Sarung was also trying to hold on. He endured frantic, strong... Cheonsu shouted a reminder. If we let go, we're done for. Hold on. Upon hearing that, Sarung held on even... Dukhan gained an advantage, shouting defiantly. Yeah. Keep going. Hold on tight and get smashed to death. Meanwhile, at Guangjis location, something glowing flew toward... He told Pedro it's coming. The hook, like a strange object, flew towards the... Guangji quickly dodged the hook heading toward... This surprised Chiller Sam. Next, Guangji counterattacked with his... Chiller Sam quickly dodged with... Pedro, exhausted from dodging the hook, collapsed to his... He let out a long... Pedro crawled over to a place with many trees. Wondered many things. I need to find a way to deal with that fishing line. I can barely see it. How can he know its trajectory? And how did Guangji dodge that attack? I have to admit, both of them are very strong. Make one mistake and he'll die Just then, Guangji appeared right in front of him. Don't let it scare you. You have to try and catch the fishing line just once. Pedro felt confused. Slowly explained Chiller Sam's abilities. That old man can see my bullet trajectory and dodge instantly. There's no doubt he's considered the strongest A-rank slasher. He's truly super... Guangji reminded Pedro and himself. We need to be agile. We have to catch the fishing line before it's pulled up, and use it to drag him towards us. Then defeat... Suddenly, Pedro flared up, angrily cursing Cheonsu. You think I can catch that line? That fishing line can cut through an entire forest. Before I could even grab it, it would have cut me in. Wong Tek calmly replied to Pedro, instructing, look closely. It can only cut the target it's aimed at. I've been watching. When the fishing line slows, Wong Tek explained to Pedro, focus and follow its movement. And rub your hands with dirt. You'll need the friction. Pedro still thought it was impossible. Are you kidding? He let out a heavy. Pedro wanted to confirm again. Is this plan even feasible? Chansu could only say, you have to do it. Otherwise, that old man will kill. Pedro then scraped some dirt. Urine rubbed the dirt onto his hands and told Wong Tek to signal him. I can't see the fishing line, so you have to tell me when I need to catch. Chansu had a cigar in his mouth, busy sharpening his knife with his gun. Relax. What are you scared of? Your Pope told you that if you die, you'll go to. Pedro's spirits lifted, ready to fight to the end. No, we only go to heaven if we fight zombies to the death, not if humans kill. Wong Tek let out a small laugh. Well, that's a something was hurtling toward. He yelled. Zombies piled up high like hills. Immediately after the zombie apocalypse broke out, the government focused on eradicating zombies and building defensive. Citizens scattered, searching for a way to survive. This lack of direction and safety led to residents in Busan fighting over supplies. No one had guns or weapons, so they were just bare-knuckle. They also began to seek support. Members of large gangs sided with anarchy. No one was an exception, not even escaped prison. Everyone wanted to resist, and the survivors wanted to kill each other. Just one night, the city became more chaotic than. A hand rose from the chaotic pile of corpses, but the one who stood above all in that, Chun, the Hair King, stood at the top, sighing, damn it, I thought I was going to die. He started to become more arrogant. It was none other than Jiang Zhu. He raised his voice, startling those around him. You guys want to kill? His face looked sinister. Or do you want to be my subordinate? He had been blessed with a body stronger than anyone, with a solid physique, terrifying strength, and limitless stamina. Zhu Chun was very confident in his limbs. That's what makes me the boss of this city. And I'm going to kill both of you. Chansu was reaching his limit. I can't hold on any. He glanced at Sarung, who was still persistent. No way that girl can still hold on so tight. If I don't try to break his arm, I won't have to endure this. Chansu exclaimed, change of plans. Sarung, let go of his arm and run. Find Major Lim or any slasher from the Ministry of Defense. Sarung resolutely refused. She didn't want to leave Chansu alone. No, we can defeat him together. How can you take on this gorilla by yourself? Hearing that, Chansu spurred her on. Oh yeah? Then hold on tight. I can do something if you can hold one of his arms. Then, Chansu kicked Zhu Chun in the and quickly let go of the arm, landing. He watched the struggling Zhu Chun. I have to think carefully. If we can fight, Chansu was more desperate than ever. Otherwise, that kid will die and he'll follow. Or he'll be killed and so will. One could say this was a mismatch between two fighters. Chansu would lose immediately if their attacks stopped, even for a moment, giving Zhu Chun time to retaliate. Chansu had to bring down the giant in front of him. This was a battle he had to win at all costs. Until his last, Chansu took a deep breath like a dirty player, so he decided to play. Zhu Chun stared at Chansu in front. Something hit Zhu Chun and Zhu Chun clutched one eye and yelled. What? No matter who it was, male or female, Chansu quickly moved his legs. Every man has a weakness, no matter how much they've been trained. That was what Chansu was aiming. Kicked straight between Zukin's legs. A low blow from his blinds. This caught Zhu Chun completely off guard. Chansu was truly aiming for his weak. Chansu seized the opportunity to prepare his next attack. The pain will make his stomach He kicked Zhu Chun in the side of the hip. Then he'll punch his. Zhu Chun screamed in. Chansu glared furiously at Zhu Chun in front. Even Sarung was stunned. How did he do that? A B-rank slasher can never gain an advantage over an A-rank slasher. Not even for a. Actually, everything could be explained. The answer was simple. Chansu had never forgotten the humiliation he suffered that day. He had been defeated by Zhu Chun and Lei Motion, and Zhu Chun was always complacent about certain things, not caring about those weaker. Chansu had climbed all the way to Zhu Chun, hoping to defeat. Chansu always aimed for Zhu Chun, while Zhu Chun only cared about him. Chansu had harbored this intention for a long time. Since that day, he had thought about how to defeat and win against his enemy every day, until now, when Chansu was almost able to. He yelled loudly at Sarung. What are you waiting for? Break his arm now. His arm is weak. Hearing that, she immediately used all her strength to twist Zukin's massive. Finally, his arm bone made a cracking. Zhu Chun screamed in agony. You filthy brats. Zhu Chun angrily tried to punch Chansu in the. At that moment, Chansu grabbed a handful of dirt. You can't. Then he threw it into Zukin's eyes, intending to block. Chansu continued to command. Don't give him time to recover. Break his other arm. Sarung quickly moved to the other. She gripped the arm tightly, breaking Zukin's. The bone snapped with a crisp sound, like a potato. Zhu Chun screamed and cursed. Damn it. You bastard! Slammed Sarung to the ground with immense. That blow made her vomit. Chansu cried out in alarm. Ju-chun felt every bone in his. Chansu gritted his teeth and glared at Ju-chun. That kid finally managed to injure his. He resolutely threw a punch. We must survive tonight. A gorilla with no arms will never win against a. So Chansu lunged and utterly pummeled Ju. Deokshan couldn't hold it in and spat out a mouthful of. Let out a long, heavy. Sarang, who had been thrown back, was now extremely worried about him. Cheonsu was shot in the stomach, and he was injured while fighting that gorilla. Soon, he won't be able to fight, and she raised her voice to encourage Cheonsu. A battle of endurance between Cheonsu and Kang Deokshan. You have a strong will. Hang it. Cheonsu was determined to land another punch. They'll pay you for everything Deokshan has done to me. All the humiliation I've had to endure. The image of Ari being slapped across the face. He remembered every person he had stood beside. The hope of those who would never live, even the regrets deep in his, and the people he failed to protect. Cheonsu personally buried those he loved. They'll pay him back for every. He threw an even stronger punch. It made Deokshan's nose spray. Blood splattered from his mouth and he stumbled back. Cheonsu's legs could no longer support him, and he fell to his. He felt his body growing weaker before Sweat poured off him. Cheonsu frowned and panted. I don't have much strength left. Collapse. Please just collapse. His eyes. Deokshan stammered through his breaths. You bastard. Exhausted, he stammered out, You monster. How are you still A lock of hair drifted through the. Sarang sat beside her. She looked at Cheonsu very gently. Then she took Cheonsu's hand and spoke. Can you punch him one last time? What if we work to. Cheonsu is. Ari had once told him, hone your skills and build your. His right hand clenched into a. His left hand did the. Cheonsu had once cursed those trash. I thought we were supposed to kill zombies. Isn't that why you're called professional? His face was filled with anger. But you degrade yourselves like this just for. Ari had stirred his soul. So you can bring this rotting. Remembered every word clearly. Back to its original. Cheonsu used all his remaining strength to punch him across the. Blood sprayed every. Finally, Deokshan rolled over, unconscious. Cheonsu panted as he looked at Sarang. The battle with Kang Deokshan. Sarang replied with a look of her. The two of them high-fived. The result was perfect, ending with a victory for Kim Cheonsu and Sarang, Troy Peter, and Kwangtaek were still struggling with Ji Jian. He calculated while operating the fishing rod. They've gone deeper into the forest. Is this part of Major Lim's plan? It's a reasonable move. I guess they're trying to hit the blind spots to avoid the line. This is bad. I have to capture Major Lim alive as soon as possible to end this senseless. Ji Jian Sam pulled back the fishing line. He changed his plan. They'll have to change the bait. They'll clear out all the trees if they try to hide behind. The lure began to shift its focus elsewhere. That was exactly what Major Lim was expecting. Going deeper into the forest would force Kim Chiller Sam to change his quick and small, turning a small lure into a fatter fish, into a larger and stronger lure that could destroy the whole forest, by forcing Kim to change his. This moment, Kwangtaek was extremely impatient. Major Lim had waited until the fishing line's speed decreased. Chiller Sam knelt on one knee to change a glance to the side. I can see it. Now the fishing line is easier to see. Kwangtaek secretly signaled his intent to Pedro. This was the split-second moment he had been waiting. Kwangtaek shouted, Pedro Choi. The time has. Pedro took off his shirt before the fishing line. He twisted the shirt around his. He fiercely grabbed the fishing line. Kwangtaek urgently commanded, Pull. Show him that we are the winners of this. Pedro used all his strength to pull his feet braced to maintain balance. If Pedro could defeat that old man with strength and drag him here, it would be for the. Kwangtaek frantically sped up his run. But I can't just sit here and wait for that to. He ran through the forests where Chiller Sam was hiding. I will end this battle while his weapon is neutral. On Chiller Sam's side, he was trying to hold on. Why is the fishing line being pulled so tight like? He was skeptical. Is it stuck? And he thought of the most likely possibility. Major Lim is grabbing my line with his bare hand. On the other side, Pedro, with his muscular strength, gripped the fishing line tightly. No matter what, he would not let go. He might be an A-rank slasher, but he's older than me. This isn't a battle of technique or skill. I can't lose to him in a battle of. Pedro took heavy steps. Difficult footsteps dragged the opponent. In the distance, Chiller Sam was being gradually pulled away by. He was having trouble adjusting the fishing rod, struggling to hold it back. The line isn't caught on trees or rocks. Something is pulling my line. So he decided to catch the line and pull it. How? Chiller Sam had to resort to a dangerous move. Then I must show you what I can. Muscles and veins bulged on his arm as he pulled it toward himself with all his. This caused Pedro to. He was having trouble controlling everything. What? How is this old man so? Pedro turned his head forward, increasing his pulling force. Then I have to pull even. Suddenly he stopped for a moment. He slowly turned his head. An invisible sensation brushed past Pedro. Felt like that man was a man. He sensed an unpredictable, terrifying flow of power. The man stood tall and didn't budge in. That mountain would stand still, and no matter how much effort he put into moving it, he would. Pedro had pulled to the point where his shirt was torn. Blood began to seep out. Actually, pulling him toward me will only get me. Determination filled him once more, his eyes revealing murderous intent. Then I must pin him down somehow. Everyone will die if Major Lim can't win this. Certain zombies had completely swarmed the surround. Students ran in confusion to find a way to survive. A group of students had found a safe place to hide temporarily. That student glanced at the friend beside. Yongcheon shed tears of spoke up, mocking his friend. Hey Yongcheon, you can leave if you're scared. I don't think we can hold out much longer. He lifted his face, laughing at the other's emotions. You were always the one practicing until the end, and you always stayed alone to clean the equipment. So if you want to go, then go and survive as long as possible. Yongcheon gradually stopped. Student sacrificed himself for Yongcheon, telling him to run. You have to survive for our. Turned out that person was Pedro. Now his shirt was nothing but scraps. I will survive. The cord wrapped around Pedro's every muscle. I won't run away like a coward. And Pedro roared like a king of the forest, using his strength to pull the opponent. Pedro had bet his life on this tug of war. The distance between them was as long as the radius of a lake. Kim Chiller Sam thought this terrifying strength could only belong to an A-rank slasher like Major. Somewhere, Gwang Taek was still holding a part of the fishing. A figure flashed past Chiller. He took notice, but he had already given the other person a chance to close. Gwang Taek was as fast as a leopard, quickly lunging at Chiller. He greeted in a low voice, "Hello, master." While he was focused elsewhere, someone else pulled his line. But Chiller Sam was smart enough to know. Do you think I didn't know someone would He held another weapon in his. Gwang Taek rushed forward to grab. Chiller Sam was also prepared, ready to deal with two people at. Chun couldn't withstand it and spat out a mouthful of. Chansu took a long, ragged. Sarung, thrown far away, was extremely worried about Chansu. Chansu was shot in the stomach, and he was already injured fighting that gorilla. Soon he won't be able to fight, and she spoke up, cheering Chansu on. A battle of endurance between Chansu and Jiang Zhuchun. You have a strong will. Chansu was determined to throw one more punch. They'll pay him for everything Zhuchun had done to him, all the humiliation he had in. The image of Ari being mercilessly struck in the face. He remembered every person who had fought by his side. The hopes of those who would never come back to. Even the regrets deep in his. And those he couldn't protect. Chansu personally buried his loved ones. I will make him pay for every. A punch landed with even greater, making Zukin's nose bleed profusely. Blood splattered from his. Chansu stumbled. Kiance's legs could no longer support him, and he felt his body weakening before Zhu. Beads of sweat streamed down his face. Chansu frowned, panting. I don't have much strength left. Fall. Please. Zukin's eyes. Zhuchun? Gasping, stammered. You dog. Chansu, exhausted, gasped out. You monster. How are you still standing? A strand of hair swept through. Sarung sat beside her. She looked at Chansu. Then she took Kiance's hand and said, "Can you punch him one last time? What if we work to?" Chansu parted his. Ari had once told him, hone your skills and build your his right hand, his left hand did. Chansu had once cursed those scum. I thought we bastards were supposed to kill zombies. Isn't that why you're called professional? His face was filled with anger. But you debase yourselves like this just for. Ari had inspired his mood. So you can restore this rotting. He remembered every word clearly. To its original. Chansu used all his might to punch Zhuchun in the. Blood splattered every. Finally Zhuchun collapsed. Unconscious. Chansu panted, looking at Sarung. The battle with Jiang Zhu. Sarung returned his. Two high-fived. The truly perfect outcome had ended with the victory of Kim Chansu and Ansar. Pedro and Wang Tek were still struggling with Chiller. Chiller Sam manipulated his fishing rod, pondering. They've gone deeper into the forest. Is this part of Major Lim's plan? A logical move, I suppose. I guess they're trying to move into blind spots to avoid the line. This isn't good. I need to capture Major Lim alive as quickly as possible to end this meaningless. Chiller Sam reeled in his line. He changed his plan. I need to change the lure. They'll clear all the trees if they try to hide behind. The fishing line began to shift its focus. That was exactly what Major Lim was hoping for. Going deeper into the forest would make Chiller Sam switch his changing a small lure to a fatter fish, turning it into a bigger, stronger lure that could destroy the entire forest, and by forcing Chiller Sam to change. At this moment, Wang Tek was extremely anxious. Major Lim had waited until the fishing line's speed decreased. Chiller Sam knelt on one knee to change his. Chansu glanced over. I can see it now. The fishing line is easier to see. Wang Tek implicitly conveyed his thoughts to Pedro. This was the fleeting moment he had been waiting. Wang Tek yelled, Pedro. Now's your Pedro took off his shirt before the fishing line. Then he twisted the shirt around his. He fiercely grabbed the fishing line. Wong Tek urgently commanded, "Pull. Show him that we are the victors of this." Pedro used all his strength to pull his feet braced for balance. If Pedro could defeat that old man with strength and bring him here, that would be for the. Wong Tek furiously ran faster. But I can't just sit here and wait for that to. He ran through the forests where Chiller Sam was hiding. He'll end this battle while his weapon is neutral. On Chiller Sam's side, he was struggling to hold on. Why is the fishing line pulling so? He was suspicious. Is it stuck? And he thought of the most likely possibility. Major Lim is holding my fishing line with his bare. On the other side, Pedro, with his formidable strength, gripped the fishing line tightly. No matter what, he would not let go. He might be an A-rank slasher, but he's older than me. This isn't a battle of technique or skill. I can't lose to him in a battle of. Pedro took heavy steps. His difficult footsteps dragged his. In the distance, Chiller Sam was slowly being dragged by. Struggled to control the fishing rod, finding it hard to hold on. The fishing line isn't caught on a tree or a rock. Something is pulling my line. So he decided to grab the fishing line and pull it. He's audacious. Chiller Sam resorted to a dangerous move. Then I'll have to show you what I can. His arm muscles and veins bulged as he pulled it towards himself with all his. That made Pedro. He struggled to control everything. What? How is this old man so? Pedro turned his head forward, increasing his pulling force. Then I have to pull even. Suddenly he paused for a. Then he slowly turned his head. An invisible sensation passed through Pedro. He felt as if Chiller Sam was a. He felt an incredibly formidable and unpredictable surge of power. Chiller Sam stood upright and didn't budge. That mountain would stand still, and no matter how hard Pedro tried to move it, it would. Pedro had pulled so hard that his shirt tore, and blood began to seep out. Actually, pulling him towards me will only hurt my. Inside he was determined once more, his eyes showing killing intent. Then I have to somehow pin him down. Everyone will die if Major Lim can't win this. Zombies completely overran the surround. Students ran in disarray, searching for a way to survive. A group of students found a safe place to temporarily. That student glanced at his friend beside. Yong Cheon shed tears of. He spoke, sneering at his friend. Hey, Yong Cheon, you can keep going if you're scared. I don't think we can hold out much longer. He lifted his head, laughing at others' emotions. You were always the one who trained till the end, and you always stayed alone to clean the equipment. So, if you want to leave, go and survive as long as you. Yong Cheon gradually stopped. That student sacrificed himself for Yong Cheon, telling him to run. You have to survive. Turned out that person was Pedro. Now his shirt was just rags. I will survive. Line wrapped tightly around Pedro's muscles. I won't run away like a coward. And Pedro roared like a lord of the jungle, using his strength to pull his opponent. Pedro had bet his life on this tug of. Their distance was equal to the radius of a lake. Chiller Sam thought that this terrifying strength could only belong to an A-rank slasher. Like Major. Somewhere else, Wong Tek was still holding a part of the fishing. A silhouette flashed past Chiller. He noticed it and had given Wong Tek an opportunity to get. Wong Tek was as fast as a leopard, quickly pouncing on Chiller. Greeted him in a low voice. Hello, Chiller. While Chiller Sam was focused elsewhere, someone else is pulling my fishing line. But Chiller Sam was smart enough to know. You think I don't know someone would try to ambush? In his hand he held another. Wong Tek lunged forward to it. Chiller Sam was also ready, prepared to deal with two people at. Wong Tek furiously raised his gun, aiming at the. The night gradually grew. At the base, gunshots echoed loud. Ministry of Defense soldiers still observed from a distance. Lieutenant gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, why do you keep resisting? Major Lim is going to die. He sneered, thinking your puny efforts will be crushed, and no one will care. So why? Then, a subordinate brought a radio, reporting in a panic, Sir, Jiang Zhuchun has been The lieutenant muttered. He grabbed his subordinate by the collar, yelling and cursing non-stop. You think this is a boxing match? So what happened to Major Lim? Did Jiang injure him before he? Subordinate, sweating in fear, continued to report. I was informed that Jiang did not confront Major Lim, sir. Jiang was defeated by the slashers who survived the. The lieutenant suddenly remembered, immediately questioned, what about Chiller Sam? Is he fighting Major Lim? The subordinate's eyes widened in fear. Yes, sir. But I was informed that he's also having difficulty. The lieutenant then slapping his subordinate across the face. He yelled repeatedly, I told you, Major Lim is the only one we need to eliminate. Complete the. His voice echoed through the mountains. Is it that? And he threw the subordinate. He resorted to a dangerous plan. Inform all troops. Release that creature. The subordinate didn't understand. What? The lieutenant glared at him. Release the Class A mutant. The soldier stammered, asking for clarification. Where do you want to release it, sir? We're too far from Major Lim. The lieutenant objected. No. Chiller Sam might switch sides if we release it there. Eliminating zombies is his top priority as a slasher. The soldier hesitantly asked, so where should we release it? He slightly tilted his head down, where they were fighting continuously. Down. The soldier, hearing that, panicked. A bullet pierced him immediately. What? What about our people? He was shot dead by the lieutenant put his gun back in his pocket, his face grim. Release that creature. It will attract the attention of the enemy slashers. Then you can shoot down everyone below. Another subordinate obeyed. Yeah. Then the remaining soldier quickly ran. The lieutenant's face became vicious. I was tasked with eliminating Major Lim and crushing this rebellion, and I will not let the mission fail. Do you understand? Pair of feet suddenly. The lieutenant's minion stopped in his something colossal stood before. It was nothing else. It was the container holding what was called the On that box there was a small. The soldier took out. The guards there panicked. Are you really going to open that thing? Did we get the? He continued his action. Yes, he decided this was the only way. A guard interjected. Wait, does he know what's in? He stepped forward, putting a hand out to stop them. We can only stop it by cutting off its oxygen supply, because we can't. The guard's voice trembled. There's a Class A mutant in. Another story unfolded. There are only a few Class A mutants because meeting the criteria is very difficult. Specific include the following types. 1. A mutant that has killed or infected over 200,000. They can possess terrifying power. 2. A mutant that can single-handedly destroy over 2 army regiments, or match the strength of an entire, cause widespread death and destruction. 3. A mutant that has captured 1 or more, and even more terrifying. 4. A mutant that has killed 1 or more A-rank slashers. It is something incredibly hard to defeat. A zombie is considered a Class A mutant, and a threat to the rest of humanity, when it meets one of the above conditions. But an ancient Roman soldier met 3 out of 4 of those standards and was considered one of history's most infamous. To nourish them and make them grow stronger, the Ministry of Defense had imprisoned that creature at the cost of thousands of soldiers and slashers, and to gain immediate benefits. But now they were preparing to release it into the outside world, simply because they didn't like being bitten. The guard grabbed the soldier's hand, desperately trying to persuade him. Listen, I know it's a Class A mutant, understand? But if I don't open it, it'll be considered a soldier shrugged his hand off. And they'll harm my family in maintained his intention. Perhaps. The soldier flashed a crazy, naive smile. It can cause just enough damage to turn the tide and stop them. Perhaps the Ministry of Defense already has a way to control it. That's definitely why they left it with us in the first. The 2 frightened guards stood. Finally, the door. The 3 men unconsciously their faces were agape, eyes. It was just an empty box. There was nothing. Like a flash of light, something burst from inside the iron, directly killing and destroying all 3. Heads fell, scattered. The sharp fangs were exposed. It looked like a terrifying monster. The Class A mutant, ancient Roman. It noticed the light in the distance. The ancient Roman soldier's eyes flashed, muttering. On that side, gunshots rang out continually. Ministry of Defense soldiers frantically yelled. Reload. We have intelligence on the enemy's position. Listen carefully and adjust your sights. 3 shots to the. Something zipped past that soldier's neck. What was that? Just hundreds of lives were taken in an instant. It acted while muttering the 2 words. Someone else was impaled by the ancient Roman soldier. With just itself, it eliminated his mouth still uttered. Soldier quickly ran. Begged to survive. Help! It's the that scream attracted everyone nearby. The mutant has a. He opened his eyes wide, witnessing the scene before. A soldier was impaled. Everyone there was stunned into silence. The colossal ancient Roman soldier stood in the middle of the area. They couldn't believe everyone shared the same state of shock. An infamous Class A mutant that they had only seen in history books was standing right before them. No one made a sound in the face of this terrifying, unwelcome. Immediately stopped fighting, only looking at the strange thing before their. Shogun muttered, I can't believe those bastards would release that monster to kill. The ancient Roman soldier was about to do so. Roared hideously and terrifyingly, war, and began its mass. Each strike from the ancient Roman soldier took countless lives. Those who couldn't react in time were. Few of them could survive. And those who reacted in time still lost their. Chan Jian also lost his. Just a second later, only the ancient Roman soldier. Chan Jian stood up, yelling loudly, everyone, listen, our battle is. He roused everyone's fighting spirit. If you want to survive, kill that mutant. Sarung had meticulously prepared her. Shogun also held his Dao in, and Chan Jian too, braver than you. The ancient Roman soldier revealed its terrifying deadly. The radio by the lieutenant kept blaring. Mutant detected on the battlefield. I repeat, mutant was very pleased with the current situation. Excellent. Listen carefully. All enemy firepower, even sniper, is directed at the mutant. So this is your time to shine. He cruelly ordered. They'll be busy fighting the mutant and will get injured soon. Snipe the important units and finish them. The sniper hesitated slightly after hearing. His hand moved away from the firing position. The sniper pointed out a flaw. But sir, if we eliminate their slashers, our units down there will be discovered by them. He yelled in protest. We should protect the safety of allied forces. Lieutenant spoke mockingly. Why should I care? Oh look, we have a disobedient scoundrel here. Are you working for Major? A gunshot instantly. Lieutenant's cold voice commanded. Shoot them down before I shoot you in. Gun barrels began to. He smirked like a monster. That's right. Our mission is to eliminate Major Lim and his followers. Then well return to the Busan. The lieutenant wanted mass extermination, laughing maniacally, having lost his humanity. Don't worry about the mutant. Just focus on the voice from somewhere loudly urged everyone. If you want to live, kill that mutant. Sarung raised her gun. Chogun held his self-defense knife, and Chan Jian, the ancient Roman soldier's face snarled, wanting to devour everyone. It began to adopt an attacking Finally, he lay sprawled on the ground. Approached to. His eyes suddenly turned. The lieutenant bit the neck of the soldier beside. Jingu said gravely, it's time for us to do our. The rest rushed forward to deal. In the meantime, Jingu noticed it was the lieutenant's glass. Jingu angrily stomped on the glasses. You'll pay for killing people with your. Chansu dragged his exhausted body. Sarung anxiously helping him with each. She glanced at him worriedly. He's very seriously injured. Even in his best condition, he'd be exhausted fighting an A-rank. Growing unease filled her heart. After being shot, he was forced to fight with all his might. It's only natural for him to be exhausted. Even when Chansu fought Ju, she quietly asked, hey, why don't we rest? Sarung slowly led into the conversation. Major Lim must have won by, he said, and the remaining slashers are helping the detachments fight the Ministry of Defense. Sarung further emphasized, we've defeated Jiangju Chun, and that was our only mission. Blood continuously flowed down Kiance's leg. Look, you're still. Though very tired, he still refused. No, we have to keep. Sarung couldn't persuade him anymore and snapped. Are you deaf? You could bleed to death. Besides, you could become a. Chansu muttered. While we were fighting Jiangju, he continued, and the Ministry of Defense Forces before. When the situation was chaotic, I felt. Chansu keenly pointed out, both sides are at a stand. They've been in a standoff with no end in sight, and it's hard to tell who will win this. He confided, looking blankly into the air. I don't know if it'll be of any use, because our survival depends. Chansu still clearly remembered Sarung's words. Besides, you said our mission is to eliminate zombies. We are slashers. We kill zombies for money and we're hired to do it. That's why we She listened silently to every word. That Cheonsu wants peace. We must end this human conflict as soon as possible. Rewind a few minutes. Wong Tek confronted Chillersam. You've lost, you're done. Chillersam looked at this with skepticism. Someone else is pulling the strings, aren't they? Gave a strange, eerie smile. You think I didn't know someone would attack? Chillersam tensed his arm muscles, ready to attack. From afar, Wong Tek flew toward. He controlled the fishing line, preparing to strike. Wong Tek's eyes gleamed as he raised his gun, ready to. Puff of smoke billowed out from the last drop of blood was finally. Wong Tek looked. Chillersam responded with a narrowed. Wong Tek was the one who seized the initiative. He gently pulled the string. Do you think you can take down two people at once? Wong Tek spoke with a challenging tone. You have to reel it back in before you can launch it. He raised his gun towards Chillersam, threateningly. In other words, it's a self-loading. Chillersam shifted slowly. He put down his fishing rod. Why did you do? Chillersam calmly took out a cigarette. Are you planning to reform this country? Or is it simply He analyzed the current situation. Looking at the government's actions, they will eliminate you and your army to ensure no one ever hears about the coup in Unjin. Chillersam had good intentions to help Wong Tek. Before I was sent here, I asked my boss to find a way to help you and your army avoid standing. He sincerely advised him to give up on this. If you stop the fight now, you can survive to fight another day. There's no shame in retreat. Wong Tek didn't utter a single word after hearing. It was a while later before he spoke. Because of a hasty decision, I lost many. The photo he took with his Wong Tek had lost too much. I lost my subordinate soul. He also experienced immeasurable grief. Yet what Wong Tek received was the integrity of his force. Brutal treatment from the government. Countless times Wong Tek had to shed blood, and the last shred of humanity he received in return was being imprisoned within 4 confining. Wong Tek pointed directly at Chillersam. I must cut out the root that caused this country's decay, to save the remaining divisions and ensure I don't make the same mistakes as in the past. He helped Chillersam light the cigarette in his mouth. Wong Tek continued his story. That's why I have to do this. So please step aside. You won't change my mind, so don't make me. Snapped the Zipatek. Wong Tek said goodbye. I'm leaving. Mr. Chillersam pondered for a moment. He spoke as a warning. You will see hell unfold before your eyes. Chiller Sam wanted him to turn back to what he believed was the right ideal. If you want to see hell to realize what you're getting yourself into, then go. Wong Tek replied, good luck, Mr. Gunshots rang out incessantly. As Wong Tek walked away, he hoped, please, I hope the situation isn't too. At this moment, Chiller Sam could only. Suddenly, he felt Sarung was helping Cheon Su walk towards him. Oh, hey kid, Chiller Sam called. Chiller Sam then hit Cheon Su a few times. Come here, you troublesome kid. We were sent here to make money, not to stage a coup. Why did you get involved in a coup and occupy the nuclear power? He raised his hand to stop him, shouting, how was I supposed to know I'd get caught in the middle of a battle? Besides, I didn't intend to fight the government forces. They didn't give me a choice. I just wanted to save the other
Sarang grabbed Chiller Sam's hand, defending Cheon Su.
That's right. Ghost Hall has saved many slashers. You're a slasher too, so I think you'll understand. Our duties change based on the client's situation. Didn't know what else. Chiller Sam could only ask them, deeply worried. Are you done fighting? What did you do to that gangster? I hit him in self-defense and tied him up so he couldn't move. So you didn't kill him? Good. That means you can come. He wanted the two of them to follow him. Come with me. This place will soon become a bloodbath. We have to leave before it begins. Sarung and Cheon Su just stared blank. He held the walkie-talkie, preparing to contact someone. He'll tell Ms. Choi A-dong to send a slasher, or someone to pick up. Cheon Su stopped the walkie-talkie with his. The two faced each other in an awkward situation. Chiller Sam gently said, don't act recklessly. Kid, this is beyond your capability. He spoke reluctantly. I have to go, old man. It's too late to. Chiller Sam angrily scolded him, his tone stubborn. There's still time. I'm an A-rank slasher, remember? I can testify for you and settle everything. Cheon Su remembered his comment. He firmly stated that they were still waiting. Chiller Sam looked at him with sad eyes. Cheon Su spoke from the bottom of his heart. Do you remember how much I wanted a home of my own? He started to blame himself. I'm an idiot who couldn't even graduate middle school, so I'm slow to understand. In that desperate situation, I left Busan and became a slasher who eliminates zombies. He had once been beaten to a pulp by Duk. Then someone shoveled him in the. Cheon Su went through many desolate places and life-or-death situations to realize why he wanted. He remembered the happy times his small family shared. That's why my mother waited for my brother and me to come home after school, and it's where I waited for my father to come home from work. Home is where my family waited for. Cheon Su reminded Chiller Sam, old man, you said your goal was to go to Seoul so you could turn your family back into humans. That means you also have a family waiting. In his mind, the words father will be there soon. Just stay put, my child. Cheon Su's voice was filled with half regret, half resentment. We didn't lose our homes. We lost the people we loved. This zombie apocalypse took them. He couldn't abandon them anymore. Now I have comrades waiting for me. Cheon Su let Chiller Sam know that he considered them family. And this time I won't lose. He listened, then slightly lowered his. Chiller Sam sat back down, refusing. I can't go with you. If you become an accomplice to the coup, no one will speak up for slashers, and he compromised with Cheon Su. Alright, you have 1 hour to finish everything and come back here. I can't help you protect your new family, but I can take. Chiller Sam hinted about Pedro. Consider it a challenge for you. And if you find someone tied up with a fishing line, untie. He turned to Sarung and said, and you little. She glanced at him, perplexed. Little. Chiller Sam entrusted Cheon Su to her. Take care. The cliffside, Wong Tek looked. Corpses lay scattered everywhere. His entire body seemed to. Chogun was. And sword. He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the. Chiller Sam's words echoed in Wong Tek's mind. You will see unfold before your. Overwhelmed with agony, he screamed in anguish into the dark nights. Looking at the people lying below, his heart ached piercingly. His eyes were wide, revealing his disbelief that the situation had come to this outcome today. These were the people who believed in him and followed. Suddenly, he remembered when he led them. Everyone respected and obeyed. Each one was full of vigor, standing at attention and receiving orders. These were people who risked their lives for their ideals rather than living a peaceful. Back to the grim reality. He now saw only soulless corpses scattered like trash on the road. The laughter of the past was gone. He thought in agony, such people. Now they've sacrificed themselves and lie there like piles of. Among them were fathers and mothers, pillars of their family. Yet now they lay cold and lifeless on the ground, having died with their eyes. There were also brothers among. Now his body was riddled with countless bullet wounds. They were someone's children, once living happily with their family. But now they died mutated. Their forms no longer recognized. They were also his subordinates. He glanced at each corpse, from Chogun's to Sori and the others. All of them were tragically killed. Wong Tek was in ultimate agony. He screamed in despair, his voice as if wanting to tear apart the heavens. They're dead, lying there like piles of. Chogun, hiding in a bush, suddenly heard a familiar sound. He felt a flicker of hope and thought to himself, Major? Is that quickly emerged from the book. Without a second's hesitation, Cho-gun quickly ran towards Wong Tek. He awkwardly called out, Major? At this moment, he couldn't hold back his tears and sobbed uncontrollably, feeling guilty. He wailed and stammered. It's so shameful, so disgraceful. The three of us tried to stop it. Wong Tek seemed to have regained his composure. He said firmly and coldly, Don't cry anymore. You won't have enough tears left to cry at our comrade's funeral. The remaining survivors rejoiced upon seeing him. They supported each other as they emerged from their hiding places. It's the Major. The Major is here. Is he still alive? He always finds a way to help us. Surely this time. Wong Tek stood at attention, looked at them and spoke. Report the situation. One person, clinging to his body, hobbled over to answer. Understood, Major. Report. Personnel from the Ministry of Defense released an A-rank mutant species to create chaos on the battlefield and eliminated our main force. They lost focus trying to stop. As he spoke, he couldn't help but remember, gritting his teeth in hatred. Most of our slashers, including the commander, were killed. We are probably the last survivors. With only our strength, we cannot stop either side. We are truly sorry. Hearing these words, he secretly blamed himself. It's my fault. I was arrogant to think I could eliminate this corrupt government scum. Then he gave an order. Everyone listen carefully. Hearing these words, they all looked at him with astonished eyes. Hide somewhere. If I die, take my body back to Busan. That is an... Wong Tek continued hoarsely. That mutant species and those bastards from the Ministry of Defense caused this insane war. I will kill all of them and then quietly leave this. With that, he quickly turned and left. Then he bowed his head and spoke. Thank you all for always following me. A person full of short... Seeing this, Cho-gun immediately panicked and ran to grab his hand. Major? He was distraught, with tears and snot streaming down his face, and sniffled as he looked at Wong Tek. What are you talking? Suddenly, Cho-gun seemed to notice something and was... It turned out that Wong Tek could no longer control himself. He painfully tried to swallow his tears, but they still flowed down uncontrollably. Gritting his teeth tightly, his entire body... He sadly remembered the photos they took together when they were still with his close comrade. He had also met a tragic end for following him before. Wong Tek was in pain. Will those who follow me always have to... Suddenly, he looked at Cho-gun and said gravely, Move aside, Cho-gun. This made him flush. He moved closer, staring intently at him and spoke seriously. You have always silently stayed by my side and protected me. I have something I want to ask. Wong Tek thought of the upcoming life or death battle. While I fight that thing, please go pick up the remaining personnel and rescue the engineers held inside the nuclear power plant, he said urgently in a low voice. And you absolutely must survive. I'm counting on... Hearing these words, Cho-gun was utterly confused. He watched him tear. After that, Cho-gun let go of his voice hoarsened. I'm very grateful to you. No sooner had he finished speaking than Wong Tek pushed off with his feet, flying forward, his eyes burning. At this moment, the ancient Roman soldier appeared. Each of his steps shook the heavens and the earth. He roared, his voice filled with killing intent. Right then, Wong Tek stood before him. The ancient Roman soldier quickly swung his arm high, his eyes flashing with fire as he attacked. He thrust his spearhead forward. Fortunately, Wong Tek managed to parry with his blade, and the ancient Roman soldier then used his razor-sharp spearhead to forcefully push, grinding it against Wong Tek's short. Wong Tek gritted his teeth, using all his strength to resist. He seized this opportunity to pull out a gun with his other. He quickly pulled the trigger, firing directly at the bullet flew out and hit the ancient Roman soldier's face guard. He gritted his teeth in annoyance. Then he quickly swung his shield powerfully, attacking Wong. Quickly leaned back to... Wong Tek placed his hand on the ground for... He leaned almost parallel to the ground to evade the... Seizing the opportunity, Wong Tek immediately lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick, making the soldier stumble. Then, using the momentum, he somersaulted. The ancient Roman soldier was momentarily astonished. Wong Tek landed, quickly crouched to maintain balance, and observed the situation. At this moment, the ancient Roman soldier charged. He furrowed his brows, observing meticulously. He quickly swung his blade to strike. However, the soldier was one step faster, powerfully slashing with his spear tip and smashing Wong Tek's small blade to pieces. Wong Tek tried to remain calm, raising his gun, ready to counter. The ancient Roman soldier didn't hesitate for a second and quickly chopped Wong Tek's gun in half. Given the current situation, Wong Tek couldn't help but bite his lip in horror, thinking, I believe that to protect the people, war was necessary. At this moment, he powerfully swung his shield towards Wong. It struck Wong Tek directly in the abdomen. He thought helplessly, my entire life, I haven't been able to protect it. Wong Tek was sent flying far away. A loud thud echoed. He hit the ground so hard that strong winds arose, and dust flew A moment later, the smoke gradually dispersed, revealing him lying stiff and he looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with despair. I know how to start it, but I don't know how to end. At this moment, the ancient Roman soldier appeared from above. He raised the spear in his hand high, aiming straight at Wang. Seeing this, he could only resignedly close his eyes, awaiting death. Strangely, a period of time passed and he remained still. Wang Tek opened his eyes. Before his eyes, a weapon had blocked the ancient Roman soldiers. A deep voice spoke. Major, you really are a funny guy. You just barely defeated Zhang Dukchun, and now you're trying something. Turned out that Cheon-su had appeared just in time to block the attack. He gritted his teeth, struggling to hold. Cheon-su glanced at Wang Tek, then shouted loudly, "Is this what you meant? Are you going to give up before the mutant speak?" Suddenly, a purple light streak shot out from Sarung, with her small body, swung with all her might, slashing toward. She frowned, her voice filled with annoyance. Seriously, civilians are fighting so passionately, while soldiers are in. The ancient Roman soldier, having been hit by that move, suddenly, a long monster with terrifyingly sharp teeth lunged. A bang sound echoed. Moments later, the monster exploded into pieces. After that, it fell to the ground. At this moment, a group of people emerged from the trees. You two finished it quickly, huh? As expected. Wang Tek turned around in surprise. Jin Gu put his hands on his hips, wiped sweat from his brow, and looked at him gravely. You don't need to worry about the Ministry of Defense's zombies. We've dealt with them, including the one who released that rampaging mutant onto the battlefield. Or Wang Tek, utterly stunned, found the scene before him hard to believe. No, weren't you all? Cheon-su frowned and spoke. Dead? What dead? It's true we almost died, but of course we couldn't die here. We never intended to die before the contract was complete and we received our payment to return to Busan. Wang Tek looked at him in surprise. He turned to look at Wang Tek. I have to take you and the surviving soldiers home too, don't I? Isn't that our contract? He suddenly remembered what Cheon-su had said then. When everything is over, slashers have a duty to take all citizens back to Busan. Cheon-su held out his hand. Let's finish everything here, and then lowered his body, looked at Wang Tek with a determined gaze, and then spoke solemnly, both you and your army. Let's go. Wang Tek was stunned for a moment, seeing his righteous, and he softly smiled. He quickly sat up, grabbed Cheon-su's hand, and replied loudly, let's go. Scene change. On this side, a group of people were hiding in a sealed room. Suddenly, someone opened the door, attracting their attention. At this moment, Cheon-su entered with a wounded soldier. Engineers, we will begin restoring the nuclear power plant as quickly and safely as possible. After receiving the announcement, they quickly filed. An engineer with an anxious expression approached the soldier. I heard gunshots. I wonder which side won. The soldier hesitated for a moment, then replied, both he and the government forces are suffering heavy casualties. Now, Major Lim is trying to stop the A-rank mutant species released by the government. Hearing this, the engineer was startled in horror. Then hasn't the revolution failed? Didn't you say that in case of failure, the nuclear power plant would overload and the bombs placed in the nuclear power plant? Weren't they dummy explosives created to deal with spies from the Ministry of Defense? Cho Gun explained softly, from the start, we never intended to kill the survivor, Busan. He looked at the engineers and said solemnly, we apologize for frightening you all this time. But if the war ends, we will find the safest route back to Busan and take everyone home. They all looked at him, stunned. And one more. Cho Gun raised his head high and said gravely, our revolution has not yet failed. Today, most of the soldiers who were once the government's hounds have died. Their faces were hesitant. He continued, if you all return to Busan, you will immediately feel that the people who were once threatened with knives, guns, and batons will be freed from. We launched a revolution to create an opportunity to change the world, even in the worst-case scenario. The soldiers turned their faces to look at them and nodded reassuringly. At this moment, Cho Gun declared loudly, our final mission is to not become true terrorists and to equip the nuclear power plant for future generations. The engineers looked over, astonished. The soldiers also looked up solemnly. At this moment, before their eyes was the light of the early morning dawn. From now on, in this country, a new sun will change. Back on this side, a glimmer of hope clearly once existed. All of them stood tall, facing the ancient Roman soldier in a defensive. A top-tier A-rank slasher, Wang Tek, reached down and picked up the gun next to a soldier who had just died heroically. His equipment was now complete. His eyes were more determined than, although rookies, two B-rank slashers who had just defeated an A-rank slasher, Cheon-su and Sarung, also held their weapons tightly, glaring at. Wang Tek looked at Jin Gu, a C+ rank slasher with the ability to. Then he looked at Pedro, a C+ rank slasher with high durability. All the slashers who had matured after enduring many hardships were all here, standing side by side. At this moment, Wang Tek's breathing was slightly erratic. His eyes darkened as he thought to himself, if there isn't a plan to surround and capture the A-rank mutant species, it will surely end up like this. But, are the survivors' conditions stable? The A-rank slasher has already depleted all his energy after continuous battle. Cheon-su painfully looked at his bullet wound. And a B-rank slasher was hit in the abdomen. Sarung was just wounded from the previous fight. A B-rank slasher covered in bruises. The group panted heavily. And the rest were also exhausted from the stress of continuous battles. Their energy was depleted. In contrast to them, the A-rank mutant species now had fierce eyes and was loudly growling toward. Just glared intently at his. Previously, the ancient Roman soldier was confined in a large square metal block, carefully guarded from the outside. This was the first time it had felt freedom in 10 years. It's still in perfect condition to enjoy the feeling of freedom it had never experienced before. With insane eyes, it ferociously roared. No sooner had he finished speaking than the ancient Roman soldier stomped it. It charged forward, swinging its spear straight at Wang. Wang Tek quickly parried. However, its strength was too great, causing him to lose his stance and be pushed. At this moment, Cheon-su quickly swung the rope in his. Then he quickly lashed out. The rope wrapped directly around the soldier's, not giving him time to. Sarung on this side quickly gripped her pair of axes and swung them up. She frowned, aiming carefully. Then she quickly attacked him. The ancient Roman soldier reacted in time, raising his shield to. Very quickly, Pedro used a wrestling move, charging to tightly grip the soldier's. He gritted his teeth, using all his strength to hold him tight. Jingu seized this opportunity and shouted loudly to. Everyone angrily charged from all directions, surrounding the ancient Roman soldier and attacking with all their. Suddenly, at this moment he powerfully lifted his. Pedro was terrified and squeezed tightly, trying to restrain. Suddenly, a burst of light flashed and a beam of light exploded, shooting in all directions. The light pierced through everyone, and blood splattered everywhere.
Cheon-su,
Sarung, and Wang Tek, seeing this, were all scared out of their. They fell. At this moment, the ancient Roman soldier quickly charged. He powerfully kneed Pedro directly in the. Pedro was sent flying back. Pedro collapsed. Sarung tried to rush forward and stop. The ancient Roman soldier immediately changed, swung his. Struck her directly across the body. She collapsed. Seeing the unstable situation, Cheon-su gritted his teeth and forcefully swung his weapon. Launched it straight towards the ancient Roman. The rope slid through, tightly wrapping around his body. The ancient Roman soldier showed no panic. He used the momentum to pull the rope taut towards him. Cheon-su was stuck. His arm strength was too great, sending Cheon-su flying straight into. Manhan saw this and was terrified. He quickly loaded his. He collapsed. Manhan aimed at him, preparing to pull the. Suddenly, he subtly glanced over. At this moment, a small monster had bitten his. Wang Tek frowned, gritting his teeth. He quickly charged forward, slicing off the small monster, and simultaneously cut the rope, rescuing Cheon. Lost his balance and fell to the ground. On this side, Manhan also fell to the ground. He painfully clutched his wound, writhing in agony on the ground. Suddenly, strange blood veins swelled up on his body. Manhan could no longer control his consciousness. Tears streamed down, and foam constantly frothed at his. Cheon-su witnessed this scene in utter.
Manhan collapsed.
He then witnessed the scene as Manhan's entire body exploded, blood splattering everywhere. Jean Gus' face was filled with extreme terror. He gripped the weapon in his hand. At a distance, Wang Tek was struggling to fight the ancient Roman soldier. Cheon-su gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with flames of hate. Charged wildly straight at the soldier. Wang Tek gritted his teeth. Suddenly, Cheon-su's eyes flashed white. He roared like a wild. He furiously swung his weapon. He also joined forces, aiming his gun at the soldier. Streams of force flew straight and hit the soldier, as if merely scratching it. Suddenly, the ancient Roman soldier tensed his body. Suddenly, sharp spikes grew from beneath his skin, all over his. The ancient Roman soldier stretched his body and roared, "War!" A strong wind rushed. Cheon-su struggled to raise his arm to shield himself. Seeing this, Wang Tek also quickly retreated cautiously, raising his hand to shield himself. This has gone too far. Suddenly, at this moment, he noticed that his knife blade was chipped, almost about to break. Both stood warily, looking at the ancient Roman soldier standing tall before. At this moment, he subtly glanced at his comrade. On this side, Cheon-su seemed to have lost all his strength. He panted Wang Tek continued to turn and observe the situation behind. Behind him were countless injured. Sarung and Pedro lay there motionless. His comrades from earlier also lay cold on the ground. His face darkened, and he thought uneasily, "This has gone too far." Wang Tek stared intently at him, then carefully observed. Its outer armor is like that of a crustacean, growing harder each day as if gradually adapting to the battle. That's why its wounds heal themselves over. He thought to himself, to defeat this unusual mutant species, one needs to use overwhelming firepower. One needs to restrain the ancient Roman soldier. It must be pushed forward with an extremely fast attack so it has no time to heal itself. Currently, there is no one or no weapon that can do. Wang Tek grimaced, trying to find a way out. If the situation continues, more people will just fall in. He remembered his duty. Even dirty work must be someone's responsibility, and that's the command. Thinking this, he suddenly let out a long inheritor of my will. He placed his hand on Cheon-Su's. Suddenly, Wang Tek forcefully pushed Cheon-Su. I hope it will still be you. This made Cheon-Su momentarily surprised and confused. Wang Tek glanced subtly, then said gravely, you must survive. No sooner had he finished giving his instructions than he furiously slashed towards the. The blade flew and struck the ancient Roman soldier's shield power. Immediately after, he quickly pushed off with his feet and Wang Tek flew high up, then stomped heavily on the. He immediately recoiled, bending his knees to maintain balance. He landed lightly on both. Suddenly, at this moment, Wang Tek unbuckled his. Then, for some unknown reason, he tightly tied it around his own. He reached into his pocket, his voice filled with killing intent. Wang Tek took out a syringe, injected himself, and then glared at the soldier. I have to retaliate. Immediately after the injection, his heart seemed to. Wang Tek suddenly opened his eyes wide. In pain, tears streamed down uncontrolled. The fluid slowly flowed into each of his. Very quickly after that, it spread throughout Wang Tek's entire. He screamed in agony to the head. Cheon-Su witnessed this scene, his eyes wide and mouth agape, breaking out in a cold. Both stood rooted to the. At this moment, his eyes changed. Memories suddenly flooded. A bulletin board. It read, list of accepted candidates. Batch. As a teenager, he intently looked at the announcement. Wang Tek's eyes lit up with joy. I once studied at the officer academy. In the days that followed, he enlisted. There was no particular reason. Wang Tek diligently studied day and to be able to enter the officer academy. That was during the day he tried to run to increase his physical strength. At night, he still studied diligently by lamp. Each day passed in such a. He sat intently looking at the application form on the computer. Therefore, when I was a student, I planned to serve the country for a while before entering society. Time quickly passed. Soon came the 00th graduation and commissioning ceremony of the officer university. Love the country, love the. Wang Tek stood at attention and saluted. To me, the duty to protect the country or the national defense spirit once held no meaning. She gently smiled, looking at him affectionately. Comrades like Sergeant, other comrades like Cho. Story. Thanks for watching the and met everyone. Back in reality, slimy substances continuously appeared, slithering around his. Many regrets. Cheon-Su looked at him intently. I received everything except meeting all of you. Jin-Gu also broke out in a cold sweat. So I guess this day would come. Now, Wang Tek's entire body had transformed into a form identical to the physical body of the ancient Romans. He said in a low voice, don't mind anything else. This is the path you must continue on, Kim Cheon. Cheon-Su opened his eyes wide, thinking in shock. What exactly happened for him to transform like this? Moment, Wang Tek spoke coldly. Turn your face away. He crouched cautiously, waiting for the soldier to. The ancient Roman soldier roared, I've secured my neck with the belt. I must do everything to prevent this mutation from reaching my brain. So that's why Wang Tek acted that. The maximum time I can extend this is about 10 minutes. He pushed off with his feet, launching straight. During that time, what I need to do is fight. Wang Tek gritted his teeth, charging rapidly towards the ancient Roman soldier remained calmly standing. Immediately after, both launched a powerful attack simultaneously. A loud explosion echoed deep in the forest. A strong wind. He angrily gritted his teeth, glaring at Wang. Wang Tek strained his eyes, trying to find the soldier's weak. Both were evenly matched, slashing and striking at each. Pedro and the others anxiously watched every. He forcefully thrust his sharp point into the soldier. However, the ancient Roman soldier quickly blocked it with his. Sarung frowned worriedly, not daring to take her eyes off the decisive. At this moment, the ancient Roman soldier swung his spear, thrusting it straight at Wang Tek. Fortunately, he quickly tilted his head to. Both furiously lunged at each other, unleashing vicious blows on their opponent. Dust and strong winds. Cheon-Su raised his hand to shield himself from the dust, trying to observe the situation. I must kill this mutant species and bring everyone back to the Busan Wall. That is my final responsibility. Wang Tek gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with. Until now, have I ever truly taken responsibility for any? He thought of those who had tragically sacrificed themselves. Wang Tek came to his senses and resolved, that's right. Then let this be my first and last response. Suddenly, his eyes turned pure white. Wang Tek gritted his teeth tightly, gathering all his strength and charged. The ancient Roman soldier was momentarily astonished. Before he could react, Wang Tek swung his weapon high, slashing straight at his. The sharp blade plunged into his neck. Blood began to seep. Suddenly, he couldn't cut through completely anymore. At this moment, the ancient Roman soldier moved, startling Wang. Immediately after, he steadily swung his spear, cutting off Wang Tek. Wang Tek was momentarily terrified. He quickly spun his pierce straight through Wang. Wang Tek was pierced, painfully coughing up. He powerfully pinned him down. Wang Tek lost strength and lowered his. The ancient Roman soldier glanced at him with excited eyes, growling madly. Suddenly, he seemed to be stopped by something. His hand was surprised, not understanding what was. At this moment, Wang Tek's eyes seemed to have lost all. He gritted his teeth tightly and stretched his body. Slimy substances rapidly crawled. He just wrapped around the ancient Roman soldiers. Seeing that something was wrong, he wanted to pull his spear back. However, it was held tight. Suddenly, the ancient Roman soldier's face, for some unknown reason, clearly showed astonishment. At this moment, Wang Tek's arm had transformed into a cannon. He aimed it straight at the soldier, his eyes closed. Then he fired a large projectile. The ancient Roman soldier was hit by the attack. He was immediately sent flying back. He looked up, stupid. No sooner had he looked up and before he could regain his composure, he saw Wang Tek quickly swing his fist right at his. He then fired another powerful blast directly into the soldier's. Ancient Roman soldier, fuming with rage, gritted his. He immediately stood up and swung his shield in counter. Suddenly, the ancient Roman soldier froze, his face astonished. It turned out that Cheon-su below was full of vigor, swinging his weapon to restrain. Frowned tightly, trying to use force to hold him. He refused to yield, constantly struggling and resisting. Wang Tek saw the scene and was terrified. However, he quickly regained his composure, seizing the opportunity to channel his strength into his. Wang Tek roared, his eyes turning pure. White fragments were sucked. Cheon-su also forcefully thrust his weapon. At that moment, Wang Tek fired a powerful blast. Attack. Suddenly, Cheon-su placed his hand on Wang Tek's shoulder and said in a low voice. He seriously reassured him, everything is over. Both stood there. Before them, the ancient Roman soldier had been incinerated by blue flames, its head no longer. Wang Tek panted, looking at the aftermath before. Cheon-su quietly looked at him, his face. Suddenly, Wang Tek laughed coldly, his voice terrifying. And, hearing these words, Pedro and Jin-gu looked at him intently, very uneasy. There's a zombie right in front. Sarung also frowned tightly, her face be. At this moment, Wang Tek lowered his head and spoke seriously. You have to finish me off for everything to. Cheon-su heard this and couldn't help but shout in horror. Wang Tek's eyes looked towards Cheon-su. You are the last one. Cheon-su was startled, his face utterly be. Wang Tek turned and looked up at Cheon-su, his eyes sincere. You are the last comrade in arms I've met in this. So, please finish me off yourself. Cheon-su heard these words, still stunned, his brows tightly. Even Kim Cheon-su, a person who hasn't even finished elementary school, could understand. His mouth mumbled, what is Major Lim asking? The shovel gleamed. And why is he asking you to do? Cheon-su frantically turned his head to look at his comrade. Cheon-su turned his head in panic to look at his Jin-Gus's face immediately darkened as he shook his head to stop. The mutant mass then crawled and wrapped itself around the. He lifted it, gripped it firmly, and advanced quickly towards Cheon. Lim Wang Tek struggled to restrain himself, using his last shred of reason to look at him imploringly. Cheon-su was utterly panicked, his face turning ashen. Lim Wang Tek was asking him to kill him before he turned into a monk. He stared at Lim Wang Tek, frantically thinking. Currently, from the government's perspective, Major Lim was the instigator of the coup. If he killed him now, the slashers would be. He remembered his former life, and how he could return to a normal life inside the Busan. Cheon-su frowned, his expression thoughtful, cold sweat running down his face. In other words, this was about stepping over and ignoring this coup. That was the only way to survive. He recalled the image of his older brother in the past. He had once been like that. Back then, he didn't understand, only looking at his brother with hateful eyes. He himself was too young to know or do anything, enjoying a peaceful life. His brother struggled to carry heavy loads, trying to earn every penny, and had overworked himself to death. His gaze darkened. Cheon-su couldn't believe the person lying on the bed, being pushed away, was his brother, turning into a real. The relic Lim Wang Tek left behind was the shovel. He himself had once survived thanks to someone's death. But for Cheon-su, Lim Wang Tek now held out the shovel towards him. Once
Cheon-su, terrified, adamantly refused.
I can't do it. I don't want to do these. Lim Wang Tek pushed the shovel. Looking at Cheon-su with a firm gaze, he said, you must do it so everyone can survive, and to help me leave something behind. Struggled, flustered, to refuse. I understand what you're saying, but I won't do it. I don't care who it is or if they are other even if I'm heartless and we've only worked together for a few days, but He remembered first meeting Lim Wangtek, who was incredibly arrogant back. He often found fault with his subordinates. How can I kill someone I know, just to help me survive? They had laughed together arm in. They had gone through dangerous times. Cheon-soo closed his eyes tightly, shaking his head repeatedly. I can't. No, I won't do it. Suddenly, Lim Wangtek said in a deep voice, you still don't know? That's why I'm telling you to do it, demon. Since the first time we met, you've never disappointed me. Cheon-soo was bewildered hearing these. He recalled the brutal scene of their first meeting. Cheon-soo, at Gina, the first time I met you, you were defending the wall. His face was covered in blood as he looked up at Lim Wangtek. You single-handedly stopped a grade B mutant and a grade B slash. He continued to recount. Then on the way to Unjin, you also protected all the team. After finishing, Cheon-soo sprawled on a chair, sighing. My point is, you did your. Lim Wangtek held the shovel tightly, advancing closer to him. He remembered the deceitful lieutenant. Even soldiers responsible for protecting the people also, for their own benefit. The officer's sinister gaze. This is how the world is. They are willing to cross the.
Remembered Cheon sus raíces.
It's nothing big. Just help those people so they don't lose their homes. Rather, he wished he had said he overslept and didn't hear the zombies. Lim Wangtek looked at him gently and smiled faintly. Then I wondered if I should call him an idiot. And an idiot like this is still alive now. Point is, you shouldn't cross the line. Cheon-soo looked extremely awkward hearing this. He frowned, sweat. Suddenly, Lim Wangtek. Cheon-soo also looked startled and his eyes suddenly narrowed. He involuntarily retched blood from a reflexive reaction. Lim Wangtek knew he couldn't hold on much longer. So he quickly approached, holding out the shovel with an urging expression to Cheon. He said in a low voice, with this operation, the army is likely to suffer heavy loss. Lim Wangtek foresaw the scene of the army being brutally slaughtered, lying like trash on the street. He continued, the government won't be able to quell the public's anxiety. This unjust system and regime might not be able to exist anymore, because the mission that could enforce it is no longer. Lim Wangtek envisioned the consequences. If the government lost all power and declined like this, and many slashers filled those gaps, then the greatest slashers holding power would gain even more power than politics. He looked at the crowd of people. And new recruits like you coming up from below will emerge as a new. This. Lim Wangtek stared intently at Cheon-soo. Among them, team leader A, you take charge. Become a powerful leader. Capture both grade and He looked at Lim Wangtek in alarm. Save everyone and everything I couldn't do. If it's you, I believe you can achieve. Cheon-soo grimaced, bowed his head, and retorted in a low voice. But you tell me to save my life and order me to kill you. I don't like it. If this is a transaction. Jin-gu looked at him anxiously. If this is the way to save the others, if this is what you want to leave behind. Pedro and Sarung also looked on in bewildered silence. Their eyes Cheon-soo reached out and gripped the shovel. Gwangtaek quickly knelt, bowing his head to wait for him to finish. Suddenly, Cheon-soo raised his voice. What did you come to this place to? He was startled, his eyes becoming thoughtful for a moment. He recalled the image of himself standing solemnly and his eyes looked up. For him was the clear blue sky and the South Korean flag fluttering in the wind. For a world where the strong protect the. Gwangtaek flashed a proud smile. I was proud just like the day I took that. Scene change. The results of the Salamander campaign. Factories appeared. The nuclear power plant was successfully repaired. Jong Unjin lay cold on the ground. The slashers belonging to the Ministry of National Defense. 17 people died. Sari died without closing his eyes, along with countless others lying paralyzed on the battlefield. And 83 civilian slashers were killed or went. Soldiers were scattered across the road. About 2,200 soldiers from both sides were killed or went. A person tied tightly to a tree. A rank slasher Kong Deokshun is. Ancient Roman soldiers were defeated. A rank mutant. Gwangtaek's body lay cold there. Major Lim Gwangtaek. A rank slasher and A rank mutant. The sky turned a beautiful shade of pink. After this battle, no military activities commanded by the Busan Provisional Government were carried out and for people including Cheon-soo approached the helicopter. This time, Chiller Sam was standing at the door, watching their every. The atmosphere around them was extremely low. Everyone bowed their heads and walked inside. He carried his things, preparing to make space for them. Suddenly, he saw Cheon-soo clutching a white cloth. Chiller Sam glanced over and asked curiously, "What is that you're carrying so?" Hearing that, Cheon-soo was silent for a moment. He slightly tightened the cloth bag and replied in a low voice, "It's like." Seeing that, he just silently looked at him. Cheon-soo spoke seriously, "From now on, I will always carry it." The helicopter quickly took off and Pedro Jin-gu sat down heavily, leaning his head on the chair with a bored expression. Sarang sat there blankly with a pensive look. Cheon-soo still clutched the cloth. At this moment, she suddenly turned to look at him with wary and scrutinizing eyes. Sarang gently placed her hand on Cheon-su's hand, transferring. He glanced. Her eyes were sad. Her hand remained there, trying to comfort. He looked at Cheonsu with he lowered his head slightly, his face tightly. So many people died. Sorry. Thanks for watching the fellow lying there, and I also killed many people. Slaughtered soldiers lay scattered everywhere. The most painful part was that the result of this war was losing the commander, Guang. Cheonsu sat on a pile of corpses stacked like a mountain. But conversely, what he achieved was very little. For the first time, Kim Cheonsu felt disillusioned with his own. Cheonsu carefully counted each bill. But he felt even more ashamed when he lacked money and was busy worrying about every meal and piece of. Isn't it okay to just give up like this? Things can't be left like this. But now he was too deep into this. At the same time, the burden was growing bigger every day. Cheonsu held his face in pain and cried out. A moment later, the helicopter landed in the court. The four of them stepped down one by one. The other three then stood aside, waiting for him to step. As soon as Cheonsu set foot down, he suddenly looked forward in surprise. The soldiers looked at him with sorrowful face. Cheonsu hurried over and asked, "Haven't you all gone home?" Ingu glanced over and said sternly, "If it's because of the commission fee, we will go to the Ministry of National Defense to negotiate. So you don't have to worry. Although we don't know if we'll receive the full amount, we will try to get as high a percentage as possible." Suddenly, they all bowed their heads at the same time. One person said in a low voice, "Even though we chose the job of killing zombies until our eyes were blurred by money, we still have a con." Others also spoke their minds. "That's right, it's thanks to you guys that we were able to survive. At least we have to send a sincere thank you to you all. Just negotiate with the Ministry of National Defense and let us know. Compared to our lives, that amount of money isn't worth." They all bowed low and said in unison, "Thank you very." Cheonsu looked at them and replied softly, "First, let's go back and rest. You've all worked very hard over the past few." Kept saying, "Please contact us anytime. Even though we're sick of this job, we really want to work with you guys one more time." "Me too, if you're free, let's have a drink." Jingu raised a milk carton to drink with a thoughtful face, then replied, "We'll probably see each other again soon anyway. In a few days, you'll be summoned by the Ministry of National Defense to serve as witness." At this moment, Pedro looked at Cheonsu and said seriously, "You were the one who worked the hardest. When your body recovers, let's contact each other." Sarang timidly bowed her head and spoke hesitantly. She worriedly comforted him, "Don't be too depressed. I always thought you were the one who fought the most resiliently and passionately." Even Major Lim said. Suddenly, she stopped and bit her lip. Sarang rushed over and hugged him. She whispered shyly, "Keep your chin up." Also, afterward, Sarang shyly turned and ran away quickly, leaving Cheonsu dazed and unable to process it. At this moment, Moonhan walked in from out. He glanced at him. That girl seems to have matured a lot. She now even thinks about her team. Cheonsu frowned with a pensive face and replied seriously, "I don't want any more teammates. I'm already too busy killing people in this crazy way." He narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low voice, "You might not understand now, but you will soon realize it later. It's not that the people you like will follow you, and the people you hate will leave." Moonhan turned halfway and gestured. "First of all, let's go down. We need to treat the wounds and also bring Major Lim back to the Ministry of National Defense." Vast South Korean city appeared before their eyes. There are many things you have to do to be able to enjoy this fresh. Yeonsu and another person were sitting before high-ranking officers. Those who survived the battle at Unjin had an interrogation about the slashers the next. But rather than calling it an interrogation about what happened, they were pointing fingers and scolding with aggressive face. It seemed to be an interrogation to determine whether that person agreed with Major Lim's opinion. The saliva of those two men flew all over Cheonsu's face. Cheonsu sat listening to those words, trying his best to suppress his. Cheonsu followed the advice of Choi Kong Company's legal counsel. The lawyer placed a hand on his and he testified that he had cooperated with the government's military and had personally dealt with Major Lim. The lawyer took his hand and placed it on his heart, taking a sincere oath, making Cheonsu momentarily embarrassed. The Ministry of National Defense was in a state where they could not maintain security in Busan with only soldiers. The troop chart was uneven. Current troop strength of the Ministry of National Defense. The occupation incident of the Unjin nuclear power plant caused military losses. In other words, they announced Major Lim's coup. The light of dawn, and to suppress the chaos of the Busan citizens as well as for safety there, helicopters constantly dropped news flash, revealed the existence of the slashers, which had not been known to ordinary people before. In the newspaper, it stated that the provisional government and the Ministry of National Defense had recognized the existence of slashers, professional zombie hunters, and an agreement to protect Busan. Among them, Major Lim Gwangtaek, who started the coup, and the one who defeated the A-rank mutant, Cheonsu, stepped onto the podium in front of the Shovel Devil Slasher became the center of attention as a rookie. They quickly clapped to congratulate him. Cheonsu's face remained unchanged, his sharp eyes glancing across. Although it was a disgusting play, the shovel devil Kim Cheonsu, who quelled the coup this scene, was photographed and printed on the front page of newspapers. He was recognized as an A-rank slasher under the government's guarantee. Kim Cheonsu achieved many things through this. First was the power called A-rank slasher. The top of the tower, information was sent continuously, allowing him to collect a massive amount of information. And he could also get his hands on highly profitable commissions. Second was spectacular investment. They spent money like the country stepped in and helped him become a hero, a rising slasher. With such a title, it was enough to attract the greed of investors. Investors, both male and female, as soon as they read the news, saw this as a good business. Because of that, many investors were ready to spend money like water to gain his favor. An investor opened a chest full of money, with a triumphant third, talent promotion. Black and white chess pieces fell. The situation had changed. The slashers who accompanied Cheonsu in the Unjin campaign. Thanks for watching the 3 main factors: status, money, and human resources. If these 3 peaks of the triangle could be connected, what should be? Scene changed to a skyscraper, the Choi Kong slasher. Suddenly, a pair of legs kicked the door. Eri and Secretary Park were startled upon seeing. At this moment, Cheonsu walked up aggressively. She spoke hesitantly. What? Slammed a blue card onto the two of them glanced at it. It turned out the letter he had just placed down was a withdrawal/deposit account. Account holder Kim Cheon. Eri picked it up to examine with a suspicious face. An account? What is this about? Did you come here to show off your Suddenly, her face was extremely surprised. Eri saw the amount of money. She couldn't help but scream in terror. 800 billion. What did you do to receive this much? Cheonsu now showed a smug smile. I've wanted to do this once, but I was afraid it would cause problems with our business relationship, so I helped. He said in a cold voice. Also, I added another billion in there. At this time, she still couldn't believe it. Her face extremely confused. Cheonsu turned his head and glanced back. I will take Min-A-Ri. After speaking, he went out and slammed the door, leaving the 2 of them looking after him in dazed silence. Secretary Park looked at Eri confusedly and then spoke hesitantly. Even Min-A-Ri, is it okay for him to take her like that, President? Now, the price and recognition of slashers have increased much more than before, so there's no problem if he doesn't follow the contract. Eri lowered her head, her brow furrowed with a pensive. This world is changing. Cheonsu was now walking aggressively down the hall. Her eyes narrowed with a thoughtful expression. The world that man and I once dreamed of. How can change? A knife came down. The fish head was quickly cut. Zhonghua looked at the 2 of them while working. She gave a meaningful smile, the knife flashing. You mean both of you are going to leave the Small Business Federation? Small Business Federation President, A-rank slasher, old lady fisherman Han Zhang. Rang and Jingu looked at this situation with a bit of fear, swallowing their saliva. Zhonghua spoke while filleting the fish. I'm also a bit curious about this company that is more attractive than this Small Business Federation and me. Anyway, I won't ask specifically, but I still feel regret. Very quickly, a portion of sashimi was completed. She signaled to invite them, smiling brightly. The time will come for you to leave anyway. Regardless, let's have a meal to. Scene changed to the main church of Jehovah's Temple. At this time, a group of people was gathering at the Pedro bowed before Baek Woo-in. He signaled him to raise his. After bowing in greeting, he quickly turned and person spoke curiously. Leader, is it okay to let Pedro go like that? After all, he was a slasher who contributed to the church. Another missionary clicked his tongue and commented. After the collapse of the military, the church is growing more and more. But at this time, his leaving the church is beyond my understanding. Another person chimed in. I've heard about that. I heard that many slashers who were just promoted to A-rank are moving to new companies. Baek Woo-in raised a hand to his mouth, signaling for silence. They were startled and quickly shut their mouths. He smiled mysteriously. Once a believer, always a believer. Considering the case where he becomes an insider, it's not bad. But let's end the discussion. Baek Woo-in glanced over, his face expectant as if he had predicted something. Anyway, many interesting things will happen soon. It's worth waiting. People in this chaotic country, the 3 of them, Pedro, Sarang, and Jingu, went to a port full of containers. A figure appeared. Cheonsu turned around and looked down. Not just those 3. Eri was also slowly walking to. What kind of change will it be this time? Cheonsu stood there majestically.
Arang slasche. Schavel devil Kim Che.
Change. The full moon had risen to it. A man with tattoos spoke with an annoyed voice. Deokshan cursed while untying himself. Those damn brats. Daring to use such humiliating. He walked step by step, staggering. First, I must go to Busan and gather many companies. Then I will carry out the total war plan. At this moment, not far from him, A figure was watching his every. He spoke coldly, Kang Deokchun. It made him jump in surprise. Deokchun turned his head in panic to. A man stood tall on the cliff, looking down with a cold gaze. Former co-founder of Choi Kong Company, S-rank slasher, origin slasher Kong Suho. He saw him and shouted in panic. Is it Kong? How are you here? I clearly heard you were dead. Suho spoke coldly. Well, I almost died. It was all thanks to you all. Daring to leave me alone in that hell. But you didn't leave that great heart behind. Did you? Deokchun involuntarily trembled. His face extremely terrible. He spoke in a cold voice. Are all the bastards called survivors like you all like that? Always humiliating and selfish just to survive. That is a trashy existence. However, I have no personal feelings. Hearing that, he spoke curiously. Then, why did you appear here? His face was frustrated. Cold sweat broke out involuntarily. Deokchun shouted anxiously. What can you even do by appearing? Suho slowly put his hand into his coat pocket. He took out a syringe, looked at it intently, and said, you will find out soon. Scene change. On a South Korean city street. Everyone was busy with their work. That day was a normal day. Kim Cheon-min looked intently at his phone but two things happened that shook my entire life. Inside the phone, it showed. Confirmed exam results. Congratulations to Kim Cheon-min on passing Korea University. He shouted happily. Cheon-min had an elated face. Such good news. I must tell my parents right. Suddenly, a darkness covered. Naturally, the second event made the first event seem like it never happened. Before him was a scene of utter panic. Buildings were ablaze. Airplanes and vehicles were scattered. People ran in. Cheon-min struggled to open the door to his. At this time, everyone in his family was holding weapons. Their faces extremely. They saw that it was him. They were all moved with. A little while later, Cheon-min's family had packed their necessary belongings and were leaving cautiously with weapons. They went into an abandoned convenience store. Then they stockpiled necessary. Walking until late at night, Cheon-min's family finally encountered other citizens. They looked at each other where Cheon-min sat before the fire, guarding while everyone's. At this moment he looked intently at his. Cheon-min's gaze was far away. Confirmed exam results. Congratulations to Kim Cheon-min on passing Korea University. This time there was a noise. He immediately looked. Cheon-min approached and gently pulled the sleeping bag tight for his younger. Suddenly, a noise came from afar. He quickly became alert and at this moment, a crowd of living dead was frantically rushing toward them. Some people who heard the noise also quickly woke. Cheon-min panicked and quickly shouted to wake everyone. They tried their best to flee from the pursuit of the living dead. Suddenly, his father turned back in terror. Cheon-min's mother tripped and fell behind. He gritted his teeth and then spoke decisively. He stopped abruptly. Cheon-min was currently protecting his brother as they fled. You must protect Cheon-soo to the end. He turned back and suddenly his father gave a sharp push to his. He stood there, watching his son among the panicked crowd fleeing. His voice went hoarse. Let's meet again in Busan, Cheon-min.
Cheon-soo.
Cheon-min and his younger brother turned their heads in panic, watching with streaming froze for a. Then he suddenly gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and made a resolution. Sign showed there were 350 kilometers left to reach Busan. I waited for my parents for 3 months in front of that wall, living on relief goods and begged food. Cheon-min stood solemnly holding a sign, his eyes. My parents didn't come to Busan during all that time. He clutched a family photo in his. Cheon-soo was shivering in a cardboard box. Besides waiting for my parents, I also have to work to make. Looking at that, he felt a pang of sadness. Cheon-min worked tirelessly. And afterward, I frantically looked for work at constructions. His buildings had to be built to replace those that were bitten. I worked without rest. But he gritted his teeth and tried his best. My face. Problem occurred. Cheon-min was sitting at a desk. Cheon-soo was fast asleep on a mat. Suddenly, he crumpled the. Have to provide for 2 people with an amount of money that's only enough for 1. He looked at Cheon-soo with a terrifying. What made me even more furious was Cheon-min's eyes seemed to have lost reason, staring wide-eyed at Cheon-soo. I won't be able to save a single penny until Cheon-soo grows up, and my future life will be extremely. Cheon-soo was still fast asleep on the mat. He remembered the notification on his phone and thought resentfully. Right now, I should be. Congratulations to Kim Cheon-min on passing Korea University. Cheon-min's eyes darkened. I'd be going on picnics, going on dates, and enjoying college life. But obviously, if things continue like this, I won't even be able to buy a single room. Suddenly, words escaped his mouth. I want to run. Cheon-min quickly became panicked and covered his. This is a world where people will do anything to ensure their own safety. Burly men robbed from the. An old man sat huddled on the street. Children abandoned their parents. And parents also abandoned their children. A boy lay huddled on a pile of paper. Cheon-min couldn't stop thinking, his eyes blank. An inner struggle.
So,
I should run away from here too. Next day, in a certain area of the Cheonmin gave a plastic bag to his brother and spoke to instruct him. Cheonsu, you eat this and stand here to wait for me for a bit. I have some urgent business to do nearby. Cheonsu had an innocent and happy face. Receiving it and nodding a beat, Cheonsu sat happily on a bench waiting, enjoying the bag of snacks. This snack is so delicious. He turned his head slightly to glance, then he looked back and reached out to put on his hat, thinking in his heart, this is enough. From now on, I just need to live for myself. He looked toward the train station. First, this is the farthest place. Let's go to a newly developed residential area and find. Cheonmin looked up at the sky and thought, I have to go there and make money, and live a new normal life. To live with my head held high. Sometimes he'll rest and live a normal life without being surrounded by. He gradually opened his. Cheonmin woke up in shock after a deep. On the train carriage, only his shadow. Cheonmin sat there blankly, his eyes dark. At this moment, a guard walked in and was surprised to see him. Oh student, this is the last stop. He looked at the guard. If you overslept, hurry back, because in a little while the car will start. Are you getting off? Or staying? Suddenly, he froze, unable to say. At this moment, a voice echoed in his head. Cheon. His father appeared. You must protect Cheonsu. Cheonmin was in shock. I forgot that promise. The family will reunite in Busan. The promise to protect Cheonsu. He ran with all his might toward the direction he had left earlier, his face angry. Cheonmin ran while thinking to himself, even though I don't know if my parents will return. Maybe I can keep that. Suddenly, he stopped. Before him, Cheonsu was still sitting obediently in that same. Despite the cold surrounding him, the boy determinedly didn't leave. He buried his head into his collar, longing for his brother. Cheonmin was immediately ran over. Cheonmin looked at his brother with eyes full of. Cheonsu looked up and called softly. Cheonmin suddenly hugged his brother tightly. You idiot, why didn't you go somewhere? Why are you still sitting here?
Cheonsu smiled affectionately.
You told me to sit here and wait. You promised to come and take me. Suddenly the boy held out the snack bag. I only ate half of these snacks. I saved the rest for you. He froze, looking over in surprise. Cheonmin's face scowled, clearly showing self-reproach. Hugged his brother tight. Scene change. It was late at night. At a certain. Cheonmin spoke warmly, while carrying his brother on his back. Cheonsu, if I save up enough money, I'll buy a small. He smiled happily. What do you think? Is that okay? At this time, his brother was fast asleep on his. Cheonsu's breathing was. Cheonmin smiled affectionately and looked. Then he turned his head and looked up with determined eyes. Cheonmin told himself, a house that can protect you and wait for our parents to. Scene changed to the front of a small. Cheonsu stood looking out the window with a pensive. His eyes were. Then Cheonsu slowly turned his. Looking at the photo on the table beside him, he said softly, it was a photo of the whole family when they were still happily together. Finally, I've bought a house like you.
Cheonsu's mood suddenly
remembered that. It seemed Cheonsu had guessed everything. He looked at the back of his brother. It was the day you planned to leave me. Even if you hadn't returned to me, I wouldn't have resented. It turned out that night when Cheonmin lost his reason and misspoke, he had accidentally overheard. All of this is just because this world is too difficult for a person to live. So from now on, Cheonsu raised his head and looked into the distance. He remembered those days back then. Syringes and name tags, and this whole country. The image of Gwangtaek's tragic death. Lying there, someone happily showed an ultrasound result. Everything that humans have missed and forgotten. The scene of everyone gathering and laughing. Riss sad look at that. I want to find those things again. The scene of Gwangtaek kneeling at his. The scene when he tightly clutched the white cloth bag containing Gwangtaek's remains in. Cheonsu reached out and placed the photo. Scene change. Someone reached out to open the door of a firm foot stepped down. So I established a. This time, a crowd of people in very polite black clothes stood respectfully on both sides. And many people had also come to participate. Sarang glanced at him and smiled slightly. Formerly of the Small Business Federation, B-rank slasher, guillotine on. Pedro had also changed his hairstyle. Formerly of Jehovah's Church, C-rank slasher, missionary Pedro. Ari looked at him with a radiant smile. Manager, formerly of Choi Kong Company, Min. Jingu spoke with excited laughter. Even if you're a figurehead president, you have to show some class so other companies don't look down on you. Formerly of the Small Business Federation, C-rank slasher, Judge Park Jingu. He shouted, everyone, greet the president. Everyone quickly bowed low in respect. Greetings, His eyes were extremely determined. Please support me, everyone, so that everything can go smoothly. Founder of Slasher Fence Company, Kim Cheon. On the map, the place where Kim Cheon's company was located was There were many reasons for them to choose this place. Because the Jine Wall incident had happened before. A group of people with aggressive faces rushed forward frantically. The evaluation of Kim Cheon-soo in this place was overwhelmingly better than other slashers. Cheon-soo heroically faced the giant monster. In addition, after the wall was completed, the workers and construction company reclaimed this place. They looked at the project before them, everyone excited. Finally, those people let Kim Cheon-soo rent the land and buildings they owned for free. Both sides stood facing each other. Cheon-soo observed the building, his face surprised. There are more new buildings than I thought. Ari glanced with an embarrassed state. Furthermore, the location is extremely favorable. Do they really let us rent buildings like these for? Construction owner smiled brightly. These were buildings with no value before the wall was built. And the protector of that wall was you, Cheon-soo. At least you should receive this much. Not just giving them away either. It's just a lease, so it's not that much. The two glanced at each other.
Cheon-soo nodded gently.
I feel quite a bit of One person pointed with an elated face and laughed. If you want, just add one more condition. That is, in the future, if zombies overrun this HAE gym area, we will leave it all to Cheon's US company to handle. Lately, the number of soldiers has decreased quite a bit, so there are rumors that the wall security is becoming dangerous. The two heard this and exchanged glances, smiling slightly. So that's how it. Both stood tall before the temporary headquarters of the slasher fence. The door. Cheon-soo walked slowly down the hallway.
Ari pointed happily.
As of today, 32 slashers have joined our company. Of those, 19 slashers agreed to sign long-term 2-year contracts. Everyone who saw him greeted him excitedly. Oh, the president. She continued, the rest have signed half-year contracts based on a bilateral cooperation plan. Ari looked at Cheon-soo. After seeing the number of slashers belonging to the company increasing, I think with just a little more time, the company will develop to match a medium-sized company. He looked back at her and replied, while I like that the number of slashers is increasing, there needs to be enough workload to match that staff size. How is the situation over? Jingu spoke with a serious face. On Sarang and Pedro are handling it. Currently, there are 7 small commissions and 3 medium commissions. They require more than 3 slashers to participate. And finally, there is 1 large commission. It requires 7 slashers to participate, including you. The chart went up. Although the workload isn't much, the fact that it's increasing steadily like this is a very big motive. He laughed with interest. Above all, this industry is about word of mouth. Now, as long as we complete the number of commissions given, rumors will spread that our company completes work very well at affordable prices. If so, there will be more new commissions. 3 of them slowly went up each step, discussing along the way. We still have enough money to hold out until then, so don't worry. It's good to have money, but we also need to be vigilant because urgent matters will. Cheon-soo thought for a while, then turned his head with a serious face. When investors request, we must be ready to pay back the debt instead of refusing. Investor, loan, request, fence, repayment, refuse. We must do this so they don't think about using money to tie us. He remembered Secretary Park's triumphant smile and felt a chill. Then that won't happen. Jingu thought about it and spoke. That means you have no intention of losing in any battle of wits, right? Alright, I'll reconsider and try every way to increase the number of commissions. Ari, behind him, looked at him with worried and uneasy eyes. He explained sternly, a position not bound by any business and cash flow. When there's enough manpower, we will carry out our. The 3 of them moved to the president's office. Cheon-soo pushed the door open and entered with a scrutinizing. Suddenly, there were 2 people already waiting there from before. He saw them and spoke in surprise. Oh, Jae-ha saw him and closed the book. He raised a hand in a friendly greeting. Oh, President. Very glad to meet you. Cheon-soo looked at Jingu with a suspicious face. A new commission? He was also dazed and whispered, there aren't any new commissions. Hearing that, Cheon-soo turned to look at Ari. Then who is he? A new slasher? So, why don't I remember him? She avoided his gaze and stammered. He is indeed a slasher. To explain it specifically, Ari glanced hesitantly at him. The president already mentioned it earlier, didn't he? The investor's unreasonable demand could be called a minion, tasked with those unreasonable demands, perhaps. At that moment, he was still sitting there, looking confidently at Cheon-soo. The elite are a class who can do anything to maintain their wealth. A little girl was locked in an iron cage, her face filled with means taking risks even with the lives of their own children. Outside, the father calmly took a puff from his cigarette. They send their children to military schools. A father, arm in arm, led his son into a military. When the elite control a special school, they send their children there to study. Another wealthy father, looking excited, led his child to. And when the trend of studying abroad emerged, they also sent their children to study overseas. They adapt. It's the same now that zombies have invaded. The father trained his child to become a sharp. In a world where the military standing is weakening and the influence of slashers is growing, Chairman Yu Chae-sang of Yu Chan Group sat grandly, playing on his. Chairman Yu Chae-sang of Yu Chan Group, who inherited immense wealth and prestige right before the zombie pandemic erupted, had similar thoughts. He stated clearly, the era where every family must have at least one slasher has arrived. Hearing this, Cheon-su's face grew annoyed. So, for that reason he's forcing us to take this kid into the company? Ari looked hesitantly at this moment. Jiha laughed heartily and raised his hand in greeting. President, just call me Jiha. E-rank slasher Jiha has killed. Cheon-su ignored him, pointing a finger at the boy with a sarcastic tone. And then what? E-rank? Aside from slicing zombies when he was an intern, has he never gone out to kill zombies? Is this a Jin-su glanced at him, speaking indifferently. You don't need to play the parent because they've already hired someone for that role. C-rank slasher Doberman Go Jin-su has killed 507. Hearing that, Cheon-su frowned, shouting in frustration, what parent? I'm not taking responsibility for this. You all leave. Next time don't accept commissions like this. Jiha smiled warmly. I heard you'll soon have surplus capital for a new commission, right? I won't do it, so quickly return my family's investment money. Although I don't know how much capital your company has internally, this will probably be very difficult for you. He looked at Cheon-su and calmly argued, my father alone, the chairman of EU Chan Group, invested 200 billion kwan here. And thanks to the reputation of EU Chan Group, you also secured another investment of around 200 billion. Ari discreetly glanced at Cheon-su, explaining awkwardly, actually, we used that money when we separated from Chojong Company. So, I don't think we have any choice but to take him into the company. Cheon-su rubbed his temple, thinking grudgingly, I established my own company because I didn't want to bow down and apologize to those arrogant people anymore. But in the end, nothing seems to go my way. Fine, so he just joins the company, right? No need to give him any work, right? Ari, flustered, replied that, gave a forced smile. The EU Chan Group said we must assign commissions to Jiha, and also requested special training from the president. Cheon-su flinched, his eyes wide with annoyance. A long while later, the three entered a room filled with training dummies, the Slasher Fence Company's basement training facility. All the dummies had red X marks on their heads and Cheon-su pointed at them and commanded sternly, first, start by attacking those dummies over there. Among the basics for understanding your attack range and getting familiar with your body, this is the most fundamental. He turned away, bored, and lightly waved his hand. Alright, hit the dummies until you're exhausted. Okay? Jiha suddenly spoke up. Cheon-su looked back in surprise. At that moment, Jiha said, I've done this many times before meeting the president. Jiha smiled excitedly, looking at Cheon-su with anticipation. I wonder if the president would be willing to spar with me. Cheon-su stared at him, annoyed, and growled, spar. Though annoyed, he restrained himself and explained, it seems you're misunderstanding something. What I'm doing is helping with your training. I'm purely doing it for the money, not because you're talented or exceptional in it. Jiha smiled calmly and made a proposal. If I lose overwhelmingly, I'll pack my bags and leave the company with Jin-su. And I promise to convince my father not to withdraw his investment from Fence. Hearing that, he remained silent, his face thoughtful for a moment. Suddenly, he smirked, his voice low. If you're offering such conditions, you must have something you want to achieve. Jiha started, then said, his voice probing, if I win, then the next commission, president, must be given to both Jin-su. Cheon-su looked at Jiha with a scrutinizing gaze, thinking to himself, he's proposing such favorable conditions, so he must be preparing for the next fight. Either he has some kind of scheme or he truly has. Suddenly he grinned excitedly. I like it even more this way. If I figure out his scheme during the spar, I'll have to crush it completely. But if he truly has skill, I'll keep him and train him. Cheon-su replied enthusiastically, all right then. Get your weapons ready and come back here in 30 minutes. Jiha watched him intently. A guardian? You too, Jin-su. Jin-su heard this and turned around in surprise. Cheon-su turned around, his face serious. Go and prepare. A moment later, in some. Jiha was now fully equipped, holding his chainsaw firmly, looking. On this side, Jin-su also had his weapon ready, observing with a serious expression. Cheon-su stood majestically before the two of them, explaining softly, the rules are simple. Both of you just charge at me. He looked at them with a serious expression and instructed, even if I get injured, don't worry, just keep. The roar of the chainsaw resonated, and a flash of lightning streaked across. Jin-su hunched into an attack stance, his eyes expressionless as he looked at Cheon. He stared at the two of them, then stated sternly, are you two charging? Or should I go? Cheon-su glanced at Jiha, thinking to himself, he's pointing the chainsaw at me so openly, he must be underestimating me, right? But this training proposal was my plan all along. Jiha's brows were tightly furrowed as he tried to assess the situation, thinking to himself, we already have a plan to fight you, underworld. Jiha smirked excitedly. You go first. Before he could finish his sentence, thud.
Cheon-soo struck him.
His strength was so immense that Jin-soo was quickly sent flying, smashing hard into the wall behind him, shattering it. Dust and smoke billowed everywhere. Jiha hadn't even registered what happened yet, and he exclaimed, Ha! Jin-soo was now firmly embedded in the shovel's tip glinted. Cheon-soo said coldly, glanced at Jiha and smirked. Things aren't going according to your plan. It turned out that before the fight, Jiha had speculated. Given Kim Cheon-soo's unrestrained personality, coupled with the pride of an A-rank slasher, there's a 200% chance hell, let both of us charge at once. That's why he made that condition early. And just as Head predicted, Cheon-soo had stated, the rules are simple. Both of you attack at once. He said seriously, don't worry about injuring me. Feel free to use your weapon. Cheon-soo thought to himself, Go Jin-soo with his agility, will rush toward, and Jiha holding a chainsaw, can instantly inflict fatal damage if it hits. They will coordinate their attacks. Jiha wore a triumphant, and seizing the unexpected opportunity, Jin-soo would launch a restraining move on Cheon, using his weapon to break Kim Cheon-soo's shovel blade, locking the shovel's handle in one strike. Both weapons would while his weapon was locked, Jiha would unleash a spectacular finishing blow. Cheon-soo wouldn't react in time, astonished by this display, and thus their first impressive tactic would Jiha grinned triumphantly. The next demand is that you allow us to accompany you. Quickly becoming the capable right-hand man of an A-rank slasher, rising as an outstanding rookie in the slasher world. News rapidly reported. The second son of EU Chan Group becomes a key slasher, displaying extraordinary talent upon public debut, creating a springboard for EU Chan Group to flaunt its power in the slasher. That was Jiha's plan. He would be praised by everyone. Everyone has a perfect plan until they get punched in the... Back to reality, Cheon-soo had already lunged to attack. Even before Jiha could finish his second sentence, he was bewildered. He looked towards Jin-soo, who had just been sent flying and embedded directly into the... Cheon-soo said coldly, He smirked. Things aren't going according to your plan. Jiha gritted his teeth, his face frowned, gripping the chainsaw tightly as he charged towards Cheon. The saw blade swiftly came down. Cheon-soo easily dodged it with a slight lean. He glanced at Jiha, secretly evaluating slow slashes. No basic technique. His skill is only enough to cut down a few regular zombies. Then Head get bitten and Jiha missed, losing his balance and became bewildered. Cheon-soo thought because he's flustered he's swinging his weapon too hard. He can't control it due to centrifugal. Suddenly, Cheon-soo raised his weapon. Jiha, frightened, instinctively squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for the blow to fall. After a long moment nothing happened. He slowly opened his eyes in surprise to watch Cheon-soo standing still there, secretly speculating. Did he stop? Is he going easy on me because Suddenly, Cheon-soo smirked, amused. Seeing this, Jiha was bewildered, flustered. What is he Suddenly, Cheon-soo threw his shovel to the... He stood upright before Jiha and remarked indifferently, You're even worse than the guy who just got blown away in one hit. You're not even worth using a shovel. He frowned deeply, glaring at Jiha with an annoyed voice. Just how much do you look down on the slasher profession? Cheon-soo relentlessly poured out a barrage of mockery. You're a rich kid, aren't you? Living safely behind the walls, eating hot meals, so you disdain the resolve of those who have to go outside the walls, do you? This left Jiha stunned and speechless. Cheon-soo's voice turned sharp. Because slashers are getting public attention, you want to snatch away the fame created by the desperate efforts of those miserable people. Then he made a decision. I'm going to teach you a lesson before I kick you. No sooner had he spoken than he landed a powerful punch to Jiha's. He immediately tumbled backward, blood spurting from his... Before he could recover, Cheon-soo clenched his fist and charged again, his face furious. He punched Jiha hard. Jiha winced and he was sent flying into the air. It hurt so... Not only Jiha's body fell hard to the floor, he was in so much pain he coughed up blood. His face twisted in agony, and even his words caused... Jiha's eyes were vacant, thinking to himself, in the end, is this all Suddenly, a scene flashed in his mind. His father, Yu Chae-sang, stood imposingly before him. Jiha, this is your last chance for a lowly, illegitimate child like you to shine. Because of your inferior mother, you couldn't fully inherit my intelligence. At least you should learn my toughness, shouldn't you? He looked at his father with a flustered Back in reality, Cheon-soo showed no mercy, raising his foot and kicking Jiha hard, shattering the chain. Jiha flew headfirst into the... With a look of unwillingness, he thought, in the end, I've disappointed my father again. Is this all?
Heakelapst beside Hinsu.
Cheon-su slowly walked toward. He growled angrily. Don't you dare disdain, and at this moment, Cheon-su thought of his fallen comrades. Then shouted in annoyance. Because the slasher profession is the profession of the dead. He looked at Jiha and said, go home immediately. Then he picked up his gear and quickly walked. Jiha's head remained. Suddenly, a chain appeared, wrapping around Cheon-su's neck. Astonished, he instinctively ducked to evade. Cheon-su turned his head back in surprise. Jiha staggered to his feet, trying to stand firm, and spoke with his head bowed. As President Cheon-su said, I don't know the desperation of having to skip meals. He gripped the chain tightly in his hand. I don't know the desperation of starving to death or freezing to death if I go outside the. His face darkened, his eyes glinting with resolve. Because I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth. But even so, he squeezed his hand tightly. I have my own desperation. At this moment, Jiha remembered that day. His mother, Chio, walking away in the rain, leaving him behind. Yu Chae-sang stood on the upper floor, placing a hand on Jiha's shoulder, watching her retreating. He watched her with cold eyes, holding Jiha's head firmly as the boy's tears streamed down. How ironic, isn't it, my son? Your mother being driven away is because of your incompetence. Everyone in the house smirked scornfully. Yu Chae-sang said coldly, but in reality, it's not like that. You get to stay here because you are my flesh and blood. Your mother was cast out because she's an outsider, and she gave birth to an incompetent child. His mother had left the mansion. Remember today's. He coldly sowed malicious words into Jiha's mind. Because if you continue to be incompetent, you'll witness scenes like this until you're sick. In the hallway of Jiha's mansion, family portraits hung there. One was a famous doctor, another a renowned other a construction man, and another a dignified police officer. Suddenly, smash! Yu Chae-sang punched through a photo. Shards of glass flew everywhere. He said irritably, I heard the fourth one sacrificed himself in Unjin. This is your chance. He said coldly, perhaps you inherited my luck. If you become a famous slasher, I will allow your mother to return. Jiha looked at him, eyes wide with. Back in reality, Jiha said agitated, He cried out, yelling in frustration, am dead. But there was nowhere left to run. Jiha forcefully swung his chain, attacking Cheon-su. Cheon-su swiftly dodged it by shifting to the. Cheon-su whirled around, glancing, then quickly pushed off, lunging. Instantly, he appeared before Jiha, who was utterly terrified. He looked at Cheon-su in dismay. Although I've remembered why I need to fight seriously, this is all is it not enough to bridge the skill gap? At this moment, Cheon-su clenched his fist tightly and swung it hard towards. Jiha squeezed his eyes shut, gritting his teeth, enduring.
I'm sorry.
Suddenly, the force lightened. Cheon-su lightly flicked his forehead. Jiha was dumbfounded, not understanding what happened, and looked blankly at Cheon. He said seriously, that wasn't bad, just. He put his hands on his hips and pouted. You used a chain? No. That's the. Cheon-su stared intently at Jiha and said seriously, it was your expression, your will, and what you've suppressed to the point of almost bursting. Your rebellious circumstances. Age.
Sang stood before.
And the scene was different. Cheon-min stood bravely, waiting for his. But Kim Cheon-su could feel it. That in the end, this kid was the same kind of person he used to be in the past. He had lost something precious. A scene of Cheon-su screaming in agony, tearing the. Was struggling to find it again. Jiha's pained, screaming image from earlier was identical to. In other words, Cheon-su quietly remarked, this kid will go even. He reached out his hand and said softly, I won't kick you out. Jiha stared blank. Cheon-su instructed seriously, but instead, you need to learn seriously. Jiha was slightly surprised. Then he immediately grabbed Cheon-su's hand and quickly replied, thank you. At this moment, Cheon-su didn't forget to remind him, oh, and don't act like you're rich. Slashers really hate those silver spoon rich kids. Scene change. At this moment, Jiha was diligently. His face was scrunched up, sweat pouring on. At this moment, Jin-su quickly glanced and swiftly swung his shield towards. Jiha quickly stepped back, dodging. Suddenly, before he could fully recover, a foot lunged forward, astonishing him for. Coldly swung his leg, kicking hard at.
Suddenly, Hinsu looked surprised.
It turned out Jiha had managed to raise his staff in time to block the attack. He smiled triumphantly. He squinted, watching Jiha intently, thinking to himself, after sparring with President Kim, young master's movements are clearly different. Not only has his combat strength increased through a combination of strength and endurance, recalled Jiha's previous movements. Unlike in the past, where he only focused on simple weapon swings, now it feels like young master is trying to enhance his entire. This moment, Jiha powerfully charged.
Hinsu.
Jiha swung his staff, lunging forward. Jin-su quickly leaned and. Jin-su looked at him in astonishment. These are movements that show both understanding and will in combat. In less than a week, young master's movements. No, could young master himself have changed this? Jiha's eyes were now incredibly he had been on the defensive all this time, backing away until his back hit the Su was shocked, since suddenly he flinched, quickly scanning the situation.
Danger.
Jiha leaped high into the air. He swung his staff down. He gritted his teeth, raising his shield in Jiha's staff struck down powerfully. A loud crash. The two entered a suddenly Jiha's foot. He lost his balance and stumbled, his face blank. Jiha fell flat on his. He quickly turned his face, resentful, looking for the culprit. Ugh, this time I almost succeeded. Who was the? Yeonsu walked over and calmly said, "It's me." Jiha immediately exclaimed in shock. He put his hands on his hips and angrily admonished, "I told you to practice fighting zombies, not sparring with humans." Jiha awkwardly tried to defend himself. "Well, I just tried to do it too. I heard that the president also has quite a lot of combat experience with slashers outside the." Hearing that, Cheon-su's veins pulsed. He powerfully flicked Jiha's head. "Those were just a few special cases. A kid who can't even kill a zombie wants to fight slashers? That's like a baby who can't walk yet wanting to ride a bicycle." Jiha winced in pain. At this moment, Cheon-su subtly observed him, thinking to himself, even so, his movements are clearly improving at such a rapid pace that he can do it confidently. Soon, he'll be able to bring him along as a valuable. At this moment, he said, "Change your clothes and head out. There's somewhere we need to go." Jiha asked in surprise. Suddenly, Cheon-su looked at him and said this left Jiha momentarily bewildered and confused. Suddenly, Cheon-su tapped his head and yelled, "You're dressed so sloppily. I told you to train like it's real." Scene change. At Jagachi City. Jagachi Merchant Association headquarters. Jagachi International. At this moment, the streets were bustling with people. The sounds of laughter and chatter filled the entire scene. Pan to a food. At this moment, Cheon-su and his group, dressed inconspicuously, slipped into the crowd, looking furtive as if they were sneaking. Looked around and asked curiously, "Where exactly is the meeting point for Nsarung? Why are we still going deeper into the market like this? Why is it so hot?" He glanced at him and reminded, "We're almost there. Remember to keep your hoods on even if it's hot. Keep in mind, this is the territory of other slashers. If we're discovered, we might not be able to leave." Suddenly, she seemed to spot something in the distance. Ari immediately raised her hand excitedly, waving to signal. And Sarung then turned, laughing and joked, "Judging by their faces, they're probably thinking it'd be more convenient to call the engineer to the company. This old man can't leave Jagachi Market. Someone is always watching to prevent his identity as an engineer from being exposed. Since we've made an appointment with such an amazing person, everyone should express their gratitude." He immediately imagined an illustration in his head. His face bewildered. "Legendary engineer, huh?" She continued to chatter excitedly. "If it weren't for this preachy old man, and my past membership in the Jagachi Merchant Association, none of this would be." Suddenly, she looked at Jiha and asked curiously, "Also, who's this kid? A new employee?" He glared at her, annoyed. "She dares to call me a kid?"
Cheon-su replied softly, "He's a rookie in training."
Hearing that, and Sarung was surprised. "Huh? You've started training disciples already? Oh dear. Is there something wrong with your head?" Cheon-su immediately defended himself. "What the hell are you talking about? The company is just short on talent, so we have to." Cheon-su began to explain, "I hear many slashers are looking for opportunities to apply to our company. To be frank, there are many of them, but most are only C or D rank." And Sarung looked doubtful. "Are you sure about that? Because other companies also offer very good benefits to not miss out on B-rank slashers." And Cheon-su said seriously, "Therefore, we must also develop the assets we currently have to increase our strength, right? That's my conclusion." At this moment, he raised his voice to remind her, "So, don't go hiding somewhere to train and only show up for missions. Take one of the rookies and train them together." She turned away, annoyed. "Oh dear, as you saw in Unjin, I really don't feel comfortable leading others. I'd rather be given a solo mission to infiltrate amidst 7 zombies." He calmly retorted, "When I founded the company, I made you a director, so at least you have to do that much, don't you? Oh, giving someone a tiny bit of power, then endless commands. Honestly." Jiha, walking beside Cheon-su, had been observing all this. Suddenly, Ari approached, smiling slightly, and explained to Jiha in a low voice, "To avoid confusion when we're out, let me Ari looked towards Nsarung. "That pink-haired woman is Director Nsarung, one of the company's co-founders." Then she looked towards Pedro and continued to introduce, "And the large person behind us is Director Pedro, also a co-founder." Ari gestured towards Park Jin-gu. "And finally, the one leading the way is Director Park Jin-gu." Jiha nodded after hearing this. He gave an excited smile. All of them are high-ranking slashers with achievements in the Battle of Unjin. I feel I'm not skilled enough to fit in. Ari smiled gently and encouraged him, you just need to work hard to reach that level. At this moment, she reminded him, and the president has many emotional scars so he doesn't easily open up to others. Jiha watched her intently. Just being recognized and trained by him is a huge achievement. So don't be too self-conscious. Suddenly, Cheon-soo spoke up, where he stopped before an equipment crafting facility affiliated with the Jagachi Merchant Association. Black steel. The group quickly opened the slowly stepped in. Jiha subtly scanned his surroundings. Cheon-soo seemed to see something. His gaze was fixed straight. Before him, a frail person was lying back on. It turned out that person was the equipment crafting engineer of Black Steel Forge, Old Garu. Cheon-soo looked at the person before him, comparing them to what he had imagined. His face instantly doubtful. That's the engineer? So different from what I imagined. And Sarung happily ran over at this moment, calling out loudly, Grandpa, it's me, and Sarung. I've come to pick up the weapons that Handong Hoa asked you to. Old Garu heard this and replied loudly, Huh? And Sarung is hearing that, he immediately got off the bed and went somewhere. Wait a minute. Cheon-soo looked at and Sarung, flustered. If it's Handong Hoa, then you used the name of the Jagachi Merchant Association president to order weapons, didn't you? What if we get caught? And Sarung laughed loudly, looking at him mockingly. Oh Kim, as long as we don't get caught, it's fine. If you're too scared, then just hide in Genie and live there. Why? At this moment, Old Garu pushed something forward that was covered with a cloth. He reached out, pulled back the cloth, then rummaged for something. First, for insert. Old Garu took out a pair of black twin axes, then loudly analyzed. Twin axes are good when swung. Suddenly, he joined the two axe heads together. It quickly transformed into a new weapon. The handle is too short, so it's hard to generate strong force. If you connect them like Old Garu excitedly spun the weapon around, demonstrating, you can extend the axe handle and when needed, you can spin them like a blender. Sarung happily took it, eagerly twirling the axes. At this moment, Old Garu reached into the box for another item. And for this Mr. Know-It-All, since you're not typically on the front lines, he took out a silver gun. This is a flare gun to hinder and Old Garu excitedly rattled off an explanation, analyzing, unlike green, red, blue, or black flares, those aren't flares, they're shotgun shells. Consider them minimal defensive tools to be used interchangeably, okay? Jingu quickly took it, examined. After finishing with Jingu, Old Garu quickly took out a cool-looking set of armor and said loudly, and for this beefy guy, this armor is made of the same alloy I used for Jong Duk-chun. Even if your body breaks, the armor and gloves won't, so don't. At this moment, Old Garu loudly called out to Cheon-soo, and for that tall guy, hey, tall guy, take this and give it a. He quickly called. Cheon-soo swung it a few times tentatively, his face surprised. Compared to this hardness, it feels lighter. Did you use new materials? He asked doubtfully. The design is exactly like the old shovel, just slightly bigger. Did you only change the material? Old Garu yelled in frustration. What a narrow-minded thing to say. Try twisting the shovel handle halfway. Cheon-soo immediately did as he was. Now try swinging it. Cheon-soo, half believing, half doubting. Suddenly, the two joints of the shovel separated. Cheon-soo's face was astonished. The shovel quickly launched its blade, which flew swiftly. This caused Sarung and Jingu to panic and frantically try to. He pointed and said loudly, I heard your fighting style is like a primitive man, attaching a chain to the shovel handle, huh? Now just use it as a single, unified. And finally, Old Garu took out a saw and pushed it in front of. Jiha looked at it in surprise. Seeing him still frozen, Cheon-soo calmly urged, what are you doing? Why don't you take it quickly? Jiha exclaimed in shock. Even I get a He smiled gently and replied, I already broke your chainsaw, didn't I? Take this new. Jiha gripped the weapon tightly, his face stunned. Old Garu loudly analyzed. It's much lighter than the old chainsaw. Its simple structure means better durability. This one took the most effort to design. Jiha then happily jumped around. At this moment, Cheon-soo approached Old Garu and said softly, Thank you for your hard work, sir. How much do these weapons cost? Old Garu was surprised. Huh? Suddenly, Old Garu mumbled, the price. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed. The payment is over. A group of tall, burly men entered with chilling laughter. At this moment, Han Dong-hoa slowly approached, her voice deep. You dare to enter my territory and buy up all the weapons. She flashed a bone-chilling smile at them and threatened, I suppose you've eaten tiger livers and bear gallbladders. You immature. Her whole body radiated an overwhelming. She was the ghost of Jigalki Market. In a market crowded with people passing, Han Dong-hwa took photos with everyone in the market. It seemed she was a figure deeply tied to the history of Jigalki Market's formation that everyone knew. People said she had been at the market even before the zombie outbreak began. While everyone else in the market had died tragically, their bodies scattered everywhere, she alone remained standing tall. Even when the zombie outbreak occurred, she still did not leave the market. Back to the present, Han Donghua gave a cold smile and walked in with a group of burly young spoke in a cold tone. You boys dare to enter my territory and buy up all the Han Donghua's gaze turned sharp as she spoke threateningly. You must have quite a lot of nerve. You naive little Seeing her, Ari cried out in shock. That's her. Jin Gu was also terrified. That's right. Tian Xiu stared at her intently. Yi said, she is the oldest A-rank slasher and the president of the Jigalki Merchants Association. Han Donghua stood there majestically, looking toward. Hearing their chatter, she spoke calmly. From the way you talk, it seems you know who I am. There are even those here who have shared a meal with me, but Sarung looked guilty at that moment, her eyes avoiding contact. Breaking into a cold sweat, she awkwardly whispered, it's not like I intended to exploit your name. Suddenly, her voice dropped. Now Han Donghua questioned them. You came to my territory, bought weapons that carry the soul and technical expertise of the engineers, and used my name to do it. What are your intentions? Tian Xiu was extremely frustrated, gritting his teeth as he glanced at Sarung. Sarung was flustered, her eyes darting around as she whistled to avoid his gaze. Tian Xiu thought to himself, should I just say they only followed me? But I'm no longer just an individual. Tian Xiu remained silent. At the very least, Han Donghua was viewing him as a representative of the group. This is the first time I've officially established a company and entered another slasher's territory. Thinking this, Tian Xiu couldn't help but sigh. I can't let myself be looked down upon either. That's Tian Xiu looked at Han Donghua with a serious expression, raised his hand, and spoke to explain. There are two reasons why I had to rely on those who were here before to reach this place. Those two reasons. Firstly, I heard that the weapon crafting here is the best in the entire country. Old Garu, hearing this, scratched his head awkwardly, saying that doesn't make me happy. At this moment, Cheon-su looked at her hesitantly and continued, secondly, I thought doing so would make you appear in person, the head of the Jigachi Merchant Association.
Han Donghua listened in silence.
She always maintained an absolutely neutral stance on everything that happened outside the market's bounds. Jigachi.
Cheon-su frowned, uneasy.
Of course, this is just Kim Cheon-su's impromptu justification to handle the situation. In reality, he only came here to buy weapons. But if he straight up said he came to buy weapons, the situation would be unsalvageable. Since it's come to this, he has to approach it from a business angle.
Cheon-su nervously observed Andonoa's reaction intently.
In for a penny, in for a pound. I have to turn this into a good business networking opportunity. Men behind her heard this and immediately became furious, loudly cursing. You're saying you violated the rules between slasher companies for such a flimsy reason? You arrogant brat. Do you want to die? Do you think she's some kind old...
Suddenly, Han Donghua spoke sharply, stopping them.
Everyone, be quiet. Stop making noise. You look pathetic. This made them slightly She looked at Cheon-su and burst into loud laughter. You're still feigning courage, are you? So what reason forced you to come all the way here to meet me, you little... Cheon-su showed a thoughtful Then he replied, because you are the leader of the only slasher group with whom we can maintain amicable relations. This surprised her. Cheon-su's brows furrowed deeply, his face utterly serious. As you know, in the slasher world, I am a threat and a lone... He thought about other A-rank slashers, then explained, compared to being an unknown, I quickly climbed to A rank at an astonishing... At this moment, Cheon-su mentioned a news article about himself. During that process, rumors spread that I had curried favor with the Busan Provisional Government. Kim Cheon-su was recognized as a near A-rank slasher under the Provisional Government's patron. His voice lowered. I also received large investments from those who opposed the current slashers. Suddenly, Cheon-su became hesitant. Furthermore, he thought for a moment before continuing, there are also rumors that I eliminated Major Lim and Jang Duk-chun, who were once A-rank slashers, creating vacancies in those A-rank positions, and then took those positions. Mari awkwardly glanced at him, thinking to herself, that was a lie, an improvised justification he made up on the spot. But he not only grasped the current situation surprisingly accurately, but he's also speaking words that can convince Han Donghua in this current situation. She hesitantly glanced towards Han Donghua. If he says he's doing this for the greater, and this isn't just rude, but could even be considered courageous, according to public opinion of Han Donghua. At this moment, Han Donghua fell silent in contemplation after hearing these. This moment, Cheon-su suddenly frowned and stated clearly, therefore, I wanted to meet you directly to ask for something. Please maintain an amicable relationship with... He began to analyze, as you roughly know, I am currently in a difficult situation with Choi Jong Company, my former workplace. Choi Jong Company, Jehovah's sect, Duk Chun Company. The heretical leader who absorbed Duk Chun Company is collapsing due to the absence of Zhang Duk Chun, which has created a situation where I am forced to confront them. A group stood patiently, listening to his analysis. A place where an A-rank slasher is the owner and maintains the form of an influential group, yet can still reconcile with us, is only you all here at the Jagachi Merchant Association.
Manhua's face softened.
She gave a chilling smile, looking at them with a menacing gaze. You must have eaten a tiger's guts and a bear's gall bladder, you foolish young...
Han Dong-hwa.
Her entire being exuded an overwhelming... She was the living legend of Jagachi Market, in a bustling market district. Han Dong-hwa took photos with everyone in the market. It seemed she was someone intrinsically linked to the history of Jagachi Market, known to all. People believed she had been in the market even before the zombie outbreak. Everyone in the market died tragically, strewn everywhere, but she alone still stood defiantly. Even when the zombie pandemic erupted, she never left the market. Back in the present, Han Dong-hwa entered with a cold smile, accompanied by a line of burly young... She said coldly, you dare to enter my territory and buy up all the... Han Dong-hwa cast a sharp, cold gaze, threatening. You must have eaten a tiger's guts and a bear's gall bladder, you foolish young... Ari saw her and exclaimed in alarm. It's her. Jin-gu was also utterly terrified. Indeed.
Jin-su watched her intently.
She is the oldest A-rank slasher and the president of the Jagachi Merchant Association.
Han Dong-hwa.
She stood imposingly, looking toward... Hearing their whispers, she calmly spoke up. By the way you're talking, it seems you know about me, don't you? There are even some here who have shared a meal with me, and Sarung's face looked startled at this moment. She avoided eye contact, sweating coldly, and stammered, I didn't intentionally exploit your name. Suddenly, her voice lowered. Now, Han Dong-hwa challenged, you came to my territory. You bought weapons crafted with the engineer's dedication. You borrowed my name to buy weapons. What are your intentions? Cheon-su was utterly annoyed, gritting his teeth as he glanced at Sarung. She was now flustered, her eyes darting, awkwardly avoiding his gaze. Cheon-su thought to himself, should I just say they're merely following me? But I'm no longer an individual.
Cheon-su remained silent.
At the very least, Han Dong-hwa was now treating him as a collector. Sarung looked embarrassed, hesitantly speaking, Madam, aren't you angry? Zhonghua smiled softly and replied gently, of course I'm angry. I'm angry that you came into this market without a proper greeting. But then she looked at Cheon-su. Young man, I don't think you killed Major Lim and Jang Deokshan to become a grade A slasher. No matter what people say, I would never raise Jingu and Sarung to be so foolish as to follow a glory seeker like this. She laughed heartily. Kid, you're asking if I can be your backer, aren't you? Before I answer that question, I'll just ask one. What was Manhwa's last moment like? Hearing that, he looked at her, stunned and serious. At this moment, he recalled the battle back. Manhwan was bitten on the neck by a small monster. His voice sank, clearly showing self-reproach. He died trying to protect him. At this moment, images of their joyful times together flashed through his... Cheon-su pondered, then said in a low voice, he was too good of a... Hearing these words, Zhonghua smiled kindly. He worked for old man Seogeru, the one who made your... At this moment, she recalled the time Manhwan was still there and began reminiscing. Though it took a long time, he sharpened my knives very thoroughly. He said that if he ran out of money as a slasher, he would return to being a black... Suddenly, Zhonghua exclaimed, consider the weapons you received today to be made by Manhwan. Cheon-su looked at her in surprise. At this moment, her voice became extremely sharp. Zhonghua stared at him. I will be your backer because you were once a backer for someone in my... Hearing these words, everyone couldn't help but stare at her in disbelief and astonishment. Ari secretly thought with joy, not only did we get enhanced weapons, but we also managed to enlist the president of the Jagachi Merchants Association. This is fantastic. What a huge... She continued, however, you must also help me with something, kid. Cheon-su looked on curious. He asked, puzzled, what? Zhonghua gently explained. Soon, we will begin the Yongsan City Reclamation Camp, and the bidding group participating there is our Jagachi Merchants Association. Her voice sank. Jehovah's Church has taken over Deokshan. Zhonghua looked at him seriously. During this reclamation campaign, the Jagachi Merchants Association and they will definitely clash. So, I want you to be my cutting edge at that time. The scene shifted to a certain church. At this moment, an evangelist was in a state of extreme panic. He ran frantically, shouting loudly, leader. His face was utterly terrified. He immediately reported, according to newly received intelligence, Madam Han Zhonghua met with the rising grade A slasher. At this moment, Baek Hyun was... Hearing these words, he opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and his voice was contemplative. Oh what... Suddenly, his expression became terrifying. He said coldly, if we can't recruit him, then we'll just have to eliminate him. Back on this side, Era's face was flustered as she raised her hand. Hold on. Wait. She was flustered. Being forgiven for secretly going to Jagachi Market to buy weapons, as well as your desire to build a good relationship with the Merchants Association, we are all very grateful. Ari timidly glanced at Cheon-soo. Cutting edge? What exactly do you want us? He calmly explained, well, they have taken over some thugs and become the biggest force. Sarung then spoke up seriously. If the time comes for us, as the Jagachi Merchants Association, to use force, then I want to ask for everyone. Jingu also excitedly added, your calculations have always amazed people, haven't they? You mean that when a partner makes an outrageous demand, we must also be ready to meet those demands. Zhonghua laughed delightedly at these words. Since founding the company, your mind has become much sharper. Hasn't it? Except for Jingu, I never thought you'd be so quick-witted. But it seems you're very perceptive. Suddenly, her face hardened, and her voice turned cold. Jehovah's Church, they have grown too powerful, to the point where other slasher companies, political forces, and perhaps even the provisional government, find it hard to control. Zhonghua thought to herself, after the military forces were almost annihilated in Unjin, and when the existence of slashers was announced to society, the fastest-growing power that filled that vacuum was Jehovah's. Ranking boards appeared. Why wasn't it Choi Jang Company? Or the Jagachi Merchants Association? Or the Independent Slashers? Why Jehovah's Church? The reason is because they are a religion. A person devoutly prayed with clasped hands. A crowd of people knelt, fervently praying with clasped hands. What can replace a nation that has lost faith and trust? Only religion can do that, not individual. The forefront was Baekhyun. Behind him were powerful slashers with mysterious aura, and beyond them, countless believers. Jehovah's Church, a new force combining the strength of slashers with a faith that could explain the causality of the zombie disaster. After the Unjin incident, they attracted at least 1 million believers, over 2,000 slashers, and transformed into an organization with national-level power, then recruited hundreds of figures from political and business. Suddenly, Cheon-soo analyzed seriously, but madam, even though their absorption of Jang Deokshun's remaining forces and their ideology that money and power are everything also displeased, but considering they are merely expanding their scale, is it too hasty to assume they will attack other slasher forces? Zhonghua heard this and laughed heartily, happily replying, Kid, I also hope and pray that things don't escalate to the worst situation. Suddenly, her voice became serious. She pointed to her head and said, but when you live long, people develop intuitions and predictions based on experience. A horse without a rider will surely trample others to. And Baekhyun, an image of a man furiously attacking someone she had caught, turned out to be Baekhyun in his youth. At this moment he was madly, aggressively attacking the person in front of him. He's someone who can't even properly kill a single zombie, yet he relies solely on ambition to climb to. Cheon-soo fell silent upon hearing this. Jingu subtly glanced at his Suddenly, Cheon-soo frowned, his expression serious. Indeed, one cannot underestimate life experience. Alright, our company will participate in the Yongsan City reclamation camp. Car was driving on the. Suddenly, Cheon-soo, sitting in the car, looked around uncomfortably. He broke out in a sweat, confused, and asked, why have you been staring at me for 20 minutes? Cheon-soo looked at Ari, bewildered. We escaped Jagachi Market safely and even got weapons. Although not official, we've built an alliance with Jagachi Market. That was a perfectly smart decision, wasn't it? This heiress voice was angry. You should have stopped. She frowned, pointed a finger, and shouted, currently, Jehovah's Church is not only the largest slasher force but also a political power. Are we supposed to confront such a force? Heiress' eyes became annoyed. Ari complained irritably, furthermore, this was done without our consent. It was all your unilateral, autocratic decision, without asking anyone. Cheon-soo helplessly covered his ears and quickly clarified. As you said, the risks are great. But we will only act as Madame Zhonghua's cutting edge when they attack the Jagachi Merchants Association. Meaning, if they don't attack and maintain their boundaries, there won't be a direct confrontation. He recalled what had happened before. I saw in Unjin that internal enemies are more dangerous than zombies or mutated species. Ari calmed down at this point, listening to his analysis attentively. So, if I find that those cultists are of that, not just for the Jagachi Merchants Association but also for my beliefs and that person's beliefs, then I will. His face hardened, his eyes showing clear determination. Destroy them completely. Seeing his attitude, she pondered for a moment. Then she reluctantly turned away. Next time, before making a decision, you must discuss it with me first. Okay? Even though I'm not a slasher, I'm still one of the company's co-founders. Cheon-soo smiled happily, reaching out to pat Era's head.
I'm sorry.
You'll remember that next time. This made her flinch. Her face involuntarily flushed, Ari bit her lip. Then she said, "I'll make a list of slashers participating in the Yongsan City reclamation campaign. Once it's ready, please review it quickly. As there are only 2 weeks, the situation seemed unfavorable because the Yongsan City reclamation campaign, located opposite the Busan Wall and the Jingye Wall, was a campaign to eliminate all zombies and mutated species within Yongsan. The scene shifted to a skyscraper. Inside, various factions were gathered. Zhonghua, Cheonsu, Baekhyun. Cheonsu subtly scrutinized Baekhyun, who was smiling excitedly, hands clasped in anticipation. Jagachi Merchants Association. Grade A slasher. Madame Han Zhonghua's expression was utterly company. Near grade A slasher. Kim Cheon-su's expression was leader of the remnants from Deokshan Company. Evangelist of Jehovah's Church. Grade B slasher. John Chongsong. An indescribable aura of mystery enveloped. And finally, the leader of Jehovah's Church. Grade A slasher. Baekhyun. His face was beaming with One person began explaining the rules. The slasher's mission is simple. Eliminate the large number of regular zombies believed to be present in Yongsan City, including 3 grade C mutated species and 5 grade B mutated species. The assault team consisted of 3 grade A slashers, 27 grade B slashers, and 110 other slashers. All were filled with a disgusting monster opened its maw wide and Cheon-su calmly swung his spade, severing its head. Blood splattered everywhere. The reclamation of Yongsan City was completed in just 12. Suddenly someone asked, "So, is it done now?" The group stood before a cracked road, with monster corpses in front of them. Jingu then put his hands in his pockets. "Yes, including those we captured before, this is the 8th mutant. So, we're done." Uchiha suddenly reached out to examine the blood on him. "Ugh, this zombie blood. It's sticky and hard to watch." He turned to the boy and asked softly, "What do you think of this first large-scale operation?" Uchiha awkwardly replied, "This was a battle of stamina. I realized that I need to be wary of having less stamina than zombies." And also, he hesitated, his eyes suddenly darting in another direction. Behind them, there was a mountain of monster corpses. Uchiha looked at the pile and said, "The slashers in our company are truly monsters." Cheon-su glanced at the boy and sternly instructed, "You weren't bad for your first battle. As you said, try to improve your weak stamina and slow hand speed." Uchiha quickly smiled brightly. At this moment, he turned to Jingu and asked, "What are the cultists and the remnants of Jang Deokshan doing?" Jingu quickly replied, "Surprisingly, nothing." He looked scrutinizingly and said, "If they anticipated a confrontation with other slashers during the reclamation, they should have conserved their forces, right? On the contrary, they weren't afraid of slasher casualties and actively participated in eliminating zombies to claim more territory in Yang." Jingu raised his hand, seriously analyzing. Furthermore, regarding disputes or conflicts with slashers from other companies, they acted very cleanly. There's nothing suspicious. It's as if the slashers were simply reclaiming territory. At this moment, Sarung secretly speculated. Perhaps Madame Zhonghua worried too much? No matter how devout a believer, why would a slasher think of killing other slashers? People in the same profession still have business ethics. She envisioned the numerous slashers on the road. Moreover, if they did that and the number of slashers decreased, it would immediately create a situation where Busan security would be at risk. Cheon-su glanced over, his voice stern. "All right, I understand. But don't let your guard down until we return. Something feels off. I keep getting the feeling that something isn't." Suddenly, his walkie-talkie crackled. "To all participants in the Yongsan City reclamation campaign, we confirm that the final zombie concentration area has been..." The voice requested, "Slashers are requested to gather at the meeting point to board buses back to..." All slashers quickly gathered at the starting point. Surprisingly, the number of believers was enormous. "Slashers, please board the buses quickly. We are about to..." Cheon-su was stuck amidst the crowd of believers, thinking irritably, "Ugh, these cultists. There are too many of them." So after a long squeeze, he finally got on the bus. Cheon-su leaned back in his seat, sighing with relief. It's actually more tiring than fighting zombies, being jostled by people like... Suddenly, a voice called from afar, "President, are you here too?" Caught his attention. Uchiha came over and plopped down, sighing tiredly, his mouth full of complaints. They rented buses but packed them this tightly? Seriously. And there seem to be too many people from Jehovah's Church. I heard they're an organization that relies on... Cheon-su complained irritably. "Why are you sitting next to me? You're so noisy." Uchiha immediately grinned. "What? It's still better if it's me than a stranger, right? It seems everyone from the company got separated." He helplessly ordered, "I'm so tired." "Be quiet." The bus started moving. By now it was dark. The buses slowly moved along winding mountain roads. Cheon-soo had fallen asleep after a grueling. Next to him, Ujiha was also fast asleep. Suddenly, the believers crept out. They subtly nodded to each. The entire group quickly took out their weapons and aggressively approached the two. Baekhyun stood on the podium. What a mess. His voice was clear. The zombies were fighting, they act as a collective. All the believers frantically responded, yes, that's... At this, Baekhyun continued to manipulate their minds. We humans are fighting zombies like that, so we also need to act as a collective, don't we? The crowd clearly replied, yes, that's right. Then he said, therefore, those who don't act as a unified bloc. They are the enemies of humanity, aren't they? They immediately shouted, yes, that. Back to the scene on the bus. At this moment, Cheon-soo was sound. Ujiha was also tired and deep in a sweet. What should we do with slashers who haven't joined our church and have their own strength? The crowd of believers crept. Faces were sinister, each holding a weapon. At this moment, on bus number 2 returning to Busan, someone was woken up by a sound amidst his drowse. He rubbed his eyes irritably and glanced around. So noisy. What's wrong with this bus? This is public transportation. Suddenly, in front of him, a believer with a ferocious face pointed a knife. Second later, blood splattered on the... Switching to bus number 3 returning to Busan, the situation inside was also extremely chaotic. The believers launched a sneak attack in the middle of the night, catching the others off guard. Blood was everywhere. Bus driver subtly glanced at the rearview. He remained silent. Suddenly, a church emblem flashed on his... Bus continued to drive to Busan. Switching to bus number 14 returning to Busan.
Kim Cheon-soo, Yo-hea.
At this moment, while he was asleep, a believer crept up behind him and raised a sharp... He gritted his teeth and powerfully plunged the knife. Suddenly, Cheon-soo grabbed the... He operated it and the seat quickly lowered, causing the attacker to recoil in... However, with no room to run, he was quickly hit by the seat, crying out in... Cheon-soo gripped his spade and slowly stood up. The surrounding believers saw this and gasped in terror. They all panicked and scattered. You guys dared to pretend to sleep to trick us? And what did you do to the pack? They charged forward furiously.
You bet. Cheon-soo size.
He quickly swung his spade, and a wave of force shot out, striking the believer. Second later, as it ripped through, blood splattered everywhere. All the believers crumpled to the ground in pain, clutching their wounds, and Cheon-soo frowned, letting out a... Shouted, wake up, rookie kid. Ujiha was still groggy as he opened his... The moment he opened his eyes, a bloody scene assaulted him. Ujiha screamed in horror. Cheon-soo complained irritably, in this chaotic slaughter, you're still sleeping soundly, huh? If you don't wake up now, your next waking moment will be hell. Ujiha seemed not yet fully awake from his daze, mumbling, President, don't tell me you're gonna massacre forces you don't like. Are you? Hearing this, Cheon-soo became angry. What kind of person do you think I am? It's not me. Those bastards started this fight. The remaining believers were all somewhat hesitant but still gritted their teeth and pointed their weapons at the two. Seeing that the other side was too numerous, Ujiha nervously glanced at him. What should we do now? Can we fight them off? If it's just the president, is it even possible? He looked directly at the believers and replied, I'm a great slasher who kills zombies, but how would I know what great I am at killing people? These bastards are human. They're not zombies. Not everyone is the... Hearing this, the boy hesitated. So what should we do? At this moment, Cheon-soo's expression suddenly showed some surprise. Looked straight into the distance. Suddenly, Cheon-soo said firmly, sit down, fasten your seatbelt. Then he gripped his spade tightly and twirled it. Hearing these words, Ujiha looked at him blankly. Cheon-soo quickly said, I told you to fasten your seatbelt if you don't want to die. He gripped the handle of his spade. Cheon-soo looked at the driver, thinking to himself, no matter what happens, the bus isn't stopping and is still moving at the same speed. They must be on the same side. This moment, his spade suddenly grew an additional chain. He frowned and forcefully thrust it straight. The spade quickly swept past the charging believers and shot towards the tip of the spade pierced through the driver, making him look back and a second later he collapsed. Steering wheel spun, and the bus veered off. All the believers lost their balance and swayed, panicking and scared. One enraged man swung his knife and charged forward. You bet. Cheon-soo was now firmly seated with his seatbelt on. He glanced at the believer and sneered, too late. Suddenly, the bus accelerated, charged straight towards the guard. The bus crashed through the guardrail and plunged into the... A loud crash echoed. A moment later, at the bottom of the ravine, overgrown with... The bus was now in ruin. Crawled out of the bus, groaning incessantly, Leader, it hurts. Suddenly, he was startled to see Cheon-soo and Ujiha in front of him. Ujiha immediately vomited after getting out of the bus, complaining irritably, I feel so nauseous. It's worse than a roller coaster. At this moment, Cheon-soo had also seen him. Wait a minute, there's one still alive. Terrified believer shouted loudly, Leader! Oh my God! Don't come here! Don't come near these heretics. Cheonsu quickly approached and grabbed his forcefully threw him away. The believer screamed in. Cheonsu's face was furious, his eyes filled with killing intent, his voice deep. Now! Tell me what's The believer lay sprawled on the ground, closing his eyes and saying, Just kill me. I am a sheep who has decided to dedicate this life to the leader. I am ready to accept. Suddenly, he said coldly, No, you're not dying yet. The man looked up in surprise. At this moment, Cheonsu grinned sinisterly, his face chilling as he looked at him. I've come up with an interesting idea. He pressed his spade against the man's shoulder. If you don't tell me what your plan is, Cheonsu's voice grew cold. Then I'll cut you into pieces. He continued to threaten, from your toes, ankles, to your thighs, knees, and even your groin. As for your arms, from your fingers to your shoulders, I'll slowly dissect you. The believer's face immediately turned pale, fearfully glancing at the spade.
Cheonsu grinned excitedly.
Until there's nothing left to cut, I'll inject you with zombie blood and turn you into a zombie. A zombie writhing in agony like a... Uchiha watched from afar, thinking to himself, Jehovah's Church believes that those who become zombies are criminals. Becoming a zombie and dying means they were not chosen by God. At this moment, Cheonsu laughed excitedly, a chilling smile, menacing the believer. Speak now, what's your choice? The boy watched intently. I don't know if the president truly understands their doctrine, but that threat seems to be a... Moment later, the sky was completely... He stepped out from the bushes. Uchiha asked, Did you find out anything, President? He replied, This is more complicated than I... Cheonsu frowned tightly, his face annoyed. These bastards have decided to do this on a large scale. The remaining ones are very dangerous. The scene shifted to the city, which was utterly desolate. In the middle, a car's lights were... Baekhyun sat in the car, smiling excitedly as he glanced out. At this moment, a believer happily said, It must have started now. Leader? Baekhyun glanced at him and replied, A large-scale slasher purge had begun. At this moment, on bus number 4 returning to Busan, the believers were furiously slaughtering. Bus number 5 returning to Busan, it was no... Switching to bus number 6 returning to Busan, the situation was also extremely chaotic. A few people who woke up in time fought back desperately, but their strength was insufficient and they also perished. Back in Baekhyun's car, he smiled brightly. If this operation concludes, then we and a slasher organization of this scale will be able to rival Choi Jang Company, won't we? The believer happily replied, Of course, they're an organization that can be bribed with... Looked at Baekhyun warmly. The Jagachi Merchants Association had some unclear aspects, for example, their loyalty and ethics, and they refused our alliance. And Fence Company was also eliminated. Truly, leader, your calculations are incredible. How did you come up with a tactical plan that could eliminate all those pests in one? Baekhyun then glanced outside, a cold smile and an implied look in his eyes. There's nothing tactical about it. Those slashers are skilled at fighting zombies, but they're not skilled at fighting humans. Back on this side, Sarung was annoyed. These bastards. On bus number 11 returning to Busan, Pedro, Choi En, and Sarung were desperately fighting back. She angrily said, How many more do we have to kill? There are too many. Pedro seemed tired at this moment, sweat dripping from his face. That's why blind faith is so terrifying. Because they no longer know fear, so they'll throw away their own lives or disregard the lives of... Baekhyun smiled coldly. And normally, when people kill other people, they feel guilt mixed with fear, so they can't unleash their full combat. Believer then brought the walkie-talkie to Baekhyun. It's a direct connection from the walkie-talkie. Sir, it seems they've made some gains. Let's listen. The person on the other end reported, This is Sector C. This is the Lion King of Sector C, sir. All close associates of Madame Han Zhonghua have been eliminated. She is also severely wounded and expected to die soon. Everything is proceeding as the leader wished. Baekhyun smiled with his lips silently mouthed. The scene shifted to bus number 1 returning to Busan.
Madame Han Zhonghua.
The situation was utterly chaotic. Bodies lay scattered. 3 figures stood tall in the distance. Their faces were terrifying. Grade B slasher sister Jang Suk. He had killed 30,829. Grade B slasher fake Judge Pyung Jong had killed 53,211. Grade B slasher Lion King Shim Hwanjong had killed 99,909. Zhonghua clutched her wounded body, pointing a knife at them and shouting angrily, You damn bastards. These aren't human. Shim Hwanjong said indifferently, For a heretic like you, living this long is quite impressive. We intentionally put our most elite congregation members on this. He glanced at the dead believers on the bus. Yet you managed to kill them all and survive. Suddenly, Shim Hwanjong said coldly, It seems you're also severely wounded. With all due respect, I will finish you. Not far away, steady footsteps landed on a piece of... Suho observed the situation in the distance and grumbled irritably. Oh my god! These crazy bastards. Behind him, a huge and mighty monster suddenly appeared. His voice was cold. What a mess. The masked man sitting there calmly proposed, in the end, humans are killing. Story has been told. It has always been this way throughout human history, and even in this zombie apocalypse era, it continues to unfold. A terrifying image of everything gradually decaying. Doomsday was drawing. Inside the laboratory, all the scientists had been bitten and torn apart by zombies. So this is a virus created by humans. Is that why it turned out this way? No. That's not what The corpses of zombies mixed with ordinary people lay still on the ground. All were piled into mountains, literally. Humans killed more humans than they killed zombies, compared to the number of people killed by zombies. Meanwhile, the fierce civil war between the two sides was still ongoing. They pushed innocent civilians in County District. These poor, unfortunate victims of this war died brutally, and being forced to die cruelly was also the root of the problem. This was all planned. On the information sheet, a new notification appeared. Correlation between refugee control and refugee camp locations. Alert Level 1. Furthermore, a report was submitted at that. The content of the report was to kill those who cannot contribute to building infrastructure. And the president, after reading the report, the president was greatly surprised and quickly turned to ask his secretary, is the content of this report true? No, if so, can it really be? The secretary quickly nodded in firm confirmation. This person then pointed a finger forward, instructing, superiors have also agreed. Sir, it's not about can it be done, but it must be done this. In addition, various other campaigns were also gradually emerging. Countless campaigns to escape the country were... Everything fell into deadlock as necessities became scarce. When reserve supplies ran out, they also cut the... The story was gradually being told. And I didn't intend to say this, but should I reveal a shocking truth? An image of a desolate place, believed to be a vaccine production site, appeared. A specialized zombie vaccine that could be produced in large quantities. When this vaccine was tested, survivors returned from the brink of death, to the extent that it could turn all infected people across the country and all mutated species back into... Things were getting harder. However, the government abolished mass production. On the report was the approval record. Projected budget for additional personnel for mass production of specialized zombie vaccine. All items were dismissed. This caused everyone immense despair. People asked, why? Is this morally? If you want a treatment vaccine, you need a lot of money to turn many zombies back into... At the same time, the workforce for manufacturing was also a huge problem. It required massive capital as well as a sufficiently large work. As soon as people returned from the brink of death, everyone lined up and headed in the same direction. The revival of humanity also became a chaotic struggle, and it also required an enormous amount of wealth. Even the military had to take essential items from ordinary citizens, causing them to cry out in despair. There was no other way but to force survivors to give up what they... Breaking news headlines appeared on TV. All survivors will be confiscated. A nationwide mobilization order will be effective starting. At the same time, many people protested. And at that point, they couldn't engage in politics anymore. The poor citizens continuously held up banners. Welfare for survivors, not zombies. Department 20. Get out of here. President. Resign. That's why it was an image appeared of many pitiable soldiers dying with their eyes open. Just like what you did in the Battle of The scene at that time was incredibly tragic, with corpses strewn across the... Just like how you abandoned me and my comrades and... Worn old photo appeared. Everyone was once a united collective, commemorating the start of the first soul reclamation camp. The cause of all these things is humans. Humans are killing each other, even when there are enough ways and opportunities to save. Back to reality, Suho, wearing a helmet, sighed thoughtfully. Now I understand. Your pain, your world. I sympathize with... After listening to Suho's words, the man below gasped and pleaded. Therefore, I beg you, please. Suho sighed, glanced at the man, and voiced his thoughts. I meant to tell you this since the first time we met, but I never once thought about killing it. Deokshan appeared, he slowly began to understand. Ah, so you're afraid of that. This time, he smiled calmly and explained everything more clearly. I didn't mean to. Or is it because it hasn't been long since it became a mutant form, so it's like this? This is happening because it doesn't know how to control its strength. Put it down, Deokshan. You're scared. Hearing him, Deokshan quickly dropped a piece of clothing in front of them. Remembering something important to mention, Huaniheng turned around and called out. Suho, sitting to one side, also scoffed in surprise. Hey, besides, you guys were already killing each other here. Now you're begging me for help as if I caused this tragedy myself? Anyone looking would find this ironic. Continued to look at Zhanghua, who was still standing there. Right, madam? I just saved you from near death. She sighed, not understanding what had happened to Suho. The first time we met, you were a healthy young man. How did you end up like this, Zhang Suho? How can you control a mutated species? Hearing her words only made him lose his composure and stand up to retort. There's no talking to this old woman, is there? Really? Madam. Don't say things that are easily misunderstood. He gradually approached her and stated his intention. Today, I'm not here to kill people. I'm just here to ask you to relay this message. The moment he finished speaking, a spade instantly flew from another direction to it. This also startled Suho, who noticed. He quickly moved back to block the spade was deeply embedded in the wall. One could imagine that if Suho hadn't dodged, he would have been eliminated long. He sighed and turned to look at Cheon-su, who had appeared. Look, someone already misunderstood. This time, Cheon-su quickly used his chain and familiar spade to it. He became extremely worried, quickly looking at Zhanghua, who stood motionless. Madam, are you? Seeing Suho appear only made him more annoyed. That bastard. What is he? What met his eyes was Deokshan's large form. This made him somewhat bewildered. That mutated species, looking at the somewhat familiar face and large physique, that physique and face, could it be Zhang Deok? Despite still being somewhat bewildered, he tried to regain his composure and thought, first, I have to. Thinking this, Cheon-su quickly tried to retract his weapon, but it seemed impossible. He looked back, confused, with a bewildered. Unbeknownst to him, Suho had firmly held onto his weapon, preventing him from retreat. This also stunned Ujiha, who found it hard to believe. He fell into his own thoughts. Who is that person who can withstand the president's attack with one? Suho took Cheon-su's weapon and declared loudly, Today, I really just came to deliver a message. He even used Cheon-su's own spade to strike it hard into the ground. This weapon will be confiscated. The spade plunged deep into the ground, as if asserting his authority. Understanding Suho's intention, though very angry, Cheon-su couldn't just rush forward to. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ujiha whispered into Cheon-su's ear, Do you need my assistance, President, to buy time to retrieve your weapon? He shook his head, refusing. No, I'll kill. Observing everything more carefully around him, he dared to voice his own calculation. He could have controlled me by pulling the spade head, but he just plunged the spade into the ground. I think he's not here to cause trouble but for another purpose. After hearing these words, Suho laughed and clapped his hands with delight. All right, excellent. On the contrary, I appreciate that very much. He still didn't understand what Suho was saying. Suho then continued their conversation. I was worried if you could survive in this injured state and return to Busan. You guys, please relay my message to the people of Busan. Hearing this, Cheon-su looked at the hooded man in front of him with confusion. Relay a message. Getting straight to the point, Suho pointed a finger and declared, 1 month from now, I will cross the wall and enter Busan with countless zombies and mutated These warning words left Cheon-su utterly stunned, unable to. Naturally, Jisha, who was right next to him, was no exception. Shohu continued, That's right, to kill every last survivor. Busan. Han Donghua slowly turned her head to. Han Donghua also sensed that things were gradually going. The more he thought about it, the more Tian Xiu felt something was off. He asked the man in front of him in confusion, You are a human too. You're not just talking about killing one person but every single resident of Busan? Shohu remained calm, as if nothing had happened. Me? Of course I am. Shohu's voice continued to ring out. However, Tian Xiu fell silent and listened intently. Shohu pointed at Tian Xiu and Jisha in turn and declared, You survivors aren't even human. Till now, Han Donghua had remained silent, feeling a bit of fear upon hearing those words. On the contrary, the infected ones, the variants you've deceived thief lost their way and are drowning in dark. That was the first time Jisha felt the danger coming from the mysterious man. Because those people made sacrifices, they are the ones who should be considered. After speaking, Shohu clenched his fist with great determination. Therefore, I will kill everyone. I will wipe you all out and cure those who have been turned into zombies. From there, I will rebuild the country. Before leaving, Shohu didn't forget to issue a warning. So, you all should go back to Busan and deliver the message. Cheon-su became incredibly serious after hearing these words. He knew that Suho wasn't someone who spoke nonsense. Those outside the wall, whom you all abandoned, Zhang Suho the slasher, once risked his life. Suho's voice suddenly turned grave. We declare total war on you filthy. Recalling everything Suho had just said, Cheon-su was bewildered and couldn't believe it. He declared war? Is he planning to kill everyone inside? He involuntarily remembered the sight of zombie hunters, along with military helicopters always supporting ordinary citizens. That's absurd. Even if he does that, there are still hundreds of slashers in Busan. Even if the army is split up in Unjin, there's still a sizable garrison in Busan. Additionally, The citizens have already equipped themselves with necessary gear. Furthermore, if Busan is in danger, the survivors will arm themselves. The more Cheon-su thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. How could one person, or a group led by an individual, kill all the survivors? That's impossible, but Cheon-su sensed that Suho wasn't one to joke around. He said he would do it and he will. Is that the situation was urgent? Cheon-su looked at Jonghwa, who stood motionless, then fell into his own line of thought. Logically, what I need to do now is declare war, say I will do it, and bring her back inside. He had carefully calculated everything about this mysterious man named Suho. But my reason tells me that if I avoid this fight and ignore him, our next encounter will likely be the worst possible confrontation. After a brief moment of thought, Cheon-su gripped his weapon. Or should I just... Everyone around them was waiting for Cheon-su's decision, even as he hesitated. If we just spend a little time fighting, wouldn't we gather some information to deal with him later? Besides, even though they're injured now, if there's an A-rank slasher and a B-rank slasher, as if understanding Cheon-su's hesitation, Suho gradually lost his composure. Are you startled? Cheon-su didn't know what to do. Suho continued, everyone thinks the same way. Only when they reach a certain... It seems Suho was still very serious about what he had just said. At your level, you could save them and return safely together. This time, amidst the murky smoke and dust, Suho quickly threatened. If the situation gets worse, it'll kill everyone. Suho's eyes became annoyed as he continued to speak his mind. The reason I let you live, you survivors, until the end. No, it's probably because I want to see humanity's true form, not because I pity. So, return to Busan while you still have a chance. We'll meet again soon. Just as Suho was about to turn and leave, thinking it was over, he remembered something important. One more thing. He quickly looked ahead, reminding them, Hwanrong, tell Choi Hwanrong that he'll personally come to... Time gradually passed. This time, the moonlight shone high above a wide... Suho was supporting Hwanrong as they walked. Iha, meanwhile, was supporting a heavily wounded Cheon. After checking the distance, Hwanrong quickly spoke up. This should be far enough. He then looked at Cheon-su with emotion. Thank you. I won't forget this. As soon as Hwanrong finished speaking, Cheon-su immediately pushed him hard, sending him stumbling. Cheon-su's face was furious. He didn't stop reproaching, you scoundrel. What nonsense are you spouting? We were the ones who attacked first. The Merchant Association and my company's slashers too. Even if that armored bastard hadn't come, even if this wasn't the time for slashers, you would have died. After a moment of scolding, he directly questioned Hwanrong, giving an order. Do you have a way to contact your superiors? Quickly contact those heretical bastards. And say it yourself. The thought of everything becoming more complicated made him sigh in exasperation and rebuke. This isn't a situation where humans should be killing each other. This is a situation where even a single slasher must be saved at all costs. It seemed Hwanrong was gradually understanding the meaning behind his... Having no other choice, Hwanrong could only nod in agreement. I understand. I will persuade the pontiff to temporarily halt this. The scene shifted to a luxurious supercar driving on a long road. Baek Yuin's voice rang out. Just... The man inside the car looked at the radio and asked in surprise. Did you say Jiang? In his mind, he had already thought of an unpleasant situation. The appearance of Jiang Suho. At that time, Suho had dominantly sat atop the bulky... Suho even controlled Deokshan as he wished. His ability to control recalling Suho's warnings made everyone shiver, and a declaration of war to kill all survivors in Baek Yuin, facing this situation for the first time, became so awkward he didn't know what to do. When Baek Yuin heard the situation, he had an idea. He bit his lip until it bled and reached a conclusion. He had his own calculations. Now is not the time for wars like... Recalling the fierce and bloody battle of that day, he was utterly conflicted, not knowing what to do. If we make a mistake, this war, At that point, I would also be considered an accomplice to all these actions, leading to a decrease in the number of slashers. I might even become a Baek Yuin became utterly helpless, not knowing what to do. Next, he'll be seen as playing the role of the survivors. In his mind, he imagined ordinary people savagely beating him. In just a moment, he'll become a betrayer of humanity. Thinking this, he couldn't bear it anymore. Baek Yuin finished by calling Priest Stephen. Hearing this, Stephen quickly reacted, yes. After a long period of thought, he quickly made a decision. Because you have faithfully followed me and contributed greatly to killing zombies and strengthening the church, you will certainly go to... Hearing Baek Yuin say such words, Stephen quickly clasped his hands and nodded, pledging. Yes, Pontiff, to hear you say that is an honor for me. From now on, Stephen, will continue to believe in the Pontiff and follow this path. Before Stephen could finish, Baek Yuin continued to ask, but, you must achieve martyrdom for me, won't you? This left Stephen utterly bewildered. Not yet understanding Baek Yuin's intentions, Stephen quickly asked again, what? Baek Yuen continued to make new demands. Go to the slashers and attack them to make them stop. Everything is going in the wrong direction. Someone needs to take responsibility, don't they? So I hope the priest here will be that. After hearing these demands, Stephen suddenly fell silent, speechless. Perhaps he was concentrating on. While Stephen was still lost in his own thoughts, Baek Yuen gently placed his hand on Stephen. Only, Baek Yuen's face was now utterly scheming as he commanded. Your martyrdom will be remembered in the church's heart forever. You are a devout lamb of. As if hypnotized or brainwashed, Stephen quickly nodded in understanding. I obey. Luxurious supercar sped down the long road. Inside the car, a voice quickly announced, Believers, we will stop this war. As the car drove past, Priest Stephen was pushed down onto the ground, full of pain. This war was instigated by Priest Stephen, who was possessed by the blood from his body incessantly splattered onto the cold road. This has nothing to do with my wishes. So, everyone, please note this and stop. The crowd listening to this news became furious but could do nothing. I repeat once more. All believers, cease combat and return to boot. They quickly gripped the knives in their hands. As if compelled by a strange force, they successively dropped their knives to the on this side. The knives quickly fell, even as Sarung and her comrades focused on. One of them flashed a friendly smile and suggested, It seems you've misunderstood something. From now on, we won't attack you anymore. Let's all return to Busan. This made Sarung furious. She loudly cursed these crazy bastards. Right next to her, a comrade asked in surprise, Do you believe what their time passed? This time, the moonlight shone high. Manhwa slowly woke up from her. She hastily sat upright, as if startled awake from a night. Seeing Manhwa awake, Ari quickly exclaimed, Said chairperson, the old lady is awake. Cheon-su sighed in response, I'm awake. The more she thought about it, the more helpless she felt, sighing. How did things turn out like this?
Cheon-su slowly recounted everything.
We brought you back to the hospital inside the Busan wall, so you are safe and she was deeply moved by everything Cheon-su had done for her. I owe you this time, you clever devil. Thanks to you, I was able to survive. Cheon-su calmly replied with a somewhat sad smile. It's nothing. Since you stood with us from the beginning, protecting you was part of the contract. I apologize for not being able to save anyone. Remembering something important, she hastily asked again, What's the situation now? Have you informed the government about Jiang Suho's appearance? He quickly nodded, confirming yes. Cheon-su slowly recalled Stephen's face, then informed Manhwa of everything. Ultimately, Baek Yuen made Priest Stephen take responsibility for that war. And we succeeded in shaking them. Cheon-su's voice continued. This is no time for any slasher to make mistakes. And currently, with their power growing unbelievably, punishment is not easy. This made Manhwa furious. Those rotten bastards. Cheon-su continued to declare. There's one more thing. Manhwa seemed puzzled. Seeing that there was still more, he looked up ahead with a resolute gaze and declared. The Slasher Friendship Council has been It seemed he had anticipated the purpose of this meeting. Of course, this time it's not just a gathering. This place is the temporary headquarters of the Ministry of Defense. The gates were slowly opening to welcome the distinguished Baek Yuen and everyone else slowly stepped inside. But rather to prevent the attack of the primeval slasher, Jiang's. Everyone's faces were incredibly serious about what had happened. The one who declared total war on Busan. A strategic meeting has been organized. Cheon-su's face became very serious as he announced. The Slasher Friendship Council has been It seemed he had anticipated the purpose of this gathering. Of course, this time it's not just a gathering. The scene shifted to the temporary headquarters of the Ministry of Defense. The gate was slowly opening to welcome the distinguished. Cheon-su slowly stepped into the space. But rather to prevent the attack of the primeval slasher, Jiang. He and all his comrades, including Baek Yuen, simultaneously entered. The one who declared total war on Busan. A strategic meeting has been organized. Chiller Sam's face became serious as he glanced. Chiller Sam very seriously scanned everyone's situation. Korong and Chun-sik remained silent. Cheon-su also understood that this war had become incredibly dangerous. Cheon-su alone showed no fear towards the upcoming challenge. Sometime everyone sat down, focusing on discussing the next. Cheon-su sat with Chun-sik and Baek. Breaking the silence of everyone, he slowly recounted the story of that. At that time, Suho, wearing a helmet, continuously blocked Cheon-su's. Chiller Sam and Korong listened very seriously. Manhwa informed everyone about from the moment Suho challenged them and then declared he would destroy this. Of course, Chun-sik and Baek Yuen were very nonchalant when hearing what everyone recounted. The only thing was that everyone knew Suho was an extremely dangerous and hard-to-touch individual. Everyone in the room immediately fell silent. Chun-sik remembered the mutated zombie form of Deokshun. After stammering for a while, he has a way to turn humans into mutants, not just ordinary zombies, right? And he can even command those mutants. At this point, he sighed very gravely, expressing his irritation. It's true that just one of those abilities would be enough to destroy an entire nation. But he has both? Instead of holding a strategic meeting, if we start running now, we might have a higher survival. Seeing Chun-Sik's excessive reaction, Chiller Sam immediately admonished him. Sit down. You, an A-rank slasher, abandoning Busan and not fulfilling your duty is an act of treason. Do you want to be riddled with holes before being killed by Jiang? Hearing this, Chun-Sik slowly lowered his head, sighing and complaining. Die from gunfire or die at the hands of Jiang Suho's mutants. No, that's not right. The chance of dodging bullets might even be high. While the two sides were still arguing fiercely, Jianghua also chuckled and added, he certainly turned Jiang Diakshun into a mutant, and we saw with our own eyes that he can control that mutant. But if he could control them infinitely, he would have destroyed Busan long ago. Chiller Sam silently agreed with Jianghua's opinion. That's right. With that level of hatred and ambition, he has no reason to. She continued to voice her thoughts for everyone to hear. Surely, the creation of mutants and the ability to control them are limited. The fact that he mentioned a 1-month deadline is certainly because he needs that much time to. Cheon-su nodded, quickly informing everyone. Simply put, he's not invincible. Depending on our strategic countermeasures, we might be able to stop. He sighed, glancing at Chun-Sik standing there. So don't even think about getting scared stiff and running away. You're an adult now, not a child who can't hold their bladder or back. Hearing Cheon-su's mockery, Chun-Sik was furious. Someone who hasn't even killed 100,000 zombies talks big. Chun-Sik also didn't forget to add, anyway, I don't feel good about this at all. Listen to what they're. The situation was growing tense when Baekyu-in suddenly clapped his hands to silence. This time he slowly spoke, voicing his idea. Alright, so I can understand that everyone here has decided to consider Busan as the battlefield and will fight against the heretic Jiang Suho. His voice continued, then I think you should start discussing tactics. Chiller Sam remained silent. He then looked at Jianghua again. But before that, I want to state something clearly. This made Jianghua very uncomfortable. As he announced the next thing to everyone, Baek-Yuin's face became very dangerous. Furthermore, if the conditions I am about to present are not accepted, then our Jehovah Church declares that we will not participate in this defense. Chiller Sam was startled and surprised by these. Jianghua also couldn't believe that Baek-Yuin would say such. Chun-Sik turned to look at Baek-Yuin with an incredulous expression. Baek-Yuin continued to speak, in case you doubt your own ears, I will Korong had been silently listening until Cheon-su's face grew more annoyed as Baek-Yuin continuously made unpleasant statements. I said that if you do not accept the conditions, we will not participate in the. Baek-Yuin directed his gaze towards a soldier standing guard. Everyone must know that after the incident in Unjin, this made the soldier fearful. The military forces have severely dwindled, no longer capable of launching an all-out. Chiller Sam remained focused on listening to what Baek-Yuin was saying. Your Choi and Jiang company as. This time, the image of a 6-person alliance quickly appeared through Baek-Yuin's words. Choi and Jiang was originally an elite slasher company, but their numbers are very small. Although they succeeded in improving slasher quality, for a full-scale war, it would be difficult. At this point, Baek-Yuin continued to glance at Jianghua. And the Jigalki Market Merchant Association? Jianghua flinched slightly upon hearing this. Unfortunately, it has greatly weakened due to conflict with us. Now its scale is not even worth being called a slasher faction. Unable to listen anymore, Jianghua continuously shouted curses without restraint. Conflict? You call that incident a conflict, you dog? That was a one-sided attack by your faction. Because of that, the people of Jigalki. Seeing her violent reaction, Baek-Yuin calmly smiled, incessantly mocking. Oh dear, if the government concludes it as such, then what's wrong with me calling it a conflict? If you were bothered, you should have bribed us more. She then glanced at Cheon-su again. And the fence company was only recently established, not even worth mentioning, right? Chun-Sik also turned to look at Cheon-su, who remained. It seemed Baek-Yuin had thoroughly researched this matter. His promotion to A rank was ultimately just a reluctant filling of the void left by Major Lim and Jiang Diakshun. Wasn't it? Cheon-su silently listened without after speaking. Baek-Yuin quickly brushed his hands and announced to everyone, but ladies and gentlemen, what about me and our Jehovah? He was even about to stand up and leave, abandoning the group there. Unlike other factions, whose numbers are continuously dwindling due to war of attrition, we are growing The image of citizens gradually joining his church appeared. The number of believers is increasing daily and has reached an unprecedented level in the churches. Along with that, he had an army and money. The assets and connections brought by our believers, our weapons and equipment are already on par with Busan's provisional. As soon as Baek-Yuin finished speaking, Chiller Sam slowly asked, so what do you want, you Chiller Sam became utterly contemptuous of Baek Yuin's boasts. When Busan is attacked, will God only protect you? We're discussing strategy, and you're still setting conditions. As soon as Chiller Sam finished speaking, Baek Yuin immediately explained imperiously, we are confident that we will not be affected. It seemed everything had been meticulously calculated by Baek Yuin. We have sold off a portion of the church's assets and have many large ships already docked at Busan port. Their capacity far exceeds the number of our beliefs. At this point, he chuckled and asked the crowd, do you understand the meaning of this? Zhonghua also fell into her own calculations. It means if anything bad happens, they will board the ships at Busan port and abandon the battle. Unsik, sitting next to Zhonghua, didn't know what else to say in this situation. This guy is completely insane. Isn't he? He's saying hell prepare a way to easily escape without losing the initiative. Seeing the serious expressions of everyone in the meeting room, Baek Yuin could only chuckle and announce, look at your faces. It seems you're ready to hear what I have to say. Alright, then I will begin with the first condition. His eyes became extremely smug as he announced to everyone, you must appoint me, Baek Yuin, as the supreme commander in the defense of Busan 1 month. He then glanced at Chiller Sam, proposing secondly, if the defense of Busan is successful, then the Jehovah Church, the organization that expended the most resources and manpower, must be designated as the state. Just hearing this made Zhonghua clench her teeth and Yuin was about to say something more. Thirdly, when Cheon-su slowly walked straight towards Baek Yuin, which puzzled him. Baek Yuin sighed impatiently, complaining, should I be annoyed right now? He also didn't forget to scold. How foolish must one be to try to leave at such a critical moment concerning the nation? But Cheon-su didn't walk outside. Instead, he walked straight up to Baek. Sensing that something was wrong, Chiller Sam recalled a past scene. This feeling, Baek Yuin quickly continued, I'm still explaining the conditions for participation in the war. I'm not finished yet. Cheon-su's fist was already prepared. A second later, Cheon-su punched Baek Yuin directly in the face. Him to fly back. Simultaneously, Cheon-su's action stunned Chiller Sam. Even though he had anticipated, Zhonghua didn't know what to say in this situation and simply remained. Chun-sik felt a bit gleeful after seeing Cheon-su's brutal. As usual, Korong showed no strange reaction. Unable to react in time, Baek Yuin fell heavily to the ground. In immense trying to calm himself, Baek Yuin hastily coughed a few helpless times. Baek Yuin's face was now covered in blood as he ceaselessly cursed. Are you crazy? I'm holding the initiative in these negotiations. How dare you hit? After finishing his curses, Baek Yuin continued to point at Cheon-su, giving orders. Where are the other slashers? Hurry! Capture! No! Kill this guy! That's how negotiations truly be. Seemed everyone simply stood there, watching Baek Yuin get hit, showing no other reaction. Cheon-su continued to grab Baek Yuin by the collar, making him startled and confused. Even now, Baek Yuin didn't understand why Cheon-su was so angry. Clenching his fist, Cheon-su prepared to deliver another, and everyone just stood there, seemingly with no other reaction. No one rushed to stop Kim Cheon. They just silently watched Baek Yuin take one brutal punch after another. Yes, they had been waiting for someone to step in and finish off that little monster who had crossed. The scene shifted to inside the chairperson's office. Eris' angry voice continuously rang out. What? You said you'd kill Baek Yuin? The chairperson, the other slashers, and even the government won't stand. But Cheon-su remained very calm in this situation, because he had calculated beforehand. If the conditions are right, no one will stop me. This left Ari extremely confused. Cheon-su continued to explain, this attack on the Merchant Association ended with us shaking them off. Both the government and other A-rank slashers know that Baek Yuin was the mastermind behind that. Cheon-su stood directly in front of her, continuously voicing his thoughts. And they also know there's no guarantee that he won't do it again. Furthermore, if he doesn't stop now, they all clearly know he harbors ambitions of becoming the government of this. Cheon-su's voice continuously rang out. Everyone knows he must be stopped, knows he must be killed to prevent him, but still can't do it. Ari had been listening to Cheon-su's words all this time, because everyone has their own After speaking, Cheon-su's face became extremely resolute. But what about my position? Hearing this, she pondered and then calculated carefully. To the government, you are revered as a hero for eliminating Major Lim. You also have prestige and loyalty from your time working at Choi and Jiang Company, so they wouldn't dare to touch you. Additionally, you are backed by the Jigalki Market Merchant Association. Cheon-su also nodded in agreement with these points. If we don't deal with him quickly, we might waste a month preparing for ridiculous political matters. He also didn't forget to add to her, and if I don't solve this problem, who? Returning to reality, Cheon-su grabbed Baek Yuin by the collar. Despite being continuously beaten, Baek Yuin ceaselessly mocked, do you think you're strong enough? Do you think you can stop Jiang Suho without the Jehovah? Baek Yuin's painful tears continuously streamed down his face. It's not too late yet. Before Baek Yuin could finish speaking, Cheon-su delivered another punch. Everyone in the room fell silent. Everyone knew that Cheon-su's action was too dangerous. It was a reckless act. Let's review various events. Like the church fighting zombies. Then came the scene of the nun and the pastor orchestrating everything behind Huan Rome. Even though the Jehovah Church had grown powerful, bearing its fangs at other A-rank slash. So the story continued, and using humanity's survival as a hostage to fulfill personal ambition. The image of Baek Yuin always manipulating everyone appeared, even with many schemes, and his henchmen continuously suppressed innocent citizens. But the Jehovah Church and Baek Yuin had never gone so far beyond the. He even didn't forget to use a body double to dye his hair. Baek Yuin was originally a meticulous person. Even playing the role of a savior, he was still very timid. The question arises, why has he now lost his judgment like? The answer is very easy to find. The reason is very simple. About this miraculous method acting is an acting technique where an actor completely immerses themselves in the character's thoughts and emotions to become identical to the. The script was clearly laid out in his hand. The role of Pontiff of the Jehovah Church and Savior in the zombie apocalypse era. The script clearly stated various details. Title: Zombie Apocalypse. Actor: Baek Yuin. Role: Heretical. Holding the ready-made scripts in his hand, Baek Yuin was utterly calm. This very thing had consumed. Time passed. When he gained control, it made him extremely happy. After taking over the remnants of Jiang De's forces, the balance of power tilted in his. And he also collaborated with the military to become stronger. When he realized that the government's military forces could not prosecute his. Gradually, he had been corrupted by what he had done. The sense of tension vanished. He began to believe in the constructs he himself had created. Standing alone in the middle of the vast church, Baek Yuin believed his ideas were unique. He believed he was the savior truly sent by God to save this world. All his crimes and schemes were for the salvation of the. Simultaneously, a strange symbol was gradually being revealed, and he believed himself to be an omnipotent, immortal. Baek Yuin stood in the middle of the space, sighing aloud, I am not acting. I have become a different person. I have found my. Returning to reality, everyone in the room was silent at Cheon-su's act. Even the guarding soldiers were silent, not daring to utter a sound after this. Baek Yuin's face was drenched in blood as he lay there silently. After this campaign, the military will lose its. The image that appeared was of dead, innocent people lying scattered on the ground. The government will no longer be able to contain the public's dissatisfaction. Even outside, everything was gradually collapsing as various citizens took to the streets to protest. The extremely unfair regime and resource distribution system also would not be sustainable, as the power to impose them had vanished. Cheon-su's eyes were extremely fierce, as if he wanted to eradicate Baek Yuin at any. Punches landed directly on Baek Yuin's face, preventing him from resisting. And at the same time, various people in the association also gradually fell silent as their interests increased. When the government declines and loses power like this, that void will be filled by slashers. A-rank slashers who already have power will gain even more power than politics. Involuntarily, Cheon-su remembered Wang Tek's past advice to him. Among them, you should take on the leadership. Wang Tek's words seemed like advice meant solely for Cheon-su. What I couldn't accomplish, you will surely achieve. After continuously hitting Baek Yuin, he could no longer move, only standing there muttering, I am Baek Yuin, your. Baek Yuin's eyes became utterly desperate. Even his own blood splattered onto his. In just a few basic moves, Cheon-su completely defeated Baek Yuin before everyone's. After finishing the fight with Baek Yuin, he quickly carried Baek Yuin's lifeless body forward and said to everyone, if he's left alive, he'll seize political power until Jiang Suho attacks. Or, just like how he planned to wipe out the Jigalki Market Merchant Association, he will also try to control us by force. Zhonghua still listened silently. Everyone had thought of the scenario where ordinary citizens would continuously riot. Ultimately, the grim scene of humans expending their strength to kill each other will repeat it. Once again, a fierce battle between two sides would break. At this point, Cheon-su immediately questioned everyone. Everyone knows what the outcome will be, right? If I don't kill this guy today, we would have self-destructed before Jiang Suho and his mutants even arrived. He also didn't forget to explain his reason for doing so. I only did what naturally had to be done. Does anyone have any objection? As soon as he finished dealing with Baek Yuin, Cheon-su carried Baek Yuin's body and walked outside, leaving everyone in the room standing. Seeing the situation becoming unstable, Chun-sik hastily asked in confusion, Hey you, cause trouble, where are you going? Even the military slowly spoke up, full of surprise. We also want an answer. What are you going to do now, Slasher Kim Cheon? To the expectant faces of everyone, Cheon-soo quickly declared, I will go and unify all four. These words also stunned Chiller Sam. Perhaps Cheon-soo was extremely determined with the plan he had set out. Unify all slashers and survivors to confront Jang Soo-ho. As I said, someone has to take charge of this. Everything was gradually moving in its original direction. The first place Kim Cheon-soo headed was the main church of the Jehovah Church. Inside the church, a truck quickly appeared, crashing through. Everyone inside the church became utterly bewildered by this. The scene gradually turned chaotic as they still didn't understand what was happening. Hwan Rong heard the strange noise and hastily ran outside. What's happening? Is there an attack? Seeing the truck that had crashed through the wall, he was also extremely surprised. On the truck, the door slowly opened, revealing a leading figure about to emerge. Cheon-soo's feet slowly stepped onto the ground. He quickly threw Baek Yuin's cold body down and announced to everyone, the one you called your savior, or whatever it was you believed. This also stunned Hwan Rong and the people in the church. Cheon-soo stood fearlessly before Baek Yuin's cold body and declared, I've killed. The voice continuously rang out, now make your decision. Everyone inside the church immediately. He coldly questioned everyone. 1. Swear loyalty to the scoundrel and die with him. 2. Live and fight. The story gradually unfolded. Everyone in the church was utterly surprised. Baek Yuin, the one they absolutely believed was the savior, was now dead. Their self-created scripture clearly stated that everyone didn't know what to do next. He would win the final decisive battle against zombies and ascend to. Now everyone could only look at Baek Yuin's cold body lying there. Yet now he lies cold and wretched, dead at the hands of that uneducated. All of them seemed hypnotized. They silently glanced at each other. Strangely enough, in this situation, not a single believer felt outrage over Baek Yuin's death. On the contrary, everyone was silent as if they had swallowed honey, along with stunned expressions. One of them became utterly bewildered, thinking, oh hell, what do we do? Others also became confused, not knowing what to choose. Wasn't that guy God's messenger? I just got promoted to priest and started enjoying benefits. Another person immediately approached the priest and asked, Father Priest, what should we do? The priest was startled and confused, not knowing what to do. After taking a deep breath, the priest loudly declared to everyone, God has sent us a new. This statement also stunned the people in the church. Even Cheon-soo, seeing this scene for the first time, didn't know what. Glancing at everyone's reactions, the priest became confused, not knowing what to do. Anyway, isn't this trick a bit too? Another person slowly looked up at Cheon-soo. Father Priest, having no other choice, this person could only go along with the priest's words. What you said is truly correct, Father. This is a replacement for the corrupted former pontiff. This seemed to startle the. Yet another person quickly turned back and announced to everyone, everything makes sense. Recently, he had many strange actions to expand his power excessively. It turns out there was a reason for it all. The former pontiff was possessed by the. Now everyone was utterly bewildered, not knowing how to prove that what they had done was not in vain. To maintain their. Seeing everyone following his lead, the priest slowly revealed a smug smile. To protect their livelihoods, those people have begun to fabricate. Even Hwan Rong had noticed everyone's change. He turned to look at Cheon-soo. Everyone is losing their calm. But if we don't explain what just happened that way, this church will fall apart and then cause social chaos. Voluntarily, he remembered the scene when Suho sat on his body and mocked him. If that's the case, then everyone in Busan will be killed by that Jung. Thinking this, he quickly turned his head to look at Cheon-soo, full of determination. Seeing Hwan Rong walking towards him made Cheon-soo curious. Before Cheon-soo could understand what was happening, Hwan Rong grabbed his hand, raised it, and announced to everyone, our brother Kim Cheon-soo here, who climbed to A rank in just half a year since becoming a slasher. He is the new. As soon as Hwan Rong finished speaking, everyone stood still, as if frozen for 5 seconds. A second later, everyone went wild, cheering continued. This scene left Cheon-soo stunned, unsure of what to do. He had intended to make them face reality before negotiating, but he hadn't expected things to take such a strange. However, his purpose for coming here was only that. He quickly glanced in another direction. Was he doing the right? Inside the car, Sarung, Ari, and Jiha were waving their hands incessantly and time shifted back to the previous meeting. Everyone was surprised after hearing Cheon-soo's story. Chiller Sam slowly turned his head and asked in confusion, "You've finished persuading the cult, and now you're here to persuade?"
Cheon-soo quickly nodded in confirmation.
That's right. This time he glanced toward Ajong. And I also need to hear you tell the story of the. Hearing this, Ajong looked up at him, a bit confused. His gaze was intense as he quickly cut to the main point with her. About what happened between Jang Soo-ho and your group in. Secretary Park immediately questioned, what have you heard from Jang Soo-ho? But then she wondered, actually, no. No matter what you've heard, Why do you think we would believe words coming from the mouth of an... Seeing this, Ajong simply put on a serious face and waved her hand to signal a stop, making Secretary Park flinch. Chairwoman Ajong didn't answer but cautiously asked, "What did Jiang Suho?" Che Ansu replied, "That the survivors were you people. The ones he trusted and called comrades. Abandoned him." He explained that was the fuse. It was as if he had lost all faith in the survivors. Hearing this, the entire room fell silent. Ajong glanced at Chiller Sam, who nodded in response. Then Ajong made a proposal. "Before you hear the story, promise me one thing." This made Che Ansu curious. What? Ajong's face suddenly darkened, becoming more guarded. She negotiated. "After hearing it, you must make a correct judgment. Even if it is disgusting or filthy, for the sake of those inside the wall, continue to be an A-rank slasher. Be there." Che Ansu looked up with determined eyes and affirmed firmly, "I know I can't save everyone inside the wall. Because I come from a poor background, I am determined to fight for them, and I am working hard." He believed that since it was all in the past, he wouldn't let it shake him. This made Ajong go silent for a moment. He mentioned Ajong said that he had once been a genius whose talent for exterminating zombies no one could. In her eyes, he was the first survivor of the territory reclamation campaign. Ajong provided more information. He was also the first person to create the slasher professiona job that lives off the money earned from killing zombies. Recalling the past, Ajong recounted, he also became a key factor in slasher organizations with his overwhelming ability and leadership. She introduced the company I founded with him. We took on many commissions and earned a lot of money. One night several years ago, among the abandoned skyscrapers, after the zombies had been cleared, stood together before two large doors with heavy. According to Ajong, there were abandoned assets left outside the wall. At that time, when they opened the doors, she was amazed to see countless stacks of gold. Ajong said, "We expanded a large amount of land. After signing a subcontract with the government, many soldiers followed to support." She believed that at that time, they were riding a wave of victory. Ajong and Jiang Suho stood side by side, carrying out the missions they both aimed. Jiang remarked, "In Busan, a place where dreams and hope were slowly fading and dying, only we were uniquely successful. Back then, the whole group would gather, calling how everyone was so happy and close back then. She felt we were doing work the world needed while earning a massive." Ajong admitted, "We were once people who shone bright." That day, she had cheered happily. Cheers. A toast should be led by the chairman, right? This made Jiang Suho a bit clumsily declined. "What are you doing?" I can't do." Seeing this, the whole group still wore gentle smiles as they looked at Jiang. Now he had no choice but to raise his glass and shyly speak. "Well," nodded to show his trust in his companion. Jiang Suho raised his glass and expressed his determination to a peaceful. Hearing this, everyone was. Jiang Suho wondered, why isn't everyone raising their glasses? But then everyone quickly became lively again and celebrated. Jiang remarked his strength and leadership weren't just for the slashers anymore. He became a legend among soldiers and civilians alike. Then one night, while they were at a harbor filled with shipping containers of all sizes, the whole group suddenly realized people were clapping in applause for them. Ajong believed that if anyone could return this zombie apocalypse world to the way it was none other than the man in the motorcycle. At the same time, in a luxurious skyscraper, a high-ranking officer was deep in thought, looking at the scene below. He asked, "Isn't that a bit dangerous?" Hearing this, his subordinate replied, "Are you referring to the slashers' reclamation operation? You don't need to worry, General. Since this is an internal matter among civilians, even if the reclamation fails, it will be easy for us to intervene. And the profits we gain from them are larger than we imagined. When a part of Unjin was renovated not long ago, we made quite a bit thanks." But the officer interrupted him, No. Why don't you understand what I'm saying?" This left his subordinate a bit confused. Glancing at his subordinate with a sharp gaze, the officer growled, "What I'm asking is, are you planning to do this and that, then jump over to the political?" Now the subordinate realized and asked, The political side? You mean those zombie-killing slashers?" The officer replied, "Exactly." He said, "After they founded the company, I heard they would take over all the land in Busan. Not only that, after they complete the tasks we commissioned, they also receive quite a bit of." The officer remarked, "Above all, aren't they becoming the largest armed force outside the government's military? They are truly dangerous." He believed, if the day comes when that man in the helmet takes a leadership position and orders a riot, Busan could be at risk of collapsing in these difficult. The subordinate continued, "Although I think I should let you know this information as you said." But he was questioned by the officer. But the subordinate cautiously replied, "Their utility value is higher than we thought, sir. Since the slasher profession appeared, securing supplies in places we once thought were too difficult for soldiers to enter has become more feasible. There will certainly be those in higher positions who need." Hearing this, the officer laughed heartily and replied, "I didn't say we had to kill them all. am not the type to block everything like that, Colonel Yoon. This made the subordinate wonder. Sir, the high-ranking officer ordered, just take moderate action. Enough to create mutual restraint and expand our influence. He laid out the plan. To do that, it's best to eliminate that bastard at the main target this time was Jiang. At that moment, Jiang Suho was scratching his arm and wondering, is someone cursing me? Or is it sweat under the helmet? Suddenly my arm is so itchy. This left a Jiang confused. She believed Jiang Suho hadn't done anything wrong. Actually, if anything was wrong, it was only the fact that he had become a leader for. Then one day, a Jiang burst into Jiang Suho's room with an excited face. Surprised, Jiang called out, Chairman, Chairman. Hearing this, Jiang Suho, who was lying with his feet on the table, asked, what's the... A Jiang announced excitedly, I heard you have a new commission. But Jiang Suho thought, no one talks about being bossed around with such a happy face. A Jiang. Well, I was waiting to see if there was a special Jiang pulled out a piece of paper, catching Jiang Suho's attention. She introduced excitedly, it's no ordinary commission. It's an exclusive contract from the government of the Republic of Korea. In a Jiang's hand was a contract titled, Choi and Jiang Company Partnership Agreement with the Ministry of Defense of the Provisional Government of the Republic of. She also pointed out the huge benefits. Not just this, look at this. The compensation includes exclusive economic rights worth 50 trillion won. And there's even a condition that they will buy more than half of our company's shares and turn it into a major corporation. Jiang Suho could only being a Jiang so excited, thinking if we succeed, we will definitely secure our social status. Suho. Jiang Suho only thought to himself, she's completely blind. Thinking social status. If you have that, then whether you're a murderer or a slasher you can live well, right? Jiang Suho spoke up, I know the conditions are good. And since it's a government contract, we don't have to worry about the money being withdrawn. But what is the content of the Seeing the excitement on a Jiang's face show no sign of cooling down, Jiang Suho wondered. He asked, we have to go all the way from Busan to Seoul? The Gyeongbuk Expressway? Hearing this, Jiang Suho replied, it's the task of clearing the Gyeongbuk Expressway. She announced the plan. Finally, we will build a guard post inside. A Jiang introduced it as the Seoul Reclamation Opera. Gathering at a small. Jiang Suho spoke before all the members, that is the proposal. After thinking for a while, Chiller Sam remarked clearly, these are quite good conditions. Someone else added, moreover, Seoul, a burly member of the group excitedly said, is it just about the money? Damn it, connecting a path from top to bottom is something that can be done, but at this, seeing this, a Jiang who was nearby acted friendly and agreed, it seems there are times I sympathize with you, boss. At the same time, a voice rang out, now isn't the time to waste time. We should go there to sign it now, shouldn't we? I've heard lately that many people want to steal our. Jiang Hua speculated, that's not something that can be solved so simply. That's definitely why they gathered us to. Jiang Suho continued, the conditions are indeed stable. If the government officially becomes our backer through this opportunity. He noted, compared to before, when killing zombies was like daily labor, the treatment and compensation for slashers will be much. Jiang Suho also mentioned, those of you holding company shares would basically be sitting on money and wouldn't even need to go outside the wall. This made the burly member from earlier a bit hesitant. He calculated maybe gathering information outside the wall would also become easier. Hearing this, Chiller Sam became finally Jiang Suho said, but perhaps we need to think about what the price for this commission. Hearing this, everyone present was a bit surprised. Jiang Suho laid out the calculations. From Busan to Seoul, the shortest distance is about 400 kilometers. Seoul, Gyeongbuk Expressway, Busan. Even if we hope high-level variants don't appear, we still have to kill hundreds, thousands of zombies in overwhelming numbers to reach. He also prepared everyone mentally, and it's very likely that many of us will lose our. Jiang Suho also warned in advance, and there's also a possibility that this operation will not succeed. Finally, he asked for everyone's opinion solemnly. So, are you all willing to trade your lives to carry out this commission? This is a task that requires the consent of the majority of slashers to proceed. If the majority do not agree, I will not carry out this operation. After a while, everyone was in an uproar with conflicting opinions. Should we do it or not? Why are you making it so difficult for everyone all of a sudden? It's just a realistic perspective. It's true we'd earn a lot of money, but this is a life or death mission. If we die, won't our slasher careers be over too? Since when did you become so afraid of death? Even if it's dangerous, there will be a way. You bet. Suddenly, someone punched the wall directly, making a loud noise. The burly man from earlier shouted angrily, damn it, do you all mean to run away and give up on this opportunity? Are you people crazy? He glared and shouted, haven't you all always fought your hardest to kill zombies? Now you're suddenly stingy with your own lives? Do you find a life with nothing in your hands so precious? Continued, if we don't take this commission, do you think the Ministry of Defense will give us another job? They'll find other slasher organizations. Not us. to gather, and everyone in the room fell silent and thought deeply. Some even nodded in agreement. Thumping his chest in anger, the burly man argued with an overbearing tone. Then we'll go from first place to second, from second to third. Commissions will decrease and so will our influence. Within 5 years, we'll have to pack up and go back to... He was full of momentum as he mobilized everyone. We must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and live like human beings. Otherwise, we'll go back to living at the bottom of the well like the trash. After such a spirited speech, the burly man was a bit exhausted and stopped to catch his breath. But because of those words, everyone had to reconsider. Finally, the burly man advised, "How can we go back to living like before? The government might not give us commissions anymore. A dog that doesn't listen is useless. So, let's consider it. If we succeed, won't we be billion?" While he continued, "When I think about my children having to grow up in Houndy, I hate the idea of going back there more than death." Beside him, Chiller Sam and Jianghua only shook their heads. She remarked, "I used to think you were a cold, heartless old man, but it turns out you've been through so..." Hearing this, Chiller Sam only coughed once and replied, "Everyone has their own pain. I don't care if others think I'm cold. Won't we need a large sum of money if we want to stop the redevelopment project at Jigochi Market? That's why I'm not opposing this." Jianghua stated her point of view. "It doesn't matter if I die, but if we have to go..." But seeing everyone giving their ballots to a Jiang, she thought, "I just have a bad feeling about this." Jianghua speculated, "I bet quite a few will die this." And so, the result of the slasher vote that day was, more than half agreed to carry out the soul reclamation operation. And a true hell moving to a desolate, ruined city. No one could help but swear. After struggling with a monster for a while, even someone as tough as the burly man was exhausted. Witnessing a monster of overwhelming size frantically destroying its surroundings, he could only stand frozen, wondering, what should I do with this Right then, as the monster swung its massive arm toward the burly, fortunately with a quick and decisive the monster's arm and half its head were cut off, much to the burly man's amazement. Looking at the monster's large hand cleanly, the burly man's eyes widened and holding a fishing rod, Chiller Sam spoke with heavy breathing. "I'm not a kindergarten teacher. Why do I have to look after this guy? I'm not young anymore, so moving around has become difficult, you bet." At that moment, right behind him, something massive suddenly burst out from the Chiller Sam immediately went on high. Another giant monster with a large drill was charging forward, grabbing the blood-stained fishing rod tightly in his, feeling a sharp pain transmit through his arm. Chiller Sam immediately recognized it, looking at the monster charging at him with fierce killing, and just as Chiller Sam was about to make a in an instant with lightning speed, the monster was finished. Jiang Suho, he announced, "That's enough for today. If things continue like this, the next operations will be very tough. It's almost sun." Jiang Suho ordered retreat as Jiang recounted it wasn't that there was no help from the government that commissioned this. In the safe zone protected by the slashers, they had set up a temporary camp where they could rest, and all team members were housed in a large government. According to her, they provided necessities and a safe place to sleep. But that was... Jiang thought the military only acted like an owner feeding dogs so they wouldn't starve. At that time, Jiang Suho was sitting thoughtfully and suddenly, a voice called out, "Jiang." Approaching him, a government officer asked, "How much have you reclaimed today?" Hearing this, Jiang Suho replied, 150. "No, about 100. Soon as he finished, the officer looked dissatisfied and asked, 130? "You mean 130 meters?" At this, Jiang Suho just remained silent. The officer then got angry and shouted, "At this rate, when will we be able to reclaim all of Seoul? Are you people even following the strategy correctly?" Jiang Suho could only remain silent, bowing his head toward the... Right then, the burly man appeared, grabbed the officer by the collar, and glared at him. "Damn it, you disrespectful soldier. Have you even tried going out there?" The officer was... The burly man questioned furiously. To get to Seoul, variants appear and their scale increases. So movement has to slow down. Is it our fault there are so many zombies in... Beside him, other close members could only stand in silence, witnessing the art. Jiang thought, how much distance is left? How much has been attacked? Those things aren't important. She believed what's important is how many slashers are. Jiang Suho, still sitting with his head down, quietly announced, 2 people died today, so the remaining number of slashers is estimated to be about 40. This left the officer speech. He carefully asked, with that number, can you all even attack all the way to... A member spoke up, if those 40 slashers were all as strong as the chairman here, then of course it could be done. But with just us, it's absolutely impossible. I wasn't going to say this, but everyone is being pushed to their limit. I can't continue this mission. And hearing this, Jiang Suho could only remain, and then he made a decision. Let's stop the soul reclamation operation here for now. We'll return to Busan to call for support and reorganize. Let's go back to Busan, train more slashers, reorganize our attack strategy systematically, and then restart the operation. Hearing this, someone immediately interrupted. Officer's face immediately darkened as he roughly shoved the burly man away. Surprise, you've signed a contract with the Ministry of Defense of the Republic of Korea. You're the ones who came here to fulfill that contract. There's no such thing as terminating or suspending it before completing the commission in the contract. Hearing this, Jang Suho questioned sharply, so now you're telling everyone to go to Seoul? The officer didn't care and replied nonchalantly, you just need to follow the contract. Even if the operation fails, you are not allowed to get. These words seemed to reach Jang Suho's limit. A massive amount of killing intent radiated. Jang recounted. At that moment, Jang Suho began to realize. He clenched his fists tight, understanding that these bastards are intending to gradually exhaust the slashers. To the surprise and alarm of those around, thinking you planned this from the start, pushing us toward Seoul without any information. Jang Suho stood up abruptly, surprising even just as she was about to stop him, recalling the people who trusted and followed him here. At that moment, everyone watching was in a panic. Jang wondered, you want everyone to die here, don't you? And then Jang Suho threw a punch straight at the officer's face in front of him. Just as the man closed his eyes in fear, waiting for the... Suddenly, Jang Suho only tapped the officer's shoulder lightly, making him look confused. To his surprise, Jang Suho bowed his head patiently and proposed, I will take responsibility and reclaim all the way to... He requested, in exchange, extend the reorganization time at the camp and select several outstanding soldiers to allow them to support the operation alongside the slash. With just the words, I'm counting on you, Jang Suho put heavy pressure on the officer. He told himself, although I really want to kill him, if I do, the people who trusted and followed me here won't be able to return to Busan. I must endure. Everything will be fine if I persevere and push straight. With determined eyes, Jang Suho was resolved. I will definitely save everyone and return to Busan. Compared to where the team was fighting, Seoul was still 145 kilometers, facing a massive crowd of frantic living. Jang recounted. From that day on, Jang Suho began to act. He drove a car and honked the horn loudly to attract the living. Jang Suho stepped out to face the swarming monsters. At that time, his intention was to avoid losing the slashers who trusted and followed. With each swift movement, Jang Suho leaped high with his weapon into the middle of the surrounding living. His goal was to reclaim Seoul as quickly as possible. Jang Suho decisively swung his sword, striving to kill the bloodthirsty living dead. With one light slash, he quickly took down a... At that moment, another living dead appeared right behind him and prepared to attack Jang Suho. He quickly detected it and knocked the zombie far. Alone, Jang Suho pushed himself to fight the vast army of the living. And when the task was, Jang Suho seemed exhausted. He breathed heavily with difficulty. Right then, a massive monster suddenly charged. To escape this hell and return to daily life. But despite his efforts, the situation grew. Watching the monster charge, Jang Suho only thought to himself, doing this alone is indeed a bit tough. As Jang Suho shifted to fighting alone, the speed of reclamation slowed. The road to Seoul became increasingly difficult and abstract. Meanwhile, the morale of those trapped in this hell continued to plummet. At the temporary, after pushing themselves to fight, the members returned with bodies full of fatigue and exhaustion. Looking at the situation before her, Jang thought, months have passed since they left the safe zone. The morale of the slashers, which has always been under high tension, is slowly She couldn't hide her worry as she glanced to the side and saw Jang Suho standing quietly and pensively out. Seeing him panting, Jang realized that even Jang Suho, the man who seemed as if he would never fall, was... And as his spirit wavered, he began to make more mistakes. On the path to clearing the zombies to make way for Seoul, unfortunately, a member was bitten by a zombie. Seeing this, he immediately knocked the zombie. Looking at the wound on his hand, the man couldn't contain his anger and helplessness, swearing, damn it, this is just too Seeing his comrades slowly transforming, a member who followed couldn't hide his... Sighing as if accepting his fate, the man told himself, truly bastard, motherfucker, I shouldn't have come. And then he took the opportunity to issue a hurried order, try to make it quick and clean in one strike, making the young member beside him. As the man frantically rushed forward before the terrified eyes of that young, he reflexively swung his... The number of slashers injured and killed did not decrease. And finally, humans killing each other. Back at the camp, the sounds of beating and cursing rang out. You dog! Before the terrified eyes of those nearby, Deokshin decisively struck a team member while cursing, damn it, you dead dog. I told you not to be arrogant. He panted and then continued to yell, do you really want to die? A guy who can't even take a single... Seeing Deokshin's rage, everyone quickly rushed to help the other man. Seeing his silent, bloody appearance, Jang announced in shock he just died like that. In an office with maps marked all, Jang asked in disbelief, are you joking? You're telling me to release Jiang Dia? He worriedly said. He killed a man in the group with his bare hands. Jiang Suho only replied, even so, we can't do anything else. Without Jiang Diakshan, the rear defense line will collapse. Although responsibility will be pursued later, right now we need— Just as he finished, so before he gets angry, quickly remove the shackles and return his equipment to him. Jiang Suho was hit in the head by a thrown object. The atmosphere in the room turned. Jiang tried her best to persuade him. We created this slasher profession because we wanted to live like human beings. We established the company to earn money honestly so as not to be despised. But what is this now? How is this any different from the government that sent us into this hellish soul reclamation opera? But the only response she got was Jiang Suho's silence. He kept his face bowed toward the— Finally, Jiang Suho affirmed, I am responsible for bringing everyone back to Busan as safely as possible. For that, even if I have to exhaust myself, release a killer, or lick the dirt for those in power, I will do it. Hearing this, Jiang was completely baffled. She said his words were inconsistent. But Jiang Suho only replied, that's what it means to be an adult, a Jiang. After all, inconsistency didn't apply only to Jiang. While Jiang Suho was standing on a height, observing the situation, the members below were gossiping. It seems the undefeated chairman will never die. Huh? In the end, maybe we'll all die here. Is this how the company makes a fat profit while we die like— The resentment of the desperate slashers began to turn toward Jiang Suho, the man who didn't stop them from coming here. They told each other, we voted together. The chairman only decided based on the majority opinion. He's the chairman. With so much experience out there, he should have stopped us. He should have said that reclaiming Seoul was a pipe dream, and the only end waiting for us was— Looking at Jiang Suho standing alone, there were malicious comments. He probably won't die. He's a monster. Maybe he'll be the only one to survive. And then someone appeared who wanted to exploit that resentment. Quietly listening to the situation from afar, the officer reported, yes, it seems the internal division you mentioned has begun. It looks like he's also being isolated among the slashers. They're willing to do anything to return to Busan. Yes, I will proceed as planned. He announced that the order had been passed. And the officer's inside man was Dia. The officer promised, the government promises to grant immunity for the murder and even invest in you at a national level. When you return to Busan, the company that Jiang Suho built like a castle will collapse. You and some other surviving slashers will emerge as a new slasher. Hearing this, Diakshan was even more excited by the huge treatment and replied, just getting out of this hell is lucky enough. But they're treating me this well? Damn it, then there's no reason to refuse. But then the officer wondered, it's not that I want to doubt anything, but can you really subdue that guy? Huh. Diakshan thought and gave his opinion. Subdue him? Of course not. Jiang Suho's strength, endurance, and reflexes are all at a superhuman level. The moment I show hostility, hell subdue me even if I attack by surprise. This made the officer remind him, wait, that's different from the Being interrupted, Diakshan growled. Damn it, you have to hear me out first, you old soldier. Although I can't subdue or kill him, for someone who is already exhausted from constantly fighting zombies, with the plan I can get him infected. Diakshan took the opportunity to plunge a knife straight into Jiang Suho's stomach. Much to his— Just as he reacted, Jiang Suho could only cough in pain. He tried his best to turn his head and gasped. Diakshan now had eyes mixed with a bit of fear but still looked very fierce as he explained. Looking at you, you want to ask why it's like this, right? Why? If there's someone better than me, then I have to eliminate them and clear them. Claimed the survivors in Busan are the same. Human history has always been like that, right? Jiang Suho was now increasingly unable to hold. Diakshan also reminded him, and this, I really don't think we can reclaim Seoul. This made Jiang Suho wonder. Hearing this, Diakshan replied cruelly, that's right. In this hell, you're the only one who still wants to— He said, but the government said that if we don't eliminate you, they won't allow us to— Diakshan was even thick-skinned enough to try to persuade Jiang Suho, saying, so, you should step up and take the responsibility for us. Don't you love the spirit of sacrifice? And he just got in the car and left, leaving Jiang Suho behind, who was slowly being exhausted by the fatal— Inside the helmet, his eyes were bloodshot and full of— Black veins had also begun to spread across his— And then, Jiang Suho couldn't resist any longer and collapsed. The sound of Diakshan's car engine arrived along with his loud call. Hey! Diakshan tried to put on a fake panicked face and rushed over to report. Something has happened. Chairman Jiang— At the news he's been infected, even chillers Manhwa and Angsu were all shocked. Everyone was stunned, exclaiming. Hearing this shocking news, Chiller Sam couldn't believe his ears and stammered. Mr. Jiang Suho— Jianghwa's face also darkened as she wondered. He's been in— Angsu, nearby, was also stunned, thinking, that's why I told him to go back to Will leader gone. Everyone was buzzing with talk. What should we do? Should we stop the operation? How can you say that? It was thanks to the chairman leading the breakthrough that we made it this far. But now that the chairman is infected, how can we talk about attacking? I'm escaping from here. But then Jianghua quickly corrected everyone. You guys, first of all, calm down. She questioned Jiang Deoxin. Are you sure you saw the chairman being a... Hearing this, Deoxin affirmed, of course, old lady. 3 A-rank variants jumped out at once. He was taken down without being able to fight. He claimed, I was lucky to find a motorcycle, so I... Hearing this, someone worriedly speculated because he had accumulated too much fatigue. It's understandable he was taken down when the variants swarmed him. He was like a moth to a flame, eventually exhausting him. Before everyone could stabilize their spirits, Deoxin ordered, first of all, give up on the attack and quickly return to the base camp. If you hesitate, we'll all die. Do any of you have the confidence to deal with that guy who turned into a mutant monster? In a moment, Chiller Sam realized something was wrong. He thought to himself, something isn't right. The situation is too urgent, and the information is being delivered in a fragmented... Chiller Sam calculated carefully. We still haven't personally confirmed that Chairman Jiang has been infected. Is it okay to retreat like this? Should I believe what that thug said? In my heart, I want to tell everyone to go deeper to confirm the matter ourselves. Ultimately, based on Jiang Suho's strength, Chiller Sam reasoned, but if what Jiang Deoxin said is, then the remaining survivors could be completely wiped out. That would mean we're making Chairman Jiang's efforts go to... Suddenly, a hand was placed on Chiller Sam's shoulder, snapping him out of his... Sangsu stepped forward to reassure Chiller Sam and reminded him, if the chairman has fallen, the next leader will be you. Before the chaos increases, at least lead the slashers to a safe... Seeing this, Chiller Sam also nodded in agreement. Placing his hand on Sangsu's hand, Chiller Sam realized that just like him, everyone must be afraid. Then he quickly ordered, all right, first of all, let's Chiller Sam immediately gave instructions. Everyone listen up. First, let's retreat to the base camp. To avoid causing more chaos, don't just jump in. Carefully reminded everyone. I repeat once more. Hold your positions and retreat to the base camp. Make sure no one gets left behind. In the distance, Deoxin was extremely pleased, wearing a sly smile and telling himself, everything is going according to... At the Soul Reclamation operation, everyone there was falling into a state of panic and anxiety, especially a Jiang. She couldn't believe her ears and tried her best to argue. What do you mean he's infected? Where is he? First of all, whether it's antibiotics or first... But in the face of a Jiang's stubbornness, everyone around only sank into a heavy silence. No one said a... A Jiang was confused and speculated. Could it... Questioned everyone. Did you all leave him behind? Hearing this, Deoxin took the chance to shout. Damn it. Was I supposed to carry him back? He was a Superman as a human, and now that he's turned into a mutant monster, who would dare bring him back? Are you crazy? In the back, Chiller Sam could only speak tentatively. Hearing this, a Jiang shed tears in pain and reproached them. You cowards. You ungrateful people. The person who helped you have food and clothes until now. The person who saved your lives countless times. That was the you thought. Yet all of you abandoned him. Even if every one of you had to die, you should have at least brought him. Unable to take it any longer, Dujuan roughly grabbed Ajong's hair and argued. You keep chirping in my ear. If you're so worried, then go out there and bring him back. He provoked her. Just go out and bring that mutated chairman back, making Ajong look up with tearful eyes full of hatred and resentment. Just then, Sangsu stepped forward, grabbed Dujuan's wrist, and, stop it. Are you really so pathetic that you're picking a fight with a non-combatant? Sangsu also advised Ajong, who was filled with grief, the little manager should also stop with such blind criticism. He reminded her, it won't sit well with the slashers who returned after their lives were hanging by a... Now the argument temporarily subsided. At that moment, a voice rang out. I just received the report that Jiang Suho has been infected. He clearly said he would break through all the way to Seoul, but in the end, it was just a... The officer claimed that if they continued the offensive with useless people like them, it would obviously be impossible to succeed. Hearing this, Chiller Sam tightened his grip on his fishing rod and questioned. What exactly are you trying? Criticized without mercy. When the leader has fallen, zombies could swarm in at any moment. Did you come here just to mock the slash? Hearing that, the officer replied, what mockery? I'm here to announce that we've decided the offensive is no longer feasible. Fortunately, the higher-ups have authorized a retreat. Seeing this, all the members were in an uproar. Retreat? Exactly as Dujuan had calculated. He broke into a triumphant... Ajong suddenly noticed something unusual. Wait, why did they suddenly allow a retreat? If it was that easy, why did they keep saying we couldn't stop and kept pushing us? The officer made an excuse. The truth is, Jiang Suho, who was considered the representative of the contract, is dead. Because of that incident, the government is granting you... For all the members present with their mounting emotions, he nonchalantly stated, A transport helicopter will be arriving soon. You should be great. Now Jong spoke up. You bastards. Could it? She questioned. Were you just waiting for him to? The officer, suddenly flustered, replied. How can you say something so Thinking of Jong Suho's utmost efforts, Jong recounted indignantly, that man. He left everyone behind and charged into the front lines. She painfully lunged forward with her fists clenched. She cursed. And you Sang-soo quickly knocked Jong. Chiller Sam praised. Well, the officer also breathed a sigh of relief. Chiller Sam then suggested, could you delay the repatriation a bit? I need to confirm Chairman Jong's status one more time. Furthermore, a few slashers went to the front lines to support Chairman Jong and are currently. Hearing this, the officer flatly refused. No exceptions. If you aren't on the transport helicopter in 30 minutes, you'll have to walk all the way back to Busan. And he turned and left them with their chaotic. In reality, it was a choice between maintaining loyalty and being isolated in this hell, and some people began to think about their or abandoned teammates who might still be alive to return. Someone then decisively turned, pack their bags and head back. It was a choice between becoming a zombie or Everyone hurriedly packed their belongings. Seeing this scene, Dujun judged with contempt. Damn it, pretending to be fair again. How wretched. But he couldn't hide his smug. In this place like eternal hell, they decided to sell their souls to the devil to escape this long-term soul recapture campaign. Soon after, the helicopter landed at That day, the slashers made a cowardly choice. The entire group boarded the helicopter to return to their old. Sang-soo turned his head. Looking back at the painful land, he told himself, sorry for leaving you behind. Someday we will definitely return so you can rest in. At the sign indicating Seoul was only 80 kilometers. Jong Suho's painful tears. He struggled against the transformation in his body and wondered, I don't understand. Why are they treating me like this? Did I do something? While still lost in his thoughts, whether this was a sudden act by Jong Dujun, or if the people he truly trusted had conspired to betray him, Jong Suho cried out in pain. My head. It hurt so. Looking at his hands with black veins bulging, he wondered, why does my head hurt? Is it because I'm infected? Or because I don't know if Jong Dejun's words were. Then memories flooded back. And this, I really don't think we can recapture Seoul. Dejun's words, that's right. In this hell, you're the only one who still wants to struggle. Kept ringing in Jong Suho's. Now, he panted heavily and exclaimed. My head is buzzing so. Suddenly, a noise in the sky caught Jong Suho's attention. Looking at the helicopter flying high above, he instinctively. He wondered, is that? Jong Suho became enraged. He screamed. He was extremely furious. As Jong Dujun had said, the image of the slashers and soldiers retreating like that meant they had been waiting for this for a long time. Jong Suho gasped for. As he saw those people abandoning him, with the helicopter carrying his teammates gradually moving away, a lump began to rise from his. Jong Suho used his last bit of weak strength to run after, remembering his long-time dedication, his long-time kindness and his efforts in struggling to. His long-time camaraderie, loyalty, hardships, and comrades stood shoulder to shoulder, including the tears shed over the years, the achievements, and the moments spent together, the happy memories with those close. Jong Suho suddenly realized that all of it meant. Shouted with all his might, stop, you bastards. But from then on, Jong Suho felt that he was just a hunting dog that would be boiled after its death. He kept screaming as loud as he could to release the resentment in his heart. Those bastards. The sign for Seoul 80 kilometers was still there. Compared to what Jong Suho had tried, getting this far was a miracle, a result of his. Now with the thought, you people, Jong Suho could only try to crawl with his body and command. As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't hold on and collapsed. Watching the helicopter fly, Jong Suho's bitter tears fell. He muttered, you Jong Suho reproached in pain, you aren't even. When sun had set, he lay collapsed on the road. It seemed Jong Suho had completely lost all hope and just lay there silent. But then a thought flashed through him. I can't die like this. Jong Suho's body moved slowly. Told himself, I can't end my life having done nothing, being nothing. And then he struggled to get. Despite his determination, I can't end my life like a discarded item after being used. Jong Suho's body couldn't resist and slumped to the. He thought to himself, I didn't work this hard just to meet this. And then he persistently stood up. Every step made Jong Suho pant heavily just to keep dragging his body miserably. Jong Suho thought, I didn't sacrifice myself this much just to be thrown away. Even though he was infected, he stubbornly held on and stepped forward. Now, with surging hatred, Jong Suho growled out a curse to end up like this. Those who turned me into this. I hate you. And the first thing Jong Suho did was stop the infection process. He looked at the wound caused by Dejun's knife, which was gradually mutating and understanding the current situation, of course, in a situation without a cure, standard surgical tools, or even antibiotics, Stopping the infection by conventional methods was impossible. So Jiang Suho used an unconventional method. He took out his own, with his breathing becoming increasingly rapid and difficult. Jiang Suho directly stabbed the knife into the wound despite the overwhelming. He began to cut away the infected area while still conscious. Knowing that some C-class variants have basic regeneration abilities, Jiang Suho continuously treated the gradually spreading infection by. He thought that if he didn't turn into a normal zombie but instead began to transform into a C-class variant or higher, thus, Jiang Suho cut away large chunks of infected. He told himself that if he cut off the infected area, he could survive. Looking at his abdomen now with a deep hollow carve, Jiang Suho could only leave the rest to fate and silently pray, "Please heal." Just, fortunately, Jiang Suho's wound actually reconstructed itself, which surprised him greatly. Next, Jiang Suho began to cut away all infected areas, which were the starting points of the mutation. On the road with 214 kilometers left to boot, Jiang Suho continuously cut out infected internal organs. On the road he traveled, not a few pieces of his own flesh were scattered. As the infection continued, he would cut off that internal organ. The task continued daily, repeating every time the infection progressed. Like a blacksmith hammering iron, he continuously cut off the areas that were infected to stimulate and prevent the mutation at the desired level. On the path Jiang Suho took, he persistently moved. After maintaining the cutting for a while, a journey that lasted nearly a year finally ended. It took him a year to maintain his sanity and regain control of his, and that man repeated the act of cutting away his flesh to the point of exposing his organs for an entire. Looking at his current body, Jiang Suho remarked, "Good, from the tip of my little toe to the tip of my tongue, it's completely returned to how it was when I was in the military. It seems God hasn't completely abandoned me. Or maybe God abandoned all." Looking at the zombies behind him, he thought, although it took quite a while for the first step, in the process of training my scene, Jiang Suho recalled his the zombies were devouring the organs he left behind. Jiang Suho just stood frozen for a long and growled a command, "You're disgusting. Get out of." As soon as he finished, those zombies immediately paused and ran away in fear, much to Jiang Suho's surprise. Then he wondered, what? Do those zombies understand what I'm saying? Jiang Suho thought to himself, a few zombies eating the body parts one cut off are acting like they understand my. Looking at a whole crowd of zombies wandering toward him, Jiang Suho told himself, of course, I can't completely control. Unfortunately, it's still difficult to execute complex instructions. If I improve and utilize this ability well, it could be very useful. Looking up at the sign indicating Busan was 215 kilometers. Jiang Suho thought with resentment, Busan, the place that betrayed me and turned its back. He wondered, what are you all doing now? Back to Busan. This time, the slashers after returning to Busan had separated. When the pillar, Jiang Suho, collapsed, the slashers also refused to stay at Jiang's. The Dajuan company, founded by Jiang Dajuan, had been strongly supported by the Jigochi Merchants Association announced it would focus on small commissions to prioritize the safety of the slash. The free slasher faction decided their own. They scattered everywhere and in a room cluttered with empty beer and liquor. Sangsu walked. Witnessing Ajong's current state collapsed and drowned in alcohol, Sangsu was a bit. He approached to advise her, I know you're feeling terrible, but we still have to run the company the chairman left. But Sangsu claimed, this is the only legacy he left for us, so at least we should be able to do that. But in response, Ajong spoke painfully, for what? No matter how much we run this company or help others, these ungrateful people and this country won't recognize. Hearing that, Sangsu persuaded her, if you can't find a reason now, then work for money. Whatever it is, as long as the company the chairman left behind continues to operate, I don't care about anything. Zhang wondered, money? Sangsu replied, yes, exactly. He advised, use the money earned properly to change the country later. Bribe the government. Explore the areas outside the wall. Even if we re-establish the soul recapture. Finally, Sangsu affirmed, money will help us do those things. Once we realize it later, to get that money, please continue to run the company. Seeing that, Ajong only remarked, money. She thought blankly, at least I should earn that much. Then maybe the void in my heart will be. Returning to the present, Ajong continued, that's all for the story. The story about Jiang Suho and the slashers. For some reason, we abandoned him. Perhaps in that process, his faith in humanity completely vanished. She said hesitantly, now you understand why Jiang Suho harbors resentment against us, right? Even so, do you still want to fight for? After a moment, Tianxiu replied, I made a affirmed that I will stand on the side of humanity. Tianxiu added, and as I said, he stated calmly, slasher is a profession that kills zombies. There's no way I decide with the zombies. Finally, Tianxiu spoke up after hearing this complicated story and the promise to fight for. Suggested, this time, to prepare for the battle that will take place in a month in Busan. Promise that you will support me and my. Tianxiu claimed, I don't think Chui Jiang Company would do something like taking Busan citizens hostage like by Baixian. To avoid disagreements, it's better to clarify who will take command. Hearing that, Secretary Poo asked cautiously, in other words, are you saying our company should nominate slasher Jin Tianxiu as the main? Tianxiu replied naturally. Who? He calmly explained, the slashers belonging to my company. He stated, the small merchants from the Jigochi Merchants Association also promised to support me before. Tianxiu added, even the believers who trust me as the new. He asserted, for whatever reason, they are currently gathered around. Tianxiu also asked if Chui Jiang Company also expresses support, then wouldn't the free slashers, including the Beastmaster, also side? This immediately put Secretary Poo on guard, while Zhang only sat in deep. Seeing this, Secretary Poo intervened, wait, Chairman. After all, we have 2 A-rank slashers. Furthermore, there's the chairman, a former A-rank manager. We've accumulated so many resources. Reminded worriedly, if the Busan defense battle is a complete success, the one who benefits most will surely be the commander in overall charge of the campaign. There's no reason for us to give up that position for. But then Zhang quickly made a decision. All right, I, as the chairman of Chui Jiang Company, will recognize Slasher Jin Tianxiu as the commander and promise to support you with resources and slashers. Surprised even Secretary Poo was confused. Chairman Zhang sadly recounted, when Jiang Suho died, I didn't know what to do. There were 2 things I took as motivation. She said, running the company so it wouldn't disappear as he built it, and accumulating money so as not to be pushed into a deadlock by outside pressure anymore. Hearing this, Chiller Sam just remains. Zhang continued, now I realize this could be considered illogical. Finally, she affirmed, but perhaps I did all those things just to prepare for this moment. To pay the price for abandoning Jiang Suho, our benefactor, in that place. For a moment like this point, Chiller Sam said nothing more and just kept. Secretary Poo was extremely worried about this. Just then, Zhang spoke up, breaking the silent atmosphere. However, I have one. Zhang happily suggested, in exchange for recognizing you as the slasher commander, you must appoint me as the representative of the man. A moment later, inside a car parked by the road, a voice full of surprise rang out. You mean Chairman Chui Zhang volunteered to be a. Mary was shocked. It's not unreasonable. When she was active, she managed A and B rank slashers very well. And she was curious anyway, so Chairman A, how did you answer? Tianxiu replied naturally, I agreed. Like you said, there's no problem with her ability. And she only made one He explained, furthermore, from the perspective of other slashers and the government, I think they will feel more comfortable when power is divided like that, instead of me monopolizing all the. Hearing that, Ari made a judgmental face and teased. Certainly. Moreover, your brain seems to be working better lately. Doesn't it? This made Tianxiu immediately retort. Can it be considered a miracle? I just didn't go to formal school. It's not that I'm unintelligent. Ari asked further, but what about the reaction of the other slashers? I think Mr. Jean Chiller Sam will happily accept. But was there any conflict with Korong? Beside him, Tianxiu, who was picking his ear, remained silent for a. He recounted, on the contrary. Instead of opposing, that girl with glasses coldly said she would follow company regulations. Tianxiu thought of Chiller Sam, and the old man didn't say anything. He's a bit confused, like you said. I thought he would say something lengthy. Could there be another plot? Hearing that, Ari immediately thought, how could that be? Oh, he's the most rational one. He always thinks of Busan. Besides, he has a close relationship with Chairman Chui. Taking out a file, she guessed, perhaps because of Jiang Suho's appearance he's just confused. Don't think too deeply. Now let's go persuade the next slasher. He noted, the next big force is definitely the A-rank slasher Beastmaster and the free slash. In the dark night, at a small house with lights still on far from the. Under the dim light, Chiller Sam diligently checked his fishing. He carefully examined every detail. After careful preparation, Chiller Sam suddenly noticed. He went to a cabinet equipped with a sturdy. He took out a necklace with a key. Then he unlocked the cabinet. Inside were neatly arranged photos of Chiller Sam's close ones, along with boxes containing serum. Looking at those things, indescribable emotions rose in Chiller Sam. He gazed intently at Zizong's. Chiller Sam told himself, sorry. Dad saved all this for you, but you'll have to wait a bit longer. Taking out a box of injectables, he thought, however, this isn't for some meaningless reason, but to save the people of Busan. In the dark night, walking with his prepared gear, Chiller Sam only left one sentence, and for Dad's old comrade. Walking down to the residential area where his subordinate was waiting, he asked, have you contacted the helicopter yet? Chanji replied, yes. ITLL arrive at the nearby TV station's helipad within 30 minutes. Chiller Sam expressed, you must have worked hard because of my sudden request. Thank you very much. Now let's go straight to the TV station. Hearing this, Chanji asked cautiously, sir, before going, may I ask one last? Chiller Sam's voice turned cold. You want to ask why I'm raiding the enemy's lair alone? Is that what you're wanting? Chanji couldn't hide his worry. I don't understand why you're doing this. Instead, if you stay healthy until a month later and fight with the other slash. But before he could finish, Chiller Sam interrupted. First, he stated the fact that Jang Suho said he would attack in a month, needs a month to prepare. In other words, it's very likely that he is currently in a vulnerable and unprepared. Chiller Sam explained, second, if a siege happens in Busan, the damage could be greater than imagined. If Jang Suho really has the ability to control zombies, he will attack on an even larger scale. If we slip up, even if the defense is successful, Busan will never be He said, third, in reality this war will end if we catch Jang Suho. This is a fight closer to a personal duel than a... Finally, he concluded, if I act alone, he will see it as a sudden act of an individual rather than a collective attack. Thus, if a veteran individual like me breaks in and kills Jang Suho, we can prevent the upcoming... Chiller Sam asked, do you understand now? Making Chanji wonder, but why? He worried, why must it? Chanji asserted, if it's a small group raid, even with the lawnmower or korong, wouldn't it be better to send a younger But then Chiller Sam gently placed a hand on his He reassured Chanji, my generation ruined this world, so we must have some self-respect. Chiller Sam claimed, and now, the fact that Jang Suho has become like this is partly my response. He instructed, I have to go to bear that responsibility. Seeing Chiller Sam off as the plane arrived. Soul. Chanji suppressed the anxiety in his heart and strongly prayed, please return safely. On the moving helicopter, after a moment of silence, Chiller Sam seemed ready for anything that might. And then the helicopter flew over the old, watching from a distance. Jang Suho wondered with interest, I thought I said a month. He expressed, I absolutely loathed. Behind him was an extraordinary army of zombies escorted. Recalling the gathering that Jang Suho suddenly looked for, saw Chiller Sam walk. Jang Suho followed him and caught him lighting a cigarette. Seeing this, Chiller Sam wondered, why did you come out here? You don't smoke. He took the cigarette from him and replied, I don't. I came out to stop you from smoking, which confused Chiller. Jang Suho threw the cigarette away and reminded him, you said you'd quit smoking after your daughter has a grandchild. Hearing this, Chiller Sam agreed, that's just as he was about to speak, but now, Jang Suho gently placed a hand on Chiller Sam's shoulder, reminding him, you said you'd go save them. That's why you spent a lot of money to buy vaccines. So you must try to quit smoking. Hearing this made Chiller Sam a bit stunned, asking, do you really think I can go to Seoul and find them? Do you think that's feasible? Chiller Sam was amazed when Jang Suho firmly replied. Looking up at the sky, he strongly expressed, I believe that one day we will reclaim Seoul and find our separated loved ones. We can do it. Jang Suho firmly affirmed, we must definitely do it. Chiller Sam laughed when he asked, I believe so, which is why I'm doing this crazy job outside the wall. What about you? Marked, you really are a dreamer, aren't you? Making Jang Suho confused. Chiller Sam turned to go inside, still muttering, a warm. Now, while moving on the helicopter, Chiller Sam thought, if a slasher is obsessed with something, then this has been my obsession for all these. Chiller Sam had stockpiled a quantity of preventatives for his family members who went missing years. Sat in silence, remembering the words, you are obsessed with the dream of returning the world to how it. Chiller Sam still remembered the comment from years ago, you are a warm dreamer, and now he seemed prepared for He slowly opened his eyes with determination. I believe that dream still exists somewhere in you. Chiller Sam looked down at the seeing the silhouette of Jang Suho from that. Looking at the stockpile of medicine in his bag, he thought, the statement about killing everyone surviving in taking out a vial. Chiller Sam frowned and thought, no matter how deep the feeling of betrayal from being abandoned by comrades is, he held on to his faith. I still don't believe you could think of such an absurd idea. Remembering Jang Suho's words, a month later, I will bring countless variants and zombies to break down the wall and enter. Chiller Sam speculated, surely when the body turns into a zombie, your mind also becomes abnormal. And then he took off his ear. He ordered, I'll get off here. Activate the pulley device. With determination, I will definitely bring you. Hearing this, the pilot following him said, good luck. With firm will, that's my way of protecting Busan and the path for you to repent. Chiller Sam entered this battle. He gently landed on the ground. Seeing Chiller Sam, the zombies immediately approached. Seeing this, Jang Suho ordered, calm down. It seems the other side has something to say before we start the. Casting aside his weapon, Chiller Sam greeted, long time no see. Hearing that, Jang Suho replied sarcastically, yes, sir. This is the first time since you all abandoned me in Seoul. To that statement, Chiller Sam recounted, yes. I heard the story from the kid I taught. I heard you intended to lead zombies to invade Busan. Remembering Tianxiu, Jang Suho remarked, that's a slasher with a solid foundation. His balance is also very rare to see these days. So it's because you taught him? It seems you've grown old, even teaching a disciple. Chiller Sam replied, what disciple? I only taught him a little because the little manager asked. Mentioning Ajong, Jang Suho asked, are you talking about Ajong? Is she still? Pulling out a syringe, Chiller Sam's face darkened as he continued. That girl still hasn't been able to escape that day. So I plan to turn you back into a human and take you back. Will you cooperate happily? Or do you want to? Seeing that, Jiang Suho bowed slightly and lamented sarcastically. A vaccine? I'm very great. Then he looked up with rising fury and asked, Sir, did you think I would facing Jiang Suho, who uttered rude words? Hey, old man. I said I'd kill everyone. Chiller Sam was a bit on. Jiang Suho stood before the army and growled out an explanation. I mean, leading these people you abandoned to Busan and wiping everyone out. You, the damn government, the military, the survivors. He teased. It seems you haven't heard everything from your disciple. Or have your ears gone deaf with old? Hearing that, Chiller Sam suppressed his grief under his large hat and replied, Actually, I knew beforehand that you wouldn't cooperate. His eyes were immediately filled with determination and killing, and Chiller Sam quickly used his fishing rod to slice through the nearby zombies, the opportunity to aim straight at Jiang, but he ducked just in time and dodged the Jiang Suho remarked, Long time no see, and you're still only good at tricks, old man. But unfortunately, the finishing blow. Hearing that, Chiller Sam only replied, If it missed, then, an exerted force to pull. His fishing rod used all its. In an instant, Jiang Suho realized Chiller Sam was one step ahead. He used all his strength to pull his fishing rod. Along with that, dead were sliced. Chiller Sam's attack was extremely quick and decisive, making it impossible for Jiang Suho to react. He ordered, Duck down, you fools. But the zombies just died in. Just then, his reflexes noticed the zombies approach. Seeing the crazed undead rush, Chiller Sam flatly discarded his fishing, hurling it, and quickly pulled out an iron. With just a few basic moves, he sent the zombies to their. Not a few undead were deftly retrieved the fishing rod he had just. Chiller Sam showed his form hadn't declined at all despite the passage of. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Suho thought, the only slasher showing stronger ability in group combat, one against many, is this old. Looking at the zombies crawling on the ground, he realized the normal zombies him controlling are colliding with each other, unable to move forward. They are dying because they're getting in each other. Then Jiang Suho spoke up, It's a bit early, but he'll have to use these. Behind him appeared countless red, bloodthirsty. Chiller Sam immediately raised his. He thought, It was right of me not to wait a month and decide to come here. Chiller Sam decided, I must take this opportunity to move forward, and suddenly, Jiang Suho opened his helmet, making Chiller Sam surprised. Took out a bone-chilling whistle sound. Seeing this, Chiller Sam wondered, A whistle? Is that a... Then, small holes began to appear in the... Undead hands immediately pushed up, crowding together.
Chiller Sam sarp.
The undead grabbed his... Chiller Sam exclaimed, What? At the same time he realized, a beast appeared in the high sky. By reflex, he realized there was streaking across the sky at lightning. The zombie bird dived down aiming straight for Chiller. As soon as it reached just a few slaps, Jiang Suho, witnessing everything, was Chiller Sam's killing intent overwhelmed everything. He had single-handedly sent the bird monster to the afterlife with just a few quick slaps. Now Jiang Suho thought, it attacked from a blind spot, yet the old man still eliminated it. The old man's senses are much better than they used. Looking up at him, Chiller Sam challenged, Is this the only toy you have, Chairman? With the affirmation, no way, right at that another monster ran up frantically. It was Dajuan in zombie, rushing toward him at breaknecks. The hands that were sliced earlier also began to show signs of regeneration. Facing attacks from both, Chiller Sam told himself, Fine. Come here. Bring out as many variants as you want. Jiang, taking a good opportunity, he jumped into the air, making the massive zombie monster slam into the cluster of. Chiller Sam observed from above and immediately realized, just looking at it, it seems tough, yet it dared to rush straight at me. Actually, it's confident it won't be sliced. With the plan set, then it'll swing the fishing rod with maximum centrifugal force. Chiller Sam quickly deployed. He thought and cut it down in one blow, then immediately swung the fishing rod, aiming straight at the zombie monster. Fishing line quickly wrapped around the monsters and immediately tightened around its. But then Chiller Sam suddenly realized something was. The giant monster didn't hesitate to grab the fishing line and tear at it frantically to escape. Chiller fiercely jerked the, making Chiller Sam cry out unprepared. The Dajuan monster in zombie form flatly slammed him onto the. Just as he neared the surface, quickly curled his body and performed a. Fortunately, thanks to his timely reaction, Chiller Sam landed. This time, he again realized the dangerous state of the. Now, taking advantage of the monster holding Chiller Sam's fishing line, other zombies quickly rushed in like hungry tigers. Calculating the condition of the fishing rod, he thought, among the fishing rods, the one that can cover the largest radius is this precious item currently being held by that. He thought, I can't just let go. Seeing the iron rod still in his, Chiller Sam immediately turned the situation around, decisively hacking the zombies into 100 pieces. But the Dajuan monster jerked the fishing line, making Chiller Sam lose his balance but he still struggled to hold his ground, trying to pull the bulky monster back with all his. As Dajuan fiercely cursed, Old. Hearing that, Chiller Sam only remarked, Even after turning into a zombie, you're still as disrespectful as using the rod in his continuously landed attacks on Dudjun, but it remained stubborn and tightened the fishing. One pull dragged Chiller Sam along before he could Dudjun showed no mercy and flatly Chiller Sam a long distance, specifically throwing him high into the Facing this situation, Chiller Sam understood that the monster's strength was the same as just as he was about to. Large crack appeared in the Another mutated zombie monster appeared with a bizarre It spread its arms wide, revealing a mass of sharp spikes, and Chiller Sam was hurled into it in an instant. As soon as it caught the prey, this monster quickly closed its hands, pinning Chiller Sam in. Right then, Dudjun rushed forward with surging killing and charged stopping at the monster holding Chiller. Bloodthirsty Dudjun let out an earth-shattering and used all his strength to frantically punch that zombie monster. Blows were continuously delayed until blood seeped out from the Only then did Dudjun. But the monster holding Chiller Sam suddenly realized something was decisive slashes tearing that zombie apart in an making even Dudjun. Chiller Sam appeared imposingly with eyes full of killing and making Dudjun a bit caught. Right then, taking this opportunity, he quickly injected the vaccine into Dudjun's. Syringe was stabbed directly into his blood. After spending quite a lot of energy, Chiller Sam spoke staggeringly. I knew it. Even with a vaccine, the mutation state can't be reversed immediately. He thought, but at least the area where the vaccine was injected will immediately turn back into a human. And immediately, one side of Dudjun's body returned to normal, much to his While reassembling his fishing rod, Chiller Sam reminded him, I told you when you were alive, don't underestimate your elders. And he immediately used the line to wrap around Dudjun. With his remaining strength, Chiller Sam exerted himself to it and successfully took Dudjun. Jang Suho is now extremely looking at the head lying on the ground. Chiller Sam only quietly reminded, now our line of sight is After a while, Jang Suho thought, as expected of an old man with combat instincts who knows how to use the vaccine properly. That's why I didn't want to get Jang Suho believed that if Jang Suho were accidentally affected by the vaccine, Jang Suho's body might lose balance. If so, Jang Suho wouldn't be able to continue controlling zombies or increase the number of mutant variants. But then Jang Suho came up with a plan. Even so, I have no choice. He'll just wait for the old man to consume a bit more vaccine. Then he'll strike direct. Jang Suho calculated. No, that's not it. If I can turn the old man into a mutant variant, that wouldn't be a waste but a wise use of resources. Right then, another terrifying sound. Jang Suho ordered. All of you, gather here. Burn everything now. Throwing the stack of documents straight at Chan. Jiang shouted angrily. Are you crazy? Even with careful preparation, it's still not enough. Yet you just let an A-rank slasher go on a raid alone? Not only that, you even provided a helicopter for Jin Zhao. Jiang criticized. Furthermore, Jin Zhaosen isn't just an ordinary A-rank slasher. Jin Zhaosen is considered the strongest among the slashers. Why would you lose such a precious... Hearing that, Chan Ji kept Chan Ji's head down but still firmly replied. Because Jin Zhaosen is an elder. Before the young slashers were killed, Jin Zhaosen wanted to handle Jiang Suho Jiang worriedly thought. What if Jin Zhaosen dies in battle? What if Jin Zhaosen's death is just a meaningless sacrifice? But then Chan Ji affirmed. Jin Zhaosen might lose his life, but it certainly won't be a meaningless. This made it very difficult for a Jiang to understand. Chan Ji believed that even if Jin Zhaosen passed away, it would create an advantageous move for the upcoming battle in Bu. And now, Chiller Sam is betting Chiller Sam's entire life on that. Chiller Sam swung the fishing line. Chiller Sam tightened the vibrating wire more. The heavy footsteps of the zombies arrived. This time it was another monster, and its strength seemed on par with death. Not only that, another even more giant zombie, accompanied by zombie birds hovering in the sky. That wasn't all. Countless zombies with bizarre shapes, from to small, swarmed out in a. Compared to Chiller Sam, they were like a bloodthirsty army advance. Chiller Sam exerted the last of Chiller Sam's vitals. Chiller Sam tried to shoot the other zombie. Chiller Sam intended to attack those boxing zombies, but Chiller Sam immediately realized it had no effect. Instead, they rushed forward even more fiercely. They frantically attacked, trying to take Chiller Sam's, but with superior skills, Chiller Sam still managed to. In this life-or-death situation, Chiller Sam realized this zombie monster had overwhelming physical strength and Chiller Sam couldn't eliminate it by normal. The boxing zombie monster kept charging. This time, it even displayed the ability to extend many other arms aimed directly at Chiller. Cornered by countless long arms, Chiller Sam instinctively stepped. Then Chiller Sam suddenly realized something was wrong. Just as Chiller Sam turned Chiller Sam's head, Chiller Sam saw another zombie monster. With a giant, it was trudging, quickly grabbed and tried to restrain Chiller. Taking this opportunity, the boxing zombie immediately took a stance and lunged with a lethal punch, intending to crush Chiller Sam to. In the critical moment, Chiller Sam took out a vaccine syringe. Chiller Sam stabbed it straight into the giant zombie monster that was holding Chiller Sam, thinking that the syringe was meant for Chiller Sam's son. Chiller Sam told himself, I'm sorry. With the effect of the vaccine, that zombie was immediately the giant monster was groaning in pain. Chiller Sam seized the chance to quickly escape its and headed straight for the boxing monster. Just as that monster threw a Chiller Sam reacted quickly. Chiller Sam nimbly slid past the monster and immediately threw Chiller Sam's fishing line, causing the boxing monster to lose its momentum before it could. In an instant, Chiller Sam reversed the situation. Now, the giant zombie was still under the effect of the vac. Right then, because Chiller Sam diverted its direction, the boxing monster punched the giant monster straight in the causing it to burst open. Now the boxing monster finally realized, not giving the zombie time to react. Chiller Sam immediately struck. Chiller Sam used the fishing line to Unfortunately, the boxing zombie still resisted by using its bare hands to wrap Chiller Sam's fishing line. It momentarily flashed a devious, but then that zombie suddenly realized Chiller Sam's vaccine syringe had been stuck into its body at some. Chiller Sam thought to Chiller Sam's, sorry, the vaccine began to spread, causing blood vessels to bulge all over the boxing monster. Just as the boxing monster was planning a way out of this situation, Chiller Sam slashed its head. After a period of intense fighting, just as Chiller Sam rested to catch Chiller Sam was suddenly horrified to realize Chiller Sam was being snatched away. Fierce avian types. Chiller Sam suddenly felt a wound on Chiller Sam's shoulder. Looking at the sharp claws, Chiller Sam immediately deduced it was injecting infected. Chiller Sam quickly detached the fishing. Chiller Sam threw it high. The fishing line quickly stretched out and wrapped tightly around the avian zombies. Once ready, Chiller Sam adjusted successfully controlling the avian zombie by using the reins to steer, much to the zombie's. The avian zombie kept struck from the ground. Chiller Sam's silhouette could be seen clearly struggling with the monster. But after a while, Chiller Sam didn't hesitate to jump straight. Chiller Sam was about to land from a great. Chiller Sam curled Chiller Sam's body up, enduring a significant after a period of struggling, even though the ground where Chiller Sam landed was cracked. Fortunately, Chiller Sam was still. Chiller Sam took a syringe out of Chiller Sam's. Chiller Sam injected Chiller Sam's self and told Chiller Sam's self, I'm sorry, daughter. Right then, another silhouette, another monster larger than a human with fierce rushed. With this situation, Chiller Sam fell into a difficult position as the zombie monster charged, attacking so hard the ground near it. Chiller Sam exerted all Chiller Sam's strength to move away. Looking at Chiller Sam, even though Chiller Sam was facing death, Chiller Sam's eyes were still full of determination and standing at a distance. Jiang Suho calculated, every time the old man catches a high-level mutant, he has to use a dose of vac. Jiang Suho deduced. Before catching Jiang, the old man had a total of 5 vaccine doses in his. The amount of vaccine used up to now is 4 doses. Seeing the current battle, Jiang Suho thought, if he has to use the last dose, hell have no way left to deal with me. It's a pity to sacrifice the rare giant water insect mutant, but once I confirm the old man is out of vaccine, he'll strike direct. So Jiang Suho ordered, it's about to start. Get ready to go. An ordinary-looking zombie slowly trudged forward, but then, at that, its entire body quickly transformed. In an instant, the zombie from before had become a staff in Jiang Suho's, facing that giant water insect monster. Thanks to the vaccine dose stabbed directly into its. Chiller Sam managed to defeat the quite after a long time of fighting with all Chiller Sam's might. Chiller Sam's breathing was now a bit. Walking over with a staff made from zombie flesh, Jiang Suho spoke up. Seems like you've used up all your secret weapons, haven't you? Do you still intend to keep fighting? Immediately entering a combat stance, Chiller Sam growled in response. What are you saying? For an enemy blinded by hatred like you, this isn't. Jiang Suho provoked. Now, turn into a zombie and come. Along with the words, even though you abandoned me. Jiang Suho rushed forward. Jiang Suho affirmed, but I want to ban. This made the charging Chiller Sam wonder. What nonsense are you talking? But then Jiang Suho claimed it was Chiller Sam who was talking nonsense, and immediately both sides were now fighting extremely fiercely. High-damage blows were constantly traded at staggering speed. Jiang Suho continuously swung it, and so did Chiller Sam. Chiller Sam was fighting Chiller Sam's hardest to fulfill Chiller Sam's wish. Now a thought flashed through Chiller Sam's mind. At that time, why didn't I bring several slashers to... Chiller Sam then threw the fishing rod's line set directly at Jiang. As the line set flew past Jiang, it was also when it left a large crack on Jiang Suho's. The time Jiang Suho realized, it was too late. Chiller Sam always blamed Chiller Sam's self. At that time, why didn't I realize you were in... At that moment, Jiang Suho frantically rushed forward at breakneck. This made Chiller Sam immediately heightens Chiller Sam's alertness. Chiller Sam thought, why wasn't I strong enough for you to trust back? Right then, Jiang Suho closed in and attacked Chiller Sam quickly, making Chiller Sam unable to react in time and taking a direct wound from that zombie. After a moment, Chiller Sam regained Chiller Sam's composure and realized Jiang Suho's intention, thinking, There hasn't been a single day that I haven't felt remorseful about that. Chiller Sam quickly grabbed Chiller Sam's fishing line, retrieving the line set that was just thrown behind Jang Suho. Just as Jang Suho reacted to Chiller Sam's incoming, Jang Suho intended to use that zombie staff to swat the line set away. But Chiller Sam was one step faster and timely adjusted the line upwards, causing Jang Suho to miss. In Chiller Sam's heart, Chiller Sam always felt. But finally, when meeting you again, the thing I don't regret. At that moment, Chiller Sam utilized every second to quickly adjust the fishing line. Taking the opportunity when Jang Suho raised the zombie staff high, Chiller Sam immediately used the line to bind it tightly, telling Chiller Sam's self, "I've become much stronger than before, not weak." Chiller Sam directly used the line to sever the hand on the zombie staff, while Jang Suho was off. Looking at the severed staff, Jang Suho was a bit surprised. Despite continuously pushing Chiller Sam's self in battle, Chiller Sam still maintained Chiller Sam's strength and facing a Chiller Sam who was now different from the past. Jang Suho thought, "I thought that when the old man lost his fishing rod, his strength would decrease significantly, but it's far different compared to." Jang Suho noted, strength, technique, and reflexes. Not letting Jang Suho wait long, Chiller Sam immediately returned to a ready. Chiller Sam swung the fishing line straight forward, aiming at Jang Suho. With skills no less than Chiller Sam's, Jang Suho still managed to. Jang Suho quickly landed on the ground after avoiding that. Chiller Sam mocked, "You can't even beat an old man, and yet you want to take over Busan alone? Stop it, don't do these meaningless things." And Chiller Sam affirmed, "Busan is also changing. It revolves around a slasher just like." Chiller Sam introduced, "That guy is also like you, a survivor of the National Reclamation Camp." Chiller Sam said, "Kai Wonshu faced off against Jiang." Chiller Sam also added, "Kai Wonshu also contributed to removing the evil people in the Ministry of Defense." Chiller Sam continued, "Then Kai Wonshu even took down the heretical pope who had the responsibility of serving humanity." Chiller Sam added, "And Kai Wonshu is still step by step uniting the divided slash." Lately, Kai Wonshu has been continuously helping slashers, even with small caring tasks. Kai Wonshu even gained the trust of the church and the. Finally, Chiller Sam persuaded, "Furthermore, we all feel sorry for you. If you return to Busan together, they will find a way to return your body to normal. We will spend all our money to find a vaccine to cure." Chiller Sam also proposed, "And we will also punish the scoundrels who harmed you. Let's go." Chiller Sam believed you can go back to the old. Hearing that, Jang Suho seemed a bit stunned and stammered, "I can." Just as Chiller Sam thought it was a positive turn and replied, "Yes, you can." Jang Suho immediately cut Chiller Sam off. Jang Suho spoke with resentment and overflowing killing intent. "What nonsense are you talking about? You old man, you've really gone senile, haven't you? My determination isn't that weak and Jang Suho reminded, "I already." Thinking of how humans struggle to survive in this world, Jang Suho believed, "Those inside that wall are all cowards. Despicable traitors." Remembering the soldiers who were at the front line facing zombies and unfortunately got infected, Jang Suho commented, "On the contrary, the people who turned into zombies are the ones who sacrificed themselves to help." Jang Suho mocked, "You're just like that, old man. Stop lying to yourself." At the same time, two other zombies with bloodthirsty eyes also slowly approached. Jang Suho reminded, "You know it too," making Chiller Sam's. Jang Suho recounted that the atmosphere at that time had become Jang Suho recounted the scene that year. That one by one they started blaming. Jang Suho even mentioned, "And I was gradually getting exhausted." Finally, Jang Suho resented, "Yet you still ignored it." Back then, Chiller Sam had indeed let everything be and quietly did not interfere. Jang Suho believed because your body was tired, because you wanted to live, because your family was your top priority. Then, Jang Suho only reminded, "So don't pretend like you understand me anymore." Right then, the zombies that just arrived also started transforming their. Another staff was created. But now, this overwhelming aura and killing intent showed that at this moment, Jang Suho was no longer joking. Jang Suho growled, "I hate hypocrites like you even more than traitors like Jang." Facing this situation, Chiller Sam only replied, "If that's the end you desire, then." Exhaustion was clear on Chiller Sam's. Jang Suho rushed forward at breakneck. Jang Suho frantically advanced toward Chiller Sam, who was in a defensive stance. In truth, Jin Zayasen's body had reached its limit. Long wounds from using Jin Zayasen's body to fight instead of the fishing. Battles with countless high-level mutants where Chiller Sam had to exert all Chiller Sam's effort to stab syringes into those. Chiller Sam continuously beheaded. At the same time, Chiller Sam also endured many thunderous and the reaction after being infected and then. Despite that, what helped Jin Zhaosen stand firm was Jin Zayasen's will. And now Chiller Sam is trying to surpass Chiller Sam's limits to fight Jiang. However, while swinging the fishing line to prepare for a sandcastle before ocean waves will eventually collapse. The wounds created by the fishing line were also constantly bleeding because Chiller Sam had gripped the line for 2. Then, in an instant, Chiller Sam's fingers were severed because they could no longer. Now, Chiller Sam immediately fell into a difficult position. Chiller Sam stared in shock at Chiller Sam's own. Right then, Jiang Suho took the opportunity to, and Jiang Suho mercilessly stabbed the zombie staff straight through Chiller Sam's. Now, Chiller Sam could only be horrified by this sudden attack. Jiang Suho ordered, "It's over, stubborn old." Looking at the thing impaled deep in Chiller Sam's stomach.
Chiller Sam couldn't hide Chiller Sam's.
Chiller Sam staggered, trying to hold. Then Chiller Sam collapsed onto the ground. Jiang Suho stepped, stabbing Chiller Sam once more, right into Chiller Sam's, making Chiller Sam scream in. Suddenly, Jiang Suho took off Jiang Suho cut off a pinky, much to Chiller Sam's astonishment. Jiang Suho invited, "Open your mouth. It'll turn you into a high-level mutant. Aren't you excited that you'll get to fight that disciple of yours after you turn into a able to be patient anymore?" Jiang Suho grabbed Chiller Sam and hummed with just as that finger was put into Chiller Sam's sudden attack was long, making Jiang Suho dazed for a with Chiller Sam's last bits of strength. Chiller Sam tremblingly threw something with a vaccine syringe stuck straight in Jiang Suho's head. Jiang Suho blankly uttered, "High in the sky." The helicopter continued to monitor from after being injected with the vaccine in the head by Chiller Sam. Jiang Suho immediately backed away, remembering the last dose of vaccine Chiller Sam had stabbed into the previous zombie monster. Jiang Suho wondered, how is it possible? He clearly used the last dose of vaccine. Just Chiller Sam spoke weakly. "Even if you're wearing a helmet, I can still see through every expression of yours behind the mask. You bastard, you must be very surprised that there was suddenly another dose of vaccine." Looking at Jiang Suho, who was staggering in front of Chiller Sam due to the effect of the vaccine, Chiller Sam recounted, "Although I have never deceived anyone until..." With eyes full of determination, Chiller Sam believed. "But anyway, this is the last time. So I decided I would try using a trick." Turned out that while facing giant zombie monster, when the monster slammed its hand straight down onto the ground and created a large while Chiller Sam was dodging Chiller Sam thought, "I can't keep dragging time like this. I must have something to decide the..." Right then, Chiller Sam realized a good opportunity. Seeing the needle still stuck in the neck of the boxing zombies, Chiller Sam immediately came up with an idea. "There it is. That's..." Chiller Sam said. "While you were creating that spear-shaped weapon, the giant mutant was handled without needing a vaccine. Instead, the thing stuck in it was an empty, used syringe meant to destroy." Chiller Sam believed. "The last vaccine dose I intended to use for my daughter is what's now stuck in your..." Chiller Sam persuaded. "Go back to being human, Jiang Suho. Live again. Return to the life you once belonged." But then, after just a few sentences, Chiller Sam painfully coughed up. Struggling to move, Chiller Sam thought, "I'm about to die, what's the point of talking about..." With breathing getting heavier, Chiller Sam told Chiller Sam's self, "But maybe you'll be..." Before going to fight Jiang Suho, at Jin Zayasen's house, Chiller Sam sat writing a few, putting the pen. Chiller Sam then put the paper into a document. Right after Chiller Sam, remembering the instructions for Chanji, Chiller Sam thought, "Right, Jin Zhaosen instructed. If anything happens to me, open this letter. Then give this letter to Kai Wen." Now Chiller Sam felt somewhat relieved and thought, "Alright, then it." Chiller Sam remembered, "I also said sorry to that." Thinking of Kai Wen-shu, Chiller Sam told Chiller Sam's self, "And I have also appointed the person who will succeed." Then Jin Zhaosen just gradually faded with the thought. So, memories came flooding back. From when Jin Zhaosen was just a boy living in a poor until the time Jin Zhaosen got a even the moment Jin Zhaosen married the woman Jin Zhaosen and played with Jin Zayasen's happy little old fragments of memory kept appearing vivid. And then the warm family photo from that year, when Jin Zhaosen was gathered with Jin Zayasen's children and grand. Chiller Sam thought, "It's over, and just let everything." Then, a sound rang out, making Chiller Sam immediately open Chiller Sam's eyes. Chiller Sam tremblingly back. In front of Chiller Sam was Jiang Suho. This made Jin Zhaosen extremely astonished. Looking at the headless body standing tall in front of Jin Zhaosen with a knife in, Chiller Sam wondered, did Jiang Suho cut off Jiang Suho's own? For a moment, Chiller Sam's entire body, seeing the knife stained with, Chiller Sam immediately realized in horror. What? I misjudged. But now the mistake cannot be fixed in. Jiang Suho's severed neck kept bleeding profusely. For this sight, Chiller Sam's eyes widened, thinking. Now, looking at Jiang Suho's head being regenerated, Chiller Sam finally realized things had gone too. Jiang Suho spoke tremblingly. "I didn't expect that I'd have to cut off my own head like that. But surely you didn't expect that I'd do that either." But facing Chiller Sam, Jiang Suho only plainly replied, "I already told you. Once I've made up my mind, I'm very determined." Facing a Jiang Suho possessing extraordinary ability, Chiller Sam solemnly reminded, "You've completely become a monster." Hearing that, Jiang Suho asked, Are you the only one who survived thanks to the sacrifice of picking up the helmet? Jang Suho thought. Tonight is truly a long. Jang Suho raised the helmet high and affirmed. And we must finish the unfinished. With a body getting weaker and Chiller Sam spoke softly. This old man has lost. A loss is a loss. I have no intention of becoming a burden to. Even though Chiller Sam's fingers were severed, Chiller Sam still tightened the chain in Chiller Sam, making Jang Suho immediately on. Using the last of Chiller Sam's vital strength, Chiller Sam pulled the fishing line hard toward Chiller Sam. In an instant, the line was pulled, making Jang Suho immediately. That line only grazed Jang Suho's, leaving Jang Suho a bit. It turned out that this time Chiller Sam used that line to aim directly at Chiller Sam's. The fishing line was around Chiller Sam's, which made Jang Suho a bit confused. With eyes full of killing intent and determination, Chiller Sam was resolved. Today, both of our heads will fall at the same time. Of course, my head won't grow. Now Jang Suho finally realized Chiller Sam's intention and immediately thought, this damn old man to the very end use. Just as Jang Suho, Chiller Sam tightened an instant. A spray of fresh blood splattered everywhere. Jang Suho witnessed the entire death of Jang Suho's former For a moment, Jang Suho slightly reached out Jang Suho's hand, still wanting to try and. But then Jang Suho immediately clenched Jang Suho's hand and told Jang Suho self. Jang Suho thought, he's been shredded into pieces like this. If the wound is too severe, I can't turn him into a mutant variant. In the end, this battle has become a trade between the life of an A-rank slasher and a high-level mutant variant. Jang Suho deduced. Even so, to maintain the advantage, they must have witnessed the battle between me and Jin Jiaosen and have gathered information. Looking at the helicopter above, Jang Suho thought, I must destroy that helicopter. From inside the plane, Chiller Sam's people were continuously monitoring the situation and filming the entire. A pilot immediately ordered, hurry up and speed up. His final moments have been recorded. Military helicopter hurriedly departed. Right then, Jang Suho ordered, pull it. As soon as the words were entire army of avian zombies filled the. They frantically flew straight. The plane in front. Seeing the fierce look of the zombies through the glass window, the cameraman turned. The zombies continuously attacked the glass. Facing this situation, the cameraman was so terrified that the cameraman didn't dare open the cameraman's eyes to witness it. Right then, the helicopter door, the weapon in. The person continuously fought the zombies out, preventing many zombies who intended to Turned out that person was Sang, facing the horde of zombies closing in on the air. Seeing their madness and ferocity, Sang-soo fought with all Sang-soo. That year in Busan, in a small alley, Sang-soo was single-handedly dealing with another group. Every single one of them was being beaten to a pulp by Sang. A knife fell. The person in front, who Sang-soo was holding by the neck, kept pleading, stop. Right then, a hand was placed on Sang-soo's. Looking at Chiller Sam, Sang-soo was a bit confused. Glancing at the pile of people handled by Sang, Chiller Sam commented, you're really strong. Wouldn't it be a waste if you only used this strength to fight for support? Jin Jiaosen called out, young man. Then Chiller Sam made an offer. Do you have enough courage to cross the scenes? Shifted to some time later when Sang-soo was pushing himself to fight a group of zombies. After finishing them, Sang-soo's body was a bit exhausted. Right then, another zombie suddenly. It lunged straight at Sang-soo with a single knocking Sang-soo far. The zombie frantically rushed forward with bloodthirsty eyes. But Sang-soo quickly managed to defend it. Just as Sang-soo saw that Sang-soo's staff could no longer resist, Sang-soo could only close Sang-soo's eyes and wait for. But right then, a slash was unleashed, causing the zombie in front to suddenly. Immediately, half of its body was severed, much to Sang-soo's astonishment. Now, Sang-soo still hadn't regained Sang-soo's composure to see what. Then Chiller Sam spoke up. What's this? Why are you looking at me with such affectionate? Jin Jiaosen sternly urged. Why don't you get up? And then the two of them just trained together like that as teacher and Chiller Sam was always teaching and molding Sang, and Sang-soo himself always respected and listened to what Jin Jiaosen. On that pouring rainy day years ago when only 3 people remained. Sang-soo, Chiller Sam, and with a cigarette in. Only Chiller Sam stood alone, pensive with a cigarette in Chiller Sam's. At that time, an umbrella was suddenly brought. Sang-soo was shielding Jin Jiaosen from the rain. Just a moment ago, while still sitting on the helicopter with Chiller, slightly curling Chiller Sam's lips into a. Looking at Sang-soo in front of Chiller Sam suddenly sighed. You've grown up so fast. Hearing that, Sang-soo immediately replied grumpily. Don't say things like that. You're about to die, don't cause trouble. At those words, Chiller Sam only laughed it off and joked. You could just say you'll be sad if I die. Ever since you were young, you've always tried to act tough. This kid really made complex emotions well up inside Sang-soo, who remained now with painful tears rolling down Sang-soo's. Witnessing Sang-soo's teacher's death right before Sang-soo wailed in pain. Sang-soo resented. That's why I told you not to cause trouble for me. You old. At the same time, at a place echoing with dog, Kai Wen-shu was now sitting and discussing with Chun-sik wondered. What do you mean? Are you negotiating with me? Or are you threatening me? What did you say? If I don't protect Busan together, it'll become a... Hearing that, Kai Wen-shu immediately countered. Did I say anything wrong? You think I'm here to negotiate? Kai Wen-shu believed. At a time when all slashers are cooperating to prepare for the defense of Busan, you're talking about negotiating how much the reward... Kai Wen-shu raised a question. Are you also in league with Bai Bai? Made Chun-sik immediately feel... Chun-sik asked. What? Are you also planning to beat me to death like Bai Bai? Chun-sik reminded. That won't be easy. Look at where you're... With the dogs barking incessantly, Chun-sik believed. I only need to snap my finger, and killing you would be a small... Hearing that, Kai Wen-shu explained. If I intended to beat you to death like Bai Bai-sien, I wouldn't have walked into the tiger's den you set up. My coming, Kai Wen-shu affirmed, means I don't consider you and Bai Bai-sien to be on the same... In the conversation in the car that day, Kai Wen-shu's side mentioned the A-rank freelance slasher. The specialty of the beast tamer is that if one speaks of the difference from other slashers, he is a... Hearing that, Kai Wen-shu wondered. That's right. Although that guy is a bit of a loser, he also left the strategy meeting alone. How should we convince... Ari also replied. In the slasher world, he only holds an A rank, but he has never received any special... Ari deduced. Is it because he has social anxiety disorder? Or because he hates people? Ari recounted. Except for regular meetings, he almost never appears at any public... Ari believed. Furthermore, perhaps because he lives in seclusion, he always has a bad reputation among slashers. No matter if he's a loser or looks down on... Ari mentioned that when going to convince the beast... Ari reminded. Try talking in a way that acknowledges and tolerates. Ari offered an opinion. There are many cases where the more one avoids people, the more one wants to be close to them. Just like Kai Wen-shu also silently agreed, true. Perhaps that... Now, Kai Wen-shu asked sternly. So, regardless of those who turned your life upside... Kai Wen-shu commented. You calculated everything yourself, but I don't think that's a selfish... Giving Chun-sik no chance to speak further, Kai Wen-shu made an offer. Come with me, Slasher Gi-jung. Kai Wen-shu asked. Even if I hadn't come here to convince you, you would have eventually fought to protect Busan. Now Chun-sik could only... No, alright, I know. I am feeling very... Chun-sik also reminded. But don't think that convincing those guys won't result in them doing the same. This made Kai Wen-shu laugh with delight and ask. Is that so? Faced with Kai Wen-shu's expression, Chun-sik remained silent with a look of weary. Kai Wen-shu confidently affirmed. You can exist alone in the slasher world without anyone's help. Let our manager prove how much influence you have. Let's just wait and... Seeing Kai Wen-shu's notification message saying, successfully convinced Gi Jong-soo. The rest is up. Ari felt further motive. Ari joyfully announced. Everyone, A-rank slasher, beast tamer Gi Jong-soo, has agreed to cooperate with Ghost. Catching this information, everyone immediately buzzed. If even the beast tamer is working under Ghost Shovel, then aren't all the A-rank slashers merging together? That Gi Jong-soo, he calculates fast. He never participated in the first reclamation campaign. Everyone believed. Someone with such strength has joined too. Then it's really worth a try. Jang Soo-ho and all the zombies he controlled. When returning to the... Ari was extremely excited and believed. This incident must include my contribution to Ghost Shovel. Hearing that, Kai Wen-shu replied. I will repay you if Busan doesn't... Kai Wen-shu wondered. But where is the next destination? Do we have to go back to the company? Ari announced. We have to stop by the company for Jang one more time. Because we have to give them the list of necessary items. By the way, also report on the successful persuasion of Gi Jong-soo. Now Kai Wen-shu still happily said. It's been a long time since I've heard good news. It's truly a joy. But what was waiting for the two people who were happy with the good news was shocking. Upon receiving the information, Ari couldn't hold back Arist. Jang's face also dark. Sang-soo remains in that tense atmosphere. A voice rang out. Kai Wen-shu asked in shock. No human can escape death. A long period of witnessing each person grow up from children to working and then gradually passing. And for a slasher who always has to fight, seeing bloody corpses lying on the ground is very... For those at the front lines risking their lives to fight, their lives are even... Remembering the gray hair and wrinkles from the years clearly visible on Chiller Sam's face. Furthermore, Chiller Sam was also... Jin Zaosen's funeral was even more grand. Acquaintances all took turns to visit Jin Zhaosen one last time. Jin Zhaosen was no exception. Sitting in front of the funeral home, Kai Wen-shu just sat there in a daze despite the pouring rain out. Jin Zhaosen shouldn't have had to sacrifice so disadvantageously. The more Kai Wen-shu thought, the deeper Kai Wen-shu's gaze became as Kai Wen-shu looked at the envelope in Kai Wen-shu. When opened, Inside was a letter full of writing along with a meticulously taken family photo. I have prepared. Kai Wenshu's face gradually darkened. Many things like experience, respect, and caution. Those qualities were not shaken even when facing a large sum of. Kai Wenshu remembered the scene of Jin Zhaosun standing tall and imposing, with a determined, remembered that satisfied smile. The look of praise in Jin Zhaosun's eyes when Jin Zhaosun looked at Kai Wenshu. Remembering the scene in the middle of a hot day when Kai Wenshu was still practicing hard under Jin Zhaosun's supervision. Jin Zhaosun left a deep impression on the slab. Every bit of Kai Wenshu's urgency was observed by Chiller. Even Sang Su's unyielding determination was clearly seen by Jin Zhaosun. Remembering the scene of Chiller Sam sitting in the meeting room receiving a mission. No matter how difficult it was, as long as it was within Jin Zhaosun's capability, Jin Zhaosun wouldn't push. Because of that, the survival rate of the slashers who went on missions with Jin Zhaosun was always very high. For that reason, the crowd continued to flock to the funeral home despite the heavy. Inside the funeral, Chun-sik and Korong were both standing solemnly before Jin Zhaosun's. Each incense stick was offered by people who loved Chiller Sam. Jin Zhaosun was that kind of. In front of Jin Zhaosun's altar, hundreds of people still respectfully bowed to bid Jin Zhaosun a final farewell. The only person who no one can replace. Outside, Chun-sik was still sitting there. This time, Ari pushed the door open and stepped. Seeing Chun-sik sitting there in a daze, Ari hesitated for a moment and then spoke up. Hearing Eris' voice, Chun-sik looked over in confusion. Eris' eyes was a sadness that couldn't be hidden. Yet at this moment, Ari still tried to comfort Chun-sik. I know you are very heartbroken. To me, he was also a slasher, a respectable leader. I am also very heartbroken. The pouring rain grew heavier. But I can't help but talk about. Ari now had a cup of hot tea in Eris. As both sat next to each other, Ari spoke up again to break the silent atmosphere. Do you find me very hard? His reproach was even clearer on Eris' face. Actually, it is clearly so. The funeral is going on, yet I'm talking to you about.
Kai Wensu comfortidari, no.
Because currently it's also a time when war is near. Within a month, those mutants could very well swarm here and kill all the citizens of. Eris' pained eyes looked straight at Kai Wenshu. Right now, if we waste time to mourn the death of someone, that would be the strain. Looking at the curtain of rain outside, Cheon-su kept his mind calm. Ajong remarked that the funeral would only last until the end of tonight. Perhaps the deceased didn't want everyone wasting time instead of preparing for the affair. Ari's eyes were sorrowful. She glanced briefly at Cheon-su and replied, I also heard the funeral will only be held today. In fact, that's exactly why I rushed to meet you. She recalled the scene from a few hours ago, when thousands of slashers poured into the funeral home like a waterfall. It was a location capable of gathering such a massive number of slashers. She remembered the faces of the prominent figures inside the funeral home, a place where they could all feel the sense of duty that came with being a slasher. At that moment, she stood up. She stood straight, her eyes now filled only with determination. It is tonight, right here at this very. Hearing these words, Cheon-su was quite surprised, but he did not offer a reply. Seeing him like that, Ari continued, you just said that war is imminent, right? Everyone who will stand shoulder to shoulder with you on the battlefield has already gathered here. Let me take you to. Seeing Cheon-su still sitting there dejectedly, Ari grew even more determined. First, we will commemorate the departed. Then, we will inspire their will to fight. And you must show them that you are an irreplaceable. Cheon-su now looked directly into her eyes. His expression. After a moment of silence, Cheon-su finally spoke. Do you think he could have predicted that things would turn out like. Remembering the gentle face of Chiller Sam, he said, until his final moments, did he ever worry about what would happen after he. Suddenly, another voice spoke up, interrupting their conversation. Of course not. Hearing the voice, he turned his head. Sang-su stepped out from inside. As he walked, he loosened his tie and spoke again. He wasn't the kind of person with such a grand vision for the future. His eyes held a firm belief, but he had a very good eye for people. He surely believed that no matter what happened, we would do just. Approaching Cheon-su, he continued to offer comfort.
So, don't hesitate any.
He knelt down in front of Cheon-su, who was still looking dazed. We have to make the sacrifice of Kim Chiu-sam, a top A-rank slasher, truly mean. Cheon-su's face showed only astonishment as he looked straight at Sang. Suddenly, Sang-su noticed, in Cheon-su's hand was a photograph and a handwritten letter. A cigarette was also clipped to the. Seeing this, Sang-su cursed angrily. He quickly snatched the cigarette from Cheon-su's hand, leaving him bewildered. Damn it, this really stings. That old man didn't leave me anything at all. You don't smoke, do you? Then taking the help of other A-rank slashers, Kim Cheon-su gathered all the slashers at the funeral home. Inside, Ajong and her subordinates had fully assembled. Chun-sik was standing at the head of the group nearby, maintaining. The corner stood Sang-su, Cho-rong, and Chiller Sam's funeral portrait sat there quiet. Standing before the casket, Cheon-soo stood tall in the... Cheon-soo took a deep breath and began his eyes held nothing but resolve and determination. If only to ensure that the sacrifice of Mr. Kim Chew-sam does not become meaningless. He looked directly toward Cheon-soo. If only to uphold the careers they have built for themselves over all this time. Chun-sik stood firmly, or perhaps to protect the weak, our loved ones, and our families. Standing at the front of the line, Madame Zhonghua listened in. Even Sarung and Jie-ha showed serious expressions. Then they must also risk their lives to protect the Busan. Set aside personal feelings and interests. We must unite against the enemy before us. These words seemed to snap everyone inside the funeral home back to their senses. Afan Hoon-young listened in silence. As he continued, his words grew more resolute. If we cannot do so in this situation, then it would be a true insult to the fallen Slack. Saying this, he suddenly paused. The entire space fell into a heavy silence.
Cheon-soo's fists clenched tight.
Each word he spoke was clear and articulate. Let us fight together. Standing below, Ari felt much more at ease hearing this. He looked sincerely at everyone, a look of absolute determination in his eyes. And we must certainly succeed, so that everyone can hold their heads high with pride. When he finished saying what he needed to say, he looked at Chiller Sam's photo again. He still possessed the majesty of a powerful... Night silently returned. The moon was still high in the... Angry shouts echoed in the forest, accompanied by splattered blood. Damn it! Suho violently used a saw to cut off one of his own arms. His face was contorted with rage. Son of a... His arm fell to the ground. A horde of zombies rushed forward. He stood still in a corner, watching the zombies frantically tearing at his own. Seeing that they remained unaffected, Suho screamed again. Listen to my orders right now. Move. You're nothing but a bunch of useless... But no matter how loudly he shouted, the zombies remained exactly where... Seeing them like that made him grit his teeth in... Suddenly, the arm he had just cut off returned. It bore the marks of being gnawed on by the... In an instant, he violently slammed a zombie into the earth, causing the ground to sink. When he lifted his hand, it was covered in blood, but it had completely restored it. Two other zombies ran for their lives upon seeing Suho's murderous, demonic calling the syringe being driven straight into his head. His heart burned with even more frustration. After that old man injected that vaccine into my... I can no longer create mutants that follow my command. As if to vent his rage, he ground his teeth even... His scream echoed through the dark night. That damn old... The ability to manipulate zombies could turn the tide of any battle. A person possessing such an ability could control zombies as easily as manipulating... When zombies are gathered into an army, it can give an individual the power to overthrow an entire... Among all possible abilities, this was a unique and peerless... However, complex conditions are required to possess this power. Otherwise, everything would easily fall to pieces. First, the zombie must eat a part of Jang Suho's body. For example, Suho would feed a zombie his own arm. Second, it must create a secondary mutation before that body part is fully digested in the zombie's stomach. This allows the mutation to easily spread throughout the zombie's body. Third, the brainwaves of Jang Suho and the zombie-turned mutant must be connected. Only then can Jang Suho control the zombie according to his... If even one of these three conditions fails, the ability is neutral. No matter how hard Suho tried, he still could not control the zombie. And on that day, during the final moments of the battle with Mr. Kim Chew-sam, something had gone wrong with one of these three complex conditions. The needle was still stuck in his head. At this moment, he was truly frustrated. His mind constantly cycled through the reasons. Where exactly did it go wrong? Is there a problem with the body part one used to manipulate the zombies? Or was the intensity of the mutation created inside not strong enough? After pondering for a while, he unconsciously muttered, if not that, then are the brainwaves not connected? During that battle, Jang Suho had decapitated himself several times. The image of him swinging a blade to cut off his own head was still vividly. Thanks to the moonlight, the night sky still offered a faint... From normal zombies to high-level mutants, he had fed them parts of his own body and cut open their stomachs to observe. But among the dozens of zombie corpses lying on the ground, he still found... Despite receiving the results, his power still hadn't recovered, making Suho even more furious. He roughly wiped the blood from his... Looking down from a high rock, a pack of zombies stood there quietly. He finally let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the mutants I already created are still under my control. Originally, I intended to create a massive number of zombies within a... As he thought this, Suho's eyes grew even more determined. But now that is impossible. Is attacking before they can finish preparing their forces the only strategy left? I don't want it to be this way. If I don't keep my word, then I'm no different from the people who betray. He still ground his teeth. Every word he spoke revealed his unwilling frustration. No, I will not act like them, those people who only care about their own All of this is my effort for a better future. By this point, he had calmed down. Looking down at the zombies below, Suho calmly issued an order to them all. Since the decision is made, I must strike fast and win fast. Everyone prepare to Now is the time to distinguish who the real humans are. After these words, the night grew even darker. The brilliant moon still shone high up. On the other hand, Kim Cheon-soo and the slashers were also busy preparing for combat. Inside the main hall, all the slashers invited by Cheon-soo were gathering. His group was currently standing to one side. Suddenly, Jong covered her mouth and cleared her throat. Her voice carried an authority that echoed throughout the hall. All right, everyone. From now on, the A-rank managers will take control of. Ari, standing beside her, also spoke up loudly. First, they will divide the slashers according to the roles they will fulfill in the battle. The division president Jong was talking about involved comparing the strengths and weaknesses of each slasher. We ask for everyone's cooperation. Watching Ari calmly assign everyone's roles, Jong couldn't help but let out a. The defense team will hold their positions to protect the Busan Wall. This includes A-rank slasher Madame Manhwa, the Merchant Association, Gagochi, Jehovah's Church, and the Church of God. They are the ones who will protect Busan. Next is the Vanguard team, which will deal with normal zombies. This consists of A-rank slasher Beastmaster Park Chun-sik plus the freelance slasher. They would be the ones leading the charge in attacking and clearing out the zombies. Next is the Special Ops team, which will combat mutants. This includes B-rank slasher Guillotine and Sod, B-rank slasher Lawnmower Ha Sang-soo, and C-rank slasher Missionary Pedro Choi. All three will be the ones to fight the zombies controlled by. And finally, the Assassin team. Their mission is to protect Kim Cheon-soo and join him in facing high-level mutants. This includes A-rank slasher Phantom Hall Kim Cheon, A-rank slasher Young Talent Lee Cho-rong, and E-rank slasher UGH. These three will be the ones to handle the most difficult opponents in this. Suddenly, a hand went up. Wait. Sang-soo stepped forward with an angry face. He was currently full of questions. Why wasn't I assigned to the assassin team? I have to go and get revenge for the old. Madame Manhwa, nearby, also found it hard to understand and joined in the protest. That's exactly the problem. Hey kids, on what basis are you leaving us to protect the Busan Wall? In the battle to retake Yongsan, do you have any idea how many enemies our merchant association took? At this moment, Jong still stood calmly before everyone to explain. By principle, we don't need to explain the detailed reasons for these choices. However, to prove that we have thought this through very carefully, I will answer the questions of only. First, regarding Ha Sang-soo. You have powerful combat abilities that allow you to fight one-on-one with them. Even if you face Jang Suho, you have enough strength to fight. Hearing her words, the expression on his face softened. However, he couldn't help but speak up again. You know that well, so why was I before he could finish? Jong cut him off. But you yourself have a personal regret. She then calmly delivered the final point. Furthermore, you are acquainted with Jang Suho. As she spoke, the image of him talking familiarly with Suho. Hearing these arguments, he could only stand there biting his lip. But his eyes were still Jong's eyes were still fixed straight on Sang-soo. Each word she spoke felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, making it impossible to argue back. Can you guarantee that a single moment of hesitation won't lead to the failure of this? At this point, his hands were clenched into fists. He still couldn't accept this result. I want to avenge the old man with my own two hands. Thinking this, he hung his head low. But she wasn't. Next, Jong turned to speak with Madame Manhwa. Madame Manhwa, the defense team has the mission to hold their position no matter what happens. A person with a warm heart like yours, if you saw a slasher brutally slaughtering zombies, I don't think you could just stand there with your arms crossed and do nothing. Standing there silently listening to her, the madam could not find a way to argue. Suddenly, Jong let out a devious smile. She pointed straight at Honjong's group and began firing off words like a machine gun. But what if you go with your old and even if you see them sacrificed, you won't feel any pain, right? Standing silently and hearing Madame Manhwa being provoked like that made Honjong and his subordinate beside him jump in. Seeing that she didn't answer, Jong returned to her usual cold and arrogant demeanor. However, considering that each person's combat power is relatively low, the two companies acting as a legion will minimize the damage caused by battles with zombies. After hearing this, a thought popped up in Madame Manhwa's mind. She really is a sly fox, already planning for the worst-case scenario. After considering for a moment, her lips twitched slightly. Ignoring Honjong, who was still jumping in fright beside her, she burst out laughing happily. Hearing your thoughts, I finally understand. I will guard the Busan Wall so I can witness their punishment with my own. Seeing that everything was in place, Jong announced loudly to boost everyone's morale. Alright, everyone stop doubting your assigned missions. Quickly gather at your designated positions and prepare for. Meanwhile, at the assassin team's meeting, Yeon-soo was currently staring wide-eyed at something. He was so stunned he couldn't even speak. Cho-rong was sitting quietly inside the meeting. Both of them stayed as still as statues. A quiet atmosphere enveloped them. After a moment of processing, he managed to stammer out, Did you come alone? Where is the other But unlike his confused and clumsy state, Cho-rong answered calmly, He seemed almost afraid to be alone with her. His voice became even more shaky. Why did you? Seeing him like that, she went straight to the point. Because I have something I want to. Something private between the two of us. Hearing this reason, Cheon-soo looked clearly hesitating as he sat down. Cheon-soo still found it hard to understand. Something private between us? We don't even know each other that well. Aside from the few times I saw her at Ajong's office, I haven't even started a conversation with her. Let alone talk Just like that, the two sat on opposite sides looking at each other. A silent atmosphere enveloped them. After a while, Cho-rong spoke up. The zombies have risen, while we are significantly declining in every aspect. Hearing these words, Cheon-soo also paid it. Manpower is shrinking every day because of people being killed by zombie out. The next problem is food. The supplies in the warehouses have all run. Finally, there's land to live on and assets too. The money remaining in this world is nothing more than scrap paper. The once fertile lands are being gradually trampled by the zombie. Even the relationships between people, they no longer smile at each other. The warm families that existed before the zombies appeared have all been looking directly at Cheon-soo. Cho-rong spoke again. There is only one thing that is increasing. Do you know what it is? Hearing this question from her, he also began to wonder. Something that is increasing. She was silent for a moment and then said seriously, it's the number of orphans. In society, there are sayings like prioritize saving children, women, and the elderly. If all three must be saved, then children must be saved. It has been the principle of saving people since ancient times. For example, a cruise ship that is slowly sinking in the chaotic situation, everyone on the deck rushes to save the children. Even when the world was attacked by zombies, that principle was still applied. When being chased by the zombies, even though people were panicking and running away, they're coming. Run! Suddenly, a tall man saw. On the ground was a woman, trying to hand her baby to the man. Even though the wounds on her body were very serious, her tears of despair flowed. A pleading look was clear as she looked at that man. Even in such a difficult situation, humans no longer have the mind to care about others. No one refuses to save a child either. That man was the same. He took the child and ran. Seeing that her child had left safely, a smile appeared on her lips. As she watched the silhouette of that man, her breath gradually grew. Each adult saved at least one child. There were also people who saved many children, enough to fill an entire cart. The person who saved the children tried to use their own strength to pull the full cart. They did nothing wrong. Standing before a refugee tent, two men were anxiously discussing. The number of young children has exceeded expectations. The number of orphans that orphanages and community groups can take in. Although I've included the people willing to adopt them, it still doesn't cover even 20% of the children currently being cared. Inside, the children were so scared they were crying out loud. Looking at the current situation, the person beside him could only offer a weak explanation. The higher-ups are discussing a solution. From what I've heard, if we share part of the financial burden with them, many businesses will take responsibility for caring for the children. It seems the proposal to hand the children over to them is being accepted by most. Amidst the anxiety and urgency of the adults, the child was currently falling into a deep. Excessive number of children would be distributed to many places like a burden. And I was one of them. The children tried to care for each other. Their eyes looked toward the place where they would have. This place was an orphanage built carelessly by a community organization blinded by government subsidy money. Seongsin Orphanage. With just a crude banner, an orphanage became the place where the children would. Standing inside was a fat, bloated man. Behind him was someone who looked very. With the subsidy money from the government, at first they still cooked porridge for us. Relying on that porridge, the children grew bigger day by. Inside the office, the orphanage director was reviewing. After seeing what was in the document, he became furious. Damn it! He'll have to send them out to beg. If this keeps up, he'll go bankrupt. Since the money was gradually being drained, they forced the children to go and earn begging, pretending to have amnesia. A child in dirty clothes had to stand in the middle of the street holding a bowl to beg from. Another child had to go pickpocketing. They forced us to do every dirty thing they could think of. As long as there was a world where even adults struggled to make a living, children were exploited even more. At that time, Cho-rong was still just a little girl. She was staring blankly up. Before her eyes, a corpse that had died by hanging was still. At this time, the skin of the corpse was already pale. A faint sunlight gradually shone on the little girl's. Cho Rong saw that and could only bite her. If you intended to do that, then don't save us in the first place. As she thought this, she bent down and took off her own shoes. Cho Rong carefully put the shoes on the other little girl's. Her heart was now filled with resentment. If you intended to do that, then don't bring us inside the Busan wall. However, the expression on her face remained as calm as usual. A stream of tears ran down her. Looking up at the girl's corpse once more, Cho Rong felt even more pained. If things turned out like this, then we shouldn't have been born in the first. To reduce the population in the orphanage, they sold us to those participating in the territory reclamation campaign. Recalling the cruel face of the director when he sold her and the others off, her voice held a hint of resentment. Those people forced us to act as bait for the zombie. That day, I stepped out of the Busan wall. The children standing beside her were so scared they burst into tears. However, Cho Rong could still calmly look. At that time, she and 5 others were surrounded by a horde of zombies. When the battle occurred, all 3 children didn't dare open their eyes. The baseball bat of one of the men who had bought her fell. At that moment, Cho Rong was still silently thinking about, and then I discovered my ability. All 3 other children were so surprised their mouths hung. A pale but small hand was holding the baseball bat. Blood was continuously dripping from the. I also knew what my goal was. Standing on a pile of zombie corpses stacked like a. Cho Rong calmly looked toward those 3 From head to toe she was covered in blood. An orphan like me didn't stop moving forward until I became an A-rank slave. Suddenly, Cheon-soo raised his hand to interrupt. Wait, stop for a. Sitting on the other side of the meeting table, he asked in confusion. For what reason are you telling me that sentimental story? Isn't this the first time we've met? Cho Rong immediately made a cold judgment. You really aren't a good person, are you? Normally, for stories like this, other people would listen until. Even so, I'll let you know. The money I've earned as a slasher, that money is still being used to operate 20 training camps and orphanages. Hearing her words, Cheon-soo was quite surprised. However, Cho Rong remained calm. She clasped her hands together and continued her request. If I die, then you help me. Don't let those places collapse. Okay? This is the condition for me to accompany you on the battle. Hearing this, Cheon-soo found it confusing again. As long as you continue to live and run those places, I'll be fine. The responsibility I have to carry is already very heavy. As disagreeing with his words, Cho Rong stated her viewpoint once more. All the strongest slashers in history have gathered here to fight the zombies. Even the Beastmaster is here. Surely many people will lose their lives. Even if I die, it wouldn't be strange. But I want to receive a guarantee. Outside, the door to the meeting room remained closed. Cho Rong's voice continued steadily. Can you guarantee that I won't die? Since we are both under the Choi Jiang Company, I also know all of your acts. You are the only survivor of the reclamation campaign. As she spoke, she recalled the image of Cheon-soo sitting on the corpses of the zombies, holding a shovel and swinging it to. Even when facing the government's conspiracy, a crowd of soldiers continuously collapsed because of the zombies. It was an indescribably tragic. She remembered the scene of him using a cleaver to strike until he was caught by Jiang De, and he had to fight directly with Jiang De-kun, yet he still survived. Then there was the ambush right at the Din E construction site. A giant worm had suddenly attacked him and Ari while they were performing, and also major limbs. All were life or death. Till most recently, after the bloody battle with Jehovah's Church and facing Jiang Suho, he still survived. Perhaps it will be the same this. Recalling the scene of herself standing before the corpse of a friend, her voice lowered. So promise that you won't abandon the children, okay? Hearing this, even Cheon-soo was recalling the figures of people he knew. A thought rose in his heart. I still have many promises to. He remembered the scene of himself standing beside Wang Tex. He remembered the letter and the family photo of Mr. Chiller. Recalling the scene of himself vaguely looking forward, he now had a thought in his heart. Please, so that I can become a sturdy fence for everyone. Thinking of this, his family photo also came to. Seeing that he seemed to hesitate, Cho Rong tried to persuade him once more. If you promise, then I will cooperate to let the meeting proceed smoothly. Suddenly, he slammed the table and, seeing this action from Cheon-soo, she also felt confused. His feet took long strides forward. Suddenly, he leaned in front of her. His face was serious as he offered his pinky finger, which only made her more bewildered. With an extremely serious face, Cheon-soo spoke plainly. You wanted me to promise you, right? Then let's pinky. Seeing him like that, the light in her eyes, knowing she still didn't trust him, Cheon-soo gave a firm. Sitting there, Cho Rong was still. After a while, seeing that he seemed determined, she reached out her finger to hook on the outskirts of. Inside a ruined supermarket, light from outside was shining. At this time, Cheon's group was gathering support. He's currently urging everyone, let's move fast. There are still many people waiting in. Saying that, he turned to Cheon. How lucky. there's still a supermarket that hasn't been looted. Seeing that, the boy also handed over a piece of paper and replied, it was the right choice to come to Taegu. After we're done with the supermarket, let's go to the parcel sorting. At this point, the man seemed urgent as he looked at Cheon and spoke his thoughts. The major is gone. So who will lead us now? We can't go back to Busan. It seems you are the right person for that position. Hearing this, the boy was surprised. Nearby, the comrades also nodded in agreement. Seeing that everyone trusted him, Cheon's eyes welled up with tears, making the man quickly comfort him.
Oh, don't cry.
I was just praising you. It was a Suddenly, someone came running from outside, shouting, Sergeant Song! Sergeant Song! Hearing the call, he turned and asked, what is it? Are the zombies? On the soldier's face was a look of terror. He hurried to report. I discovered a pack of zombies moving. They're about to enter Taegu. A moment later, everyone climbed onto the roof of the super. Chogun was trembling with fear. Beside him, Sergeant Song also found it hard to believe. What is that thing? In the direction everyone was looking, a massive black shape was slowly. Chogun found it very confusing. Thoughts continuously appeared in his mind. This is strange. This isn't how zombies act. They should be moving erratically and unsteadily. But now they're lined up in very precise. Looking through binoculars, the zombies, though slow, were still steadily moving in one direction, which concerned him even more. Furthermore, not a single zombie is falling behind. They are clearly looking in the same direction and moving on the same road. Something is attracting them or they are being controlled. Beside him, a soldier recognized it. The place they are heading toward, Busan. On the road sign, Busan was only 126 kilometers away from where they. Standing on the rooftop of the building, Chogun's group gathered. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, surprising the boy. Isn't this a good? The man was now looking straight at the boy and spoke his full thoughts. That is the place where those who abandoned us are. The place where those who intended to kill us live. So, on the contrary, this could be considered a good thing. If a pack of zombies in such large numbers heads toward Busan. Beside him, others also agreed with the thought. Right? We have no reason to be sad. In the end, everything will just crumble. That corrupt provisional government and those damn military men. Although it's not a sad thing, it's not exactly a happy thing. Seeing that everyone agreed, he then laid out a plan. Just let them go. Sergeant Song, let's hide well until they've all passed. After that, we'll take the relief items back to. Suddenly, Chogun wrote in his own notebook. Are we doing the right? Seeing this question, the man also began to panic. Of course it's right. That's Busan. It's the place that tried to kill. After scribbling for a moment, the boy held up another question. If it were Major Lim, would he do what we're... At this point, the man began to stammer. However, the boy continued to speak clearly. Even though we may have been abandoned, if the military abandons the people, then that is unacceptable. Thinking of Wang Tek, who was devoted to the people, Chogun asked another question. If we don't fulfill our duty as soldiers, then what are we? What did Major Lim die? Those nearby, after hearing the questions, bit their lips and lowered their heads. Everyone sadly looked. At this point, the boy said one more thing. In Busan, there are still the families of the comrades who lost their lives. When they saw these words, the atmosphere became even quiet. The man also bit his lip tightly and didn't say a word. After a period of struggle, the group finally spoke up. We just need to warn them in advance, that's all. Don't complain and make us even. He then agreed. I have a long-range radio used to contact Uljan. If we use it, we can contact Let's just inform them. That's right. Let's stop at just notifying them. As he spoke, he looked straight at. Seeing that everyone agreed, Chogun felt happy. If it were the major, he surely would have done this. Over here, at the assassin team's meeting, 3 members of the assassin team, along with Ajong and Ari, were all in. Suddenly, someone hurriedly pushed the door open. Is Phantom Hall slasher Kim Cheon-soo? Hurriedly called for Cheon-soo. Someone wants to talk to you. Seeing this, he answered in confusion. Is that so? I'm in an important meeting right now. However, the man quickly countered. This is something that could make this meeting pointless. Please come with me. Through the radio, 2 men who had once fought on the same front met again. Putting on the headset, Cheon-soo sat there serious. On this side, the man was anxiously informed. Song and Chogun, those who once doubted that the military and government could change, remembered the newspaper front page with Cheon-soo's serious face and the sensational headline. The one who stopped the coup, Phantom Hall Kim Cheon-soo, recognized by the government as an A-rank. Recalling the image of him sitting at the dining table with Ari, Madame Manhwa, and 2 recalling the scene of him sitting and discussing with Chun-sik at the training, remembering when he and Ah-jong shook hands after successful negotiations. But the major felt at ease knowing that Kim Cheon-soo was alive and leading the slashers in Busan. Chogun's eyes welled up. He is still doing what the major hoped for. Although I feel very sad about losing our comrades, it wasn't a meaningless sacrifice. Then he looked through the binoculars again. The scene of the zombie horde continuously moving appeared before his eyes. On the contrary, a massive number of zombies are moving from Taegu to Bu. On this side, Cheon-soo was quite surprised. The expression on his face was tense. They're moving faster than I thought. Perhaps after being attacked by the old man, their plan was disrupted. No matter how slow the speed is, they will certainly reach Busan within a few days. I must act more urgent. After the other side finished speaking, he immediately said his thanks. Thank you for letting us know. Although the situation isn't great, thanks to you, at least we can prepare in advance. After the situation is resolved, we will do our best so that everyone can return to Busan. Hearing this promise from Cheon-soo, the man on this end politely declined. Thank you for your good intentions. But things have already turned out this way. We no longer have any attachment to returning to Busan. Also, we hope that you can properly arrange things for the families of the comrades who died in the war at Uljan. Song said that. Hearing his words through the machine, Cho-gun nearby nodded in agreement. Hearing these words, Cheon-soo quickly agreed. We will try. Before he could finish, Ari nearby took away the head. Seeing her like that, he had a question. What is it? Do you have something to say to them? Looking at the headset in her hand, Ari didn't hesitate to tell him. Chairman, in order to protect Busan, we must do our best, even if we have to use any means necessary. Do you agree? When she asked him, her eyes held only determination. At the time, he still didn't understand what she meant, so he only answered vaguely, that's right. We can't lose Busan, even if it's for the innocent people. Seeing that he was still clueless, Ari quickly put on the headset and spoke politely. Then I have something to say to them. Let me borrow this for a moment. After putting it on, she looked forward. Her eyes didn't waver in the slightest as she introduced herself. I am Manager Min Ari, /. Her lips moved continuously. Her voice was transmitted just like that. I have something to ask of you. Please engage Jang Suho's group in. Hearing these words, the side at Cho-gun's end began to fall. Both Cho-gun and the person beside him jumped in pain. However, she did not stop and continued her presentation. I'm not forcing you, but we need more information about his high-level mutants. Furthermore, we also need to stall for time, even if it's just a little. If you can engage him in battle for even a short. While hearing this, the man lost all patience and screamed, You're crazy. You're really truly shameless. Your lack of shame is extreme. You don't think it was enough that we reported the news to you? And now you want us to go and offer our lives? As he spoke, his hand holding the device clenched tight. Veins continuously popped out on his. Remembering the whole team's struggle to search, he grew even more furious. After the Uljan incident, we were considered reactionaries and couldn't return to Busan. We had to scavenge through ruined cities to try and survive. We just reported to your side that there are thousands of zombies. Are you telling us to just go fend for ourselves? Huh? Seeing his rage, the people nearby stayed quiet and knew to keep their distance. On this side, Ari was still trying to persuade him. If you can stall for time with just a bit more information. Who knows, maybe we can turn the tide. Before she could finish, the sound of the line cutting off echoed. Beep. The operator saw that and spoke up to check. They've switched frequencies, ma'am. Sitting in his chair, Cheon-soo heard that and turned back to talk. Weren't you a bit too hasty? It seems they're very. Hearing him speak, she could only let out a sigh. Her eyes lowered slightly in sadness. It's true that I was hasty, but we don't have much time left, Chairman. If what they just said is true, then the situation is even more critical. So I had no choice but to try and persuade. On this side, the man was still angrily swinging his leg to kick a stone on the ground. Damn it! Who exactly do they think we? Now they're using the sacrifice for the country argument to talk. What do they mean? That's why I said there was no need to notify the Busan side. As he spoke, his anger flared even higher. Beside him, Cho-gun was silently thinking about, leaving the three people angrily cursing over their damn it. At this moment he quickly ran off. The sign pointing toward Busan, 126 kilometers away, was still. His feet were still pacing on the calling when he was walking with Wong Tek in those final moments of life. At that time, he was panic-stricken when the man stopped. Ma! His eyes welled up. He asked him with great concern, what's. Suddenly, he saw something and had to open his eyes. That time, Wong Tek shed tears. He ground his teeth and looked forward, a look of unwillingness in his eyes. Returning to the present, Song Jo-gun continued to. At that moment, Gwang Taek called his name, leaving him bewildered. Song Jo. He looked straight into his eyes and spoke his final words. This is my last request to you. The one who has always quietly accompanied. Hearing those words, Jo-gun grew frantic. Everyone must survive well, okay? Realizing the hidden meaning in his words, the boy's eyes welled up with tears. From somewhere, Jo-gun had found a pick. His hand, which had been resting on Gwang Taek's shoulder, slowly slid. Sensing his actions, the man's lips quivered. Carrying the man's ideals in his heart, Jogun chose to walk alone. He headed toward the approaching zombie. A squad was marching quickly along a mountain road. A soldier's life, rank doesn't matter. No matter the position, every soldier must go through a period of crisis. At that time, the medals pinned to the uniform were still just decoration. A glass of liquor was suddenly slammed onto the table, causing the contents to spill. Inside the grill house, Jogun seemed completely drunk. I can't do it, sighed deeply. Before the zombies appeared Corporal Song. Hearing his words, Gwangtaek only smiled slightly. Before the zombies appeared Captain Lim Gwang. Seeing him like that made Jogun even angrier. What are you laughing at? This time I'm really quitting. Even if I don't get a penny of pay, sitting before the grill that was still giving off a savory aroma, Gwangtaek calmly remarked, you definitely won't resign. Hearing this made the boy want to argue even more. On what basis do you say that? I have no family to support. I graduated from university so I can do many other things. With Jogun's questions, Gwangtaek calmly pointed at him and explained, because you love this. Hearing that, Jogun stammered in protest, a look of confusion on his face. Love? Love what? If I'm a soldier, he'll have prestige, be treated well, be respected by people and have a smooth life. Taking another drink, the captain explained further. To be blunt, you have no family to care for, so you don't get many benefits. Looking at how slippery you are, and yet you're stuck in this situation, you can't even date. Why are you in this profession? Having said this, he looked Jogun straight in the eyes and, why did you become a soldier, Corporal Song? Jogun, caught off guard by the sudden question, Jogun was unable to. Holding out his glass for a refill, Gwangtaek continued to analyze. There's no logical reason, is there? Because that is your patriotism and your sense of mission. Jogun just went along with it. Just consider it as me giving in and being patriotic. It's fine to call it patriot. This country doesn't love us. It even treats us worse than ordinary people. As he spoke, he poured liquor for the but hearing his words, Gwangtaek became serious. Did I say the country would return your fee? What we are doing is voluntary. A one-sided love that we can never attain. Hearing him speak, Jogun could only listen inside. Seeing that Jogun was still bewildered, Gwangtaek smiled again. But isn't it wonderful? Unrequited love. Even though you don't receive the other's affection, you still persevere until the resolve touched Jogun's heart. The boy's lips twitched. Letting out a few laughs, Jogun criticized him. That sounds insane. You're like a stalker. However, Gwangtaek wasn't angry despite the teasing. This guy, you're insulting yourself. We're in the same. The flashback ended, and Jogun's feet continued to move. Major, I should have argued back. Walking straight ahead, his footsteps did not falter for a. The pickaxe in his hand repeatedly struck the rocks, making a ringing sound. But maybe you were right. Unrequited love. Even if the object of affection is something one still can't bear to see it destroyed by someone else. As he thought this, the sunlight happened to shine directly on his silhouette. Looking ahead, Jogun could only sigh in weariness. It would have been great if I could have gathered more information and reported it to them. But since they won't cooperate, this is really difficult. On my own, I can buy enough time. Just as he thought this, a group of zombies appeared before. The pickaxe in his hand moved slightly. He tried to reassure himself. Just need to hold out for a few more hours. No, even a few short minutes could help turn the tide of the battle in boot. Furthermore, the place where I am standing is the front line. Cannot run away. At this point, Jogun's gaze became this side. Suho was also wondering, what is that? Looking toward Jogun, he grew more curious. He seems like an abandoned slasher, or maybe one on a reconnaissance mission. I don't know if he's lost his courage or is just frozen with. Suho's gaze was firm. He raised his hand and signaled. If you want to stop, then you must die. Receiving his order, the zombie horde rushed forward to it. His eyes were glued to Jogun as he analyzed the situation. If I use mutants to deal with him, I can surely finish him in an instant. Maybe some little mouse is trying to gather more information about me. Just like that old. Thinking of this, he immediately remembered the cameraman who was trying to Looking back at the boy, he felt certain. With such a large number of zombies, they should be able to defeat one guy. Just then, a zombie rushed to attack him. Suddenly, a streak of light appeared beside Jogun's entire body spun around. Consequently, the surrounding zombies were sliced into pieces. The bodies of the first zombies were sent. Around him, there were no longer any zombies capable of. A light flashed in his eyes. A look of ferocity was clear in his. The zombies rushed in again like moths to a flame. Jogun swung his arms once more. The pickaxe in his hand quickly cleaved through the bodies of the zombies. The zombies went flying, their bodies marked with clean slashes. Jogun's pickaxe was stained with blood. A thought occurred to him. How many zombies can I kill? I shouldn't think about that anymore. It has always been this way. If this is the land I stand, then I shall be the ruler of this place. Just as he thought, not a single zombie could get close. From behind, another zombie rushed forward, catching his attention. Without hesitation, he quickly swung his axe and finished. Standing in the middle of the encirclement, Jogun was like a tasty morsel that the zombies kept lunging. However, at that moment he swung a few more. Pickaxe in his hand struck the zombie's head. Suddenly, something surprised. The pickaxe embedded in the zombie's head had been grabbed. Seeing this, he tried his best to pull it out, but the zombie's strength was no. Just like that, the two of them stood there in a tug-of-war for another half. Now, the handle of the pickaxe began to slip from his. Without hesitation, Jogun swung his leg and kicked the zombie. His strength was gradually depleting. Producing them from somewhere, he now held a sickle and an iron rod in his hand. The zombies gave him no rest, immediately lunging at him. Waiting until they were close, he swung the. Observing from the side, Suho was quite surprised. He's holding out longer than I thought. It seems the zombies are being pushed. From his high vantage point, he could clearly see the boy swinging his weapons and attacking the zombies under his. Below, Jogun continued to resist. He had begun to pant heavily, but in his heart he still wanted to try. I want to do well just like the major. Is this what someone with an unrequited love? Remembering the last words Gwangtaek had said to him. Everyone must survive. Live well. His eyes seemed to go hollow. Major. Right now Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, helping him regain his sense. Jogun hurriedly turned his head to. A tanker truck was speeding toward where he's. Inside the cockpit, hands were tightly gripping the steering wheel to control the. Without hesitation, the person inside slammed their foot on the accelerator. The wheels rolled rapidly across the zombies blocking the path were sent flying by the. On this side, Jogun also quickly leaped to the tanker truck, as if fearless of death, crashed straight. It sped past him as he sat on the ground, then slammed into the zombies and. Suddenly, the vehicle swayed, and its wheels gradually left the. A distance away from where Jogun sat, the tanker truck had now over. Suho, observing from the side, was also stunned by this. Behind him, Jogun was also surprised. Suddenly, the cockpit door opened, making him curious. A man jumped out from inside, his voice rising a few notches in anger. Damn it, I'm already starting to regret. Stroking his buzz-cut head, his face was filled with dissatisfaction. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was looking, the zombies crawled up onto the trucks. Upon seeing him, a zombie let out a roar as if showing off its pride. By now, oil from the tank had leaked out into a. He pulled a lighter from his pocket and flicked. Without even looking back, he threw the lighter behind. As the lighter arced through the air, he lamented, Busan is truly full of bastards. The reason I'm fighting, it's just for the Busan families of my fallen comrades. By the time he finished speaking, the lighter was about to land in the oil. Within seconds, the vehicle exploded as the oil met the. Looking toward where Jogun stood, he remained stubborn. That is the reason we fight. Hearing this, Jogun was very surprised. From beneath the vehicle, a zombie had crawled out at some unknown. Its pupils were bloodshot as it looked at the two. From behind, an artillery shell suddenly flew toward where the zombies were. Hearing the sound, Jogun fearfully clutched it. After waiting a while and seeing nothing happen to him, he looked. Over there, the comrades who had shared life and death with him were all running toward him. That unrequited love you spoke of, reflected in the worried faces of his comrades inside the vehicle. Jogun turned back to confirm with the man. Could it be? Seeing him like that, the man nodded in confirmation. Holding his head high, a thought arose in his mind. Even though I can't have the others affect, I will no longer hide those feelings. Just like you. Thinking of this, that drinking session with Gwangtaek seemed as if it had only just. In the room, the atmosphere fell into silence after Jogun's side cut the. Ari felt self-reproach. I didn't think we had much time to negotiate, so I was as blunt as possible. Was I too? Beside her, an old man from the government spoke up. Even so, considering that thanks to that we can act faster than expected. Moreover, we can find their exact location when they pass through Taegu. Your actions weren't entirely useful. Beside him, the equipment operator also patted Cheon-su's shoulder. Spade Ghost, thank you for your time. Based on the information we have, I think we should hold him. I don't think they'll contact us again. As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on the.
Suddenly, Cheon-su interrupted.
Let's wait a bit longer. They will contact us again. Hearing this, Ari and everyone else were astonished. The operator still seemed unable to believe it. He quickly countered. How could they? They just rejected our request, and they seemed very angry. But Cheon-su, sitting in his chair, remained calm. He stared at the device. It was an unreasonable request. It's only natural they'd be angry. But once they calm down, perhaps they will accept our request. Behind him, the old government man still couldn't believe it. How can you be so sure about that? Seeing the old man's expression, Cheon-su replied, because I've witnessed it with my own eyes. Calling Gwangtaek and his 3 comrades, Cheon-su's voice grew more confident. The reason they did that was because everything in Yujin was too chaotic. They aren't people who act out of, therefore they won't reject us so heartlessly. Most likely. Saying this, he felt a bit uncertain himself and hesitated. The old man had now lost his patience. With a grimace, he roared, "Are you speaking up for those rebels now?" Spade, they are rebels. They are criminals who will never be allowed back into Busan. They are a terrorist organization. The louder his voice grew, the more his finger pointed directly at them. Suddenly, the equipment operator standing nearby also spoke up in defense. What he says isn't entirely wrong. Under Major Lim's command, they also performed great service in eliminating zombies. If an accident happens now, it could lead to the destruction of the nuclear power. On the contrary, we can repair the equipment and protect the safety of Busan citizens. At this mention, the 2 nuclear plants were remembered by everyone. Cheon-su remained silently in his chair. He turned to watch the operator still trying to convince the old man. If they hadn't reported it, we wouldn't have known that Kang Suho's battle would take place sooner. We would have suffered an irreparable defeat. As he spoke, his serious expression softened the old man's stance. However, the old man still couldn't trust Jogun's group. Even if we make 100 concessions and owe them for the nuclear plant, how can those fugitives have the guts to face Kang Suho's? Suddenly, a call came through the radio. "Hello? Hello? Can you hear us? This is Taegu. Is the Spade Ghost still there?" Hearing the sound, everyone turned. The equipment operator hurriedly put on his headset. He answered urgently, "This is Busan. We hear you clearly. Go." A voice came through the radio again, repeating, "This is Taegu. We have something to say to the Spade Ghost." Hearing that, Cheon-su nodded in agreement. On the rooftop of a building, someone was standing. A soldier, using binoculars to observe, reported the current situation. Just now, after connecting with that side, Sergeant Song Jogun stepped out to engage. "We are trying to hold them off as long as possible. We have also convinced the soldiers who intended to withdraw to stay. I have orders to continuously report the movements of the zombies heading toward Busan to you." Through the binoculars, the entire battlefield situation was captured in his. On this side, Cheon-su, wearing the headset, asked, "How long do you think you can hold out? You said earlier that your forces aren't." Hearing him, the soldier on this side observed intently and reported, "Even so, we can hold out for quite a while." Below, Jogun and another person were running for their lives. "We have entered the danger zone to resupply, and we are all elite soldiers who have fought shoulder to shoulder with Major Lim." As if to prove these words, he turned to look at the group holding machine. Faces were all serious. A leader among them shouted, "Alpha Team, get." As soon as the words were spoken, the whole group began to their guns continuously at the zombies. The zombies rushing forward frantically were completely defenseless. Bullets flew rapidly and pierced through their. Without stopping, an artillery shell flew in from a distance. A massive explosion rang out, catching Jogun's attention. He looked back and behind them, beside the artillery gun, someone was reporting, "Beta Team, get." Elsewhere, a bomb was being planted. From under the bridge, soldiers were quickly attaching a few more bombs. Standing nearby, another person held a radio and reported, "Gamma Team, get." By now, the whole team's plan was clear. Machine guns were positioned on the main roads the zombies would pass. While the machine guns slowed the advance from the front, mortars would fire continuously. This would help eliminate more zombies. Finally, bombs would detonate at the necessary moment to collapse the bridge. This would help delay the retreat, and zombies might fall as the bridge collapsed. On the bridge, Jogun was feeling moved. "I thought I'd have to fight but thinking back, they really live up to being anti-zombie specialists who have gone through countless fierce. I think they could devise such a strategy in a short time. If they do well, it won't just be about buying time or distracting the mutants. They might even break the will of those heading to Busan." Thinking of this, his gaze shifted to a nearby road. On this side, Suho remained stationary to observe the battle. He touched his head, his face clearly showing impatience. "Don't they ever get tired? Just tiny bugs acting like that. As if something so important. Do they think they won't get..." Now the battle situation had grown tense. His voice rang out again. "Those pathetic bugs keep buzzing around, actually thinking they can achieve something? It makes me feel disgusted. Even so, the fact that traitors must die and those willing to sacrifice themselves will find salvation. The ending where good triumphs over evil will never change." As soon as he finished speaking, a grade mutant appeared beside him, the blade. Standing before the blade ghost, Suho calmly pointed toward Jogun. Following his finger from a military vehicle at this end of the flick of the wrist, a cut seemed to be. After giving directions, he issued an order. "Wipe them out for me, Blade." Hearing his order, the blade ghost's massive foot stepped. Hands clapped together. After a moment, her fingers lengthened, and she took a stance, ready to. On this side, Jogun was alarmed to see the blade ghost's Before anyone could prepare, her hand was ready to... On this side, he was running headlong. Seeing everyone still preparing to attack, he shouted, "Everyone!" However, a streak of light cut through his... A streak of light also sliced through the military... In an instant, both the people and the vehicle struck by the light were sliced in. Jogun was now like a statue, frozen in... Before he could even think, another explosion... His entire body was thrown backward as a result. Hurriedly looking over, Jogun saw the man's legs. Above them, the corpse had been severed from the head and his pupils fluctuated violently. A heart-wrenching scream escaped him, making everyone's hearts... This side, Suho, seeing that the gun squad blocking the way had been cleared, spoke up. "This is a top-tier mutant. I didn't even want to show it to that old man because this mutant is truly rare. Even if I had to create more variants or sacrifice other zombies, I wouldn't want to... But I think you're witnessing a magnificent sight before you die." The more he spoke, the more his gaze looked down upon the boy with lowly flies, but no matter how many insults he hurled, Jogun couldn't hear them. The pain of losing his comrades once again had struck. On the rooftop, the soldier was still intently watching the battle. Upon seeing the blade ghost, he was terrified. "What is that? That's no longer a zombie. It's not like any grade A mutant I saw in Yujin." Beside him, the radio on the floor rang out. "This is Beta Team. What was that explosion just now? Our visibility is blocked here. Report immediately. This is Gamma Team. Alpha Team just threw a grenade. Quick, give the next order." Hearing the urgent calls, looking at the radio, he fought an internal battle. "With Alpha Team's current situation, only I can judge the state of things. I said even if there's not enough time, we must have a proper strat." After a moment, he resolutely picked up the radio. "I have to..." Bringing the radio close, despite his panic, he tried to guide them. "Alpha Team, retreat." Repeating, "Alpha Team, strange mutant has just appeared on the enemy side." Through the radio, Delta Team, in charge of the mortars, his voice continued to reach everyone through the radio. "It's at least grade A. No, a mutant beyond our standard has appeared." Hearing this, Gamma Team, in charge of detonating the bridge, was also surprised. Looking back at the bridge, Jogun was trying to flee. The soldier reported, "Sergeant Song Jogun is still alive and After a moment's thought, he issued a plan. "Beta Team, continue firing at the same course to cause chaos for the zombies attacking toward the blind spot. Maybe we can buy time for Sergeant Song Jogun to Once enough time has been bought, Gamma Team will detonate the bridge. Of course, I will give the signal." Hearing him say that, the two men holding the radios on the tactical side, though anxious, calmly agreed. After disconnecting, he gritted his teeth. His hand involuntarily raised the binoculars. His heart was filled with worry. "I just gave the order. As long as they follow the plan, everything could. As promised, I've tried to buy time and perhaps keep him." In the sky, a ghost head was from its mouth. The words the soldier just said were transmitted to Suho's ears. "Once enough time has been bought, Gamma Team will detonate the bridge. Of course, I will give the... Once enough time has been bought, Gamma Team will detonate the... Of course, I will give the signal." Hearing the plan from Jogun's side, Suho was surprised. The mortar team and the bridge demolition team. Is that their entire... Letting go of the ghost's mouth, he became furious. It was a good decision to create a mutant that can catch radio waves. "I almost lost all my zombies." After venting his anger, he turned back and ordered, "Deal with them. Kill them cleanly. If rumors about you spread, it won't benefit me." On the mortar team side, another shell was fire. When the shell landed and touched the ground, it exploded, sending zombies. One mortar operator waved his hand and ordered, his eyes not leaving the zombies for a second, "Bring more shells here. We must fire another round in that direction." But after waiting a while, no one... Losing patience, he turned and barked, "What are you doing? Hurry up and bring the shells. This is..." But when he looked over, someone there was half kneeling on the ground. His eyes were full of fear as he looked back. A grade A mutant, the organ ghost, had wrapped itself around the person. Seeing it, he cried out in panic. That thing on his head... Suddenly, that person reached out and grabbed a shell from the... Controlled by the organ ghost, he raised the shell high with both... Those nearby saw this and began to panic. Moments later, an explosion rang out from above, startling the demolition team. Leading the demolition team below, he realized, that's not the sound of zombies falling. It's coming from the mortar team. They've been attacked. I must block their advance and buy time. Maybe Sergeant Song also wanted me to do this. He turned and ordered, "We have to detonate the bombs. Well, create a gap between... Move! Fast!" As he urged them on, his body staggered. He couldn't help but be surprised. Why am I seeing upside down? Just as the thought crossed his mind, he saw his own head slowly on the bridge pier. A ghost with bloody was clinging. Group of soldiers nearby were also terrified by this. Seeing everyone's expressions, the grade a mutant, the sunken ghost bared its sharp. Seeing its sharp teeth, the demolition team grew even more frantic. They hurriedly fired at it, their words stuttering. That, as soon as the two of them fired, leaped into an instant, it landed on the ground and vanished. From beneath the ground, a trail moving very fast. Seeing it like that, the two grew even more. Suddenly, a sound rang out from behind the two. The sunken ghost opened its mouth wide and seeing it appear so suddenly, the person was too panicked to do anything. Above, the signalman gritted his teeth as he watched the battle through binoculars. Hastily putting down the binoculars, he was filled with despair as he blamed himself. I was wrong. I should have told them to ignore everything and run. No. First, I don't know if Busan can attack, but I have to report the information about that mutant. If I can transmit this information that I've risked my life for, then this sacrifice won't be meaningless. He quickly picked up the... Suddenly, something flew in and knocked the radio out of his... Looking at the shattered radio, he panicked and looked over. On the nearby high-rise building, something was reflecting the sunlight. Up there, the grade a mutant, the sniper ghost, was aiming its barrel directly. Seeing it, his face immediately showed utter In an instant, another bullet flew rapidly on the bridge. Jogun was still struggling to escape. Now, he realized the area had grown silent. The counterattacks had stopped. I don't hear the mortars anymore, or the bomb. Then he remembered his comrades being killed by the blade ghost. And with that superior mutant from earlier, they had likely been overwhelmed. After some thought, his steps slowed. He had seemingly lost all will. There's no point in running and producing a hammer from somewhere. He tried to calculate. If I can push them back, I can probably buy another 30. Having thought this, Jogun turned back. He stood still. Zombies quickly caught up. His eyes lit up again as he made a firm resolution. They'll try to hold out for 5 more minutes. Within moments, the zombies arrived. Seeing him, they all rushed to it. Jogun's eyes slowly opened. He blinked. He was lying on the ground, a look of bewilderment clear on his... He looked up at the still blue... Jogun hurriedly pushed himself up with his... Suddenly, someone stepped forward and spoke, surprising him. Why don't you get over here already? Now, 3 familiar figures stood on the... He still seemed a bit dazed, so he just stared. He quickly stood up. Seeing this, someone, it was unclear who, laughed and lamented. Why do we have to die on the battlefield? Even in... Standing opposite him, Guangtaik asked just one question. Did you do your... Hearing his question, the boy fell into deep... After a while, Jogun looked up and answered clearly, 5 minutes. I didn't just do my best. I held out for 5 more minutes. Hearing that, the corners of the man's lips curled. Without hesitation, Guangtaik praised him. You did well. You worked hard. That boring, unrequited love. As he spoke, it seemed as if the national flag was reflected in his eyes. The time to mobilize dozens of soldiers. Soldiers who were advancing to prepare for the... Soldiers hurriedly loaded shells into the camp. Below the bridge, soldiers were installing timed bombs on the... A soldier holding a radio had a look of utter fear as he... Recalling the scene of Song Jogun's final confrontation with the zombies. For at most 40 minutes, the soldiers fired at the zombies. But before they could finish, they were sliced. Recalling the scene of Cheon Su collapsing upon seeing his comrades. Then seeing the sunken ghost clinging to the bridge pier. Recalling the leader being killed by it in just... While information about the mutant remained unknown, only the lower half of the signalman's body was left. Someone might say this was a meaningless death, but their deaths were not in... Suho's face was now full of tension. The time consumed for a battle was only 40 minutes. But Kong Suho had spent half a day reorganizing the scattered lines and assessing the day. Thinking of the zombies on the road, he mused, zombies aren't capable of following complex instructions like humans. So once this formation is broken, it will take more time to rearrange them to prevent the battlefield from becoming... Gritting his teeth, he muttered, what a new... Furthermore, although information about the mutant hadn't been transmitted, everyone in the room was now angry. The operator's face had turned pale as he stared down at the... But the slashers in Busan can realize it by instinct. Cheon Su, though stressed, spoke up. They are people who were determined to fight bravely. Thus, they couldn't have suddenly changed their minds as easily as flipping a card. Perhaps they were under such a swift attack that they couldn't report to us in time and perish. There might be something with overwhelming power among Kong Suho's zombies. Ari spoke after him. I will warn the slashers facing Kong Suho's zombies. If possible, I will mobilize reinforcements in that direction. Finally, Busan was able to accurately calculate Kong Suho's position and direction. A path from beginning to end appeared on the operator pointed at the map and analyzed. We know where they started and how they're moving, so I think we can prepare. Our army will reduce the number of zombies and block their... With worried face, he suggested, let the slashers prepare the defensive lines. Let's do whatever it takes to ensure Corporal Song Jogun's death wasn't in. Hearing his proposal, Cheon-su gave a slight, recalling Gwangtaek's face when he was still alive. After Major Lim's incident, most of the elite troops had fallen. An uneven match had been ongoing since the apocalypse. Although the defense forces could still be mobilized to maintain security in Busan, it was still like a drop in the outside. Soldiers on full alert patrolled but they still held many remaining weapons. The soldier from before stepped into a room full of weapons. A group of soldiers entered the warehouse. This was the Provisional Government Ministry of Defense Military Depot. Thousands of crates of weapons were stacked in. From inside the crates, a series of mines were taken. Due to Major Lim's incident, the leaders took command in place of the demoted forces. The soldiers were amazed to see the weapons inside the warehouse. After looking around, the leader felt worried. We lack guns and heavy weapons, but there are many explosive charges and mines. In this situation, these weapons can definitely cause massive damage. We've decided to maximize infrastructure use to reduce the number of zombies heading toward Busan. After observing for a while, he waved his hand and ordered, "Take all anti-personnel mines, TNT and sharp knives. We will use these weapons to set traps on the road to Busan." Now, at the Provisional Government Ministry of Defense Strategy, inside, government and military personnel were meeting to discuss strategy. Pointing at the diagram, the presenter spoke in a deep voice. The white dots are locations where mines have been planted. The red dots are the positions of the special forces. They can detonate the TNT and use combat knives at the right. General Huang rested his chin on both hands and said, "Weapons are densely positioned. This means the army has used up all available explosives." Regardless, hearing his words, the person beside him broke out in a cold. He took a cigarette from the table. He continued to question, "What I wonder isn't where the mines are set or where the special forces are." Putting the cigarette in his mouth, he coldly urged, "And can you really stop Kang Soo-ho from entering Busan that way?" Hearing his question, the battle leader lowered his head in silence for a moment. After some thought, he answered, "We cannot stop him, because we predict the number of zombies he leads is in the hundreds of thousands." Hearing this, General Huang and those present were but not giving up, he tried to convince them. "But if we want to reduce those numbers, half the guns. Yes, currently we can eliminate half. With the installed firepower, eliminating half of the zombies wasn't an exaggeration." Looking at the battlefield, zombies were continuously blown away by them, but two variables could occur. Suho appeared from behind. He signaled to the zombie. Around them, destroyed zombies lay scattered on the ground. Beside them, the horde of zombies was lined up in perfect. Suho had a grave expression upon seeing the number of zombies eliminated. "In this situation, we can't let them move to the surrounding areas. Not just the front. All four sides must have been." Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, he spoke again. "I didn't expect them to defend to this extent. It seems the army has gotten smarter." First, Kang Soo-ho, the leader of this horde, is familiar with anti-zombie tactics.
Suho spoke coldly.
"Don't I know their anti-zombie strategies? I'm a reserve slasher after all." As he spoke, his expression grew dark. "I have to step out As soon as he finished speaking, a giant zombie. Second, Kang Soo-ho held many mutants with terrible power that we had never seen before. His feet trampled on the zombies. Each time it stepped down, it created a massive force, sending zombies flying in all directions. Looking up at the zombie, a thought occurred to him. A mutant I discovered in a new town on the outskirts of Gyeonggi. It's not a mutant that can be easily created by a single mutation. It requires many mutants at once, which then fuse together organically. This is a top-tier, rare mutant. It can only be formed upon reaching a state of unification." As he thought this, it was as if the scene of its transformation appeared. A grade A mutant, the Colossus roamed through as a means to pierce through. The Colossus continued to wherever it went, the ground below. Suddenly, it stomped hard on the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. The mines below exploded, wounding its. After a moment, the Colossus suddenly stopped and stood still. The wounds on its legs immediately vanished. Having observed it all this while, Suho thought to himself, the Colossus' defensive capability is absent. Even if it's injured, the colonies inside will regenerate the wounded parts. Just as he thought, the wound on its leg quickly disappeared completely. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed as he stared at the giant fiend in his hand. The only downside of the giant fiend is its laziness and lack of aggression, but I can compensate for that by controlling it myself. In other words, this means the only glimmer of hope that zombies can be destroyed by modern weapons will completely vanish. Whether it's machine guns or other heavy weaponry, they will no longer have any impact. Those damn traitors. Thinking this, Jiang Suho closed his eyes in satisfaction. "Perish, all of you. Open your eyes and see what those you abandoned have become, and repent." As he thought this, the giant fiend took a few more steps. A group from the military also spotted. The soldiers' jaws dropped in shock. What the hell is that? Is it clearing mines with its... One soldier shouted in disbelief. How is that possible? Is that thing tougher than those... One of them gritted his teeth in... The giant fiend continued to advance, while the military personnel... Its feet hitting the ground caused the earth to tremble, with dust and smoke scattering everywhere. Jiang Suho stood on high, observing. His eyes remained fixed on... Upon reaching the military camp, he wondered to himself, is this the place? The entrance to the territory of those... Suho stood on the giant fiend's shoulder and declared loudly, I have returned. I have set foot on the... Looking into the distance with a face full of irony, he added, oh, my beloved home. The scene shifted to the wall of Jiang. The frenzied living dead marched. Step by step, they had clearly identified their... Standing up high, Suho focused his gaze on this. His face became unusually calm as he remarked, if I'm going to return to my hometown in glory, I should at least be dressed properly. The zombies, following his command, slowly walked over carrying... Suho quickly used his hands to untie the strange coil of... He didn't forget to toss his old jacket onto the... He put on the new... Suho now looked incredibly cool. He stood on high, observing everything happen. Suho's face looked fresh, yet he had plans of his... Looking at the bright light in the distance, his eyes became deep in thought, focused. Though I don't know who the commander on the other side is, they probably think they won't be able to stop me at... Two bright points appeared on the map. Busan and... A light breeze blew past. Suho calmly glanced forward and sighed. Maybe they're a bit more capable than I... On this side, the commander remained focused, waiting for orders regarding this zombie. Inside the conference room, everyone was confused. This time, Azong looked up at Jiang in surprise. You're saying you'll block him at Jiang? Why does it have to be Jiang? Even Ari, sitting to the side, became worried. I think you should reconsider this, Mr. Jin. In front of everyone, Ari quickly voiced her thoughts. The walls will get sturdier and more solid the deeper we go into Busan. With the time bought while Jiang Suho breaks through outer walls like Jiang, we might be able to come up with another trump card. After hearing Eris' words, Cheon-su spoke up after a moment of silence. I'm not a strategist, so I won't stop you. Just explain it so I understand. Min-gu focused on both of their advice. He nodded in understanding. Chairman Choi and Ms. Min Ari have looked at Ari and Azong. Based on the time and information Sergeant Song had Gu look up, I've reached a conclusion. As you said, in an urban battle in the center of Busan, the win rate might be... His face turned serious, and his voice became chillingly solemn. If things happen like that, Busan will completely lose its functionality as a... Jean Gus' voice continued. Most food production and water supply facilities are located outside central Busan. Images of various locations appeared as he spoke. He continued, if we provide these for free, what happens if everyone outside central Busan flocks to the city to fight over? Upon hearing his question, Ari and Azong fell into a silent, thoughtful... Cheon-su was deeply confused. After a long silence, Azong finally spoke her mind. If that happens, Jiang Suho won't even need to participate in a general effect. After hearing that, Ari added her opinion to the meeting. We can probably hold out until Busan, under siege and with no supplies, runs dry and dies out. Jin-gu heard this, snapped his fingers and made a decision. Exactly. As expected, the perspective of executives is completely different. If we get tied down like that once, it will be hard to break. His voice continued. When the isolation lingers like that, images of crowded streets appeared. Civilians in cramped living quarters, starving and thirsty, will riot because they can't bear the... Hearing this, Eris' face became unusually serious. To resolve that, we'd waste even more soldiers and slack. At the same time, Azong worriedly announced, Jiang Suho just needs to wait until our forces weaken, and then hell overwhelm Busan. That would be the... After speaking, Jin-gu made a final call. So, we must stop him at Jiang at all costs. The serious face, he announced the purpose of the meeting to everyone. This time, the goal isn't just to drive away the zombies. Our goal is to protect the people in Busan. Everyone in the meeting room grew serious, waiting for what would come next. So, let's prepare an absolute defense. Cheon-su stepped forward to monitor the situation. Before their eyes stood a wave of zombies, ready for... The brainless zombies crawled step by step toward the city. Seeing the numbers increasing, Cheon-su sighed wearily. There are so many. Seriously. Where did all these dangerous guys come? He quickly turned his head in another direction. I wonder where the rest are hiding. Jin-gu, standing nearby, added, how dangerous or numerous they are doesn't matter. Jin-gu became unusually serious as he announced, what matters is utilizing what we have. Every team must play its role and do everything no matter how many zombies appear, we won't fear this storm. Because we are slashers and slashers kill zombies. We just need to fulfill our role of killing zombies. Sensing some intent behind these heroic words, Cheon-soo looked over at Jin. He gently placed a hand on Jin Gus's shoulder and laughed mockingly. I thought only handsome people spoke the truth, but I guess not. This made Jin-gu furious. You little... Returning to a serious tone, Cheon-soo coughed a few times and thought deeply. The problem is those zombies have an intelligent commander, and their scale is unprecedented. I think you can compensate for that with your smart brain. What's scale got to do with... A smug smile appeared on his face. Since when did humans have more enemies than zombies? While the two were talking enthusiastically, a voice called out from behind. Hey, Rung and various other zombie hunters had been fully... She quickly reported the team checks are completing. Everyone gathered there made Park Chun-sik stammer in fear. Damn it. Finished with checks. We still don't know if we can beat him or... Hearing his strange words made Sang-soo turn around and scold him. Damn it. We're facing normal zombies anyway. The survival rate is still high. Both sides were about to argue. Donghua interjected. We'll all die eventually. You idiots. Just as long as we don't fight each other. Seeing everyone gathered, Cheon-soo nodded and calculated. All right, the zombies on this side are all... He turned to Jin-gu. How long can the military hold out? Jin-gu quickly reported everything. Several platoons and an artillery regiment are bringing field guns from behind the wall. Everyone waited expectantly as they watched the soldiers prepare large cannons to fight the zombies. Along with that were automated aircraft and airmen capable of piloting helicopters. Jin-gu sighed wearily. Neither the commander nor the general came, only a colonel. This was too much for Sarung, who cursed loudly. They only sent that many people. What the hell? Ignoring her words, Jin-gu continued explaining. Due to heavy troop losses in Unjin, we can't rule out the possibility of zombies infiltrating the city and causing civil war. Even if that doesn't happen, we still need to maintain urban security and have a thorough plan to use military power effectively. Hearing this, Cheon-soo glanced at him and voiced his doubts in confusion. I knew they wouldn't cooperate 100%. But what kind of headquarters is this? Damn it. They have no experience. Why is there only one? Pedro's face became very calm as he explained what he knew. Although it's just a rumor, some say the provisional government and the Ministry of Defense have all fled to shelters. That's also not true. There's a lot of talk about how protecting high-ranking officials is for building the nation's foundation. Jin-gu seemed to nod in agreement with this. He didn't forget to remind them that's not the important issue between the two sides. Regardless, they're the incompetents who let Busan become like. After hearing all this, Cheon-soo looked up and sighed. In the end, they're all a bunch of corrupt. He gently placed a hand on Jin Gus's shoulder and announced to everyone. Anyway, fortunately, the commander here isn't one of those blockheads, but this old man. This annoyed Jin-gu. I was planning to be the last one to die, though. Everyone laughed happily. Realizing time was running out, Cheon-soo stepped. It seemed Donghua was ready for the upcoming battle. And Hondong was no Sarung and Jin-gu looked forward with great seriousness. Pedro walked with a confident posture. Jiha was also no The trio of Korong, Park Chun-sik, and Sang-soo stepped. Cheon-soo walked straight ahead and announced to everyone. All right then. On this side, Suho calmly controlled the zombies as they moved. Taking a deep breath, Suho quickly controlled a zombie to shout out his words. From now on, any of you who surrender, I will turn you into conscious me. At least I'll let you survive until Busan completely collapsed. Everyone focused on the words he kept using to threaten them. Because I have more compassion for you than those hiding behind the calm face, he lectured loudly. Don't be foolish enough to use your lives to stop the extinction of humanity. Suho's words seemed to sap the workers' strength. They had no spirit left to fight. Except before all a wave of frenzied zombies charged. Cheon-soo's familiar shovel appeared and slammed. Cheon-soo, holding his weapon, slowly walked forward with a calm face. He was known as the rank A slasher, Demon Shovel Kim Cheon. Looking at Cheon-soo's familiar face, Suho was also surprised. Oh, it's that guy I met back. Probably the elite disciple of that old man, Kim Zhao. Suddenly, he thought of the words Kim Zhaoshan once told him. Busan is changing with the focus on slashers. They left Suho deeply puzzled. Thoughts kept popping into his head. Did he mean this guy is like me? How ridiculous. He's just a fool with no experience. On this side, Cheon-soo was still fumbling with the megaphone in his. He quickly shouted a challenge toward Suho. Jiang Suho, how's your brain feeling after being affected by the virus? A smug smile formed on his lips. Stop talking nonsense. Come at me. They'll cure. His voice continued, if you're sick, you need treatment. Why are you standing there talking nonsense? These words directly stunned Suho. Suho thought in confusion, it seems he's learned a few words to provoke. Suho's face turned vicious as he shouted his declaration. They'll kill At the same time, the zombie beside him looked up and let out a frenetic roar so that no humans would. The battle between zombies and humans quickly be. Looking at the situation ahead, The commander signaled loudly. The zombies are here. We are slash. The voice continued, informing everyone to coordinate. Our mission is to kill zombies. Form a solid barricade so no one leaves their post. Protect humanity's precious wall until the bloodthirsty, frenzied zombies charged straight at the sturdy city. Suho's face was deeply thoughtful, waiting for the battle's outcome. The besieger and the Su awaited the results. Zombies and slash. A fierce battle between humans and the living dead was reenacted. The final battle, the death match of Jiang. The opening scene showed the two sides fighting fiercely with clubs and sticks. In the end, what is called war is a fight between factions. Time passed. Once again, humans used shields to attack one. Modern times arrived. Once again, humans used modern weapons to summarize everything. It's a battle between humans. It's not just a war between factions. Scene shifted to a casino where continuous bets were made. It's a battle of cards. These hands of cards seemed to decide the players' fates. Who would flip their cards? There were even men feigning blindness to cheat. Who held more cards? They were extremely cautious about every move and gesture. And who could predict the opponent's hand based on their face-up? The man's lips curled into a smug smile. That's exactly what kind of battle it is. But his opponent remained completely emotional. Back in reality, Suho calmly looked. Cheon-su, not to be outdone, carefully observed everything. Just looking was enough to see how large the scale of this battle was. Neither side had deployed their main forces yet. Suho slowly extended his hands. As soon as he gave the order, all the bloodthirsty zombies charged toward them. They charged at a terrifying speed, attacking frantically. The vanguard Suho sent only consisted of a few rank C variants. All of this had been meticulously calculated by Suho, mixing in a few rank B variants with a horde of ordinary zombies. His face grew very serious as he thought of his plan. Though I used to be a slasher, I've been away from the battlefield for quite some time. I need to gather more information on these new slashers. Suho continued to look at the mutant zombies walking by. They are the perfect bait for me to gather information. His eyes were calm, waiting for each human to be struck down by his hand. Now you can show your cards. This time, the city gates were slowly opened. It seemed Cheon-su wasn't falling behind either. On the other hand, Kim Cheon-su sent out a man's shadow, who stepped forward, facing the frenzied zombies. Park Chun-sik walked out as if nothing was wrong. He was known as the rank A slasher Hound Master Park Chun. Seeing only one person step out to withstand the frenzied zombies made Suho even more confused. Just one guy? Are they so afraid to show their cards that they've lost their minds? They only sent out one slasher. While he was still confused, Park Chun-sik quickly pulled out a small. For Suho's surprised and bewildered eye, he put the flute to his lips and blew out strange. The zombies, as if urged by something, charged straight. Park Chun-sik remained calm, seemingly without a trace of. Behind him, a pack of wild dogs. This time, the dogs ran forward frantically, biting and tearing at the bloodthirsty, frenzied zombie. This made Suho flinch in unbelievable confusion. Frenzied dogs opened their mouths wide, biting and tearing at the arms of the bloodthirsty zombie. Other dogs continuously attacked different parts of the zombies' bodies. The common thread was that all of them had become extremely ferocious. Witnessing this scene made Suho freeze in confusion. What is this? Setting aside using dogs as weapons, why aren't the zombies attacking the... Park Chun-sik quickly knelt down and stroked a small dog's head, praising it. Good, very good. Good. All of this was observed closely by Azong and the others from High. Her face grew thoughtful as she quickly recalled everything. When Jiang Suho was still in office, the Hound Master was only a trainee slasher. So I don't think he'd know the Hound Master's tactics. Looking at how the zombies are moving, it seems my guess was... Last images appeared, and the story unfolded. The Hound Master's skill is actually quite simple. He can control a pack of dogs as if they were his own limbs. Back then, Park Chun-sik calmly controlled all the wild. Back then, the dogs could completely tear apart anyone who dared touch their. The dogs utilized their superior physical capabilities compared to the zombies, hunting and destroying them without. Made her marvel at the ability. Using a living creature to kill zombies is indeed a very fresh tactic. However, everything has a weakness. The weakness of this ability is the use of dogs. When an infected person appears, zombies are humans who have become hosts for the zombie. On top of that, with dogs constantly attacking zombies, a chaotic scene is created. And these hosts will attack humans to spread the virus. A question arose in Azong's mind. Then what about dogs that aren't in? When a dog frantically attacks a zombie right in front, zombie doesn't recognize it as a human. Therefore, the zombie won't attack the... Just like that, the situation was clearly shifting. That's right. Zombies won't instinctively attack dogs. The zombies were now as numerous as ants. Park Chun-sik stood there calmly, controlling his dogs to attack each zombie. If Jiang Suho doesn't control them bit by... Seeing the situation turn south, Suho's face was very pensive, not knowing what to do next. They can't fight individually. The problem is that controlling them is very difficult. He gritted his teeth in anger upon realizing his opponent wouldn't be easy to handle. Suho's face was now full of rage as he looked ahead, especially when facing dozens, even hundreds of such agile and clever. After a short deliberation, Suho made a decision. If the dogs are aggressive, the owner should be held responsible. At the same time, the mutant zombie received Suho's order and it walked forward step by step with an extremely fierce appeal. A bizarre smile even appeared on the mutant zombie's lips. Suho urged it, take on them. The thought of having to act so early made him sigh in disappointment. Quite a pity I have to show my hand first. But no, on this side, Jingu quickly used his scope to observe the situation. Realizing everything was going according to plan, he quickly announced to everyone. Now is the... Soon as he finished his announcement, a troop carrying equipment quickly stepped. This troop hurried to surround Park Chun-sik to keep him. Park Chun-sik remained silent, as calm as if nothing was happening. They slammed their shields firmly into the ground, determined not to let their commander be. They had formed an incredibly sturdy white wall against any attacks from any type of... The gun fiend zombie continuously fired straight at Park Chun. Unfortunately, it was destined for disappointment as the place had turned into an extremely strong and sturdy barrier. The shield wall quickly shifted toward the inside of the sturdy city. At the same time, bullets from the gun fiend variant also quickly left the... Unfortunately, one man couldn't hold on any longer and was blown away from his own. He fell heavily onto the ground. Seeing one person fall, another quickly brought their shield over to take his... Everything happened very quickly, seemingly without leaving a single... Surprised Suho to an unbelievable degree. Did they predict the gun fiend would... A smug smile formed on Jean Gus' lips with his own calculations. Of course, I predicted head target the Hound Master. Compared to dealing with hundreds of dogs, killing one person is much easier. He suddenly recalled that afternoon when he met with the zombie hunters. That's why I persuaded the freelance slashers. Instead of splitting up and reducing survival rates, we should protect the Hound Master. Thinking this, he became extremely smug about the plan he had devised. Attacking with dogs, defending with humans. Just like a carrier. On this side, Suho marveled in surprise, truly an excellent task. He continued looking at the situation. Unexpected. Suho's eyes grew angrier as he made a decision. Just now, didn't just order the gun fiend but all... The scene shifted to the front of the sturdy city wall. A massive footstep landed. Another mutant zombie quickly appeared. It was the rank A variant, the parasitic. This time, it aimed for the gap, making Park Chun-sik slowly appear before its... Holding the larva high, the parasitic fiend let out a vicious smile as it targeted it. It threw it straight at the sturdy wall protecting Park Chun. The parasitic larva flew straight toward Park Chun-sik with determination. The terrifying image of the larval parasite. The spear. It was a monster with many gruesome tentacles. It was one of the rank A variants Jiang Suho could When it was small, it seemed like nothing compared to human strength. Initially, due to its small size and weak physical strength, it could hardly kill it. Thus, for a long time it wasn't classified as a rank A variant. Its teeth had become hideous, filled with rage at being... Out of pure rage, it leaped high into the air. But the reason it's now evaluated as one of the most terrifying variants, this time it aimed for a soldier's face and attacked. Because it can latch onto a person's... It controlled the soldier's head. The others retreated in. Sensing the situation was turning bad, one of the comrades quickly raised his gun. The bullet immediately fired toward the unfortunate man attacked by this parasite, which used its bizarre power to control. As it grew, it was also used by other monsters. But this monster threw the larval parasite straight at the soldier's wall. The appearance of the spear, but the larval parasite targeted was one of their faces. This meant losing a capable comrade, having to kill their own comrade with their own. Thinking this, Suho hesitated, sending out a strong person enough to deal with ordinary zombies. That slasher who controls dogs. That was your A smug smile formed on his lips. It's great when he's on your side. But what if he stands on... He quickly imagined the fierce battle ahead. Dealing with ordinary zombies was already hard. Suho's mind was filled with these thoughts. So, can you handle dogs that have been... After seeing their comrade taken over by the larval parasite, those in the control room were in a... Screams echoed inside, followed by the sound of continuous gun. After a while, the larval parasite remained standing as if it felt no pain. Seeing it unscathed further panicked another soldier. The larval parasite continuously twisted the body it was directly controlled the host to attack his own comrade. So, the single host continuously attacked the other comrade. Witnessing this, they were extremely worried and turned to each other. There's something stuck on the Hound Master's face. What kind of variant is that? One of them added a reminder. First, we have to calm the Hound Master down. We can't let him die. Only once he's calm can we remove that thing from his. Next, those two idiots quickly tossed their shields and charged at the larval parasite. It seemed to understand their intent and prepared to control the host to strike. Observing everything from above, the military commander fell into his own thoughts. Is that thing considered a variant too? Then should I send the special task? Realizing something was wrong, his eyes gradually turned to surprise. After only a short time, the larval parasite had controlled the soldier to continuously take down his comrade. What he noticed now was the flute in the hand of the man being parasitic. He realized the problem was becoming more serious by the day. The dog controlling flute. He clearly intends to. His mind, a helpless thought appeared. Command the dog. At the same time, on this side, Suho was continuously issuing commands to kill the other slaves. From here, the scene grew more chaotic. Monsters were gradually in. The military commander was now completely helpless, unable to do anything. The creatures infected by the parasite had completely transformed. Knowing that continuing would only bring danger, he hurriedly shouted to the other soldiers, slashers outside, "Get inside the wall. Tell everyone that the dogs are no longer our allies." Hearing the commander's orders, they were in pain but gritted their teeth and forced themselves to. One of them sat up and saw the terrifying sight right before his. Before this poor soldier was a pack of parasitized monsters. They were eyeing him greedily. If this continued, casualties would be unavoidable. The eyes of these wild wolves gradually approached him. They only wished they could devour him instantly. This also made the other soldiers who woke up feel completely hopeless. They gritted their teeth in helplessness, lost in their thoughts. Damn it, is it too late? Even if we have to say the Hound Master died at our hands, the order must be carried out until the battle ends. We've suffered serious losses because of an unexpected variant. While they were still looking for a way to escape, the monsters opened their hideous mouths. Now they had no weapons left. They could only bow their heads and plead, "No, don't come over here." The monsters quickly dashed, but the surprise was that the wild dogs continuously attacked the zombies right in front. Thanks for watching the video. The scene now became extremely chaotic as the pack of wild beasts continuously tore into the zombies' core. This startled the military commander in unbelievable surprise. This also left Suho, the mastermind, bewildered. Why are the dogs attacking the zombies? The man controlled by the larval parasite stood there stammering. Despite his pain, he didn't care. Will not bite people. He still tried to utter strange words because dogs are very. An old story slowly unfolded. To me, dogs are better than people. No, to be precise, I used to hate humans. The poor student carried a crate of books, walking under the mockery of all his peers. No, to be precise, I used to hate humans. The reason was just one word. Poor. On the crate, it was clearly printed. Basic living allowance for. He was returning to class. A foot quickly tripped. Just like that, the poor man and his necessities fell hard onto the. In the restroom, they continuously poured dirty water over his head. No matter what he did in class, he was always the target of everyone's mockery. And that was a pain that never healed. I had no friends, but I had a nickname, Dog. It started with one kid in class bullying me. They laughed at him relentlessly, making him feel hopeless, saying I smelled like a dog in the. Bullying wasn't enough. Ash and cigarette butts were thrown straight at the poor guy's face. From then on, whenever he was harassed, even when he was beaten by his fat classmates, he couldn't resist any of them. Errand boy. They all called him. He grew older, he gradually realized one thing. Maybe that's why the thing I hate most is being bothered by others. His first job was raising dogs. But the dogs here were very fond of him. Managing a dog slowly extended his hands. The funny thing, the poor little dogs seemed to understand his heart and shared his sorrow. I used to hate that nickname. Sensing comfort from the animals, he felt deeply moved. But being around the dogs, I grew to like them more. Looking at the poor dogs, he imagined they were just like him. They didn't know where they were or where they were. His tedious job continued day after day. What would their fate? Looking at the newly arrived dogs surprised him a bit. Just because I feed them, spend time with them, and occasionally pamper. Their eyes looked at him with such pity, as if in sympathy. And before I knew it, they had developed feelings. What had to come, came. The vehicles left, leaving only him and these animals. Even if others criticized me for having a disgusting job in a disgusting, it seemed he was all too familiar with everything that happened to him. Being surrounded by these non-human creatures and receiving their affection instead of hatred was a comfort to me. I just waited for the day I could take these creatures who brought me warmth away from this place. And then, that day, the poor guy was quickly pushed hard from behind by. He was in pain, not knowing what he had done. At the same time as he faced trouble, dog cages fell from. One of the zombies quickly ran toward him to it. He knew nothing but to sit there. He even thought his life was ending. While this poor man was waiting for his life to end, a loud noise erupted near. It turned out the dogs he had raised were continuously attacking the zombies to protect. Left him in unbelievable surprise. Looking at the dogs that had freed him, he realized something important. How could I not love them? I only helped a little, yet these creatures knew how to repay my life-saving kindness. How could I not love? Back in reality, the poor man was still being controlled by the larval parasite. My companions who stayed with me will surely understand. He still stood there looking at the dogs he had personally raised. That I would never give an order to kill. Him feeling stranger and he slowly approached all. Their eyes were now incredibly fierce as their master was being controlled. Pleading voice echoed continuously. Please. As soon as he finished his sentence, the dogs quickly leaped forward and attacked. Before he closed his eyes, the word as expected flashed in his. Poor man's keychain fell straight to the ground. You guys are still better than humans. After devouring the poor man, the dogs quickly eliminated the remaining zombies. Witnessing this, Suho became furious. Even though the controlling master is dead, the dogs are still moving. Could it be they're following the final order their master gave before? What just happened ruined the plan he had set. Regardless of the reason, I've fallen into a disadvantageous position right from the first. He repeatedly looked at the hunters standing above, observing everything. A plan formed in his head. This move was supposed to make the A-rank slashers feel helpless. Even if they went outside, they shouldn't have been able to do anything. Yet, it had turned into such a valuable sacrifice. He saw the flutes of the poor man from earlier spreading across the. Suho was deeply hesitant, unsure which plan to execute next. The slashers' fighting spirit would only increase. Based on that, they would prolong the siege while gathering information about the high-level mutants he possessed. There was no other way. He could only slowly push his chess piece forward. He had to change tack. This piece was placed directly on the side of the board, symbolizing a new move. Before I reveal more information, he'll have to sacrifice a few high-level. He felt hopeful about this next plan. He would launch a general offensive to crush them quickly. At the same time, a giant foot suddenly appeared. This multi-armed giant monster kept appearing and moving. His hands quickly threw Suho in another direction. He lightly jumped down and landed successfully on the. After calming himself, he quickly turned his head and shouted to his subordinates. Regroup. Get behind the giant demon. Many others began to appear in various types of zombies. Suho looked at the massive form of the giant demon in front of him. He had his own calculations. This would ensure the zombies were as safe as possible from the dense barrage of shells and the pack of dogs. As soon as the wall collapsed, the zombies would swarm in. Noticing the increasing number of zombies, the military commander suddenly grew anxious and hurriedly announced over the radio. The zombies are gathering by giant mutant species. His voice rang out continuously, signaling his subordinates. Stop the sporadic shelling. Focus fire on a single target. The giant. After he finished, the subordinates quickly changed their tactics, aiming directly at the giant. Continuous attacks fired straight at the massive monster as if trying to annihilate. Multiple explosions occurred in mid-air, making the monster roar in. The military commander stood there, monitoring every move of these monsters. The area became chaotic with continuous explosions. Everything was gradually becoming much more. After a long period of continuous firing, the military commander quickly raised his hand and announced, cease. The thick dust and smoke slowly dissipated. The place had turned into a waste. His eyes were full of hope, wishing only for the giant demon to be. Unfortunately, his hope seemed to be in vain. The giant demon still stood there, seemingly caused everyone observing to freeze. Suho had calculated all of this. He even thought with a bit of disdain, those pathetic shells couldn't even leave a decent scratch. On the way here, neither I nor Claymore could hurt it. Yet they're still so. Looking at his giant demon still advancing, he sighed and criticized them. You guys really have no ability to. While walking forward, the giant demon suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky, screaming continued. It quickly stomped its foot hard on the ground, creating a large. This made the commander feel helpless as he sank into his own thoughts. What other mutant species is he hiding? Although I can't know or deal with them all, I knew he had a massive monster through records of clashes with the national. He quickly noticed Suho's figure standing on the head of this monster, controlling its act. His eyes became fierce as he thought, if he thinks I'm unprepared, he's Giant demon seemed to follow Suho's orders. Stepping forwards, it quickly stomped hard on the ground, causing the earth to sink beneath. Realizing something was wrong, it let out an incomprehensible. Turned out that when it stepped down, a large hole had been formed, making it stagger and stop. The commander thought triumphantly, we prepared a hole big enough to make that massive monster. Seeing his monster suddenly stagger strangely, Suho became very confused. This also made the military side rejoice, shouting. The giant demon rolled on the ground, roaring at the. Seeing his opportunity approaching, the commander quickly picked up the radio and announced, now, proceed. Special Forces, the assassin team which had been prepared in the dark bunker, quickly rushed out. Jin Tianshu, the other assassins, very fast. Watching everyone set out made the commander a bit anxious, but he tried to reassure himself. I've assigned the special forces to handle the mutants they can manage. I don't think we can destroy them. Also knew one important thing. But currently, the thick dust made identification difficult and chaotic. The lurker demon slowly climbed out of the ground. Pedro rushed to attack. The next monster was the gun demon. It rushed straight forward. Each slasher had to find their assigned. His opponent this time was an sword demon, holding a dry skeleton, quickly rushed to confront and stall for, and the one facing her was Shang. Jin Tianshu and the others were battle-hardened and ready to fight. The assassin team would be able to end this. Suho calmly looked at the opponents in front of him that he would. Suho walked toward the giant demon and gently advised, "Stop, giant demon. Don't get caught." His eyes were calm as he prepared to command it. "There's no other." As his voice rang out, "Disperse." The giant demon's eyes widened as if it had heard the its body lay still on the ground without any strange reaction. Taking a long breath, it quickly spat out hundreds of thousands of zombies from its. These zombies rushed forward, wanting only to attack the being attacked suddenly made everyone panic, unsure of what to do other than. The bloodthirsty zombies continue attacked the command. He also startled, realizing that Suho's mind was truly beyond imagination. While he didn't know what to do, Huang Rong immediately blocked a blow. Calmly turned her head and gently comforted the commander. "Hey, just focus on commanding. The wall up there is being handled by Jehovah's Wind, the Gochi Merchant Guild." And Huang Rong shouted while attacking, signaling everyone to keep fighting. After all, the mutants falling are only slightly higher rank than normal zombies. Protect the area where you stand. Trust your teammates and defend your position until. This side, Jin Tianshu and his teammates continuously eliminated zombies. Holding the familiar shovel in his hand, he defeated each wave of zombies that appeared. Everyone was playing their part in their position. His eyes quickly scanned in another direction as if he had a plan. What I must do now? Looking at Suho still standing in the middle of the battlefield, he quickly made a decision. On the chessboard everyone has set, I must put an end to it. While he was still contemplating, he startled to realize his opponent had appeared in front. Giant mutant zombie with an 8-pack and bulging muscles appeared before him, making him a bit off. While Jin Tianshu was unsure how to handle it, an axe was quickly activated. Fortunately, Zhu Rong used her axe in time to attack these giant zombies. She didn't forget to turn her head and urge him. Hearing her say that, Jin Tianshu and Ji he had no choice but to leave her and run forward. Everyone's target was the mastermind behind all of this. Thinking about what Suho had done made him so angry that he gritted his. Taking a deep breath, Jin Tianshu shouted, "Hey!" This also made Suho notice. Seeing that he had appeared on this chessboard, Suho slowly stepped forward. At the same time, a terrifying figure quickly appeared. The battle between Suho and Jin Tianshu officially began. Let's start. Scene shifted to a large room called the A10Y Yongdu Shelter, reserved for high-ranking government. Inside, a noisy crowd was constantly discussing with a high-ranking man quickly stepped up and called out anxiously, "General Huang." General Huang. Hearing this, the general seemed confused. "Sir?" They had become extremely worried. "What's the situation out?" General Huang quickly bowed and reported everything. "The last report we heard was that the battle was still ongoing at Zizong. After that, I came in here. I'm also not sure how long we can hold out or how much the zombie count has decreased." This made other officials uncomfortable, and they questioned him incessantly. "Are you saying you received the report and went straight into hiding instead of continuing to..." He just remained silent. This official continued turning in another direction. More important, inside the shelter many different people had appeared. This seemed to surprise the official. "That battle won't reach here, right, General Huang? No matter what happens outside, as long as we're alive, we can rebuild the country step by step." General Huang quickly nodded to confirm this. "That's right. Information about the construction of this shelter has never been leaked." He didn't forget to speak confidently. No matter how talented Jiang Suho is, he can't get all the way. Just as he finished his sentence, a monster punctured the wall and slowly. This caused everyone to freeze in. The monster's mouth gradually opened into it. While the place was still in chaos, a mysterious person slowly stepped. A familiar voice rang out. "Are you all doing well?" This made everyone turn around in surprise. Suho entered the scene, smiled, and asked, "Oh, the noble high-ranking official." Suho walked into the space alone. He glanced around and mocked in surprise. "It must be hard for you all, isn't it? Maintaining this meaningless title is exhausting. When was this shelter dug? I had to search forever to find." Seeing him appear made General Huang confused. "Hey, Jiang Suho!" More importantly, the official behind him shouted angrily, "General Huang, what's going on?" The report clearly said Jiang Suho was fighting the slashers at the. This also made him very bewildered. "That was the report I received." Hearing that, Suho laughed. His face was very calm as he looked forward and announced, "That was just a..." Suho had calculated all of this very carefully. He gently explained to the group, "Unlike you people who have no ability but bottomless..." Back at that moment, the monster with the terrifying face outside was the A-rank mutant. Host Suho quickly approached it, preparing to take control. When it heard his order, it became obedient and complete. This mountain ghost's body gradually underwent a transformation that no one could understand. Having anticipated Jean Tiantius' actions, Suho had created another clone of himself. The power of the mutant species is limitless. Hearing this made an official so angry he gritted his quickly turned and announced to everyone, "That guy is a zombie." This time he didn't forget to order, "Zombies must be dealt with immediately." Just as he finished speaking, the military generals hurriedly pulled out their guns and aimed at, continuously fired at him, but he wasn't afraid. He stood still for them all to shoot. The bullets kept passing through his before everyone's worried eyes. Suho also slowly fell to the ground. Seeing him fall, General Huang finally breathed a sigh of, but the official was still very frightened. He shouted the order, "General Huang, that guy is dead, right? Hurry up and deal with him. What are you doing?" Just as he finished speaking, Suho suddenly asked, "Zombies must be dealt with immediately." Huh? A crazy plan formed in his head. "So, if you all turned into zombies, would you kill your..." Hearing him say that made General Huang even more furious. "You bastard. You're only good at big..." Quickly walked up to Suho and looked down. While he wasn't paying attention, a small insect gradually flew straight into General Huang's mouth as he... A second later, General Huang clutched his neck and screamed, making everyone around him. Everyone froze at this terrifying. Even the highly experienced bodyguards didn't dare do anything more than stand in. Now, instead of pointing their guns at Suho, they all pointed their guns at the trembling general. They tried to call out, "Hey, General Huang." The official behind them kept shouting, "Shoot! Shoot already! Before they could understand, Huang had turned into a zombie and started attacking the other. Everything was part of Suho's plan. He laughed and announced, "With this power gap, it's not hard for me to personally commit a massacre." The scene became chaotic with different screams. "Shoot! Shoot him! Deal with him!" He seemed not to care about their fear. "It's not bad if you all tear each other apart and turn this place in." He gently bowed his head and sighed. "From the beginning, I should have swept through like..." He suddenly remembered the happy days he had with everyone in the past. Justice and noble. Even then, he had a happy life despite always being teased by his girlfriend. For a peaceful... Remembering the glass of white wine in his hand, Suho became very thoughtful. "I shouldn't have chased those vague, shapeless He sat up. It seemed everyone around him had been torn apart, screaming tragically. "If I had let power speak earlier, I wouldn't have had to come." The shelter was now flooded with blood and nothing. They continuously transformed into zombies and a high-ranking female official hurriedly hid to one side and anxiously reported, This is the Yongdu shelter. Send the army here immediately." She quickly recounted everything. "The leader of the zombies has arrived. It's no longer just about the front lines. If there are no soldiers left, call the slashers immediately." But her voice attracted the zombies. The more she spoke, the more desperate she became. "This place has turned into..." Looking up, she saw an official approaching her. The woman shed tears of agony. "Assemblyman..." Before she could say her last words, she was quickly taken. Fresh red blood, not yet dry, flowed along the cold. On this side, decisive slashes appeared. Suho was still fiercely confronting Jin Tian. Suho suddenly remembered the first time he met Jin Tianshu when the latter also used a shovel to attack him. The experience gained after each battle and the fight with Jin Zhaoshan had been analyzed in detail by the man. Many more times, the battle between the two always became more intense. "I've also studied his attack patterns hundreds of times." Jin Tiantius' eyes were very determined as he held his weapon and rushed. Two people with immense power, neither willing to yield, continuously rushed at each other. Thanks, in just a few basic moves, Jin Tianshu knocked the weapon out of Suho's. The weapon flew several times then it stuck firmly in the ground. Now Jin Tianshu had become much stronger. "I'm confident I can defeat..." He glanced at Ji He, who was still fighting the zombies. "Not to mention, the two of them are risking their lives so I can focus on this." Even Zhu Rong was constantly dealing with giant zombies to protect Jin Tianshu. They cleared the zombies between him and Jiang. Thinking of all their sacrifices, he quickly tightened his grip on his weapon. With teammates and perfect conditions launched continuous attacks at Suho with determination. "Only then can I fight on equal." Battle between the two became increasingly fierce. Thanks to that, Suho also realized Jin Tiantius' strength was no. Jin Tianshu also couldn't forgive the man who caused everything. "I can give it my..." A thought quickly occurred. How strange. Jin Tianshu asked himself as he saw Suho backing away. Is his power only this? The fact that he could easily defeat Suho made him even more confused. Is his skill only at this? Tianshu was so thoughtful. Strange, no matter how I think about it, I don't understand. It's not because I got stronger, and it's not because I chose the wrong combat plan. So where is the Suddenly his radio rang with an announcement. You were the one who... Commander anxiously held the radio and recounted everything. There's news from Yongdu, Busan. Jiang Suho just appeared there and has purged all the high-ranking government officials. This made Jin Tianshu turn pale, realizing something was wrong. When Suho attacked, he managed to dodge and he seemed to have understood a vital issue. Suho flashed a wicked smile as the mountain ghost gradually appeared. Exactly, but it's too... Jin Tianshu turned pale. This is... What should I do in this situation? He looked straight at Jiang Suho, thinking the one I need to deal with is the real Jiang Suho, not this Jin Tianshu's foot stomped hard on the ground, gritted his teeth, turned, and ran fast, thinking, I must find the real Jiang Suho. Despite Jiang Suho holding a sword behind him and smiling with a jump made the ground kick up, Jiang Suho rushed forward maliciously. He landed on the ground, blocking Jin Tianshu, and shouted, Where are you going? You have to stay and play. Jin Tianshu frowned and looked back in annoyance. Jiang Suho rushed in with a powerful slash, forcing Jin Tianshu to frown and raise his shovel to block the... Mi Yinghao bit his lip, calculating that this was a dead... An image of the area maps appeared in his mind. Mi Yinghao considered that almost all slashers were concentrated in Zizong, while the rear only had a few police or soldiers protecting security. In each area, crowds of zombies were running wildly on the streets. He thought, in a situation like this, if the zombie outbreak caused by Jiang Suho bursts in the densely populated rear area. At this moment, an image of a burned-out area appeared in his memory. The people living there would just... Mi Yinghao turned pale and lamented. From the start, it was a stalemate. In this battle, we were at a disadvantage from the beginning. His mind was in chaos. He made a move where he's sure to win. What should I do? What is the best? The scene showed exhausted civilians still trying to resist the living dead, while Mi Yinghao stood on iron crates above, looking down. His mind was still searching for a solution. His hand was on the tree. Mi Yinghao raised his gun to the sky and pulled the A deafening explosion rang out as a bright green light soared high into the sky. Everyone stopped fighting and stared blankly. Green light in the green light was blinding. Someone guessed that signal. A flashback, Mi Yinghao held a flare. He said calmly, not everyone in the battle can hear the radio. So, I will use flares to send emergency messages. First, this green flare. The light from the flare rose higher and became more blinding. The signal for when the tactical plan fails due to Jiang Suho's. Mi Yinghao loaded the next flare into the gun. Next, the red flare. The green light slowly fell, giving way to a blinding red light. The signal telling all slashers to hold their current position. The red light still shone in the sky. Someone shouted, What? Does that mean the plan failed but we still have to hold our position? Mi Yinghao fired the last shot, thinking the blue. He hesitated. It was the summons from the overall commander of this battle, the shovel ghost. The blue light rose along with the other two colors, lighting up the sky and attracting people who wanted to run toward. A man with a gun and a man with a club shouted, What on earth does this mean? Someone replied, I don't know. Chao looked at the sky and said, That signal is The tactical plan failed, so everyone is ordered to hold their positions to clear the way for the shovel ghost to... Zhu Rong, Ji He and the others looked up at the sky. Bright blue color was showing. What an unreasonable image of Jin Tianshu flashed by. Jin Tianshu had infiltrated the battlefield to catch Jiang Suho without thinking about the consequences. The scene now, viewed from above. A small group of people surrounded by hundreds of thousands of living dead. The instruction given this time was to escape that place safely, even though escaping was almost a miracle. He swung his chainsaw and a zombie in he continuously took down several zombies while Jin Tianshu looked on and panted. I will carve out a path with my... A man holding a club grimaced. We have to do it no matter what. He swung his spiked club down and shouted, We're in trouble. If we think of our families in Busan, then are the last line of defense. There's no one left to blame, and no more chance to... The scene was extremely chaotic. Looking at the people in the sea of zombies surrounding them, one by one, a small golden road shone down. It cleared a path for the miserable people being surrounded, creating a blood-soaked path from their own position. This side, Jin Tianshu was still fiercely fighting Jiang. Jin Tianshu panted and said, It's a long way, and you're really in... Jiang Suho laughed with... A slash was unleashed in... Jiang Suho was momentarily... Blue light from the blade in Zhu Rong's hand rushed at Jiang Suho, but he quickly dropped. A few strands of his hair were cut and flew in the... Zhu Rong's blade came down. Jiang Suho turned to look. Zhu Rong leaned her blade against the ground. She lowered her voice. Go. Go to where you really need... Toward a world where you can protect abandoned children. Just like our promise. An image appeared of her as a child seeing her friend hanging from a tree. Very shouted. Hurry! Jin Tianshu fell. He turned and ran in the opposite direction from Jiang. Jiang Suho was momentarily displeased. Rong slashed down to attack him, but he dodged. She taunted him, "Where are you looking?" Ari said worriedly. Jin Tianshu asked out of breath, "What's the situation?" Ari handed him a water bottle. She replied, "I don't know the specific situation yet. I only know that Jiang Suho has started a biological attack on the shelter where high-ranking government officials are hiding. First, with the remaining defense forces in Busan, they will definitely blockade that." He wiped the water from his mouth and said, "We must." Ari and he ran fast. "But is there any vehicle that can get there in time? I heard there's a special forces helicopter, but if we take it, defense will be a Ari reported as they ran. "She already prepared it for you." Jin Tianshu was curious. She replied, "She's the one who solves problems with." Ari continued, the former S-rank manager. They stopped in front of a helicopter. Zhang Zhe frowned and teased, "You're too slow. Hurry up." Shovel. Jin Tianshu felt a flash of. He walked toward the helicopter under Eris. Suddenly Jin Tianshu. He turned around and asked, "When I'm not here, can you all stop those zombies?" Ari just laughed. "It's not about whether we can, but that we must. Just like how you will definitely defeat Jiang Suho." She also encouraged him, "Don't give up." Ari looked at Jin Tianshu's back and silently, "Please develop your power and finances so that you can make others accept the ideals you spoke of at the." He smiled brightly and watched. "Please slap them." Jin Tianshu stepped up and left. To wake them up from this crazy. On the helicopter, Zhang Zhe crossed her arms and declared, "I will go with you." As he was startled. "Are you crazy? You're a manager, not a slasher. Can't you not fight?" In the past, when conditions were difficult, managers had to protect them. He frowned and replied, "I'm going because I have something." Zhang Zhe laughed and said, "Don't worry, debtor. I won't be a burden." "Already calling me a debtor? I paid off the debt a long time." Jin Tianshu grimaced. "Well, you've been in the slasher business for years, so you must have a plan." She suddenly fell silent, looked at him and said, "Don't." Zhang Zhe muttered, "Really? You say the same nonsense that person used." The helicopter flew in the darkening. Before the entrance to the A-10 shelter in Yongdu, workers were trying to open behind them, the army was equipped with guns and armor, ready to amp. General Huang thought restlessly, "Damn it. Although the shelter entrance was sealed tight so no one could get out, I don't know how long this will." A noise came from the shelter door, making the welders startle and stop. A welder panicked, "Sir, there's a noise here. Could they have reached the exit?" The shelter door shook violently, frightening everyone out. The welder fell backward and exclaimed, "Oh my!" The shelter door was kicked. Jiang Suho said coldly, "Doors should be locked from the inside." Behind Jiang Suho, a swarm of bloodthirsty living dead rushed out. He laughed, "It's not about locking it from the out." General Huang frowned and pointed at the living dead. Order. Other soldiers then shouted, "Fire." General Huang was. Jiang Suho rushed up and killed each person. He mocked them with disdain. "How ironic." He defeated another soldier. "When I wanted to be protected and begged for help, why didn't you appear?" But instead, each slash fell on the soldiers. But when things happen and you lose what belongs to you, you quickly change as if nothing ever happened. The bodies of the soldiers were slashed into pieces, scattered in pools of blood all over the. Jiang Suho stood there. A voice from behind him spoke up, "You arrived faster than I." Jiang Suho looked back and saw Jin Tianshu there. "I thought you were isolated and dead in Z." Jin Tianshu frowned slightly and said, "That fake introduction can end now. Let's get straight to the." Jiang Suho held a knife and replied quietly, "How cold? I am your senior." After Jin Tianshu gritted his teeth and rushed. While Jiang Suho stood there calmly to meet the sky was now. The two didn't hesitate to raise their weapons and fight. Jiang Suho quickly approached Jin Tian. The knife stabbed straight at Jin Tianshu's face, but he managed to dodge it. But the blade still grazed his face, making blood. Jiang Suho frowned dangerously. He grabbed an axe and swung it straight at Jin Tianshu. Jin Tianshu quickly retreated. He planted his feet firmly to regain balance. His hand still gripped the. Jin Tianshu looked down and thought, as expected, "The real one is very." Jiang Suho also watched his weapon intently, making him consider, although there is a power gap, this guy has learned how to use his power. Perhaps he prepared to face me with everything he. He remembered the cameraman on the helicopter and thought, thanks to the video footage that old man left behind, an image of Jin Tianshu and Mi Yinghao discussing attack methods. Because there was so little time to prepare to face Jiang Suho, we couldn't keep up with him. He gritted his teeth and considered, with many attacks and different patterns at the same time, I can't block. Jiang Suho continued to rush in to attack, making him dazed. That means I have no chance of winning in a fair. From above, a light flashed, making Jiang Suho stop. He thought, what I need now is to create a each arrow from above shot down, surprising Jiang. He calmly swung his hand to brush the arrows. The arrows fell clattering on the ground. Jiang Suho asked, "What's this? Did you bring a..." Jin Tianshu replied, "A helper? Ah yes, but she's not just my..." He stood still and said, "But more precisely..." Behind him, a girl stepped onto the roof. Seeing this, Jiang Suho was momentarily surprised. Jiang Zhe stepped. Jin Tianshu introduced her. "She's your old..." Jiang Suho froze and looked. Jiang Zhe was the same. She looked steadily at Jin Tianshu had disappeared. Nevertheless, the battle continued. If the front line is breached, then protecting the rear has no... Someone's figure looked down from a... Mi Inghao considered common zombies for low-level slash. He thought that because they were used to killing zombies, they weren't a big... Even B or C rank mutants could be dealt, but those considered A rank mutants continuously created variants. Mi Inghao took the radio and ordered, "To win completely, we must quickly deal with those mutants. Special forces, what's the situation?" And Sharon ran fast. "I'm trying my best to close the distance." She jumped over the living, then slid past them. Sharon rushed past and shouted, "The gun demon is too far." She smiled with delight. "And don't worry, Uncle A. I think I have an idea on how to defeat." Mi Inghao watched her run like the wind past the zombies. He thought, she is gradually closing the distance with the gun. The reason she could close the distance without being detected by the gun demon was that high-level mutants only attack or notice slashers who are killing many zombies, or high-level slashers. Currently, 3 people were struggling with the living. Images of Huang Rong, Zhu Rong, Chun Shi, and the whom Jiang Suho had ordered them to prioritize killing. And Sharon's instinct recognized. Sharon dodged the attacks of the zombies simply. "I haven't killed zombies for a while now. I only need to kill one single," she calculated. "So there's no need to attract the attention of common zombies or low-rank mutants. There's no reason to waste energy. Just taking this one down is worth 10 up." She aimed for the gun demon. "Must destroy." Sharon held her axe. "Before it kills more slash." She gripped the axe and jumped to attack from behind the gun. She thought, "I will attack the blind spot where it's hardest to turn the gun barrel." "You bet." The axe strike came down, jolting the gun. She smiled. The gun demon turned its head. She began to panic. "Why is its head so..." Axe swung, flashing. She was thrown back, and Sharon was worried. "Why is its head so..." The gun demon its hand tore. She gripped the axe and shouted. Sharon calculated. "Since it fires bullets, my instinct tells me to block the gun." The gun demon swung its hand. She thought, "Will it?" And Sharon turned back and shouted. "Everyone, duck!" People fighting stopped immediately. A large explosion shook everything around. Thick gray smoke. On the ground were only charred fragments of corpse. The living dead were thrown far by the explosion. And Sharon also took a significant... Her 2 axe blades spun in the... and fell and stuck right at her position, making her heart stop. Her eyes widened as she... On the ground were only charred, smoking pieces of flesh. She breathed a sigh of relief. B-rank slasher, Guillotine and Sharon. "Thank goodness. I've destroyed the A-rank mutant." The hammer in his hand swung. Man used great force to smash down on the one transforming on the ground. Suddenly, something behind him was rushing at lightning. By reflex, he turned around with a look of... Before he could react, a lurker demon rose from the ground. It used both hands to grip his head, and it used its strength to plunge the man straight into the... Finally, the man's body was at a 90-degree angle to the ground, leaving only his legs stick. One by one, they were killed by the lurker demon in the same way, plunged into the... Everyone was trying to fight for their life. Lurker demon jumped up, intending to attack a person from behind. Somewhere, a burly man in armor rushed in and he grimaced and gritted his teeth, saying right to the monster's face, "Because you have to calculate the time to appear on the and then use force to grip the lurker demon and rush forward. So even if your teammates are injured, you can only stand outside and..." Then the man lifted it high. Time has been created like... The massive body of the burrowing demon slammed into the solid wall. The man shouted, "Now you won't be able to crawl into the ground anymore. Your game of playing with human lives," and he unleashed a flurry of punches upon the burrowing. Blood began to spray from its... Suddenly, out of nowhere, a demon-corrupted human lunged straight, quickly pinned the man to the ground. However, with just 1 or 2 punches, he managed to knock the creature. Meanwhile, the burrowing demon seized the moment to... It dug a large hole in the ground to a chain lash. The burrowing demon immediately ground to a... Just as it thought it had escaped, the last survivors held onto the... The man standing on the rooftop yelled, "Finish it, priest. If it gets away, we won't be able to catch it." Hearing that, the other person seemed to hesitate. Then he looked directly at the burrowing demon and said, "Abandoning the past where I followed false teachings, I have realized it." The man stepped forward in front. "The new path before me." He gently squeezed his hands, flashing a satisfied smile. Relying on one another for the same purpose. Starting with these realizations, the Special Task Force was created to counter high-level mutants. Their achievements were far more outstanding than people. They successfully eliminated the gun demon that was targeting the slashers from a distance. Next, they successfully provided support for the slashers, eliminating those who caused chaos in the. Although it wasn't the work of the special task force, thanks to the commander's efforts, all issues that could lead to internal conflict were. As A-rank slasher Lee Chorong concluded the battle, an image of her killing the Blue Mountain Demon. She stopped, breathing slightly, the head rolling on the ground. It was the moment they successfully eliminated the A-rank mutant, the Blue Mountain. A man with brownish hair covered in blood appeared. It was B-rank slasher H. Sang-soo, the one facing the sword. He was currently facing death. Before him was the massive body of the sword. Looking at that massive body with terrified eyes, his thoughts were a mess. This bitch. Her movements are completely different from ordinary high-level mutants. Even though she's not A-rank, I've crushed 2 or 3 B-rank ones. But Sang-soo thought in panic. But this bitch is. The demon began to charge at him with fierce eyes. She had the form of a zombie but used human swords. Sang-soo began to feel helpless. I have no thoughts of being able to win again. Crouched down to dodge the sword demon's strike. Even so, I can't give. Moments from the past flashed through his mind. The old man had endured until the very last. Comrades who had sacrificed themselves flickered before his eyes. Whatever could be done, he had to fight and cry. Trusting gazes, because that bravery would extend our life. Heart burning with determination, Sang-soo stood firm. Fight. There is only the sound of the cutter. He rushed like the wind straight at the sword demon, shouting, "Come here, use." The sword demon seemed prepared to face Sang-soo. Seeing him rush in, she hesitated for a. The sword demon's hands clenched tight. One hand began to Sang-soo lightly kicked off the. Then, in the blink of an eye, he escaped the enemy's dangerous. The sword demon was stunned by this situation. Sang-soo closed in on the charging forward with his weapon in. His face was tense. Replying to that last attack was purely luck. I can't predict the next.
Sang-soo resolved to charge.
I have to move forward. The sword demon didn't hesitate either. I die or she. Sang-soo's eyes lit up. Before one of us. As the two sides collided rapidly, I must keep going until the. Sang-soo shielded his cutter in front. The sword demon easily dodged. The two exchanged fierce blows. Offense and defense happened rapidly at the start of the. Sang-soo's entire body was covered in. The sword demon was no better. Battle left the onlookers stunned. How many attacks had occurred at the very beginning? It was a battle of such high speed that no one could confirm who had blocked or landed a success. One person witnessing the scene broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed, which one is the. Less than a minute into the battle, Sang-soo swung his. The odds of winning or losing were decided. An arm immediately flew high into. One of the sword demon's arms had been severed, leaving her utterly. Everyone watched with wide eyes and open mouths, not daring to. Sword demon let out a wild. She acted as if nothing was wrong and continued charging. That moment, Sang-soo suddenly felt the weapon in his hand fell to the ground. Sang-soo was horrified. The old man was. His panic reached its peak when he saw the sword demon still completely healthy. Facing an enemy like this, even if he exerted all his strength, winning would be difficult. What on earth should I? Sang-soo had lost an arm and was cornered. He cried out wearily, "Damn it, why? Why can't I do it? Why am I the only one who can't look?" Sang-soo remembered when he and Chiller Sam were still sitting, eating and talking. He happily said to Sang-soo, "That Hall Demon kid is climbing the ranks so fast. Why are you still standing in the same?" Sang-soo said irritably, "You're saying that like I'm jealous of him in a childish way. It's not like that. I'm just annoyed that a green kid whose strength hasn't been proven has a higher rank."
Chiller Sam left.
Though it's hard to compare two disciples in terms of the number of zombies killed and combat experience in major campaigns, you have more. If it weren't for the young mistress only letting you perform secret missions, you would have reached a rank long. Sang-soo was a bit surprised by his next words. But as I see it, there is one thing the Hall Demon is better at. Chiller Sam's face turned serious. Is blood? Sang-soo was confused. Blood? He explained it was the ferocity of charging toward Chiller Sam's mind. He seemed to see that terrifying face, and the bloodlust didn't stop even if his throat was ripped. He looked seriously at Sang-soo. If you also had that kind of bloodlust, you would also reach the moment of surpassing your. He remained silent, saying, "Back to the present." The sword demon raised her healthy arm. Then she quickly struck. Sang-soo suddenly blurted out, "Blood." Then he sidestepped to dodge the sword demon was surprised because she didn't think he would dodge her. She turned back to look at Sang. He was standing before his. Sang-soo muttered, "Mine lacks bloodlust." Saw Blade was silent, as if in a. The sword demon was suddenly astonished. Before her eyes, Sang-soo's body was gradually transformed. Sensing something was wrong, the sword demon rushed into it. A loud sound rang out. She was. Sang-soo's arm had turned into metal in a sharp form, blocking the sword demon. He let out a few soft, and with a face full of seriousness, let's start round 2. Sang's provocation made the sword demon charge and he didn't dodge at all, facing her direct. The two sides threw themselves into a chaotic. His face contorted slightly. Black streaks began to spread. The mutation process. There was no more, so Sang-soo determinedly let out a loud. Onlookers couldn't help but be shocked. Sang-soo flew toward the sword. The scene shifted to another location with a blue sky and white clouds. Suho muttered, "That's right. Your weapon is also a crossbow," Choi Azong said coldly, "because it's the first weapon you ever bought." Recalling the past in the blacksmith shop, Choi Azong's panicked voice rang. She held a crossbow in shock. "But I don't know how to." Suho waved his hand. "Then learn. You're too small to use melee weapons, and your hands get injured." Choi Azong listened to him in silence. "Anyway, I'll be fighting on the front lines, so protect my back. Until we return this country to the way it used." She stammered, Thank you." Suho said happily, "Hey kid, learn fast and protect my back well." Back in the present, Suho's face darkened. "I said I'd let you protect my back, not shoot arrows in." Choi Azong paused for a moment before speaking. Suho didn't understand her meaning. Choi Azong explained, "Stopping you is help." She advised him seriously, "Don't you think about whether this crazy massacre is right or not." "Stop." Suho's face was grim. "Not only are those fighting with all their might in this war dying, but innocent people are also slowly wasting." Images of people determined to fight appeared in Choi Azong's mind. Those who became slashers because they admired the path and the soldiers on the front lines, those who enlisted because their country. She remembered even the innocent civilians, those who entered the walls just to survive. Choi Azong shouted, "Is there such a thing as justice here? Is this the world we once dreamed?" Yeon-soo glanced at her in surprise. Choi Azong's voice trembled slightly. "Stop it. This is enough. Let's go back." Everything gradually went silent. Suho remained silent, saying, his face was cold. "Your head is broken. Are you still romanticizing those old memories?" Choi Azong was stunned to hear those. Suho looked calmly at Cheon-soo. "Did that hall demon not relay my words correctly? Let me say it." Every word he spoke incited rage. "I will kill everyone inside the walls and start over. Those inside the walls, the corrupt government officials, the slashers." Suho spoke coldly. "Since that day when you turned your backs on Meth One who sacrificed everything for you, everything started from that day." Choi Azong shouted. "But we didn't know you were still alive." Face darkened. "I know. I also guessed that you were deceived by Jeong Duk-hun and the Suho's words left Choi Azong unable to refute. "So, you thought you couldn't save me and lived in guilt? Do the survivors ever come back to thank those who turned into zombies? Or dream about the world my old self tried to..." He pulled out a knife, his entire being overflowing with bloodlust. "I must clean up those whose hands are stained with the blood of the abandoned ones like you and start over. That is the conclusion I've..." Cheon-soo was not swayed by Suho's words. "Enough talk. First, let's overwhelm him with strength. It won't be too late to talk after we've subdued." Choi Azong thought to herself, "At least I've never forgotten that day." Then she put on her mask. The battle began with Cheon-soo's strike aimed at Suho's position, but he jumped up to... Choi Azong stood high up. The arrow shot out, flying forward at high... Suho immediately saw quickly raised his hand to block. The wound from the arrow quickly closed. Choi Azong marveled internally. His regeneration ability was recorded in Kim Zaeshin's. She silently observed the battle before her. While he was in melee combat with the Hall Demon, he intended to use his regeneration to block arrows from the cross. Choi Azong thought in that she made a decision. "I still have work." Choi Azong told her she must bring him the Jang Suho of the average survival time for slashers killing zombies outside the walls was less than 8 hours. Jang Suho stood tall before the battlefield. All around him was ruins, corpses lying everywhere, and dust flying. This time also included travel. He took a drag from a cigarette and looked ahead with contempt. "If you're not confident you'll survive, then don't come out anymore." "Oh, a can of kerosene fell, gradually spilling out next to the bloody corpse. "But I can earn more money than anyone." Sang-soo lightly flicked his cigarette down. "There's a reason people always stay away." Scene change. A crowd of people was lining up to receive their pay. He had finished receiving his and was about to... Suddenly Sang-soo stopped, staring pensively at the stack of money, and then he turned and walked toward the manager. Surprised, she gave him a confused look. "What? Is it not enough? That shouldn't be possible." At that moment, Sang-su's face turned stern as he slammed something onto the... He spoke up. "Condolence money for the dead. Compensate them or their families. Because I don't need anything more." It was now night, and the buildings were brightly... "So why?" Sang-su's teeth were gritted in resentment. He swung his weapon forward with force. "Why am I fighting like..." Sang-soo strove to attack the sword demon. Dust flying everywhere. "Why did I choose this slasher profession? Two streams of power collided. Immediately, a large explosion rang. Suddenly, the sword demon stomped hard, leaping high and then lunging straight. Why did I stick with this crowd? She swung her arm, and the sword demon slashed out, a surge of power appearing and flying straight towards Sang. He frowned, gritting his teeth and staring at the path of the. Because of money, right? Sang-soo raised his hand, trying to block the surge of energy. No, if it was only for the force slashed many more times. Sang-soo quickly couldn't hold on and was struck by the surge of slashes. Blood sprayed. He immediately felt his vision go down. Then why? A second later, Sang-soo could no longer stand and collapsed. The sword demon landed, quickly regained his senses and pushed himself. Why am I? The last strike was too strong, causing him internal injuries and making him cough up. Suddenly, it seemed something was rushing toward. 3 slashers appeared, their hands clutching weapons as they stood to the sword. One person, despite being in a state of extreme terror, still tried to shield him, gritting their teeth and saying, "We will buy time for you. We are ready to sacrifice ourselves. So take this." That's right. This is it. Sang-soo seemed to have realized the truth. His eyes flashed with an incredibly steadfast. The brave people who fought without regard for their lives. The 3 of them shouted and charged together toward the sword. People I must protect. Meanwhile, she still stood in place. Suddenly her eyes lit up. The sword demon swung her arm, and a large surge of electricity. Those who dream of living a better life. As the sword demon unleashed her second move, 2 slashers were defeated. These people, one person with tear-filled eyes still tried to charge and attack. Because I cherished these people. However, the sword demon only needed to lightly swing her arm to stab straight. With an expressionless face, she quickly withdrew her hand. He collapsed to the ground. At that moment, the sword demon seemed to hear a sound. She was slightly startled. So I can't leave this life yet. Sang-soo rushed forward with all his might from behind. He gritted his teeth and decisively slashed hard, hitting her in the. The sword demon grimaced in pain. She was extremely Suddenly Sang-soo's eyes brightened. He shouted loudly, his voice full of bloodlust. Then he unleashed a powerful blow, slashing right through the sword demon's. Blood sprayed everywhere. Sang-soo stood firm, panting as he looked at the sword demon's. Person with an anxious expression approached. "Sir, do you have the vaccine? If it continues like..." He suddenly barked. "Don't come." They stood stunned, looking at him.
Sang-soo bobled, speaking weakly,
"I don't have it." Hearing that, everyone looked at him in panic. "Even if I did, I wouldn't use..." Sang-soo struggled, trying to breathe while saying, "Because my body has been completely transformed. If I use the vaccine, I'll die immediately." Suddenly his gaze sharpened. His voice dropped. "I must end this war. While I can still control my body, I must end." Scene change. Clear mountains and clouds. Cheon-soo swung his shovel hard forward. Suho quickly jumped to dodge. Choi Ae-song watched the situation from afar. She squinted into her, thinking to herself, every injection is priceless. Even though the vaccine was stuck in his head, I've seen him cut off his own head to remove the vaccine's effect. What I need to aim. Choi Ae-song remembered. On the screen, Suho forcefully threw a blade through the person in front. Kim Zhaoshan fought like that. Suho stood up straight, looking at the opponent who had just been defeated by his hand. Yet he had sustained almost no damage. Cheon-soo and Choi Ae-song's faces paled at the sight. Their hearts were filled with resentment. Outstanding recovery. He gritted his teeth in anger and growled. Clearly, the only way is to chop him to pieces to destroy him. If we can deal damage faster than his recovery rate, then theoretically. Orong immediately spoke up to refute. It's impossible to fight one-on-one. We have to mobilize all B-rank and A-rank slashers to tie down his limbs before we can. Of course, the zombies won't just stand. Jin Gusoa pondered and spoke up. But seeing him immediately cut off his own head when injected with the vaccine proves the vaccine is He continued to explain if he can cut off body parts and stop the vaccine from spreading like that. But in reality, it's hard to make weapons using the vaccine. Suddenly a voice spoke up. Jin Gu looked over in surprise. Choi Ae-song said with a serious face, "I see an opportunity to attack with the vaccine." Both couldn't help but be surprised and looked at her. Choi Ae-song operated a remote. She pointed to the screen and explained, at the end of the battle, the only place defended when he thought Chiller Sam's suicide was an attack. On the screen, Chiller Sam was trying to attack. Was an attack. Reflexively, he quickly swung his blade to blow. Choi Ae-song thought if it's injected, then the vaccine can spread through the whole body via the bloodstream. At this time, Suho was rushing toward Cheon's heart. Bright veins are bulging. It's beating incessantly. Choi Ae-song squinted and took careful aim. Telling herself, No, I must do. On this side, Suho struck hard. Cheon-soo swung his shovel up to. Suddenly, Suho's other hand swung a knife back, preparing to slash. An arrow suddenly flew in and stuck straight into Suho's arm. Shocked, he looked confusedly at the arrow. Suho threw the weapon in his other hand to the Then he quickly took the knife and decisively cut off his own. That spot was squirming as if something was about to burst. Seeing the situation before him, Cheon-soo seized the opportunity, gritted his teeth, and rushed. He used his strength to slash hard at Suho's. Suho frowned in discomfort and growled. Cheon-soo had a nervous look, his hands clutching his weapon as he watched Suho. He was amazed. The recovery speed is too fast. At this moment, the wound from Cheon-soo's previous slash had already frowned. Just as Choi Ae-song said, the only way is to inject the vaccine into the heart. Cheon-soo rushed toward Suho with a grim face. He'll temporarily stop dealing damage and restrain him to expose the heart. He slipped behind and then quickly used his shovel to tightly hold and restrain Suho.
Cheon-soo yelled.
Suho gritted his teeth in anger and glanced at him. Cheon-soo called out urgently, I can't hold him for long. For far, Choi Ae-song had her target. With a serious face, brother. Please. She immediately pulled the trees. The arrow shot out and flew toward the two of them. Become human. At that moment, Choi Ae-song prayed incessantly. She remembered their happy memories from before. The group gathered for a peaceful world. They raised their glasses to Cheon-soo panted, looking on with an expectant. Suho was hit. For a moment despite his struggling, Cheon-soo still tried to hold on tight. Suho gritted his teeth in. Choi Ae-song watched the situation and her eyes showed clear nervousness. Now I will confirm if this heart is real or heart. The rhythm was aiming for that place was right. Suddenly it began to beat incredibly. Cheon-soo retreated, a bewildered expression on his face. Did it? He stared down, thinking, it definitely pierced the heart. The vaccine will destroy the zombie virus and eventually transform him back into it. It's only a matter of time. He will definitely become human again. Choi Ae-song shouted in joy. Finally, you'll lose the ability to control zombies and the superfast regeneration. Right? Suddenly, Suho's gaze sharpened. A bright light flashed in his eyes. Seeing this, Choi Ae-song's face turned pale. She thought in terror he never gave. She stared at Suho. I forgot. This man named Jiang. Choi Ae-song only now realized. He felt a responsibility to bring everyone home as safely as possible. To do that, even if he had to destroy himself, release a killer, or lick the feet of those in power, he was ready to do anything. He would definitely bring everyone back to Busan. Even if others gave up on him, he never gave up on himself. Suho strained his body, and his shirt was torn apart. Mucus-like substances appeared on his body. He roared, and the pressure immediately changed. He thought Jiang Suho's final plan and goal. To destroy humanity and take control of the Korean peninsula. He still hasn't given up his mutant power. He thought, I must slow down the vaccine's effect. Suho gritted his teeth, his eyes shining white. I must transform into a non-human form to the maximum. Two strange arms suddenly grew from Suho's biceps, also preventing the vaccine from being absorbed into the body. His calves also quickly expanded, tearing his. Standing there watching this scene, Cheon-soo couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. He was in a state of panic. Choi Ae-song froze as she looked at Suho. Her face was dark, her eyes filled with. Suho had now successfully molted, transforming into a terrifying. Suho roared, his mouth widening to his energy flew out. Choi Ae-song muttered in panic, one more. She quickly aimed her gun. I must inject one more. Suho spotted her and moved quickly toward her. Seeing this, Cheon-soo also rushed. Suho turned his head in surprise. Before he could prepare, he was struck by Cheon. Taking this chance, Choi Ae-song quickly took careful. Then she pulled the arrow flew like the wind, heading straight for. She glanced, thud. Her eyes were filled with extreme. Turned out the arrow had been caught by the arm on Suho's. Don't expect to hit me. He channeled his energy, and the arm immediately lengthened, grabbing the car near. Suho glanced. A second later, he decisively the car toward Choi. Its speed was too fast for her to react in time. She could only stare at it with wide eyes. The car slammed into the structure where she was standing. A loud sound rang out, and dust billowed. Choi Ae-song lost her balance and fell. She screamed. Immediately after, she slammed hard onto the. Her gaze gradually grew. Seeing this, Cheon-soo called out to her in great concern. Choi Ae-song. Meanwhile, Suho stood tall, blocking his. Choi Ae-song lost consciousness and fainted on the. Suddenly, Suho struck out forcefully at Cheon. Able to react, he was hit. His face. A second later, he was sent flying. He slammed hard into the base of it. Cheon-soo gritted his teeth in pain. The force was so strong that when Cheon-soo hit the tree, it snapped in half. He continued to fly straight. Suho frowned, thinking to himself, no more time. I must get to the command post and wipe out the slashers and civilians immediately. Suddenly, at Suho's feet, the ground cracked. I must order the killing of all citizens in Busan. A large insect emerged from under, blocking his, then something flew in from a chain wrapped around Suho, making him, he turned back in surprise. Cheon-su suddenly spoke. Where are you going in such a... Cheon-su stood firm now, his face covered in blood. Panting, he said, the battle isn't over yet, and you already want to leave the battle? Suho yelled in rage, you mad? He gritted his teeth, thinking, the situation is urgent. The arrow Choi Azong shot definitely had an effect. Cheon-su tightened his grip on his weapon. So my mission is to keep him here until the vaccine takes full effect. He remembered a fishing rod striking his head. That's not it, you idiot. Cheon-su was stunned. Killer Sam grumbled irritably. Why can't you distinguish when you should and shouldn't use force? Cheon-su whispered helplessly. Why did you come? At that time, Chiller Sam said seriously. Fishing isn't just about strength. When pulling a fish that's biting, you must use strength decisively.
Killer Sam smiled.
When you meet someone you can't let escape, use all your strength. Even the strength you've had since back in the present. Cheon-su's eyes blazed. He roared and threw all his strength into attacking. Suho's entire body shook, his expression a bit. Cheon-su's arm strength was too much, making him lose his balance and fall back. Seizing this chance, he quickly rushed forward with all his. He swung the end of his spade in a. The chain was quickly retracted. The connectors locked together, returning it to its original weapon. Cheon-su didn't wait another second. He kicked off the ground and leaped into the, charging straight at. Then he forcefully slammed the spade down. However, Suho quickly, seeing that, he gritted his teeth and tried to press the spade tip down. Suddenly, an arm from Suho's back lengthened and stabbed straight into his abdomen. Cheon-su screamed in. Suho questioned irritably, what's the point of doing this when you're about to? Cheon-su lowered his head, his voice dropping. Pointless? Then what point is there to your horrific act? Even with it stabbing through him, he still tried to slash his weapon down, his mouth speaking incessantly. Killing people, burning cities, destroying the Busan. Cheon-su's face was full of resentment as he screamed madly. What do you want to build on this pile of corpses? I also hate this city. Suho looked at him in surprise. Cheon-su continued, a place indifferent to the treating humans like the image of his brother appeared in his mind. This deprived and corrupt city. I hate it very much. Scene of his brother dying. He panted and growled, so I will change what I've learned from this job. Strength. He remembered what he had gone, the things I've gained. Images of his comrades, people who overcame difficulties with me, will heal it step by step. Cheon-su tightened his grip on his. He stared at Suho with a steadfast gaze and shouted. It's not about destroying a city just because you don't like it. You have to fix it so everyone can live. Therefore, Suho's body shook slightly. He gritted his teeth, trying to block the spade's path. He was internally stunned. This guy, Suddenly, Cheon-su swung his weapon high, severing the arm that had. He gritted his teeth, his voice full of resentment. A second later, he slammed his weapon down, stabbing hard into. Don't you dare! Suho's arm was severed with just one. Was stunned. I never expected this situation. Usually, a slasher is someone missing a. Suho tried to remember Cheon-su's actions. To get what he wanted, he was ready to sneak into the zombies without distinguishing between black and. Thinking of this, he suddenly realized, looking at how Cheon-su used the spade to attack. Suho suspected. Is this guy the old man's? Then he spoke, if that's the case. Suho continued. I once hoped for a better world. Hearing this, Cheon-su felt an itch for him. Suho began to tell his past story. Everything started with the disaster. I also once had an innocent and pure soul. I thought humans could rely on each other, even if just when the zombie outbreak happened, everything changed. When we had a common enemy, I believed there would be no more conflicts over politics, religion, property, or gender. But that was a mistake. He had seen them slaughtering each other in the pandemic. Humans, even in this situation, cannot unite.
Humans.
Suho had also seen selfish people sacrificing others and betraying their own. There would be tons of trash ready to release zombies into residential areas. But people didn't feel guilty. On the contrary, they still laughed and played. This world can no longer be. Speaking of this, tears suddenly rolled down Suho's cheeks. That's right, we must Then he roared into Cheon-su's face. I will destroy this mediocre Busan and rebuild. Suho angrily attacked Cheon-su in return. I am the last chance for this world. Not someone like. As the two collided, they were bounced. Cheon-su showed his disgust for Suho's words. Suho was surprised, not understanding why Cheon-su. Without hesitation, Cheon-su swung his spade hard, attacking Suho once. Suho quickly leaned back to dodge the previous attack. Suho immediately counterattacked. He landed a powerful punch right in the middle of Cheon-su's. Both sprang back into defensive stances, preparing to it. Having been injured, Suho was now exhausted. He took a breath and growled, his eyes. Suho strained his strength. The arm that Cheon-su had severed now grew back like. Cheon-su calmly gripped his spade. If you can only seize the opportunity when you turn into that, pointed the spade straight at Suho, his gaze steadfast. Then that's not the right Suho no longer believed in humans. You lot only have the appearance of humans. You're all monsters, even worse.
Cheon sufroned.
He knew he couldn't talk much more with Suho. It's truly hard for us to understand. Suho nodded. This was clearly a fierce war between the one who wanted to destroy everything to start over and the one who wanted to protect it no matter. Between the one who wanted to flip the board and the one who wanted to protect that position to the final battle between two who could not coexist had. Just as the battle began, Suho was struck by a painful punch to the. He immediately grabbed Cheon-su's hand to block the. Cheon-su intended to attack from behind, but Suho had already spotted him. Two arms from his back swung up to. Cheon-su was knocked back by that. Cheon-su fell to the ground, skidding for a distance. Suho got into a starting position. Cheon-su also tried to push himself. Suho turned to leave, and Cheon-su immediately chased after. Decisively swung his hand, giving a spade strike across Suho's. Suho screamed and Cheon-su tried to endure. Just hold on a little longer. Choi Aizong's vaccine must have said. He looked at the struggling Suho before. This is his last resist. For a moment, Cheon-su thought of the other assassins out there. Just hold on a little. His comrades were fighting incessantly out. Then I can protect every. Cheon-su held a fierce belief. If I can protect. He waited tensely for the moment a miracle could happen. Can start. Just as Cheon-su rushed in to attack, Suho caught his. Suho stared. Another arm from Suho's back rose. Suho used great force from that arm to strike Cheon. Suho stared at Cheon-su with an arrogant, victory is mine. He used his remaining hand to grab Cheon-su. Suho quickly used force to Cheon-su's head straight into the. His hand was now covered in. Suho stood there dazed, looking. Cheon panted heavily from exhaustion. Very soon after, Suho turned to. But suddenly, some noise made him turn back in surprise. Unbelievably, after that last attack, Cheon-su still had the strength to. Suho looked at him with a look of utter astonishment. Suho yelled angrily at Cheon-su. Why won't you fall? Something even I couldn't. Suho screamed madly. Why do you believe you can? Cheon-su stood silently, not responding. Seeing that, Suho was furious. He used his arm to lift a nearby. Thanks for watching the. Only then did Cheon-su slowly. For a moment, Cheon-su remembered his childhood. That day. The day I intended to. As a child, Cheon-su sat silently, watching his brother. Even if you don't return, I want. He had realized long ago that it was all because of this world, a place where no one could live sanely. So from now on, he remembered every single thing. Cheon-su also thought of Chiller Sam's family. Kim's. He thought of those who sacrificed themselves for the country's greater. Each beautiful memory suddenly flooded back into his. Everything that everyone had missed and lost. He remembered Eris' sorrowful eyes when she confided in him. I want to get it back. The comrade who fell right before. Cheon-su held the memento tightly. Please bless. At that very moment, the truck was flying straight over his head. And I will become a strong. Suddenly he spoke. Cheon-su growled out every word. He shouted. I am the shield for all of humanity. That spade was swung up once. Just once, the truck was sliced in quickly to the ground and exploded, causing a massive. Suho covered his face. He was incredibly surprised. With just one hand. Suho. On this side, Cheon-su continued to build momentum. Holding his spade, he rushed towards. Cheon-su lunged through the air with determination. Cheon-su's eyes flashed as he swung his shovel. Suho's eyes glowed red as he let out a loud. A series of slaps from the shovel continued landed all over Suho's. Suho screamed, coughing up. Cheon-su was the. After that attack, his shovel couldn't withstand the force and shattered into small fragments. Cheon-su was so exhausted he collapsed to the ground. While Suho remained. Suho turned his head to look at Cheon-su. It seems that was your final. He continued, but with my transformed body, it's just another wound. Now, regarding this long-drawn battle, Suho asked, do you know the difference between a destroyer and a Cheon-su ignored Suho's words and spoke to someone else. What are you still doing? I've exposed his. Hearing this, Shohu paused, looking extremely surprised. Just then, something suddenly streaked. Arrow pierced deep into Suho's chest, leaving him in. Suho turned his head back to see who it. His eyes widened when he saw the person before. The person who fired the arrow was a. Suho stared at the arrow embedded in his. His legs began to wobble. He could no longer stand. Suho's entire body began to tremble, and he let out cries of. Suho screamed out loud as he gradually returned to his human form. Even the missing arm from earlier began to spray blood. Rong stepped forward. This time it's for. She looked at Suho with an indescribable gaze. Hell returned to his human form. With injuries like these, he probably won't survive. A large pool of blood continued to spread across the. Suho fell back, leaning against a tree. What went wrong? What should I have? He gasped for air, struggling to speak. back then and now. While Arong approached and looked at Suho. Brother, what you did at first was... Arong recalled the past. On the contrary, she acknowledged what everyone had done to Suho in the past. We placed the entire burden on your shoulders and ignored your efforts. We also admitted they were afraid, so they gave up on saving Suho, leading him to his current state. And because we couldn't overcome our fear, we weren't brave enough to go back. Arong's face was splattered with Suho's blood. She lowered her head. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Killing innocent people and carrying out this absurd plan to destroy the world. I cannot overlook. The scene of everyone gathering around the dinner table flashed through her mind. That is not the world we dreamed of, because it makes us forget those moments filled with hope. That
Arong stepped closer to Asura.
Gently sat down beside. Arong reached out her hand towards Suho. That she softly placed her hand on Suho's cheek. Your pain. I will take it away. Just leave behind the dreams we once. Suho looked back at her with a dazed expression. Remained silent and suddenly, Suho looked directly at Cheon-su and scolded. You arrogant. Using his remaining time, he gave Cheon-su some advice. If you succeed me, don't repeat my mistakes. Suho's words made Cheon-su pause in thought. Don't always watch others from behind and sacrifice everything. Suho continued to advise him. Those who stand above others only care about their own safety and will always drag you. Then he asked Cheon-su, can you endure it every time that happens? Cheon-su spoke softly. It spoke slowly because the images of the other immediately appeared in his mind. Cheon-su won't carry the burden alone like you. He looked at Suho. Everything will be. Hearing this, Suho looked as if he had realized. Cheon-su looked at him and Suho also felt the happiness he once. Suho let out a sigh of relief. Is that? Surprisingly, he smiled. Well, those trashy superiors are all dead anyway. I won't be lonely on the road. Suho's eyes were suddenly filled with emotion. He remembered the happy times when Arong would laugh and joke with him. Hurry up and say it. The president should give a congratulatory speech. Back then, Suho was innocent and shy. What are you doing? I can't do. His other friends smiled as they were. The friends who always expected him to succeed. Suho shyly raised his glass. Suho held his glass forward. For a peaceful, his hand went limp and fell to the ground. He passed away in a state of happiness. Arong hugged Suho tightly and she held him tighter and tighter, unable to stop. Cheon-su stood silently to the side, watching her without a... Arong spoke up, I'll only cry for a little while. Then I'll go support the... That was a long battle. Suho was dead. The battle against the zombies trying to destroy Busan under his command was... On the other side, Cheon-su quickly returned to support. The slashers were trying to stop them. Cheon-su stepped alone into the middle of the shipping container, gripped his shovel. He swung it continuously, blood from the zombies splattering everywhere. Battle seemed to have reached its conclusion. Zombie corpses were piled high on the ground. Cheon-su sat atop the pile of corpses. The others were in shock, still unable to believe it. It looks like the zombie the shovel demon just took down was the last one. Yes, we're so happy they were moved to tears. We survived. We survived. The others raised their weapons and cheered loud. Rung lay on the ground, splashing a bottle of water on her face to... Korong panted heavily from overexertion. Chunsik lay on a stretcher due to severe injury. Rong stood in a corner, quietly watching. Rong Hoa was seriously injured and was being helped to... Jiha collapsed on the ground with a long... Suddenly, someone came running frantically toward them, calling for Cheon-su. Shovel demon. Shovel...
Castilianon said, a Sang-su.
Brother Sang-su. Sang-su was now in the form of a person explained while fighting the mutant. It seems he intentionally got infected with the virus to use the mutations. He recounted the situation to Cheon-su. He refused the vaccine and wiped out all the zombies. Man looked nervously at Sang-su and Cheon-su. There are no more zombies to fight, but what do we do? Cheon-su walked step by step towards Sang, looked at Sang-su and said, It's me, Ha-sang. Sang-su said. He slowly turned his head to look, his eyes clouded. Sang-su slowly stood up and turned toward Cheon. He moved closer with every... Cheon-su gripped his shovel. With a tense expression, he said, You can still understand what I'm saying, right? Suddenly, Sang-su collapsed to his... Cheon-su was surprised and didn't understand what was... Sang-su pleaded, Please, end me. I want it to be...
Cheon-su objected.
What on earth are you talking about? Let me go find Choi Erong and get the vaccine. Sang-su explained. Look at my condition. The vaccine isn't an elixir of immortality.
Cheon-su said.
Sang-su pleaded, Save the vaccine. It's enough that you finish me with your own... Image of his comrade collapsing flashed before Cheon-su. Sang-su struggled to speak. Do it now. If my consciousness fades, taking down someone like you won't be hard. Ho stopped, utterly surprised by those. B-rank slasher the lawnmower Ha Sang-su was dead. At that same moment, the defense of Busan concluded. Sang-su collapsed as his consciousness. Suddenly, the space changed. Sang-su found himself lying in a grassy field. A voice caught his attention. Are you here already? Sang-su slowly sat up and looked. He silently glanced at the person in front. Suddenly, he turned out to be Chilsum. Sang-soo said, "There's nothing left to do now. Hey, teach me how to." Chilsum quickly called him over. "Come sit." At the warehouse, everyone was sitting slumped on containers, exhausted after the great. Chilsum turned to ask Ari, "Is everything cleared up above?" She quickly replied, "It seems so. Everyone is exhausted, but we finally protect Busan." Everyone's mood was lighter than ever, but everyone smiled. Suddenly, a hand was placed on Chilsum's shoulder. A man appeared and spoke. "Thank you for all your hard." Cheon-soo turned to look at the man and took a step forward and suddenly sat flat on the ground to everyone's surprise. Rong-hoa saw this and understood immediately. The battle below, the battle with Suho, then coming back here to kill hundreds of zombies. How could his body not be exhausted? Then she shouted, "Someone go call a doctor quickly. After surviving so many zombies, he can't die from an infected." A while later, a doctor arrived to help bandage the wound on him. The doctor advised, "For now, the emergencies have been The doctor couldn't help but marvel at Cheon-soo's endurance. These people called slashers truly are creatures that surpass human limits. He should have collapsed long ago, yet he fought until then. The doctor added, "However, you need intensive treatment. It's best to transfer to the nearest hospital as soon as possible."
Cheon-soo answered dismissively, "All right."
"Everything is over." The other man interrupted, "What do you mean over?" Cheon-soo asked in surprise, "What are you saying? There are no more zombies or..." At that moment, Erong appeared. "Since you were the one who gathered She scolded him and explained, "You should be the one to end it, you..." Then Erong ordered Cheon-soo, announced to that this battle has finally ended. Ari also encouraged Cheon-soo from the side. "Since it's hard to move, standing on the defense wall is fine. President Kim, you don't need complicated words or grand speeches. Just speak from the..." Ari continued, "Everyone wants that. Because they were persuaded by a commander like you and were willing to..." Public address system was quickly connected. Cheon-soo stood high up, looking down at everyone. People quickly gathered to prepare to hear his announcement. Even those with severe injuries struggled to stand up to. The other hunters looked up in silence. Cheon-soo held the radio in his hand. His face. Ari stood behind him, nodding to encourage. She looked at him with a smile, her eyes full of... Having no other choice, Cheon-soo let out a... reluctantly raised the radio and... "But I don't know how." Hearing this, everyone below... Cheon-soo continued, "Because so many people were sacrificed in this." He went on, "Furthermore, our enemy, in the end, was still one." His final point left everyone stunned. "That's why I can't say we won." And Cheon-soo continued, "But I want to say that we protect." Hearing this, the people below were deeply moved. Some had tears in their eyes. Whether it was Busan, our families, or our friends who always wished for his success. After hearing the speech, the people below cheered enthusiastically. "Shovel demon! Shovel demon! Shovel..." The cheers grew louder. "That's him." The shouts didn't stop. "Shovel demon." Sarung smiled. "He's so blunt it's almost misunderstood as stupidity." Jiha joined the cheering crowd. "Shovel demon. You're amazing." Everyone continued to cheer for him incessantly. "Shovel demon. Shovel..." Cheon-soo breathed a sigh of relief after the present. Ari looked at him with a proud smile. "You did well. You truly ended the..." Cheon-soo turned to look at her and smiled. Suddenly, a voice spoke up to remind him, "Go to the hospital before you get an infection. Otherwise, you'll really..." Siege at the square where hundreds of slashers died ended. The laborers quickly returned to work and after that, the world changed a lot. It gradually began to recover after the pandemic. The shelter area was posted with quarantine signs. First of all, because the current politicians had been wiped out in the shelter, Yongdo Shelter 8, a suggestion box was opened for people to contribute their ideas, leading to a major political killers gradually became the backbone. During this process, the slashers who made great contributions in the war were recognized by the Jingu and Aten stood solemnly in suits. By now, Jingu and Choi Aten had successfully entered politics. Jiha said proudly, "I sponsored the election campaign." Some in the political system disagreed. People will say, how can the world change with just two people? But starting with these two seems to signify a new organization was also established. Furthermore, the government founded the Slasher Alliance headquarters to support and manage slashers. The Slasher Alliance headquarters replaced the weakened military. They decided to hand over all security missions related to zombies to the killers gradually moved to this new organization. Those slashers, managers who wanted a stable and comfortable life moved there. One by one, they transferred to work at this headquarters. Although Korong was young, she held a high position commensurate with her merits. It was said they were treated fairly according to their individual achievements. There were other killers who decided to return to normal life. Of course, there were also those who didn't trust the current government. Sarung chose her own path. Or those who didn't want to join any organization became freelance slashers or joined private companies. taking on missions and continuing their. Cheon-soo was currently the person everyone was most interested in. So what did our main character do? He took a vacation to organize his. Cheon-soo stood dazed in front of the. Gripped his shovel. He continuously dug up the soil in the garden. He also spent repairing the. Just a short time, the house had been renovated and looked completely. Finally, Cheon-soo sat on the patio, looking at the night. Quietly observed the piece with a few cans of.
Cheon-soo smiled contentedly.
I've enjoyed everything I wanted to enjoy it. Suddenly, something made Cheon-soo turn. Brother, I'll be back. He showed his determination. Cheon-soo felt his late older brother chuckle softly. Finally, Kim Cheon-soo made a series of shocking announcements during the year-end. Everyone gathered around him, their eyes wide with What did you just? Cheon-soo looked at everyone. This time he was determined. I'm going to. Scene shifted inside the party room. Everyone immediately froze at Cheon-soo's words. They couldn't even believe their ears. What did you just? Naturally, Arong couldn't believe it either. She asked in confusion, Sol, are you out of your mind? Jingu sat nearby, calmly speaking his mind. It seems he's expanding the business. Anyway, Sol is a bit difficult. This was something Sarung couldn't believe. It's not just difficult, it's impossible. There are so many zombies just on the road to Unjin. She quickly grabbed Jiha's head and shook it, leaving him bewildered. So do I have to go? I'm still busy teaching my success. Cheon-soo seriously announced to everyone. I'm not going for work. Hearing that, Jiha let out a sigh of relief. So I don't have to go. Just as he was feeling lucky he didn't have to go, Cheon-soo spoke again. On the contrary, his next sentence once again silenced everyone in the room. In planning to quit my. Jingu was confused. He hurriedly looked at Cheon-soo. Then why are you going to Seoul? That dangerous. Cheon-soo didn't beat around the bush. He pulled out a letter addressed to Kim Cheon. With firm expression he declared to everyone it's to keep a promise. He still looked at the happy family photo in the present. Perhaps Cheon-soo also needed to find his own happiness. To find the whereabouts of my and so the story was retold. Kim Cheon-soo had put in all his accumulated wealth. Meanwhile, Ari had also helped him a lot. Shares of the fence where he was president and the compensation received after the Suho. Next, Cheon-soo appeared before Arong. He had given up all his assets except for the house and went to find Choi. Once she understood his intention, she felt an indescribable attachment. Really? Are you truly?
Cheon-soo didn't reply.
He only nodded gently as if to Seeing that she remained silent, he spoke again. After thinking for a while, Arong immediately raised her head and handed him a small suitcase. Inside the suitcase were various types of vaccines. It was what he had requested. After handing it to him, Arong continued to look at the documents in her hand. But the price is much higher than the vaccines. Let me refund the remaining money. Contrary to her, Cheon-soo became very decisive. He quickly reminded her as he took the suitcase, use that money for vaccine research and production. This is enough. Knowing she couldn't stop his determination, she just waited silently for. Remembering something important, Arong immediately spoke up. One more. Face was serious as she announced, let me know when you depart. Everyone wants to.
Cheon-soo seemed curious.
A quirky smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What? Planning to follow me all the way to. Arong suppressed a sigh. She spoke her mind. There are people who would beg to follow you, whether to Seoul or anywhere else. Because the whole world. Face looked thoughtful. Seeing her so pensive, Cheon-soo was silent, feeling a bit of lingering attack. Feeling things were getting a bit awkward, he burst out laughing, breaking her guard. Cut it out. These people. He didn't forget to explain further. The person the old man asked was me. Going alone reduces the chance of encountering zombies. This time, his gaze was very determined as he looked at Arong. This is a promise I must fulfill. Everyone else has their own. She listened in silence with an expression of disbelief. After saying what needed to be said, Cheon-soo picked up the suitcase and quickly turned to leave. He didn't forget to wave goodbye. Until I return, please look after my garden once in a while. Feeling reluctant to let him go, Arong slowly spoke.
Don't.
Hearing her reminder, he turned back in surprise. His expression was a bit strange, but he couldn't abandon his original. A gentle smile appeared on his. Two of them seemed to have a mutual understanding. Stepping outside the building, Cheon-soo waved goodbye to his familiar friend. I'm really going. Soon, Cheon-soo reached the sign for the Jungbu Expressway toward Daegu and Yang. He slowly stopped his motorcycle at a familiar. Cheon-soo quickly took off his helmet and looked at the scene before. The place where he and Ari were standing was the Daegang district. Feeling a bit worried, Ari turned to him and asked, will you be okay going alone, President? He laughed gently and explained to her, I resigned, so I'm not the president. After saying that, Cheon-soo added firmly, just call me Cheon-soo.
Kim Cheon-soo.
Ari remained silent after hearing. Her face was strangely thoughtful. Perhaps she was thinking of something important. Knowing she couldn't change his mind, Ari quickly handed Cheon-soo a helmet and said, "Good luck, Cheon-soo, and take this scooter." Before he could understand, she continued, "It will make it easier for you to move. Don't worry about the price. It's much lower than the salary I've received." These caring words made Cheon-soo freeze, not knowing how to. He silently reached out his hands toward her. Neither of them said a word. Ari was a bit startled by his action. She didn't understand the intention behind. Cheon-soo was as serious as ever. He calmly spoke his mind. "I was able to reach this day thanks to your great efforts. I don't think I've said thank you." Hearing these warm words, a smile finally appeared on Era's face, one that hadn't been seen in a long. Memories came back of when Ari was a pure girl with a kind soul. They had gone through so many things when Deok-chun used to torment. Then when Cheon-soo was hospitalized, despite her many wounds, Ari still spent time and effort taking care. They had been close for a long time, always side by side. Back to the present. Ari gently reached out and held Cheon-soo's hands. They stood there like two old friends, holding hands as a final. Ari smiled gently and looked at him. "It's all thanks to you, Cheon-soo. You can be a little." Looking at the darkening sky, she reminded him out of concern. "If it gets any later, it'll be dark. Dealing with zombies will be hard." Under Era's worried gaze, Cheon-soo slowly drove off on the motor. Only after he had gone far away did a gentle smile appear on her. When he looked back, he seemed to understand her. They didn't have a long conversation. Just a few simple words, and both understood each other's feelings. Cheon-soo put on his familiar. He left that place far behind. As he faded into the distance, Ari silently prayed, "Please return." Story continued. For a long time after that, no one saw Kim Cheon-soo again. Only his face remained determined as he headed straight toward his original goal. However, no one thought he had lost to the zombie. With no place to stay, he would leave his bike to the side and sleep in the middle of the. Sometimes, battles between him and the zombies occurred. With just a gentle turn of his body, he could take them all. Following the map, Cheon-soo went to many different locations. Even though they had been abandoned, many places had been completely destroyed. He calmly passed through them. The sun rose. Cheon-soo would sit quietly with a lonely appearance. Alone on a motorcycle, he continuously traveled the long road without. There were even times when he fell into desperation, having to fight endless waves of living monsters. After many events, Cheon-soo finally reached the familiar apartment door of his former. As soon as he opened the door and stepped inside, he encountered a short-haired woman who had turned into a living dead long. He recognized the zombie woman in front of him as his older sister. Without hesitation, Cheon-soo thrust a vaccine needle into her. As she regained her senses, he stood there calmly, waiting for her to return to. Time passed quickly. The sunlight shone into the. Cheon-soo held the photo in his hand and examined it closely. After carefully looking at the photo, he turned his head. Finally, everyone returned to their normal forms and stood. Cheon-soo's final wish had come true. He let out a sigh of relief, seeing a plume of smoke rising in front of him. Surprised. With careful steps and a bit of caution, Cheon-soo walked behind him. Everyone waited seriously to see what had happened. Luckily, he was only facing a military unit that was still alive, searching for and rescuing other survivors. Days went by, things got better. Everything returned to its original form inside the. Everyone in the family seemed to forget the danger of the world, continuously smiling and greeting each other. Unconsciously, a long unseen smile appeared on Cheon-soo's lips. Realizing something wasn't right, he quickly looked. A happy family was being recreated before his eyes. A middle-aged woman shed tears of happiness upon meeting Cheon-soo. Even he stood there dazed, unable to believe the scene before. She gently walked up and hugged him tightly, as if she never wanted to let go. Time continued to pass. It was a familiar place. A high wall that kept the zombies from reaching. Gates of the fortress wall were slowly opened. Cheon-soo's familiar footsteps returned once, but this time he wasn't returning alone. He had finally returned with his. The entire family stood before the fortress wall, waiting for what would happen. Opposite him were all comrades smiling to welcome him. Cheon-soo felt the happiness of his life. A warm smile appeared on his. Before everyone's expectant eyes, he smiled and announced, "I'm home." Please subscribe to the Ginmi Go